Chapter 1 Divorce Agreement. Wu Hao, this is the divorce agreement. As long as you sign it, we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce tomorrow morning. In room 402 of Huafu community in Jianghuai City, a woman slapped a divorce agreement on the wooden table and said to a young man sitting in front of her. Wu Hao, who was originally drowsy in his seat, was pulled back by the woman's voice. He looked at the divorce agreement on the table with an ugly expression. However, Wu Hao did not say anything. Perhaps he had anticipated what would happen today. Wu Hao gently picked up the divorce agreement on the table and planned to read the contents first. However, as Wu Hao slowly read down, his expression became more and more ugly, but he still read the entire divorce agreement. Call. Zhang Yan, don't you think you've gone too far? Is this what you call a divorce? You want me to leave the house with nothing. If I remember correctly, I bought all these cars and houses for you. Now you want me to move out? Wu Hao said in a depressed mood. He didn't expect Zhang Yan to change her face so quickly. She filed for divorce as soon as she saw that he was bankrupt. Is this something a human being can do? You bought a good one, but don't forget that both the car and the house are in my name. Since we are getting divorced, you must move out of my house. I, Zhang Yan, married you to enjoy life, not to beg with you. Now that you can no longer give me the life I want, we naturally have to divorce. Do you want to take back what you gave me? Wu Hao, can you be more manly and be more open-minded? No wonder you failed in business. He. Wu Hao couldn't imagine that Zhang Yan would be so shameless. He didn't even know how to refute Zhang Yan. It really was true. A lowly person is invincible. Wu Hao is 26 years old this year. He was born in a small mountain village in Minfeng Town, Jianghuai City. 3 generations before him were all authentic farmers. Wu Hao understood one thing since he was a child: the only way to change his destiny was to study hard, so Wu Hao studied very seriously since he was a child. God helps those who work hard. After Wu Hao's continuous efforts, he finally graduated from university. He gave up the olive branch of a Fortune 500 company and resolutely stayed in Jianghuai City to start his own business. After 3 years of continuous hard work, Wu Hao has achieved some success in his career and has become a millionaire. During this period, I met Zhang Yan through a friend's introduction, and they fell in love with each other as soon as they met. Wu Hao himself was born in the countryside. Although he has a net worth of several million, for a first-tier city like Jianghuai City, he is only from a well-off family. As a native of Jianghuai City, although Zhang Yan's family is not very wealthy, in Wu Hao's eyes, she is still a city girl. Despite his family's opposition, Wu Hao insisted on marrying Zhang Yan. Not only did he buy Zhang Yan a car worth more than 500,000 yuan, but even the wedding house was under Zhang Yan's name. Zhang Yan usually spends money lavishly. After more than a year of marriage, not only has Zhang Yan failed to help Wu Hao give birth to a son or daughter, she has also almost spent all of Wu Hao's savings. However, accidents happen all the time and misfortunes may happen at any time. Just a month ago, Wu Hao's business ran into problems. A big deal that had already been negotiated was lost because the employer suddenly broke the contract and ran away with the money. This resulted in Wu Hao's company's capital chain being broken, and the products produced were unsold in the warehouse. However, to make matters worse, the ship was late and encountered headwinds. All the products that had been sold previously received complaints of bad quality, causing the company that Wu Hao had worked hard for several years to return to its pre-liberation era. The company went bankrupt and was sold off. After Wu Hao sold his car and the house he bought for his parents, he finally paid off some of the remaining debts. As a result, Wu Hao had just rested at home for a few days when Zhang Yan started to flatter him in various ways. Today, she even went too far and actually proposed to divorce Wu Hao. What's even more outrageous is that they wanted Wu Hao to leave the house with nothing, without taking their relationship as husband and wife into consideration at all. Wu Hao now regrets not listening to his parents. Zhang Yan, are you really going to kill me? Can't I make a comeback? He. A comeback? Wu Hao, it's not that I look down on you, but you have no chance of making a comeback. Zhang Yan showed a sneer on her face. She didn't believe that Wu Hao could make a comeback, otherwise she wouldn't be so anxious to divorce Wu Hao. Zhang Yan, what do you mean by this? Wu Hao couldn't help but frown, because Zhang Yan said this too calmly, as if there was some hidden message in her words. What do you mean, Wu Hao? If you were still a man, just sign it for me quickly and stop dithering here. You're only making me despise you even more. A trace of panic flashed across Zhang Yan's face, but she quickly hid it and yelled at Wu Hao in a timid manner. Okay, you want a divorce, right? I'll sign the agreement. But Zhang Yan, I'm telling you, I hope you won't regret it later. If you ignore me today, I'll make you out of reach tomorrow. Looking at Zhang Yan, who had completely turned into a demon, Wu Hao knew that it was useless for him to say anything more. Talking further would only make Zhang Yan continue to insult him. Just think of it as a lesson you paid for, except that this lesson is a bit profound. Wu Hao picked up the pen and signed his name in 2 strokes. Although Wu Hao's signing posture was very handsome, after signing, he seemed to have used up all his strength and collapsed on the sofa. Although Wu Hao acted as if he didn't care, he still felt sad when he actually signed his name. After all, he and Zhang Yan have been married for more than a year. As the saying goes, a husband and wife once married are bound by 100 days of grace. What's more, he and Zhang Yan have been married for more than a year. It is impossible for him to say that he is not sad. Even if you raise a dog for a year, you will develop feelings for it, let alone a couple who have been together for more than a year. Wu Hao, since you've already signed, take your luggage and get out of my house. Looking at Wu Hao's signature on the divorce agreement, Zhang Yan finally showed a smile on her face, and even her tone of voice was much softer than before. Wu Hao didn't look at Zhang Yan again. Instead, he got up and went back to his room to get some of his personal belongings, then dragged his heavy body out of room 402. Although Wu Hao has been living here, he doesn't have many things that belong to him. He only has 3 sets of clothes. But Wu Hao didn't take any of these things. He only took his valuables, such as his wallet and ID card. Walking on the brightly lit street and looking at the people coming and going, Wu Hao couldn't help feeling sad. He is like a solitary boat among the vast number of living beings, floating aimlessly on the lonely sea, as if any wave would overturn him in the deep sea. Damn God, kill me if you can, otherwise, I will definitely be above everyone else. Chapter 2: Mom's Phone Call. Boom. Fuck, you're serious. Just as Wu Hao finished his oath, he heard bursts of thunder in the void, which scared Wu Hao. After saying fuck, he put his hands on his head and quickly slipped into the crowd, but disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Damn, I thought that brother was really that powerful, but it turns out he's just a silver spear candlestick. Just after Wu Hao's figure disappeared, the crowd who were attracted by Wu Hao's roar just now couldn't help but laugh at Wu Hao, who was escaping. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to come across such a big melon when I was out for a midnight snack. It's a pity that I don't know where the vine is. After hearing what his companion next to him said, another person laughed and said something, and the other companions also nodded with a smile on their faces. After all, it is not difficult to hear from Wu Hao's immature words just now that something interesting must have happened to Wu Hao. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone to say such childish words on the street. Unfortunately, they didn't know Wu Hao, let alone what had happened to him. On the other side, Wu Hao, after quickly leaving there, kept muttering to himself, which meant nothing more than blaming God. He just said those words out of anger, but he didn't expect that God really wanted to kill him, even though he was abandoned by Zhang Yan and his company went bankrupt. But Wu Hao is a model young man of the new era, so he would not be so desperate as to seek death. He believes that if he can succeed the first time, he will surely succeed the second and third time. Besides, he has a large family. What will happen to them if he dies? Wu Hao walked aimlessly on the street, and before he knew it, he came to the commercial street of Jianghua City again. Wu Hao raised his head and looked at the building in front of him. Tianlong Building. Tianlong Building is a landmark building in Jianghua City. It is said that it was built by a mysterious big shot with a total investment of more than 38 billion yuan. Tianlong Building gathers all the well-known large companies in Tianyuan province. All those who open a company are proud to have their company located here. Wu Hao's previous company was located in Tianlong Building. With Wu Hao's ability, it was impossible for him to rent a place here, but he rented an office space here anyway. The reason why his company was able to succeed in more than 3 years was largely due to Tianlong Building. Wu Hao didn't know when he left Tianlong Building. When he woke up again, he was already in Suzuki Park in Jianghua City. Mom, you called me so early, did something happen at home? Wu Hao was woken up by the ringing of the phone. He only saw that it was his mother calling and had no idea what time it was. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Xueme couldn't help but glance at the wall clock after hearing Wu Hao's voice. The time shown on it was 9:05. Xiao Hao, did I disturb you at work? How about I call you back later? Mom, it's okay, just talk. I'm not busy now. When Wu Hao finished saying this, his eyes couldn't help but become moist, even though his family had opposed his marriage to Zhang Yan before. But whether it was dad or mom, they never complained about Wu Hao. Instead, they always cared about Wu Hao very much. But because of Zhang Yan's work, Wu Hao has always neglected his family, and in recent years he has returned home less and less frequently. It is pitiful to see the love of parents in the world. Wu Hao only then realized the weight of this sentence. He swore that he would be doubly nice to his family in the future. Xiao Hao, your grandfather's 80th birthday is in 3 days. Do you think you can spare some time to come back? You know, when people get older, they want to see their children and grandchildren. You haven't been back to accompany him for 3 years. Your grandfather misses you very much. Mom, I understand. I will go back tomorrow. This year I will spend a good birthday with Grandpa. Wu Hao sorted himself out and said that after divorcing Zhang Yan today, Wu Hao also planned to go back to his hometown to rest for a while. But in this way, he would not be able to hide his affairs any longer. But now Wu Hao has thought it through. His family will know about this sooner or later, so it is better to tell them as soon as possible. Okay, then what time will you come back tomorrow? Mom will prepare delicious food for you. Oh, and remember to bring Qingyan back. When Zhang Shueme on the other end of the phone heard that Wu Hao would be back tomorrow, she was so happy that she said good 3 times in a row, which showed how much she missed her son. Mom, you don't have to be so troublesome. I haven't decided on a time yet. I'll tell you when I go back tomorrow. I still have some documents to deal with now, so I'll hang up now. Wu Hao hadn't figured out how to get back tomorrow, so he just made up an excuse to get away with it. Another reason was that he received a phone call. This child is still so impetuous in doing things. Looking at the hung-up phone, Zhang Shueme said something helplessly, but although she said this, her face showed a very happy expression. Wu Hao, do you want to regret it? I'm already here at the Civil Affairs Bureau, but I don't see you. Come over here quickly and complete the formalities. Wu Hao had just answered the phone when he heard Zhang Yan's voice like a shrew cursing on the other end, which made Wu Hao frown. Wait. Wu Hao said 2 words indifferently and hung up the phone, then walked towards the exit of Suzuki Park. In the past, he treated Zhang Yan as a treasure and spoiled her. But now Zhang Yan is cheaper than a blade of grass in his heart, so Wu Hao naturally won't be kind to her. If the divorce procedures had not been completed yet, he would have blocked Zhang Yan long ago. You are such a good fellow, Wu Hao. You have nothing now, but you still dare to get angry at me. I will torture you to death in the future. At this time, Zhang Yan was at the Jianghuai Civil Affairs Bureau. She stared blankly at the hung-up phone. It took her a while to come back to her senses. She immediately said something with gritted teeth. At 9:48, Wu Hao finally appeared in the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fortunately, Suzuki Park was not far from the Civil Affairs Bureau, otherwise Wu Hao would not be able to reach the Civil Affairs Bureau at this time. Wu Hao, are you still a man? You actually made me, a beautiful woman, wait for you here for more than half an hour. Didn't you say it very domineeringly last night? Are you regretting and trying to delay now? I tell you not to even think about it. If you want a divorce, come in. Zhang Yan talked a lot there, but Wu Hao walked in without even looking at Zhang Yan, leaving only a few cold words in Zhang Yan's ears. You! Zhang Yan was stunned by Wu Hao's operation. She was so angry that she kicked the ground twice and followed him in a rage. Chapter 3 Supreme System. Half an hour later, Wu Hao walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau holding a small red book in his hand, followed by Zhang Yan, who looked unhappy. During the half hour in the Civil Affairs Bureau, Wu Hao didn't say a word to Zhang Yan. Now he is finally free and doesn't have to look at this shrew's face anymore. Wu Hao, I'm warning you. Now that we're officially divorced, I hope you can know yourself and stop disturbing my life. Don't worry, even if you come to invite me in a grand ceremony, I won't go, as long as you don't show up in front of me. Wu Hao breathed a sigh of relief and rarely replied to Zhang Yan. From now on, Zhang Yan would no longer exist in his life. Snort! Zhang Yan snorted coldly and walked towards her BMW. With a bang, she disappeared in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and soon even the taillights of the car could not be seen. Wu Hao ignored Zhang Yan who was leaving, but took out his mobile phone and deleted everything about Zhang Yan. Ding, congratulations to the host for completely getting rid of the scheming bitch and successfully activating the Supreme System. The system is binding. System binding is successful, the Supreme 1.0 system is officially running, and the host is rewarded with a novice gift package. Ding, it is detected that the host has a novice gift package. Do you want to open the novice gift package? Just after Wu Hao deleted everything about Zhang Yan, a series of electronic synthesized voices rang in his mind, and Wu Hao froze in place. At the same time, an illusory picture appeared in front of Wu Hao, and Wu Hao was staring at the picture in front of him. Name: Supreme 1.0 System. Host: Wu Hao. Function: a random reward is given every day. Wealth: 0. Supreme points: 0. Items: a newbie gift pack. Introduction: a super supreme system from the second dimension. It focuses on doing whatever you want in hopes that the host will enjoy using it. Am I just lucky? Wu Hao said this in a daze. He was naturally familiar with the system, because there were system texts everywhere in online novels nowadays, so he naturally knew what the system was like. Although Wu Hao himself fantasized about being bound to the system one day, he also knew clearly that the system was just made up by a dog author and it was impossible for it to appear in reality. But the scene before him completely shattered Wu Hao's 3 views. Not only did the system appear, but it also bound itself to him. System: are you serious? Host: isn't this obvious? Wu Hao imitated what was said in the novel and silently recited a sentence in his mind. Sure enough, the electronic synthesized voice appeared again. System: do you mean that I don't have to do anything and I will get a reward every day? The systems in the novels that Wu Hao had read before were all kinds of things, including sign-in, tasks, and some weird things. But now that he was bound to the system, if he understood it correctly, it meant that he didn't need to do anything himself and would receive a reward every day. Although I don't know what the reward will be, since it is a system reward, I think it won't be too bad. Yes, host. The system will give you a reward every day. The reward items are random. There is nothing the system cannot reward you, except for things the host cannot think of. Yeah. Just as he thought, Wu Hao became happy instantly. He loved this system so much. He didn't have to do anything and got rewards every day. He didn't even have to sign in. System: where did you get these supreme points? What are the functions of supreme points? How do you obtain supreme points? Host can understand it as the unique currency of the supreme system. Supreme points can be used to purchase anything in the system mall, and can also be used to participate in the lottery. There is only one way to obtain supreme points. The host can obtain 1 supreme point for every million spent. 1 million is only a little? Where is the system mall? Why can't I see it? Wu Hao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that supreme points were so difficult to obtain. It actually cost 1 million to get 1 point. If it was based on his previous wealth, even if he spent it all, he would only get a few supreme points. Ding, the system has not detected the supreme point, the system mall is not open yet. Wu Hao. Wu Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. No wonder he didn't see where the system mall was. It turned out that it hadn't been opened yet. Ding, reminding the host, you still have a novice gift pack that has not been opened. Do you want to open it? Open. Ding, the novice gift package has been opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a Shadow Dragon No. 1 limited edition. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% ownership of Tianlong building. All procedures will be delivered to the host within 10 minutes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portable space. Hee ha 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 ha. After hearing the rewards for the novice gift package, Wu Hao was stunned for a while, and then he started laughing crazily. Although there are only 2 rewards, each of them is something that 99% of people would find difficult to obtain in their lifetime. Now that both belong to him, how could Wu Hao not be excited? Shadow Dragon No. 1 is a global limited edition supercar produced by Tianfu Wei Shenlong Group. It is the only one and is worth 180 million renminbi. As for the Tianlong building, there is no need to say more. This building cost more than 38 billion to build and is now worth 50 billion. In the previous second, Wu Hao didn't even have the money to go back to his hometown, and in the next second he became a billionaire. The contrast was so great that even Wu Hao couldn't believe it for a moment. Well, what a pitiful young man. Not only is he divorced at such a young age, but he has also become crazy. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Wu Hao was stunned for a moment and then turned around to look back, only to see a middle-aged woman walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wu Hao remembered the middle-aged lady, who was the staff member who had just helped him with the divorce procedures. She came out because of something. Seeing that it was a staff member from the Civil Affairs Bureau, Wu Hao showed an embarrassed look on his face, and then left the place at the fastest speed in his life. Huff, huff, huff. Wu Hao's figure appeared in Suzuki Park again, lying on a marble chair and gasping for air. He ran all the way here from the Civil Affairs Bureau. In addition to relieving his embarrassment, he also wanted to calm himself down. Although Wu Hao had achieved some success before, it was nothing compared to this unexpected windfall, so Wu Hao chose this method to alleviate the problem. Ding-a-ling. The phone suddenly rang. Wu Hao took out his cell phone with trembling hands and found that it was an unfamiliar number, but it showed that it was from Jianghuai City. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Wu Hao? I'm Wu Hao. Hello, Chairman Wu. I am Zhang Qingyan, the secretary of the chairman of Tianlong Building. The ownership certificate of Tianlong Building has been processed. I wonder when Chairman Wu will have time to come over. Wu Hao had just answered the phone when a light and ethereal voice came out of the phone, which made Wu Hao almost feel pregnant. I'm at the main entrance of Suzuki Park. Please have someone come pick me up. Chapter 4 Tianfuan Villa Number 8. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hao calmed himself down and walked out of the park, while also asking the system in his mind. System, didn't you say there would be a reward every day? Does today count as one of them? Whether it is Shadow Dragon Number 1 or Tianlong Building, these are the rewards of the novice gift package. However, the system said that there is a reward every day, but Wu Hao did not receive today's reward. Host, the system's daily rewards will be issued on time at 8 a.m. Today's reward time has passed, but considering that today is the first day the host has bound the system can compensate the host with a reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for experiencing the system on the first day. You will be rewarded with a set of Villa Number 8 in Tianfuan. The property rights of the villa have been stored in the villa study. Finally, I don't have to sleep in the park tonight. A smile appeared on Wu Hao's face. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful. It was another villa worth over 100 million yuan. Tianfuan is the most upscale villa area in Jianghuai City. Anyone who can live there must have a net worth of tens of millions. It can be said that 80% of the wealthy people in Jianghuai City gather in Tianfuan. Wu Hao had previously dreamed of buying a villa in Tianfuan, but unfortunately he did not have the financial resources to do so. Villa Number 8 in Tianfuan is the most expensive villa in the garden, but it has never been sold because of its high price. This is not to say that there are no rich people in Jianghuai City, but that everyone's money is not blown by the wind. Many people are reluctant to spend over 100 million yuan to buy a villa. Because they invest hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe they can get double the return the next day. Besides, even those big bosses with a net worth of over 100 million yuan will not have much cash flow. This also led to a constant stream of people coming to see the best building, but no one was really determined to buy it, which made it a bargain for Wu Hao. Boom! 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 Just when Wu Hao was thinking about the villa, suddenly there were bursts of explosion sounds, and then a phantom suddenly came to Wu Hao and stopped. Then the car door opened, a long leg and printed black stockings stretched out, and a slim beauty walked out of the car. She has a cool and elegant temperament, like a fairy who is not of this world. With flawless facial features and black hair falling on her shoulders like a waterfall. Wu Hao withdrew his gaze with some reluctance, because he found that he felt like he was molesting a fairy. Jiang Qingyan? Wu Hao's expression was a little unnatural. He didn't expect Jiang Qingyan to come and pick him up in person. He did know Jiang Qingyan, but it was just a one-sided relationship. Hello, Mr. Wu. I'm Jiang Qingyan. Why did you come here in person? I just happened to have nothing to do, so I came here to pick up Mr. Wu. I'm worried about other people coming. Mr. Wu, are we going to Tianlong Building now? The young man in front of her is the new chairman of Tianlong Building. Jiang Qingyan naturally has to come to meet him in person. After all, this is related to whether she can continue this position in the future. Wow, TSK, is this the Porsche 918 Spider? Wu Hao did not answer Jiang Qingyan's words immediately, but looked at the crimson sports car in front of him. This was the first time that Wu Hao had seen a sports car at such a close distance, and it was a sports car worth over 10 million. You have to know that one tire of this car might be worth more than his entire net worth. Of course, he doesn't have the ability to own one, but this doesn't prevent Wu Hao from getting to know these sports cars. After all, who doesn't have a dream of owning a sports car? Even if you know you can't afford it, you can still feel satisfied just by looking at it on your phone every day, right? Mr. Wu, please stop insulting me. My car is not bad, but compared to Mr. Wu's Shadow Dragon Number 1, mine is the weakest of the weak. Jiang Qingyan's expression was a little unnatural. Although in the eyes of most people, her Porsche was indeed very cool, it also depended on what car it was compared with. Her Porsche 918 Spider is only over 20 million, while Wu Hao's Shadow Dragon No. 1 costs 180 million, which is enough to buy her 7 or 8 Porsches. Wu Hao was stunned for a moment after hearing Zhang Qingyan's words. Then he remembered that he already had a king of sports cars. If Zhang Qingyan hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten it. Let's go. Wu Hao didn't say anything else, but walked to the passenger seat, opened the door and sat in. When Zhang Qingyan saw Wu Hao get in the car, she also got in quickly and drove Wu Hao to Tianlong building. Suzuki Park is not far from Tianlong building, and it only takes about 10 minutes to reach the entrance of Tianlong building. Mr. Wu, please wait for me. I'll go park the car and come back later. Zhang Qingyan did not enter the parking lot, but parked her car at the entrance of Tianlong building, so Wu Hao had to wait for her. It's okay, go ahead. Wu Hao didn't care about these little things. After getting off the car, he walked towards the Tianlong building. His previous company was here, so he was very familiar with the Tianlong building. There is a large lounge on the first floor of Tianlong building. He planned to wait for Zhang Qingyan there. After Zhang Qingyan saw Wu Hao get out of the car, she drove to the underground garage. Wu Hao entered the Tianlong building easily. After all, it was already time to get off work, and there were many people coming in and out. It was impossible for the security guard to tell who was an employee of the building. Just when Wu Hao sat down in the lounge, his cell phone rang again. Wu Hao was a little confused as to who would call him now. Ever since his company went bankrupt, his so-called friends have blocked his phone number one after another, simply because they were afraid that he would borrow money from them. Wu Hao had already lost interest in the matter, so he didn't have many phone numbers saved in his phone now. All the numbers he had were from his family members. Chubby? Hello? Hey, Wu Ritian, what's wrong with you? You didn't even tell me about this huge incident. Do you still consider me your brother? Chubby, what are you talking about? What happened? Fuck. You son of a bitch, are you still acting crazy and stupid in front of me? I just checked VX and found out that your company has gone bankrupt, and that bitch Zhang Yan has divorced you, right? Wu Hao was stunned. It turned out that Pang Pang was talking about his divorce. He guessed that Shru Zhangyan must have posted it on WeChat Moments. Well, I just completed the divorce procedures. So what happened to your company? Did it really go bankrupt? Well, it's hard to explain this matter right now. Anyway, it's over, so there's no need to mention it again. Damn it, I told you that bitch Zhangyan is unreliable, but you insisted on marrying her. Where are you now? I'll take a leave of absence this afternoon and go see you. Okay, don't ask for leave, I'm fine. I will go back to my hometown tomorrow to help my grandfather celebrate his 80th birthday. I will come to see you then. Are you really okay? It's really okay. Oh well. Chapter 5, Best Friend, Wang Fu is looking for trouble. Wu Hao chatted with Pang Pang for a while and then hung up the phone. The phone rang again. Wu Hao took a look and found that it was Pang Pang who transferred 10,000 yuan to him. A smile appeared on Wu Hao's face. Before, everyone was worried that he would borrow money from them, but now that Pang Pang knew about his situation, he transferred 10,000 yuan to him without thinking twice. Although the money is not much, it can be seen from here that Pang Pang has not changed and has always been Wu Hao's best friend. Son, I will gladly accept this money. When I become rich, I will return it to you 1,000,000 times over. Wu Hao did not reject Pang Pang's kindness. He sent a message back to Pang Pang because he knew that if he did not take Pang Pang's money, Pang Pang would definitely run away from Tianyu City. Besides, he is indeed penniless now and needs some money for emergencies. Although he is now worth tens of billions, he does not have a penny in cash. Get lost, wait till you're not starving to death. Pang Pang's message was replied immediately. Pang Pang had no idea that it was because of this action that Wu Hao would repay him 1,000,000 times in the future. Hey, isn't this our President Wu? Just after Wu Hao finished listening to Pang Pang's voice, a voice came from behind him, but it sounded a bit mocking. Wu Hao turned his head and saw a fat middle-aged man with Mediterranean features walking towards him. Wu Hao recognized this man as the CEO of another company across from his company. Wang Fu, are you okay? I'm sure I'll be fine. But Mr. Wu, your company went bankrupt, didn't it? What are you still doing here? Could it be that he came here to look for a job because he was down and out? Wang Fu had a gloating look on his face. He didn't expect to see Wu Hao here again. Wu Hao's previous company was engaged in parts processing and assembly. The same is true for his company. In addition, the two of their companies happen to be across from each other. It is said that competitors are enemies, and Wu Hao's company is thriving. Wang Fu was naturally very jealous of Wu Hao. Now that Wu Hao's company had finally gone bankrupt, Wang Fu naturally had to find a way to make his presence felt. It's none of your business what I do here. Wu Hao didn't want to talk more with Wang Fu and replied coldly. It's indeed none of my business what you, Wu Hao, do, but I don't know if you remember that irrelevant people are not allowed to enter Tianlong building. Your company has gone bankrupt, you should not be qualified to come here anymore. If I call the security guards over, do you think you will be kicked out? After Wang Fu finished speaking, he looked at Wu Hao with a sneer on his face. He just wanted to see Wu Hao looking unhappy with him but unable to do anything about it. After all, he had the same mentality towards Wu Hao in the past, but God finally opened his eyes, and Wu Hao's company was cheated and went bankrupt. Now was the time for him, Wang Fu, to laugh at Wu Hao. Security, security. When Wang Fu saw that Wu Hao dared to ignore him, his mentality exploded instantly, and he turned around and shouted towards the door. As Wang Fu shouted, he instantly attracted a lot of attention, including the security guards in the Tianlong building. 2 security guards walked towards the lounge. In addition to the 2 security guards of the Tianlong building, there are also some employees working in the Tianlong building. After all, according to the current situation, there must be a big melon in the lounge. What the people of Tianfu Kingdom like most is eating melons, so a lot of employees soon gathered in the lounge. At this time, Wu Hao, who was still sitting in the lounge, saw the crowd gathering around him. He couldn't help but frown slightly, and then he glanced at the time on his mobile phone. It's been almost 10 minutes since Qingyan went to park her car, and she hasn't come back yet. Does it take so long to park a car? But what Wu Hao didn't know was that Qingyan had already parked the car a long time ago, but something happened just after she parked the car, which caused her to be a few minutes late. Sir, I wonder what's up with you. 2 security guards from Tianlong building came to the lounge, glanced at Wu Hao and Wang Fu, and one of them asked Wang Fu a question. Security guard, you're here at the right time. Our Tianlong building has a rule that non-employees of the Tianlong building cannot enter and leave at will. Sir, Tianlong building does have such a rule. I wonder what you are talking about. The security guard nodded when he heard this. Tianlong building did have such a rule that only employees were allowed in and out of the Tianlong building. If an outsider wants to enter the Tianlong building, he must be led by someone inside, otherwise he cannot enter the Tianlong building. Because the Tianlong building gathers all the major companies from Jianghuai City and even Tianyuan province, these companies naturally do not want to be disturbed while they are working. The cause of this situation is naturally the ubiquitous takeout groups. Tianlong building did not have this rule before. However, after receiving many complaints about delivery men going to the wrong places and disturbing their company's employees, Tianlong building introduced this rule. He is not an employee of Tianlong building, but he sneaked into Tianlong building. I suspect he has an impure purpose in entering Tianlong building. If it causes losses to some companies in the Tianlong building, I think you as security guards will also be punished. Wang Fu didn't need any reason at all. He could just say anything to ask the security guard to kick Wu Hao out, which would definitely make Wu Hao lose face. What's wrong with this person? He is not an employee of Tianlong building, but he actually ran into Tianlong building. Moreover, he looks unkempt. He's not trying to come in and steal something. Not bad, not bad. I didn't see anyone bring him in. And you can see that his hair looks like it hasn't been washed for a few days. There's even some dust on his clothes. He looks a bit like a homeless person who sleeps in the park or under the bridge. After Wang Fu finished speaking, the crowd gathered here looked at Wu Hao, and some who liked to watch the fun said, "But I have to admire these people's vision." After Wu Hao's company went bankrupt, although it didn't get to the point of life and death, they still indulged themselves for a few days. Once a person encounters something sad, his appearance will naturally look much older very quickly, and Wu Hao hadn't shaved for several days. And he didn't take a shower last night and slept in Suzuki Park all night, so he looked a bit sloppy now. Sir, are you an employee of Tianlong building? Or were you brought in by someone you know? I'm not an employee of Tianlong building, and no one brought me in, but it was Qingyan who asked me to wait for her here. Wu Hao was indeed not an employee of Tianlong building, but he was the owner of Tianlong building, and it was indeed Qingyan who asked him to wait here. But no one else knew this. Naturally, no one would believe Wu Hao's words. Ha ha ha. Wu Hao, are you stupid? Even if you want to find an excuse, you have to find a better one. Do you know who Jiang Qingyan is? That's the secretary of the chairman of Tianlong building. You actually said that Secretary Jiang asked you to wait for her here. Do you want to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit my Huabei? Chapter 6 Jiang Qingyan arrives. Sir, if you have nothing to do, please leave Tianlong building, otherwise, we will take coercive measures. No one would believe what Wu Hao said, because let alone people like them, even if the bosses of some big companies wanted to meet Jiang Qingyan, it would be impossible for them to meet her whenever they wanted. Wu Hao actually said that Jiang Qingyan asked him to wait here. How could these people believe it? It was really Jiang Qingyan who asked me to wait for her here. Besides, although I am not an employee of Tianlong building is mine. Wu Hao was really helpless, and at the same time he was somewhat resentful towards Jiang Qingyan. Her efficiency was too slow. Crazy, this guy must be crazy. If Tianlong building is his, then can I say that Jianghuai City is mine? That's right, he doesn't even try to figure out what he can do, but he actually dares to say that Tianlong building is his. Is this guy crazy? That's right. I think we should call Qingshan Mental Hospital and ask them to come and take him away. This guy is definitely mentally ill. If everyone thought Wu Hao was just bragging when he said that just now, then now that Wu Hao said that Tianlong building was his, everyone would think that Wu Hao was a mental patient. Otherwise, how could he say such words? Everyone, you may not know this yet. His name is Wu Hao. He used to be the boss of Haoyu Company, but his company went bankrupt not long ago. When Wu Hao heard someone say they were going to call the mental hospital, Wang Fu revealed Wu Hao's identity. Wu Hao's company went bankrupt, and now he is talking nonsense here. Maybe he really has mental problems. If Wu Hao could be sent to a mental hospital, even if Wu Hao was not mentally ill, he might be treated as such. If Wu Hao wants to get out again, it may not be so easy. He may have to stay in there for 10 days or half a month. I also know about Haoyu Company. It did go bankrupt a few days ago. I didn't expect this person to be the boss of Haoyu Company. Yes. It's such a pity that at such a young age, not only did his company go bankrupt, but he also became mentally ill. Security guard, you should call Qingshan Hospital as soon as possible. I've heard that some people with mental problems sometimes have a tendency to attack people around them. If they get beaten, it would be in vain. Everyone took a few steps back at the same time. If someone was beaten up by a mentally ill person just for watching the fun, there would be no way to appeal. Even the two security guards pulled out their stun batons and looked at Wu Hao vigilantly. If Wu Hao made any dangerous move, the two security guards would knock him down without hesitation. Sir, please leave Tianlong building immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wu Hao, not knowing what Wu Hao would do next. Wu Hao sighed when he saw this. No one believed what he said. It was impossible for him to really drive these people away. Moreover, even if he had such an intention, he would not be able to succeed. Didn't he see the electric batons in the hands of the two security guards? Wu Hao sighed and stood up. As Wu Hao stood up, everyone's nerves were aroused and they all retreated to the back. It turned out that Wu Hao did not intend to attack them, nor did he have any intention of leaving. Instead, he picked up his phone and started making a call. The call was connected quickly, and Jiang Qingyan's voice came from the other end, which made Wu Hao feel a little relieved. If Wu Hao couldn't get through to Jiang Qingyan on the phone at this time, he would be really embarrassed. I'm sorry, Mr. Wu. I just twisted my foot accidentally. I'll be there soon. Before Wu Hao could say anything, Jiang Qingyan's somewhat anxious voice came from the other end of the phone, because she had indeed sprained her ankle just now, otherwise she would not have been away for so long. No hurry, I'll wait for you in the lounge. When Wu Hao heard that Jiang Qingyan had sprained her foot, all his previous dissatisfaction with Jiang Qingyan disappeared with his words, "Don't worry. Your secretary Jiang will be here soon, and he will be able to prove that what I said is true." After Wu Hao hung up the phone, he said something to the two security guards. As for those people who were watching the fun, he ignored them. Anyway, they would not believe anything he said now. It would be better to wait for Jiang Qingyan to arrive. Less than a minute after Wu Hao finished speaking, a series of clattering sounds were heard, and everyone couldn't help but turn around and look behind them. Behind them, I saw two beauties walking towards the lounge, but one of the women had difficulty moving and was supported by the other woman. When the two women appeared, everyone spontaneously made way for them because everyone recognized their identities. The woman who was being supported was Qingyan, the secretary of the chairman of Tianlong building. The woman who was supporting Qingyan was also not a simple person. She was Long Xian, Qingyan's first assistant. Seeing that it was really Qingyan who came, everyone looked at Wu Hao in surprise. Did he really know Qingyan? Mr. Wu, I'm sorry that I took up so much of your time because of my personal problems. I want to apologize to you here. Qingyan came in front of Wu Hao, looked at him with a slightly red face, and bent down involuntarily to bow to him. Today was her first day to meet the chairman, but because of her relationship, Wu Hao had to wait here for so long. If Wu Hao thought she was not doing her job well and fired her. Ah. It's okay, Secretary Jiang, is your foot okay? Wu Hao was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and asked in a tone that was a little embarrassed but also a little concerned, because when Qingyan bent down to apologize to him just now, he saw a beautiful scene. It's nothing serious. I was in a hurry and accidentally turned a corner. I'll be fine after I get back and apply some medicinal wine. Boss Wu, is there anything else going on here? How about I take Boss Wu upstairs first? Seeing that Wu Hao did not blame her, and that Mr. Wu even looked a little embarrassed, Qingyan also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know that when she bent down to apologize, she had exposed herself, and was seen by Wu Hao. Qingyan saw so many people gathered here, and the building as security guards were also here, so she asked out of curiosity. Nothing, do you want to rest here? Boss Wu, I'm fine. I've delayed Boss Wu Hao for so long. I'd better take Boss Wu to the office first. Okay, let's go. Wu Hao didn't say anything else. The three of them walked towards the building's exclusive elevator. As for those who were watching the fun, no one dared to speak the whole time, and Wu Hao was too lazy to pay attention to these onlookers. As for Wang Fu, who was causing trouble for him, he will have plenty of ways to deal with him and will definitely make Wang Fu pay the price. Chapter 7 Billionaire. 59th floor of Tianlong Building. Tianlong Building has 59 floors with a total height of 206.5 meters. The average height of each floor is 3.5 meters, and the entire 59th floor is used as the chairman's office. In addition to a 100 square meter office, there is also a gym, a movie room, an indoor swimming pool, a lounge, etc. Mr. Wu, this is your office. After Assistant Long Xian served 2 cups of coffee, Qingyan introduced some of the office conditions to Wu Hao, which made Wu Hao couldn't help but marvel. The facilities here are complete, and one can live here for a long time, just like a large flat floor villa. From now on, this place will belong to him, Wu Hao. Mr. Wu, this is the financial statement of our Tianlong building. There are 86 companies in the Tianlong building, and they can pay about 580 million yuan in rent to the Tianlong building every year. Excluding the costs of the management team, water, electricity, labor, and taxes, Tianlong building can make a profit of about 300 million yuan per year. Qingyan gave Wu Hao a financial statement of Tianlong building and introduced some information about Tianlong building to Wu Hao. Wu Hao didn't understand the other things very well, but he heard very clearly the annual profit of 300 million yuan, which meant that he didn't have to do anything in the future and would still have an annual income of 300 million yuan. Compared with the tens of millions he earned in a year by working hard, this is simply a world of difference. There is no comparison at all. And don't forget that Wu Hao also has the system. From now on, he no longer has to work so hard like before, and he can finally live a different life. Mr. Wu, this year's profit just came out. Do you think I can transfer it to your card, or does Mr. Wu have other plans? Put it on the card. Wu Hao took out the bank card from his wallet and handed it to Qingyan. Of course, it feels more reassuring to keep money in one's own bank card. Okay, I'll tell the finance department to remit the money to Mr. Wu now. Qingyan took the bank card and said something, then picked up the landline and made a call. Although this was Wu Hao's office, Qingyan, as Wu Hao's secretary, naturally also worked here. A few minutes after Qingyan made the call, a woman in her 30s walked in. After Qingyan's introduction, Wu Hao learned the woman's identity. She was the financial director of Tianlong Building. Mr. Wu, our building's management team doesn't know you're coming yet. Do you think you need to meet them? Are there many people? Not many, maybe about 100 people. Then get some management over here so I can meet with them. Wu Hao thought for a while and said that he had to get to know his employees so that he wouldn't run into them and not know who they were. After Qingyan knew what Wu Hao meant, she also started to make arrangements. After Zhang Qingyan finished the arrangements, her assistant also came in with a small medical box. Secretary Jiang, I've brought the medical kit. I'll help you apply some medicated wine first. Zhang Qingyan responded and walked towards the restroom with Long Xian. After all, she was wearing stockings today and she definitely couldn't take them off in front of Wu Hao. Looking at Zhang Qingyan, who walked into the lounge, for some reason, the scene of Zhang Qingyan taking off her stockings appeared in Wu Hao's mind. Wu Hao slapped himself lightly on the face, trying to stop himself from thinking about the strange scene, but it was not known whether Wu Hao was reluctant to slap himself because he was afraid of the pain, or he did not want the scene in his mind to disappear. It wasn't until his cell phone rang with a message that Wu Hao came back to his senses from the scene in his mind. He took out his cell phone and took a look. It was a bank card message. Your account 0064 received 300 million renminbi at 11:38 on October 15, and the available balance is 300 million renminbi. Longshang Bank. Wu Hao counted it 3 times before he confirmed that he had counted correctly. Indeed, 300 million renminbi had arrived in his account. Wu Hao's mood at this moment can be said to be even more excited than when he bound the system, because this was actual cash in his bank card. Chairman, this is your bank card. We will transfer profits to your bank card every year. At the same time, the management of our team is already in the meeting room. Chairman, would you like to come over now? After Yuan respectfully handed the bank card to Wu Hao, she also told Wu Hao about the meeting. Just after Yuan finished speaking, Long Xian also walked out with Zhang Qingyan. Okay, let's go. Secretary Jiang, you have an injury on your foot, so you should rest here. Otherwise, you can go home and rest for a few days. It won't be too late to go back to work after your foot is healed. It's okay, Mr. Wu. I applied some medicinal wine and plaster, and it's fine now. Zhang Qingyan's foot problem was indeed not a big deal, and it was Wu Hao's first time to come to Tianlong building. As Wu Hao's secretary, how could she not be by his side? This is an order. Wu Hao said this with a serious expression, and instantly an aura of a superior emanated from Wu Hao, shocking the 3 women. Although Wu Hao was just the boss of a small company before, he was used to giving orders, so he naturally had a unique aura. In addition, he is now the owner of Tianlong building and the chairman of Zhang Qingyan and others. The 3 of them naturally felt an aura from Wu Hao that only a superior person could have, which shocked them greatly, but they were more moved. After all, who doesn't want to be valued and cared for by their leaders? Then, I'll just rest here. Zhang Qingyan came back to her senses and said something, but she did not choose to go home after get off work. After all, she did not have much work to do here, she just had to sit here and handle some affairs. Finally, Long Xian and Yuan took Wu Hao to the conference room. After a while, they arrived at the conference room and saw several people already sitting inside. Seeing Wu Hao and the other 2 coming in, everyone quickly stood up from their seats, but everyone showed a look of shock. I originally thought that their new chairman would be an old man, or at least a middle-aged man. But what was unexpected was that Wu Hao was so young. Most of those present were older than Wu Hao, and only Long Xian, who came in with him, was about the same age as Wu Hao. At such a young age, he was able to buy Tianlong building from the former chairman, which shows how capable Wu Hao is. At the very least, he is the heir of a big family. They instantly felt a sense of awe towards Wu Hao, and at the same time were a little worried about the meeting that would follow, fearing that they might not do well in some way and make Wu Hao unhappy. Everyone, this is Wu Hao, the new chairman of our Tianlong building. Long Xian introduced Wu Hao's identity to everyone, and then stood behind Wu Hao. Welcome, chairman. Everyone, please sit down. Wu Hao nodded, said something and then sat down, and the few people here also sat in their seats. Please introduce your names and positions first. Chapter 8 Investigation. Hello, chairman. My name is Ji Yunfei and I am the general manager of the building. Hello, chairman. My name is Yang Wenba and I work as the deputy manager of the building. As soon as Wu Hao finished speaking, everyone began to introduce their names and positions. There were 2 managers and 1 director each of human resources, finance, security, and procurement. The 8 of them lead their respective staff to manage the entire Tianlong building. They are the highest ranking people in the Tianlong building management team. You should continue to manage the building the same way you did before. As long as my interests are not harmed, I will not interfere in the affairs of the building. But I have to say this in advance. If any of you damages the interests of the building, don't blame me for being ruthless. In order for you to work better in the future, I have decided to adjust your salary. the salary of all employees in my building will be increased by 10%. Wu Hao listened to their introductions and some of their work arrangements. In fact, these people's jobs are quite easy. There are only a few months in a year that are busy, and the rest of the time is mostly leisurely, and Wu Hao naturally cannot keep an eye on it all the time. His future mission is to enjoy life, but Wu Hao also warned these people to prevent anyone from embezzling money. Finally, in order to reward them, Wu Hao also increased everyone's salary. After all, if you want the horse to be full, you have to feed it, right? Thank you, Chairman. Several people instantly showed happy expressions on their faces. After all, who doesn't want to get a raise? And the increase was 10%. Okay, now let me ask you something. Wu Hao pressed his hand and said something. What Wu Hao wanted to ask next was the main purpose of his meeting these people. You should know that Wu Yu's company went bankrupt a few days ago. I want to know who was responsible for renting the venue to Hao Yu's company 4 years ago. Wu Hao had been very curious about this matter before, but he didn't think much about it at that time. After all, it was a good thing to be able to open a company in Tianlong building. But after the company went bankrupt and he was kicked out of the house, Wu Hao felt like he had been tricked, so he wanted to investigate. Chairman, please wait a moment. I will check it out. After Wu Hao finished speaking, Human Resources Director Li Ming responded and looked through his notebook, because all rental and hiring business was under the charge of the Human Resources Department. This. Chairman, 4 years ago, the hiring of Hao Yu Company was handled by Zhang Yongming, the team leader of the Human Resources Department. Li Ming was stunned for a moment when he looked at the information displayed on the document, but he quickly came to his senses and reported to Wu Hao. Zhang Yongming? Wu Hao had never heard of this name. The employee who signed the contract with him 4 years ago was an employee named Kong Junlong, who was introduced by his college classmate Zhang Bo. Ask Zhang Yongming and an employee named Kong Junlong to come over. Yes, Chairman. Li Ming responded and walked out. Wu Hao could hear him making a phone call outside. After a while, Li Ming walked in. Chairman, Zhang Yongming and Kong Junlong will be here soon. Please wait for a moment. Wu Hao was not in a hurry. He responded and waited. Others did not dare to say anything. They were just wondering why Wu Hao cared so much about a bankrupt company. I am the boss of Hao Yu Company. Wu Hao seemed to know the doubts in their hearts. He told them that he was the boss of Hao Yu Company, which stunned everyone again. Perhaps only Li Ming behaved more normally. After all, he had just seen that the boss of Hao Yu Company was called Wu Hao. And now that Wu Hao asked about this again, Li Ming knew that the boss of Hao Yu Company was his current chairman. No one could understand why Wu Hao, if he had such ability, would rent a place here to start a company. Could it be that Wu Hao is really the heir of a big family, and he started a company to experience life, but after the company went bankrupt, he bought the entire building in a rage? Maybe Wu Hao didn't know that they were thinking this way, otherwise he would definitely be speechless. Da. Just when everyone was daydreaming, there was a knock on the door of the conference room, and then 2 men walked in from outside. One of them was someone Wu Hao knew. He was Kong Junlong, the employee who signed a contract with him 4 years ago. Wu Hao was able to recognize Kong Junlong, and Kong Junlong naturally recognized Wu Hao as well. This made Kong Junlong's expression change, but now Kong Junlong didn't dare to say anything because those sitting there were all senior executives of the building. Only Zhang Yongming looked at Wu Hao, who was sitting in the chairman's position, with some curiosity. He was somewhat curious about Wu Hao's identity and how he could sit in the chairman's position. Could it be the chairman's son? Chairman, someone is here. Li Ming's words chairman surprised both of them, especially Kong Junlong, because he knew Wu Hao. Didn't Wu Hao's company go bankrupt? How did he become the chairman of Tianlong building? What about the company that Wu Hao opened before? And when did Tianlong building change its chairman? Although Kong Junlong had never met the former chairman, he knew that the former chairman was an old man and could not be Wu Hao. But those present here are all members of the management of Tianlong building. It is impossible that they don't know the chairman of Tianlong building. Zhang Yongming, do you know someone named Zhang Bo? Chairman, Zhang Bo is my nephew. Then you know about Hao Yu Company. Hao Yu Company was able to rent a place here to open a company. Did Zhang Bo ask you to help? Yes, Chairman. Then did you accept any benefits from Zhang Bo? Also, do you know why Zhang Bo asked you for help? To the chairman, I did not accept any benefits from him. After all, it is a lease no matter who you rent it to. Zhang Bo is my nephew who spoke up, so I agreed to it within my ability. As for whether my nephew Zhang Bo had any purpose, I don't know. At that time, he just said that the boss of Haoyu Company and he were very good classmates. Is it good? Wu Hao murmured something speechlessly. Although he and Zhang Bo were college classmates, their relationship was just acquaintance and they could not be considered close at all. It's just that Zhang Bo said that he knew someone in Tianlong building and that he could help him rent a space in Tianlong building to start a company. Wu Hao did not refuse such kindness, and Zhang Bo did not disappoint Wu Hao. He actually rented a place in Tianlong building to start a company. Moreover, it was all thanks to Zhang Bo that he was able to meet and marry Zhang Yan, but now it seems that there is a big problem with this classmate of his. But Wu Hao couldn't understand it for a moment. Based on his relationship with Zhang Bo, it was impossible for Zhang Bo to be so nice to him. Then is the bankruptcy of his own company also related to Zhang Bo? Chapter 9, Rejected Jiang Qingyan. Wu Hao finally asked Kong Junlong, but Kong Junlong also knew nothing, so Wu Hao could only let the two of them leave. Wu Hao had no intention of punishing Zhang Yongming. After all, he did not break the rules of Tianlong building. It would be unreasonable for Wu Hao to punish him. Wu Hao knew that if he wanted to figure out these things, he could only look for the answers from Zhang Bo, so this matter had to be postponed. Directorly, I wonder when the contract with Fubao Company, Limited on the 5th floor will expire. The contracts for Tianlong building are all signed for 1 year, but this is not absolute. For example, some large companies sign contracts for 5 years. But those small companies sign contracts for 1 year, and Wu Hao's company was the same at the time. Wu Hao rented an apartment of 100 square meters, and the rent per square meter was 38,000 yuan. This is why Wu Hao's rent on the 5th floor is relatively cheap, because the rent of each higher floor in Tianlong building is much more expensive. In addition, it was Zhang Bo who used his connections to help Wu Hao get an installment payment plan, otherwise he would not have been able to rent the Tianlong building to start a company. Chairman, the contract with Fubao Company, Limited will expire in 3 days. Li Ming checked the information and quickly found the Fubao Company that Wu Hao mentioned. At the same time, Li Ming was also very curious about what Wu Hao wanted to do. Although Li Ming still didn't know what Wu Hao wanted to do, he had some guesses, because from the information, this Fubao Company, Limited, like the previous Haoyu Company, was engaged in parts processing and assembly. It is said that two companies are enemies, and the two are right opposite each other. Li Ming guessed that the president of Fubao Company, Limited might have offended his chairman. That's perfect. If Fubao Company, Limited wants to renew the lease, then we'll increase the rent by 20%. Wu Hao smiled knowingly. His former opponents could now be overwhelmed by just a few words from him. This was the power of money and status. Yes, Chairman. Okay, today's meeting ends here, let's all go. Wu Hao said nothing more. He said hello to everyone and left the meeting room. When he returned to the office, he saw Jiang Qingyan processing documents. Mr. Wu. I'll leave Tianlong building to you. I'll go back first. Mr. Wu, it's already dinner time. I wonder if Mr. Wu can have dinner with me. You should go back and rest first. There will be plenty of time once your foot is healed. Although Jiang Qingyan is a top-notch beauty, it is precisely because of this that Wu Hao does not want Jiang Qingyan to be too tired. After all, it is not suitable for her to move around too much now. Oh well. Mr. Wu, here are the keys to your Shadow Dragon. The car is parked in your exclusive parking space in the underground garage. I'll let Long Xin take you there. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Jiang Qingyan's face. She didn't expect Wu Hao to reject her. This was the first time she invited a man to dinner and was rejected. It is no exaggeration to say that in Jianghuai City, the men who want to invite her to dinner can line up from the east to the west of the city, but she has never accepted any man's invitation. In fact, Tianlong building also has its own employee restaurant, but if Wu Hao were to be invited to dinner in the employee restaurant, it would seem a little insincere. Jiang Qingyan then took out a black square pendant, which was the car key of Wu Hao's Shadow Dragon number 1. Okay, remember to go back and have a good rest. Wu Hao took the key, said something, and left, and Long Xian took Wu Hao all the way to Wu Hao's exclusive parking lot, where a dark gray sports car came into view. The entire body of the car has smooth lines and looks very visually appealing. The body is much taller than ordinary sports cars. The most eye-catching part is the front cover of the entire car. Because there is a soaring dragon carved on the hood of the car, but it does not affect the look of the entire car, as if there is a giant dragon flying on the hood of the car. Wu Hao walked around the entire car. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Putting aside the issue of money, what Wu Hao liked was the shape of the car. Wu Hao glanced at the license plate, Jiang A.99999. This must be the legendary Supreme Being. Wu Hao sighed and pressed the car key in his hand. A beep sounded, the headlights in front of the car flashed, and then the car door slowly rose. You go up first. Yes, Chairman. Wu Hao turned around and sat on it. A sense of pride suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. The only Shadow Dragon #1 in the world was now his. Boom boom boom. After Wu Hao got a little familiar with the car, he stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out with a roar, leaving Long Xan standing there in a daze. Boom boom boom. Wu Hao took a tour around the commercial center of Jianghuai City, completing his first street rocking achievement, and finally arrived at the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Jianghuai City, Hanhai Hotel. Wu Hao handed the key to the waiter who came running over and walked in. When Wu Hao walked into the Hanhai Hotel, there were already more than a dozen people waiting. Welcome to Hanhai Hotel. More than a dozen people bowed and said welcome. Wu Hao walked towards a middle-aged man standing in the middle with a smile on his face. Sir, I am Hu Bin, the lobby manager of Hanhai Hotel. How can I help you? Find me a private room and give me one of your hotel's signature dishes. I'll eat alone. Okay, sir, please follow me. In fact, if you want to dine at the Hanhai Hotel, you need to make a reservation for a private room, but Hu Bin didn't even mention it. He turned around and walked inside with Wu Hao. That is relative to ordinary people, but Wu Hao just drove the Shadow Dragon #1 here, and they could see it clearly in the lobby. Otherwise, Hu Bin would not have been so polite. The only thing in the world was of such great value that a small lobby manager like him could not offend it. If Wu Hao was angered, perhaps even the Hanhai Hotel would be implicated. Wu Hao, led by Hu Bin, came to the only Emperor Pavilion on the 16th floor. Sir, this is the only private room in our Hanhai Hotel, the Emperor's Pavilion. Please wait a moment, sir. I will serve you the food right away. Is there anything you cannot eat? No, go ahead. Okay. Hu Bin bowed again before retreating. After Hu Bin left the private room, he realized that there was a layer of sweat on his back. Wu Hao spoke in a casual manner, without any overly strong aura, but even so, Hu Bin still broke out in a sweat, as this was a kind of inattention. As Hu Bin walked back, he took out his cell phone and made a call. The number he called was the owner of the Hanhai Hotel. At this time, Wu Hao, who was in the private room, didn't know that he was visiting the facilities in the room. It was more like an exhibition hall than a private room. The entire private room is about 100 square meters. On the left is a large round table made of Wangwali wood. Behind the round table is a set of sofas and coffee tables, also made of Wangwali wood. Chapter 10 System Mall Opening. After touring the layout of the private room, Wu Hao came to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the endless stream of cars and the pedestrians rushing to and fro on the street. Not long ago he was one of the crowd, and even a few days ago he was inferior to most people, but now he has stood at the top of all living beings. Although there are still many people that Wu Hao cannot compare to, Wu Hao believes that it won't be long before, with the support of the system, he will be able to catch up with those people and even surpass them. Boom boom boom. Just as Wu Hao was sighing, there was a knock on the door, and then Hu Bin pushed the door open and walked in. Behind Hu Bin, 4 waiters came in pushing food carts. Then the waiter placed plates of delicious dishes on the table. There were 8 dishes in total, a soup, and a small bowl of rice. Sir, I don't know what you like, so I prepared 8 different dishes for you. Please enjoy them slowly. We'll be waiting outside. If you need anything, please call us. All the staff of Hanhai Hotel are sincerely at your service. Wu Hao nodded and sat down at the dining table. He looked at the 8 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Regardless of how they tasted, the appearance alone was worthy of a 5-star rating from Wu Hao. Wu Hao was about to start eating when he suddenly thought of something. He took out his cell phone and started taking a lot of photos. Then he opened VX and started editing his moments. Why? I have been busy all morning to make a living and now I have time to eat. Who knows the hardships of working people? After editing the text, add a 9-grid photo with 1 click, select visible to everyone, and post it directly on your moments. Let's eat. Wu Hao no longer cared about other things. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of boiled fish and put it into his mouth. However, Wu Hao didn't know that the number of replies to his circle of friends exceeded 10 in an instant. Ding dong. Ding dong. Wu Hao's cell phone kept ringing. While eating the delicious meal, he opened his phone and found that several people had sent him messages. However, when Wu Hao looked at the notes sent by those people, a sneer flashed across his face, and he did not reply to those people's messages. Because Wu Hao knew the true colors of these people. They just wanted to find out what was going on because he was eating well. These people had a good relationship with Wu Hao before, but after Wu Hao's company went bankrupt, not only did they not lend a helping hand, they even ignored Wu Hao's phone calls to them. The reason why he posted that to his friends just now was that he wanted to take another look at the true faces of these people, and Wu Hao even deliberately revealed his address. You are all a bunch of hypocrites who are trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. Yesterday you ignored me, but today I am too high for you to reach. Wu Hao immediately blocked and deleted those people's VX accounts and would never have any contact with them again. After deleting those people's VX, Wu Hao found Pang Pang's VX again, and then transferred a sum of money to Pang Pang, a full 1 million yuan. After Wu Hao bound the system, all his bank cards have been upgraded to SSS VIP, and there will be no restrictions on all consumption. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 1 million and getting 1 supreme point. The system has detected the supreme point. Would the host like to open the system mall? Just after Wu Hao transferred 1 million to Pang Pang, the electronic synthesized sound of the system rang in his mind again, which made Wu Hao's expression stunned. I didn't expect that this would be considered consumption of 1 million. Then if I transfer the money to another card, I wonder if it will be considered consumption. However, Wu Hao thought about it and felt that it was impossible. The system was not stupid. Even if he transferred the money to another card, it was still a bank card under his name. Open. Congratulations to the host for opening the system mall. The system rewards you with a free lottery chance. I hope the host will have a pleasant experience. Wu Hao ignored the free lottery for the time being and opened the system mall to check it out. He was shocked when he saw it. There are all kinds of things in the system mall, ranging from daily necessities to aircraft carriers and nuclear bombs, which dazzled Wu Hao. If that were all, Wu Hao wouldn't be so surprised. What made Wu Hao unbelievable was that there were actually martial arts secrets and cultivation techniques in the system mall. System, are you serious? Is there really anyone in this world who can cultivate immortality? If Wu Hao could still accept martial arts secrets, then the term cultivation of immortals was something that only appeared in novels and on TV, which was difficult for Wu Hao to accept for a while. Host, what's so strange about this? You've even bound the system, isn't this normal? This seems to be the case. Wu Hao paused, and then felt that what the system said made sense, but Wu Hao still found it incredible. System, can I become an immortal? It can only be said that the host has this opportunity, but the world where the host lives is the lowest level mortal world, and there is no spiritual energy to speak of. Even if the host is lucky enough to obtain the immortal cultivation technique, it will be difficult to achieve anything. Wu Hao. Wu Hao was speechless. The system meant that he could only watch but not possess it. If he couldn't even possess it, why did he release it for him to watch? Wasn't that intentionally making himself suffer? However, Wu Hao was only depressed for a moment. After all, even if he could not become an immortal, he was already very satisfied now. As for whether he would have the opportunity to become an immortal in the future, that all depended on his luck. Afterwards, Wu Hao checked the things in the mall again. He had to say that the system mall was really abnormal. The goods in it were dazzling and there was everything you could want. Even shares of many Fortune 500 companies were for sale. It was just the supreme points that were needed, and Wu Hao expressed that he was very hurt. System, what was the lucky draw you awarded before? Can your system also hold a lucky draw? Host, the lottery is just a function attached to the system. The host can spend supreme points to participate in the lottery. Every 10,000 supreme points can be used to participate in the lottery once. There are also several levels of lottery draws, including 100,000, 1 million, and 10 million. The more supreme points you spend, the better the lottery items will be. Can all the goods in the mall be obtained in the lottery? But isn't the number of supreme points required a bit too much? What if I spent 10,000 supreme points on the lottery and ended up drawing a roll of toilet paper? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Host, all the goods in the mall can be obtained through lottery. As for the problem mentioned by the host, it will not occur. The value of the items obtained through lottery will not be less than 10 times the supreme points. That's more like it. Wu Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, because 1 million RMB could only get 1 supreme point, and 10,000 supreme points were equivalent to 10 billion renminbi. If you really draw a roll of toilet paper in the lottery, it would be equivalent to using 10 billion to buy a roll of toilet paper. Who would do such a loss-making thing? But if it is not less than 10 times the supreme points, Wu Hao said that he can still accept it, but his total net worth is only more than 200 million. He doesn't even know when he will be able to draw the lottery, unless the system gives him 10 billion renminbi tomorrow. Chapter 11, Getting to Know Li Yuan, the bullied person. Boom boom boom. Just when Wu Hao wanted to use the system reward for the lottery, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the private room. Wu Hao had to give up his plan to draw the lottery for the time being. Come in. The door of the private room was pushed open, and the lobby manager from before walked in, holding a bottle of red wine in his hand, and next to the lobby manager was a middle-aged man. Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt your meal. This is Mr. Xiao Zhangtai, the chairman of Hanhai Hotel. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. I'd like to offer you a bottle of red wine as a token of my apology. Xiao Zhangtai stepped forward and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Wu Hao. When Wu Hao heard that it was the chairman of Hanhai Hotel, although he didn't know why the chairman of Hanhai Hotel came to see him, Wu Hao still stood up and shook hands with Xiao Zhangtai. Mr. Xiao, you are so polite. I appreciate the wine, but you can't drink since you have to drive later. Ha ha ha. Sir, you are right. We are good citizens who abide by the law. We must not cause trouble to the country and the people. We must not do anything illegal. But please accept the wine, sir. You can enjoy it slowly when you have time in the evening. Xiao Zhangtai signaled Hu Bin to put the wine on the table. After putting the wine on the table, Hu Bin walked out. After all, with his status, there were some things he couldn't know too much about. Then, thank you very much, Mr. Xiao. If Mr. Xiao is not busy, you might as well sit down and taste the delicious food of your own hotel. Seeing Xiao Zhangtai's expression, Wu Hao knew that if he didn't accept the red wine, Xiao Zhangtai probably wouldn't give up easily. Moreover, as the chairman of Hanhai Hotel, Xiao Zhangtai must have had some business to come and see him, and Wu Hao didn't even know Xiao Zhangtai before. As for his current identity, Xiao Zhangtai had no way of knowing it, so the only possibility was because of Shadow Dragon number 1. Don't underestimate Shadow Dragon number 1, it's just a sports car, but the significance of this sports car is extraordinary. Even if the richest man in Tianfu country knew the identity of its owner, he would probably come to visit him. Okay, then I'll obey your command. Xiao Zhangtai's face lit up with joy. He didn't expect Wu Hao to be so easy to talk to. His original plan was just to make himself familiar with him so that he could have a chat if they met in the future. But now, not only has he become a familiar face, Wu Hao has also accepted the red wine he gave him, and now he has even invited him to dine together. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boss Xiao, my name is Wu Hao. Is there anything Boss Xiao wants to talk to me about? He. Since Mr. Wu asked, I'm not afraid of you making fun of me. I heard that Mr. Wu's car is Shadow Dragon number 1, so I wanted to see this car that has been admired by the world for a long time. It also means that I want to make friends with Mr. Wu. Xiao Zhangtai laughed and said a little embarrassedly. After all, his actions today were indeed a bit abrupt. What's the point of calling it a magical car? It's just a car for transportation. As for making friends, let alone Mr. Xiao. I am just an unemployed vagrant. It is my honor to meet Mr. Xiao. Wu Hao has been a small boss for 3 or 4 years, so he naturally knows the importance of personal connections. Even though he is now the owner of Tianlong building, he doesn't really know any powerful upper-class people. Xiao Zhangtai was able to build the Hanhai Hotel into the only 7-star hotel in Jianghuai City. Naturally, his connections and skills are not comparable to ordinary people. Wu Hao naturally also wants to make friends with such people. Ha ha ha. Mr. Wu is right. It seems that I am obsessed. I will punish myself with 3 cups of tea instead of wine. What are you talking about, Mr. Xiao? Don't call me Mr. Xiao. Just call me by my name. Okay, then I'll be so generous as to call you Brother Wu. Since both of them were interested in making friends, they soon became brothers. Xiao Zhangtai also stayed with Wu Hao until the end of the meal and even waived the bill in the end. After eating and drinking, Wu Hao drove the Shadow Dragon to Tianfuan in Jianghuai City. He had to go back to see his big villa. At this time, in Tianyu City, adjacent to Jianghuai City, a man who looked like a manager was loudly scolding a fat man in an office. If Wu Hao was here at this moment, he would definitely be able to see that the fat man being scolded was just his best friend Li Yuan. Li Yuan, I'm warning you. I don't care what method you use. If you don't come up with a plan for me today, you'll be fired. I don't keep useless people here. I asked you to make a plan and you dithered. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who can do it. Manager, but that plan is in charge of Du Xiaoye. I don't know the details at all. Besides, how can I finish it in just one afternoon? Li Yuan now wanted to smash this bastard to death with an ashtray. He always scolded him for no reason, and today was even more outrageous. Originally, it was a project that was in charge of by his colleague Du Xiaoye, but just now the manager found him and asked him to take charge of that project. Li Yuan originally thought that he should just take charge. This is not the first time that this has happened. Who let Du Xiaoye show off? Many colleagues were saying that Du Xiaoye had an affair with the manager. Li Yuan didn't believe it at first, but now he believed it completely. But the plan was originally supposed to take a week, but the manager asked me to complete it in just one afternoon. Isn't this obviously trying to trick myself? Li Yuan had disliked his manager for a long time and really wanted to beat him up and quit his job. However, when Li Yuan thought of his 2-year-old daughter, a basin of cold water instantly woke him up. Whether you can finish it or not is up to you. Anyway, the chairman needs it early tomorrow morning, so you have to finish it for me even if you have to work all night. If I were you, instead of wasting time here, I would go back and make a plan for me. You. Okay, I'll do it. Li Yuan was so angry that his body was shaking, but in the end he endured it, picked up the documents on the table and walked out. Snort. A fat pig wants to fight me, but I still have him under my control, right? Looking at the fat figure leaving, the manager snorted coldly and said, but the manager's voice was not concealed at all and was heard by Li Yuan. Li Yuan clenched his fists tightly as he left, and walked away quickly without looking back. He was afraid that he really couldn't help but beat up the manager. Bang! Damn it, one day I'm going to make you two bitches regret this. Returning to his seat, Li Yuan slammed the document on the desk. Fortunately, no colleagues had returned to the office yet. Li Yuan was having dinner just now when he received a call from his manager. Now no one has returned to the company yet, so naturally there is no one in the office. Otherwise, Li Yuan really wouldn't dare to say such words. Chapter 12. Invite your best friends. Hold the grass a kind of plant. Li Yuan, exhausted both physically and mentally, sat down on a chair and took out his cell phone. He had just heard his cell phone ringing, but he couldn't check it because he was in the manager's office. Now that he finally had time, Li Yuan took out his mobile phone to see who had sent him the message, and saw that it was a money transfer message. If it was just a normal transfer, it would be fine, but that was a 7-digit transfer. It was the first time in his 20-plus years of life that he had seen so much money, a full 1 million. Didn't this bastard say that the company went bankrupt? How could he transfer 1 million to me? Did he lose hope and rob a bank? Li Yuan looked at the 1 million transfer in his VX account and muttered to himself that he didn't dare to take the 1 million, he had to ask for clarification first. If Wu Hao really robbed a bank, persuading him to surrender now might get him a reduced sentence. Li Yuan quickly called Wu Hao. Son, have you received the money your father transferred to you? Get lost. Wu Ritian, let me ask you, did you rob a bank? Listen to my advice and turn yourself in now. You may be able to get a lighter sentence. I will return the money to you immediately. I will cover for you with your uncle and aunt. Just rest assured and reform yourself in there. You can start all over again after you get out. Wu Hao had just returned to Villa number 8 in Tianfuan. He had not had time to visit the villa when he received a call from Pang Pang. As a result, he had just said a sentence when he heard Pang Pang's rapid lecturing. This made Wu Hao stunned. It took him a long time to realize that Pang Pang had misunderstood him as robbing a bank. Wu Hao was also made to laugh and cry by Pang Pang. But Wu Hao was still very happy because Pang Pang really cared about him, otherwise he would not have said such words. Rebellious son, I am not actually bankrupt. I am just testing some people. Wu Hao could only say this, otherwise he couldn't possibly say that he was bound to the system and was now a billionaire. Let us not talk about whether the system's affairs can be known to others. Even if I tell Pang Pang, he won't believe it. If I say that I am faking bankruptcy, it is still easy for people to believe it. Really? Of course, not only did your father not go bankrupt, but his company has grown bigger and bigger. today's assets have exceeded 100 million. That 1 million is the pocket money your father gave you. How is it? It's a surprise, isn't it? Fuck, you're really good. I might as well go over and hang out with you. Sure, as long as you come over, I will give you a position as vice president, and I will take care of you in the future. Godfather, please accept my greetings. After hearing what Wu Hao said, Li Yuan in the office knelt down in front of the phone with a serious expression on his face. Screw work, screw planning. At this moment, Li Yuan threw away all his dissatisfaction. He didn't want to suffer here anymore. Earning a salary of 5,000 yuan and doing the work of several people, he lives worse than a dog here. Li Yuan has already decided to quit his job right now. Do you need me to send someone to pick you up? When Wu Hao heard Li Yuan's words, he knew that this guy was finally willing to come to his side. He had called Li Yuan before when Wu Hao first started his company. However, Li Yuan rejected Wu Hao for the sake of his wife, because his wife also worked there, and then Wu Hao never called him Pang Pang again. No, I'll go there myself tomorrow morning. Okay, then you can arrange your own time. Call me when you arrive in Jiang City and I'll welcome you. Okay. After Wu Hao hung up the phone, he thought for a while. His Shadow Dragon was a sports car that could only seat 2 people. If he was going to pick up Li Yuan tomorrow, it would definitely not be possible. Moreover, he won't be able to drive the Shadow Dragon every day in the future, so he will have to buy another car. Another thing is that since Li Yuan has come to him, he needs a place to live. Therefore, Wu Hao also planned to buy a house for his good brother. Not only were they from the same village, but they also grew up together and went to the same school from elementary school to university. The relationship between the two can be said to be closer than that of brothers. Wu Hao doesn't mind taking his good brother to get rich together, so a house is nothing to Wu Hao. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hao took a tour of the villa. It was indeed the king of buildings in Tianlong. It could be called a manor. Wu Hao returned to the lobby on the first floor and called the sales manager of Tianlong, asking her to come over. Wu Hao waited for about a few minutes, and the doorbell rang outside the villa. Wu Hao opened the door remotely, and soon a woman in her 30s walked in. Hello, Mr. Wu. These are the villas that have not been sold yet in our Tianfu garden. There are 12 villas in total. Please have a look, Mr. Wu. Li Xian came to Wu Hao and handed him a distribution map of Tianfuan, which Wu Hao had just asked her to bring. Okay, I'll take a look first. Please, Manager Li. Mr. Wu, you are too polite. You are our most distinguished customer at Tianfuan. All of our employees at Tianfuan will put Mr. Wu's needs first. Wu Hao smiled and said nothing more. This is the privilege of rich people. As long as he needs something, he just needs to make a phone call and there will be plenty of people serving him. Wu Hao looked at the distribution map of Tianfuan. What surprised Wu Hao was that villa number 9 next to his villa number 8 had not been sold yet. Wu Hao immediately fell in love with villa number 9. He planned to buy villa number 9 and bring his parents to live with him. In addition, Wu Hao also had his eyes on villa number 13, which was the closest to his villa number 8. Manager Li, can you help me calculate the total price of villa number 9 and villa number 13? I think it will be okay if you handle the rest of the formalities and transfer the ownership tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Wu, I'll go back and handle it first. I'll call you tomorrow after I finish the documents. Okay. Li Xian looked at Wu Hao deeply and stepped back. Wu Hao's actions did surprise her. The villa in Tianfuan is the best in Jiang City. Even the smallest unit would cost 20 or 30 million, but with Wu Hao it was like ordering a dish. He didn't even ask the price. He just took a fancy to one and asked him to go through the formalities. Li Xian was not afraid that Wu Hao would not have the money to pay. You know, Wu Hao had already bought villa number 8, which was priced at 380 million yuan. So would Wu Hao not have the money to pay for a villa worth tens of millions? Now all that's left is to buy a car, so let's go buy it while there's still time. After settling the villa issue, Wu Hao prepared to buy another car. After all, he would need it tomorrow. With a plan in mind, Wu Hao immediately stood up and walked out. He did not drive out. After all, he was planning to buy a ready-made car and would definitely need to drive it back later. Wu Hao walked a long way out of Tianfuan before hailing a taxi and went directly to the largest car trading house in Jiang City. Chapter 13 Car Purchase Troubles. Wu Hao had been here a few years ago and still had some impression of the distribution of car brand stores here. Today, Wu Hao planned to buy a more ordinary car. He chose the Penguin 4S brand store. When Wu Hao walked into the Penguin 4S store, he found that there was a car show going on there today, which made it convenient for Wu Hao to act. Because generally, cars at a car show like this can be driven away directly if the purchase is successful, which is also a method used by some car sales. Wu Hao walked around the exhibition hall. He needed a normal car that could seat more people, so the best choice was an SUV. Because there were a lot of people at the auto show, Wu Hao didn't notice that in another direction, there was a man and a woman looking at him. When they saw Wu Hao come in, there was a hint of surprise on their faces. Zhang Yan, didn't you say that you kicked him out of the house? Why is he here? How would I know? The house and car are all in my name. Moreover, he also sold his other villa at a low price. All the money he got was used as compensation. It's impossible for him to still have money, unless he cheated me before and has something to hide, or he came here to find a job. As for him coming to buy a car, that's impossible. The man and the woman were none other than Wu Hao's ex-wife Zhang Yan and college classmate Zhang Bo. As for why the two were together, it was because Zhang Yan was Zhang Bo's lover. Because of Zhang Yongming's relationship, Zhang Bo's family opened a clothing company with assets of over 10 million yuan. He was considered a relatively famous rich second generation during his college years. Zhang Yan was one of Zhang Bo's lovers. Because of someone's relationship, Zhang Bo pushed Zhang Yan in front of Wu Hao and made Wu Hao and Zhang Yan get married. Let's go and see what he wants to do. If he wants to find a job, then we'll ruin his plan. Master Jiang said he would leave him penniless, so we can't let him find a job. Zhang Bo pulled Zhang Yan towards Wu Hao. At this time, Wu Hao had no idea about all this because he had already set his eyes on a nice car. What Wu Hao was interested in was a pure black Penguin Q3, a 5-seater SUV, which was exactly what Wu Hao wanted. Miss, if you buy this car, can you drive it away immediately? Sir, if you successfully purchase our Penguin brand car today, you can drive it home directly. Our company has already handled all the formalities for the convenience of customers. This is a car that combines all 4-cylinder engines, with 2 displacements, 1.5T and 2.0T, for a total of 3 power combinations. The standard Penguin high-end entertainment information system has multiple built-in driving modes to choose from, allowing you to enjoy a luxurious driving atmosphere. At the same time, you don't have to explain it so clearly. Just tell me how much the car costs and I can drive it away. Seeing that the salesperson was about to continue talking, Wu Hao waved his hand to interrupt her. If he really let her continue talking, she would probably not stop for an hour. After all, Wu Hao knows that salespeople work the hardest, because they can get a very substantial commission for every car sold. Which salesperson wouldn't work hard? There are even many salesmen who would rather sell their bodies in order to sell one, but that mostly happens with luxury cars. Sir, because we have already completed all the formalities, you can drive home immediately once the payment is successful, so the price is a little higher than usual. But we are doing a car show right now. If you can pay in full, it will only cost 237,000. Well, the price is not bad. Go and help me with the formalities. I want this one. Sir, would you like to pay in full or full payment? Okay, sir, please follow me. I'll take you to sign the car purchase contract. Xiaomo was extremely happy at this moment, because this was the fastest and easiest car she had ever sold. All the customers she had met before couldn't make up their minds after looking at the car for a long time. How could it be as easy as it is today? She didn't even tell her many parameters and functions, and Wu Hao bought the car in full. But when Xiaomo turned around, he found 2 figures standing behind him. Xiaomo thought they were also here to buy a car. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a woman's voice. Wu Hao, I divorced you, you wouldn't still follow me here. You're still here pretending to want to buy a car. Do you think you're still a big boss? You're just a broke loser now. Wu Hao, I'm warning you. If you harass me again, I'll sue you for sexual harassment. Little girl, don't be fooled by him. There is no way he is here to buy a car because he doesn't have even a dime in his pocket. If you don't believe me, just ask him and you will know. After talking about Wu Hao, Zhang Yan turned to the salesgirl and said that she wanted to embarrass Wu Hao in front of everyone. After hearing what Zhang Yan said, Xiaomo was also stunned for a moment. She looked at Wu Hao habitually. It was not that Xiaomo suspected Wu Hao, it was just a habitual behavior. She's right. I don't have a dime in my pocket. Seeing Xiaomo looking at him, Wu Hao didn't feel angry or embarrassed, because he really didn't have a penny in his pocket. Look. I told you he's just trying to be rich. He has no money and yet he comes here to cheat you. You should ask the security to kick him out. Wu Hao, if you don't have money for food, you can tell me. As my college classmate, I can give you 2 meals. Zhang Yan has already divorced you. There's no need for you to bother her anymore. It will only make you look very narrow-minded. Without waiting for Wu Hao to say anything, Zhang Bo on the side also spoke a few words. He liked to see Wu Hao's miserable look now. He. It seems that you don't know my identity yet. You might as well ask your second uncle Zhang Yongming, but I guess he may not recognize you as his nephew in the future. Also, I really don't have a dime in my pocket, but who among you here has cash in their pocket? Besides, who would bring hundreds of thousands of cash to buy a car? Do you think everyone is as idiotic as you? Miss, please take me to go through the formalities. Wu Hao said to Zhang Bo with a chuckle. As for Zhang Yan, Wu Hao was too lazy to even look at her. Another person who surprised Wu Hao was Zhang Bo's second uncle, Zhang Yongming, who had not even told Zhang Bo his identity. It seems that Zhang Yongming made the right choice. Although Wu Hao has not done anything to Zhang Yongming now, if he knew that Zhang Bo was the murderer who framed him for bankruptcy, Zhang Yongming, as Zhang Bo's second uncle, would be implicated to some extent. You. Okay, you want to buy a car, right? I'll see what you'll pay for it with later. When Zhang Yan saw that Wu Hao actually ignored her, she was almost injured from anger. However, Zhang Yan was sure that Wu Hao had no money to pay and he was just trying to save face. When the moment of payment comes, Wu Hao will definitely find all kinds of excuses to escape. Chapter 14 Lottery. Although Xia Mo didn't know whether Wu Hao really wanted to buy a car, she still took Wu Hao to the counter. There was a simple lounge over there, which was specially for customers who were going through the procedures for buying a car to rest. Wu Hao naturally followed Xia Mo, and behind him followed Zhang Bo, Zhang Yan, and a group of onlookers. Everyone wanted to see if Wu Hao really wanted to buy a car. Although there are many people looking at cars here, there are still very few who are really determined to buy a car, so there are still quite a few people here in the Penguin Forest store. Xia Mo asked Wu Hao to rest in the lounge, served him a cup of tea and then went to get the formalities. Because the exhibition cars had all been processed, all they had to do was get the customer's signature in payment. Xia Mo quickly brought the documents for the Q3 that Wu Hao had taken a fancy to, and handed it to Wu Hao while saying, "Sir, this is the car purchase contract. If you think there is no problem, you can sign and pay." Wu Hao didn't say anything. He took the contract, glanced at it casually, and then signed his name. Swipe the card. Wu Hao took out his bank card and handed it to Xia Mo. Zhang Yan imagined that Wu Hao would find various excuses to escape, but this did not happen, which made Zhang Yan stunned for a moment. Snort! There must be no money in that bank card. When he can't swipe the money out, he will definitely say that he took the wrong bank card. Just wait and see. Feeling that many eyes were on her, Zhang Yan said anxiously, but for some reason she felt scared. Bite. The payment was successful. The payment amount was 237,000 renminbi. Just as Zhang Yan finished speaking, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then everyone looked at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan's face suddenly turned red, and then she was filled with infinite anger. Wu Hao actually had money to buy a car. This must be the private money that Wu Hao had secretly hidden before. You are so good, Wu Hao. No wonder you always found excuses to refuse when I asked you for money before. It turns out you hid it yourself. Luckily, I divorced you. A man like you who refuses to spend money on his wife is destined to be single for the rest of his life. Zhang Yan seemed to have found another excuse to criticize Wu Hao. She couldn't stop talking once she started, which made Wu Hao frown. He didn't want to pay any attention to Zhang Yan, the bitch, but if she kept criticizing him, Wu Hao wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. Wu Hao put away the bank card and some documents and came to Zhang Yan. He raised his hand and slapped her. With a slapping sound, Zhang Yan's left cheek turned red instantly. You dare to hit me? Beating you is not a big deal. If you dare to talk nonsense here again, I will slap you to death. Am I not willing to spend money on you? Haven't you spent enough of my money in the past few years of marriage? The house you live in, the car you drive, and even the clothes and bags you wear, which one of them was not spent by me? You are so good. My company just went bankrupt and you couldn't wait to divorce me. You even want me to leave the house with nothing. Now you have the nerve to say that I am reluctant to spend money on you. How can you say such a thing? Fuck. This woman is so shameless. Not bad, not bad. If what this brother said is true, then her face is thicker than the bedboard. Moreover, she has found a man again after just getting divorced. She is obviously a vain green tea bitch. After Wu Hao finished speaking, the onlookers started talking and pointing fingers at Zhang Yan. Even Zhang Bo was criticized by the crowd. Wu Hao, don't be complacent. Even if you still have savings, someone will naturally take care of you. Let's go. When Zhang Bo saw that everyone was blaming them, his face turned ugly. After saying some harsh words, he pulled Zhang Yan away. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully slapping his ex-wife in the face, making the host and the system feel comfortable physically and mentally, and I will reward you with a chance to draw a lottery. Just as Wu Hao was about to leave, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, which made Wu Hao stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, after slapping Zhang Yan, the system rewarded her with a chance to draw a lottery, which was worth 10 billion supreme points. If I had known earlier, I would have slapped her a few more times. Maybe the system would have awarded her with a few more free draws. I just don't know if I will get any rewards next time I slap Zhang Yan. It's worth it, it's really worth it, it really makes me feel relaxed and happy. Wu Hao quickly arrived at Q3 and got in the car. When he successfully paid, Penguin employees installed a temporary license plate on his car. The official license plate will be processed within 5 to 10 working days. At that time, Wu Hao can drive over directly to get the license plate, or it can be mailed to his residence and Wu Hao can install it himself. Wu Hao has to go back quickly to draw the lottery. He already has 2 free draws, and Wu Hao is really looking forward to it. Wu Hao returned to villa number 8 of Tianlong. He first took a hot bath, then returned to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor and lay comfortably on the bed. System, use 2 free draw opportunities. The host successfully used the free lottery, and the system is currently drawing the lottery. The system's voice sounded, and a turntable as big as a millstone appeared in front of Wu Hao, with hundreds of items densely packed inside. The middle pointer was rotating rapidly, and after about 10 seconds it slowed down. As the pointer moved slower and slower, Wu Hao's heart also began to beat faster. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a body refining pill, which has been stored in the system space. The host successfully used the free lottery, and the system is currently drawing the lottery. As the lottery items were stored in the system space, the pointer on the turntable started to move again. Wu Hao didn't have time to see what the body refining pill was and continued to stare at the pointer on the turntable. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity of Qingyan Entertainment Company, worth 36 billion. The equity file has been stored in the system space. This lottery has ended. I look forward to the host's next lottery. Not bad, one more company. Wu Hao had a constant smile on his face. He didn't expect that he had another company. Wu Hao had heard of Qingyan Entertainment Company, which was the top company in the entertainment industry of Tianyuan province. The company is located in Longjiang City, not far from Jianghuai City, and has a 38-story building as its office. System, what is the function of this body refining pill? Is it a pill that can help me cultivate immortality? Wu Hao took out the body refining pill from the system space. The pill was light gray in color and about the same size as a longan. The system space is a virtual space that comes with the system, and the size of the space is determined by the size of the stored items. That is to say, if Wu Hao stores a grain of rice, then the system space will only be the size of a grain of rice. If Wu Hao stores a car, then the system space will be the size of a car. Theoretically, Wu Hao can store any items infinitely except living things. Host, the body refining pill is just an ordinary pill. It can only help the host improve his physical fitness, but it cannot allow the host to cultivate immortality. Chapter 15, Taking the Body Refining Pill. Although Wu Hao was a little disappointed when he heard this, he was not too persistent. What belongs to him will not escape, and what does not belong to him will be useless to force. System, can this body refining pill be taken directly? Good. Wu Hao didn't think much about it and directly put the body refining pill into his mouth. In addition to the taste of traditional Chinese medicine, there was also a slight bitter taste. Suddenly, Wu Hao felt an indescribable feeling in his body, a feeling of numbness appeared in his body, and this feeling became more and more obvious. In addition to a feeling of numbness, there is also a sense of pain, as if the whole body is being bitten by ants. Wu Hao could only endure it and not let himself scream. Wu Hao did not expect that this body refining pill would have side effects, but the system did not remind him. System, taking this body refining pill will make you feel so uncomfortable, why didn't you remind me? Host, I thought you knew. Wu Hao. He knows nothing. This is his first time to come into contact with these things, how could he possibly know these things? But now Wu Hao couldn't regret it anymore and could only slowly endure this unspeakable pain. I don't know how much time had passed, but just when Wu Hao was about to faint from the pain receded like a tide, and Wu Hao seemed to have lost all his strength, lying limply on the bed. His whole body was wet with sweat, even the bed was no exception, and there was a black sticky substance on his body, and there was also a foul smell. Wu Hao endured the stench and quickly got up and walked towards the desire room. He didn't come out until half an hour later. Although it is painful to take the body refining pills, I now feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. Even my height has increased a lot. It's amazing. Wu Hao couldn't help but clench his fists, muttering that in the past few years he had been focusing on his career and had to deal with various social engagements. Although my body had not yet reached the point of being hollowed out, there were still various minor problems, but now all those problems are gone, as if I were reborn. Wu Hao quickly tidied the messy bed, changed the bedding, put on his clothes, and hurried out of the villa. He had not packed any clothes after divorcing Zhang Yan, and now he only had this set of clothes. In addition, he had grown a lot taller after taking the body refining pills, so what Wu Hao needed most now was a change of clothes. On the other hand, after being humiliated and slapped in the face by Wu Hao, Zhang Bo immediately called his second uncle Zhang Yongming after returning home. He had to find out what was going on with Wu Hao. What's the matter? Zhang Bo's call had just been connected when he heard Zhang Yongming's somewhat impatient voice, which made Zhang Bo stunned for a moment. Uncle, I want to ask you about my classmate Wu Hao. Zhang Bo, I don't care what your reasons are, you must not offend Wu Hao in the future. Otherwise, our two families will no longer have any contact with each other, and we won't even be relatives anymore. Second uncle, what are you talking about? Wu Hao is a very good classmate of mine. How could I possibly offend him? Also, who is he that scares you so much? Zhang Bo was shocked. He couldn't expect his second uncle to say such words, even to the point of severing their relationship as a family. However, Zhang Bo still pretended to be calm and asked, could it be that Wu Hao has some hidden identity? But didn't Wu Hao come from the countryside? Moreover, Zhang Yan and Wu Hao had been married for several years and had already known Wu Hao's background clearly. He is the chairman of our Tianlong building. You should take care of yourself. Zhang Yongming finally revealed Wu Hao's identity. If Zhang Bo continued to oppose Wu Hao, Zhang Yongming would definitely draw a clear line between himself and his eldest brother's family. Because Zhang Yongming knew too well the importance of the position of chairman of Tianlong building, and it was not something that their small Zhang family could compete with. How is that possible? Looking at the phone that had been hung up, Zhang Bo seemed to have lost his soul. Wu Hao was just a poor loser, how could he be the chairman of Tianlong building? But it was impossible for Zhang Yongming to joke about such a thing, which forced Zhang Bo to believe it. He didn't know what to say for a moment. No, I have to tell Master Zhang about this. Even if you, Wu Hao, are the chairman of Tianlong building, compared to Master Zhang, you are at most a bigger grasshopper. Zhang Bo seemed to have thought of something and quickly searched on his mobile phone. He soon found the number he was looking for and dialed it. Taoyuan Club, Zhenghuai City. In an imperial private room of Taoyuan Club, a group of young men and women were having fun, the scale of which was beyond the common people's cognition. At this time, a young man in the middle was lying on a woman, his hands constantly pulling off her clothes, while the woman was trying to resist and even asking for help from the woman next to her. But the woman next to her ignored her request for help. Instead, she looked like she wanted to watch a show. One of the women next to her even helped to take off her clothes. Master Zhang, please let me go. I'm just a temporary worker delivering wine. I'm still a student. Ha ha ha. My favorite thing is students. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. I have a lot of money. It would have been fine if the woman didn't say anything. Once she said that, the young man became even more excited and couldn't help but increase his intensity. Mr. Zhang, are you going to perform for us here? At this time, a young man next to Master Zhang said something, and did not forget to look at the woman under Master Zhang. You would like to, but that's impossible. Master Zhang stopped what he was doing, stood up, pulled the woman over and walked towards the restroom next to him. The woman wanted to resist but she had no strength at all. Ding ling ling. Just as Mr. Jiang was about to reach the door of the lounge, his cell phone suddenly rang. Mr. Jiang took out his cell phone and answered the call. If you have something to say, tell me now. If you come to disturb me again, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Zhang Bo on the other end of the phone couldn't help but tremble when he heard the voice coming from inside, but he quickly came to his senses and then told Wu Hao that he was the chairman of Tianlong building. What? You said that loser is the chairman of Tianlong building? Master Jiang stopped and shouted into the phone in disbelief, even loosening his grip on the woman's hand. The woman, who was about to despair, felt the change in Master Jiang and exerted force with her hands. She actually broke free from Master Jiang's control and quickly fled out of the private room. But at this time, Mr. Jiang seemed to have forgotten the woman. He was listening to the phone with a grim expression. At the same time, the music in the private room stopped. Mr. Jiang, what happened? Chapter 16 Zhang Ziyang's actions. It's okay, go play. Zhang Ziyang said this with a grim expression, then walked out of the private room without looking back. This made the young men and women in the room look at each other, not knowing why Zhang Ziyang was so angry. Without Zhang Ziyang here, these young men and women felt bored and left Taoyuan Club one after another. On the other hand, after Zhang Ziyang left Taoyuan Club and returned to Zhang's house, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Explain. Only one word came out of the phone, and the voice was cold as if telling strangers to stay away, and Zhang Ziyang seemed to be used to it. Wu Hao, the former boss of Haoyu Company, I need all his information and where he is now. Zhang Ziyang quickly told Wu Hao's identity and the information he wanted to know. He had to find out what was going on. 100,000, and I'll give you the answer in 10 minutes. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you right away. As soon as Zhang Ziyang finished speaking, the other party hung up the phone, and Zhang Ziyang immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to the other party. Normally, 10 minutes would pass in the blink of an eye, but now Zhang Ziyang felt that 10 minutes seemed to have lasted a century. Ding dong. At a certain moment, the cell phone rang, and Zhang Ziyang quickly clicked on the message. When Zhang Ziyang saw the message on the phone, he couldn't help but frown deeply. If Wu Hao saw the information in Zhang Ziyang's phone at this time, he would definitely say awesome, because the information in Zhang Ziyang's phone is very detailed, and it can be said that it records everything Wu Hao has done from birth to now. The owner of Tianlong Building, the owner of Tianfuan Villa No. 8, the owner of Shadow Dragon No. 1, each of these identities possesses considerable power, and now they all belong to Wu Hao alone. How on earth did he do that? Zhang Ziyang couldn't understand why the loser he could easily control just a moment ago suddenly turned into a person that even he dared not underestimate. But Wu Hao's previous information had not changed, which made Zhang Ziyang confused. It was as if a new person had appeared out of thin air. Snort! No matter how you got these identities, the loser temperament engraved in your bones will never change. Zhang Ziyang seemed to have made some decision. After muttering something fiercely, he dialed a number again. Sendai Commercial Street, Zhenghuai City. After more than 2 hours of hard work, Wu Hao finally changed his clothes. Now Wu Hao looked like a gentleman, not the loser he was before. With her flowing hair, she looks energetic, wearing the latest style of Roman casual clothes, a Vacheron Constantine 57260 watch on her left hand, and a pair of trendy sneakers on her feet. Wu Hao spent more than 50 million yuan on this outfit. The clothes and shoes were not expensive, only tens of thousands of yuan. The most important thing was the watch, which cost Wu Hao 56 million yuan. If it wasn't for the purpose of earning supreme points, Wu Hao wouldn't have spent so much money to buy a watch worth more than 50 million. The watch alone brought him 56 supreme points. Although more than 50 supreme points are not enough for the lottery, they are enough for him to buy many things in the System Mall. After all, there are still many cheap things in the System Mall. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when Wu Hao left the commercial street. After putting all his things back in the car, he found a barbecue stall and ordered a lot of barbecue for dinner. Guest, this is the barbecue you ordered. It has been grilled for you. Please enjoy it slowly. Call me if you need anything. Good. Wu Hao only waited for a while, and all the barbecue he ordered was served. He ordered a lot of things: 10 kidneys, 10 skewers of grilled squid, 10 skewers of pork belly and 10 skewers of chicken feet. This time period is when there are the most customers, and the food he ordered can be baked in less than half an hour. Wu Hao was very satisfied with this speed. Because he had to drive, Wu Hao did not drink beer, but ordered a can of Sprite and started eating. Wu Hao was browsing his phone while eating the barbecue. Wu Hao, who was playing with his phone and eating barbecue, didn't notice that a group of burly thugs walked into the snack street and actually came to the barbecue stall where Wu Hao was. "Sorry, sir, there are no seats available at the moment. If you don't mind, you can order your food first. There will be seats available in about half an hour." Seeing a group of customers suddenly coming, the woman who had just brought the barbecue to Wu Hao hurried forward, holding a barbecue menu in her hand, and said a little embarrassedly, "Isn't there another table over there? We can just sit there." The leading young man looked at the woman, then pointed in Wu Hao's direction and said, "Guest, there are already people sitting over there, and there is no room for more than a dozen of you. I'm so sorry. Little sister, you don't have to apologize to your brother. Why don't you have a drink with us? I will forgive you." "Ha ha ha. Little sister, you are so lucky. Why don't you hurry up and thank our brother Ji? It is your honor that our brother Ji thinks highly of you. As long as you serve our brother Ji well, you won't have to set up a stall to sell barbecue here in the future." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the young men next to him burst into laughter, and one of them even wanted to reach out and touch the woman's face. "Sorry everyone, I don't drink." The woman quickly stepped back to avoid the man's hand, and wanted to leave after saying sorry. However, as soon as she turned around, she ran into a man's arms. "Little sister, I didn't expect you to be so proactive and throw yourself into your brother's arms. Don't worry, we will definitely satisfy you tonight." I don't know when a young man walked behind the woman, and when the woman turned around, she bumped into the young man's arms, which made the young man burst into laughter instantly. "Rogue, let me go quickly." Li Qianxian's face changed instantly, and she struggled in the young man's arms, trying to get out of his arms, but she was just a weak woman. How could she break free so easily? "Since you have called me a gangster, if I don't do something, how can I be worthy of the word gangster?" The young man laughed and kissed Li Qianxian on the lips, which made Li Qianxian's face change instantly, and she struggled even more fiercely. "I'm sorry, everyone. This girl is still young and naive. I bumped into you. I'm going to apologize to you right now. Also, feel free to order whatever you want to eat tonight. This is the old man's treat for you all, so please don't mind." Just when the young man was about to kiss Li Qianxian, an uncle suddenly walked out from the barbecue stall and pulled Li Qianxian out of the young man's arms. While protecting Li Qianxian behind him, the uncle kept apologizing to this group of people, as if he was afraid that these people would be dissatisfied. "Old ghost, you don't even have a seat here and you're treating us to barbecue. Do you want us to squat on the ground to eat? I think you really want to humiliate us." Chapter 17. Wu Hao angrily slaps Brother Ji. Brother Ji said this with a cold face, and even reached out to pat the uncle's face, not giving the uncle any face at all. Sorry, I'll find a seat for you guys right away. It will be ready soon." Li Tianxiao kept pushing Li Qianxian with his hands behind his back and nodding his head to apologize, while at the same time not forgetting to look at the customers at his stall. Because of the behavior of Brother Ji and his group just now, some timid customers have already left. At this time, in addition to Wu Hao, the only customer still sitting at the barbecue stall eating barbecue is a middle-aged man not far from Wu Hao. Although Li Tianxiao felt sad to see the guests leaving, he had no better solution at this time and could only consider himself unlucky. Li Tianxiao hurriedly pulled Li Qianxian away and went to clean up 2 tables. Brother Ji and others seemed too lazy to argue with the boss. But they did not sit at the 2 cleared tables, but came to the table where Wu Hao was sitting. "Boy, our brother Chicken has set his eyes on this position, get out of the way right now." A young man patted the table where Wu Hao was sitting and spoke to Wu Hao arrogantly, which made Wu Hao's expression change slightly. "Excuse me, little brother. I'll change the table for you." Li Tianxiao's face turned bitter, and he quickly stepped forward and said something to Wu Hao, picked up the barbecue on Wu Hao's table and walked to the table next to him. People like them who run night market businesses are most afraid of running into these street urchins. If they are lucky, at most they won't get any money. If they are unlucky, not only will they not get any money, they may even be beaten up or blackmailed. "You guys should be coming for me." Wu Hao did not follow Li Tianxiao, but leaned back in his chair and looked at Brother Ji and his group. Wu Hao noticed Brother Ji and his group as soon as they arrived. However, this kind of thing was not his business, so Wu Hao ignored Brother Ji and his gang. But when the young man said he liked his table, Wu Hao knew that these people were here to cause trouble for him. Otherwise, according to these people's character, it is impossible for them to agree to the boss's apology so easily. The first person Wu Hao thought of was Zhang Bo. Judging from the time period, Zhang Bo should have known his identity by now. If the bankruptcy of his company was really related to Zhang Bo, then Zhang Bo would definitely come to deal with him. Boy, you don't want to give up your seat to our brother G. Okay, take a seat if you like. Seeing that these street urchins did not admit it, Wu Hao was not sure for a moment whether these people were here to cause trouble for him. After thinking about it, Wu Hao decided not to cause trouble. Kid, you can leave if you want. Kneel down and apologize to our brother G, and compensate us brothers for the mental damages of 100,000, and we will not bother with you. Wu Hao, who had just turned around, suddenly stopped. It seemed that his guess was correct. These people really came to cause trouble for him. What if I say no? Although there are more than a dozen people in Brother G's group, Wu Hao had just taken a body refining pill during the day, and now his body is as strong as a bull. It is just right for him to practice with these street thugs. Boy, you are looking for death. Just as Wu Hao finished speaking, a young man took out a beer bottle from somewhere and smashed it on Wu Hao's head. Seeing the ruthless street thug, Wu Hao's face turned cold. This man wanted to beat him to death. If Wu Hao was really hit on the head by this beer bottle, the consequences could be imagined. Even if they don't die, they will get a concussion. These people really act without considering the consequences, as if human life is a joke in their eyes. Shoot! The beer bottle was about to hit Wu Hao on the head, but Wu Hao seemed to be frightened. A scornful smile flashed across the young man's face, and the 100,000 yuan was in his hands. Just as the young man was thinking about where to go with the money, he suddenly found his hand grabbed by a very powerful hand, and the beer bottle was only 1 centimeter away from Wu Hao's head. Since you want to help others so much, why don't you try it yourself? Wu Hao grabbed the young man's arm with his left hand, and instantly snatched the beer bottle from the young man's hand with his right hand. Then he smashed the beer bottle on the young man's head and kicked the young man 3 meters away. You're looking for death. Break his limbs for me. Seeing that Wu Hao dared to fight back and injured his brother, Brother G waved his hand and ordered his men to break Wu Hao's limbs. He was indeed cruel. Ha ha ha. Well done. Wu Hao laughed loudly, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward into a group of street thugs and punched one of them on the nose. The body refining pill not only improved Wu Hao's strength, but also his speed, reaction, defense, and sixth senses. Although Wu Hao has not practiced systematically, his physical fitness is no longer comparable to that of ordinary people. Even the king of special forces may not be able to match Wu Hao's physical fitness. So when Wu Hao rushed into the crowd, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. It was too easy for him to punch a kid with 1 punch. Moreover, Wu Hao was particularly cruel. He didn't hit anyone else but the bridge of the nose. Bang! 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 Ah! Ah! With the sound of bangs and screams, in less than 3 minutes, more than a dozen street thugs were knocked down by Wu Hao, and they covered their noses and screamed. You, don't come over here. I'm warning you. My eldest brother, Jiang, is from the Tianlong gang. If you dare to touch me, Jiang will never let you go. Looking at Wu Hao walking towards him step by step, Brother Ji finally came back to his senses from his daze. He kept backing away and even moved his eldest brother out. He originally thought that the person he was teaching a lesson to was just a young man and that he could easily get 100,000 yuan, but it turned out to be a ferocious tiger, and more than a dozen of his men were killed before they could even react. The people he brought tonight were all elites. Normally, 3 or 5 of them were no match for his men, but now they were easily defeated. Bang! Brother Jia, right? Bang! Tianlong gang, right? Bang! Let someone break my limbs, right? Bang! You're flirting with girls in the street, aren't you? Bang! Why don't you just go find a job and join the underworld like others? Just as Brother G finished speaking, Wu Hao slapped Brother G in the face, cursing at him as he slapped him, making Brother G see stars and feel ecstatic. Brother, you are my brother, please stop hitting me, I will never do it again. With a bang, Brother G knelt down in front of Wu Hao. At this time, his face had already swollen like a pig's head, and even half of his teeth had fallen out. Tell me, who asked you to deal with me? Brother, I don't know. We are just following orders. Please let me go this time. Is this the Brother Jia you mentioned? Yes, it was Brother Jia who asked us to come. Brother Jia asked us to break your limbs. After that, we can get 100,000 yuan. Where is the Brother Jia you mentioned now? Chapter 18 Purchase of Xiaocheng Fighting Technique. I don't know, but Brother Jia goes to the Star Bar every night, and tonight should be no exception. Brother, I've told you everything I know. Can I leave now? At this time, Brother Ji no longer cared about Brother Jia. In order to escape from Wu Hao's clutches, he betrayed Brother Jia completely. Roll. Okay, I'll leave right now. I'll leave right now. Brother Ji was about to leave as if he had been pardoned, but just after he took a few steps, Wu Hao's devilish voice rang out again. Stop. Brother, if you want to know anything else, I will tell you everything I know and will never dare to hide anything. You disturbed the boss's business, destroyed a lot of his things, and molested the girl. Don't you deserve compensation? Wu Hao said coldly that because of these people's appearance and disruption, the boss lost so many customers and wasted food. Brother is right, it was all my fault, I will compensate the boss right away. When Brother Ji heard that he was asked to compensate his boss for his losses, he felt relieved. Brother Ji was really afraid that Wu Hao would slap him again. Brother Ji quickly came to a table, took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the table, and without thinking, transferred all the more than 20,000 yuan in his VX account. As an electronic synthesized voice sounded, Brother Ji looked at Wu Hao, and after seeing Wu Hao nod, Brother Ji no longer dared to stay and quickly disappeared into the snack street. Boss, I'm so sorry for disturbing your business because of me. Here's 10,000 yuan to compensate you for your loss. Wu Hao had no plan to eat barbecue again because his good mood was ruined by Ji Gu and his gang. Wu Hao scanned 10,000 yuan for the boss. Young man, you gave too much. This is none of your business. Besides, the man just now paid enough compensation. It's not much. Their compensation is theirs. This is my own compensation and it has nothing to do with them. Boss, just accept it with peace of mind. Wu Hao took his boss' hand away, said something and left. After a while he came to his car and drove back. After returning to the villa, Wu Hao opened the system mall and looked through the martial arts column in the system mall. Wu Hao drooled as he looked at the various martial arts in the mall. But when he saw the supreme points needed to make the purchase, Wu Hao's expression was filled with depression. Although he was good at martial arts, his pockets were empty. Even a set of the lowest grade martial arts costs 1,000 supreme points, not to mention other higher grade ones. It seems that the only option is fighting. Wu Hao murmured something and looked back. In addition to martial arts techniques, the martial arts column also included fighting, black belt, Jeet Kune Do, etc. Anyway, everything Wu Hao is familiar with can be seen in the mall, and as an authentic Tianfu Chinese, Wu Hao naturally would not learn anything like a black belt, but instead chose martial arts. There are also 4 levels of fighting skills: entry level, minor level, master, and grandmaster. Entry-level fighting skills only require a few supreme points, and knowing some common fighting techniques will make you a little stronger than ordinary people. The minor level of fighting skills has 10 supreme points, the master level has 100 supreme points, and the final grandmaster level has 500 supreme points. Wu Hao only had 57 supreme points, so he could only purchase small-level fighting techniques. However, this was enough for Wu Hao, because he was only dealing with some small thugs. Although his fighting skills are only of limited proficiency, his strength is comparable to that of the Special Forces King. Coupled with Wu Hao's current physical fitness, he can definitely beat the so-called Brother Jia. System: harmonious small success fighting technique. Ding, Xiaoqing fighting skills are being integrated, please wait. Just as the system's voice fell, suddenly a strange memory flooded into Wu Hao's mind, just like a slideshow, every punch and kick was demonstrated clearly. It was not until half an hour later that the harmony ended. Wu Hao shook his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Hao also had to sigh at the power of the system. In just half an hour, he grew from a combat novice to someone comparable to a Special Forces King. It seems like I'll have to spend a lot of money in the future. Supreme points are really a good thing. Wu Hao clenched his fists and muttered something, determined to become a nouveau riche with both culture and military power in the future. Brother Jia, I hope you can give me an answer. Wu Hao murmured something and left the villa. This time he did not drive himself but took a taxi. His destination was Xingqian Bar. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped at the Xingqian Bar. After paying the fare, Wu Hao walked into the bar. As soon as he entered the bar, he felt a palpitation, as if his heart was about to jump out. This was Wu Hao's second time to come to the bar. That time he came with Qingyan. However, Wu Hao didn't like the atmosphere of the bar, so he never went to a bar again after that time. Wu Hao looked at the men and women twisting their bodies wildly on the stage, and the men and women clinking glasses and sticking to each other in the booths. A puzzled look appeared on Wu Hao's face. Sir, do you have an appointment or are you here to meet a friend? Just as Wu Hao was looking around the bar, a waiter came up to him and asked. Brother Jie asked me to deliver something. I wonder which private room Brother Jie is in. Wu Hao didn't know the so-called Brother Jie, but he thought that such a person must be in the private room. Brother Ji had said before that Brother Jie would come here every night. So you're here to deliver something for Brother Jie. Brother Jie is in room 208 on the second floor. Do you need me to take you up there? The waiter had no suspicion and did not think that Wu Hao was here to cause trouble, because Brother Jie was the leader of the Tianlong gang. The Tianlong gang is one of the three major gangs in Jianghuai City, and this place is the Tianlong gang's territory. Wu was not afraid of death dares to come here and cause trouble for Brother Jie. Thanks, I can go up by myself. Wu Hao did not let the waiter take him upstairs. As long as he knew which private room Brother Jie was in, it would be fine. Because Wu Hao didn't know whether the waiter was a member of the Tianlong gang, it would be bad to avoid implicating others. Wu Hao walked towards the second floor of the bar. What Wu Hao didn't notice was that at a booth in the bar, there was a middle-aged man watching Wu Hao walk up to the second floor. If Wu Hao saw the middle-aged man at this time, he would definitely be surprised, because the middle-aged man was the one who sat not far from Wu Hao at the barbecue stall before, and he was also the only customer who did not leave when Brother Ji was making trouble. Stop, this is a private room, please leave immediately. When Wu Hao arrived at the door of private room 208 on the second floor, there were actually two gangsters guarding the door, which Wu Hao had not expected. I'm looking for Brother Jie. Is Brother Jie in there? Brother Jie won't see anyone tonight, so get out of here quickly. Bang! Bang! One of the thugs had just finished speaking when he was knocked unconscious by Wu Hao with two bangs. Wu Hao, on the other hand, pushed open the door of the private room and walked in as if nothing had happened. Chapter 19, Finding out the person behind the scenes. Who are you? Just after Wu Hao walked into the private room, he found that it was not as noisy as the first floor. Instead, it seemed very quiet. There were only two middle-aged people in the room. What surprised Wu Hao was that the two middle-aged men did not drink alcohol in the bar, but were drinking kung fu tea instead. There was not even any beautiful woman around. You must be Brother Jie from the Tianlong gang. Wu Hao came to the middle-aged man sitting in the middle and asked a question, because he was the one who spoke just now. As for the other person, Wu Hao did not look like someone who was involved in gangsters. Good. Then you have found the right person. Who are you? How dare you come here alone to find me? You are quite brave. Brother Jie frowned and looked at Wu Hao, his hand inadvertently placed on the coffee table. When the middle-aged man sitting next to Brother Jie saw this, he couldn't help but move to the side. Didn't you just send Brother Ji to teach me a lesson? How come you don't even recognize me? You are Wu Hao. Good. Court death. After getting confirmation, Brother Jie stood up instantly, with a machete in his hand, and chopped down at Wu Hao's head. Bang! When Brother Jie put his hand down just now, Wu Hao was prepared. When Brother Jie's machete chopped down, Wu Hao kicked the coffee table, and the coffee table instantly crashed towards Brother Jie. Brother Jie is worthy of being a gangster. Seeing the coffee table coming towards him, Brother Jie decisively put away his knife and jumped onto the coffee table. Then he used the Taishan pressure move to chop down at Wu Hao. His movements were extremely fast. If an ordinary person encountered Brother Jie's move, he might be knocked down by Brother Jie in one move, but unfortunately Brother Jie was facing Wu Hao. Seeing Brother Jie's thick legs sweeping down, Wu Hao did not retreat but kicked upwards quickly. However, because Brother Jie's body was in the air, he could not dodge Wu Hao's kick at all. Bang! Wu Hao kicked Brother Jie under the thigh, instantly kicking him away and knocking over the sofa behind him. But Wu Hao did not stop there. He flew forward and punched him again. Brother Jie, who had just stood up, was punched on the shoulder by Wu Hao again. Snap! When Brother Jie was hit by Wu Hao, his shoulder cracked and his entire arm fell down, obviously broken by Wu Hao's punch. Bang! Wu Hao stepped forward and stepped on Brother Jie's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Brother Jie was also a man of character, and he didn't even cry out after suffering such a blow from Wu Hao. You are a real man. Tell me who is behind this and I will let you go. Otherwise, you should go back to the countryside and retire. Boy, do you know where this place is? Even if you are a good fighter, how many people can you fight by yourself? 100? Or 200? Let go of Brother Jie. Just as Brother Jie finished speaking, a group of hooligans rushed in from outside and filled the private room in an instant. And judging from the moving figures outside, the corridor outside must be crowded with people as well. Ah! Just as one of the gangsters finished speaking, Brother Jie, who was being stepped on by Wu Hao, suddenly screamed. It turned out that Wu Hao had forcibly broken one of his fingers. I don't know how much I can fight myself, but I know that I just need to defeat you. I don't believe that you have a robot body. For every 10 seconds that pass, I will break one of your fingers. Once your fingers are broken, then your toes, and then every bone in your body. Wu Hao glanced at the watch on his hand and said something casually, but after Wu Hao's words came out, even Brother Jie couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Could Wu Hao really do such a cruel thing? Even he, the gang leader, thought it was too cruel. But when Brother Jie looked at Wu Hao's calm expression, he began to believe that Wu Hao could really do it, because Wu Hao was too calm, as if he didn't even consider himself a human being. Snap! Ah! Just when Brother Jie was thinking about whether he should say it out loud, he felt another pain. Wu Hao actually broke another of his fingers. 10 seconds have passed. If you feel you have enough bones in your body, you can think about it slowly. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Wu Hao said this with a smile, then looked up at the middle-aged man who had been drinking tea with Brother Jie before. This made the middle-aged man's body tremble uncontrollably, and then he quickly squeezed towards the door. A group of thugs also couldn't help but step back, as if they were afraid that Wu Hao would attack them the next second. Wait, I say. Suddenly, Brother Jie saw Wu Hao grabbing his fingers again. Brother Jie didn't dare to gamble anymore and quickly spoke up to stop Wu Hao's action. You can't hold it in so soon? I've just come up with some ideas. It was Master Zhang Jiang who asked me to teach you a lesson. He gave me 500,000 yuan to break one of your arms and legs. You can go find him. The corner of Brother Jie's mouth twitched. What the hell is this? Is he planning to break his fingers as if they were corn? Are you talking about Zhang Jiang from the Jiang family, one of the 5 major families in Jianghua City? Wu Hao couldn't help but frown and asked, because in his memory he only knew one person named Zhang Jiang, but he didn't seem to have offended Zhang Jiang. Yes, it is Zhang Jiang, the son of the Jiang family, one of the 5 major families in Jianghua City. Wouldn't it be better if you just said it earlier? You have to ask for trouble before you say it. You are such a jerk. Forget it this time. I hope you won't mess with me again. Otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as snapping your fingers. Because I'll just break your neck. Wu Hao whispered into Brother Jie's ear, then patted Brother Jie's face, then stood up, walked to the window and jumped down. Wu Hao didn't want to jump off the building either, but the Qingyan bar was full of thugs at that time. Even though Wu Hao was a good fighter, he was worried about getting hurt if there were too many people. Even if those thugs couldn't hurt him, it would be a trouble if he was exhausted after beating them and the police came. Anyway, he already knew that it was Zhang Jiang's doing, and he didn't want to waste any more time here. Wouldn't it be better for him to go back to sleep? Brother Jie, are you okay? Seeing Wu Hao jump out of the window and leave, a group of gangsters hurried forward to help Brother Jie up, and many of them chased after him. Bang! Do I look alright to you? Take me to the hospital quickly. Brother Jie slapped the gangster in the face and yelled, not only was his entire arm broken, but 2 of his fingers were also broken, how could he be okay? Brother Jie, I'll take you to the hospital right now. The gangster who was slapped didn't dare to say anything. He quickly helped Brother Jie outside and prepared to send him to the hospital. Etc. Brother Jie, is there anything else? Notify all the brothers in the hall to find that bastard. This is the first time someone dares to do this to me in Jianghua City. Brother Jie said with a look of madness on his face. He did not take Wu Hao's threats seriously at all. He did not believe that Wu Hao dared to kill him. Tonight was just an accident. He completely underestimated Wu Hao's strength. Chapter 20 Rewarding the Land Security. I didn't expect there is such a young man in Jianghua City. I just don't know how you will deal with the pursuit of the Tianlong gang. In a room in the building opposite the Qingyan bar, a middle-aged man looked at Wu Hao who jumped out of the window and left, with a look of curiosity on his face and murmured something. Wu Hao didn't know all this. After leaving the Qingyan bar, he turned a street and took a taxi back to Villa number 8 in Tianfuan. The next day. Wu Hao slept soundly last night and was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. In a daze, Wu Hao answered the call. Hello, Chairman Wu. I am Lu Xiaodong, the general manager of Qingyan Entertainment. I wonder if Chairman Wu has time to come to the company. Wu Hao had just answered the phone when a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, asking Wu Hao cautiously. It's Manager Liu. What's going on at the company? Chairman, after you acquired Qingyan Entertainment Company yesterday, all the employees of our company are waiting for your visit and guidance. I may not have time today, so you guys can just do what you normally do. As long as the company can make a profit for me, I'll come over when I have time. By the way, remember to transfer the company's profits to my bank card. If there's nothing else, that's it for now. Wu Hao thought that something happened at Qingyan Company, but it turned out that they were waiting for him to visit and provide guidance. Wu Hao didn't have time to go there today. Moreover, after what happened before and combined with the current binding system, Wu Hao has already decided on his future life goals. First, spend money. Second, spend money. Third, it still costs money. Only by spending money like crazy can you get supreme points, and after getting supreme points, you can get whatever you want. Therefore, Wu Hao now has no interest in going to work in a company. As long as the company can make profits for him and the people in the company do not do anything that is detrimental to the interests of the company, Wu Hao does not want to take care of the company's affairs anymore. General Manager, when will the chairman come over? At this time in a building in the center of Longjiang City, in the general manager's office on the 38th floor, looking at Lu Xiaodong who had hung up the phone, the secretary beside him, Li Qingqing, asked curiously. The chairman said he doesn't have time to come today, so just let us run the company normally. Lu Xiaodong's tone was a little strange. He originally thought that after Wu Hao acquired Qingyan Entertainment Company, he would at least come over to visit and inspect it. As a result, Lu Xiaodong waited for a whole day yesterday but Wu Hao didn't show up. Today, Lu Xiaodong couldn't help but call Wu Hao. From Wu Hao's tone, it seemed that he didn't care about the company's situation at all, as long as the company made a profit for Wu Hao. This made Lu Xiaodong feel uncomfortable. Qingyan Entertainment Company was the leading entertainment company in Tianlong province, a company with a market value of tens of billions. However, Chairman Wu Hao didn't even bother to look at the company after acquiring it. What kind of family must be so confident and not care about a company worth tens of billions? At this moment, Lu Xiaodong became curious about Wu Hao's identity, and at the same time he was full of awe. A disciple of such a big family was not someone that a general manager like him could be suspicious of. Secretary Li, go call Director Mu over to me. Yes, manager. Wu Hao had no idea what happened at Qingyan Entertainment Company. After being woken up by the phone call, he was no longer sleepy, so he got up and washed up. System, it's already past 8 o'clock, where is my reward for today? Ding, because the host hasn't gotten up yet, the system didn't disturb the host's rest, and now starts distributing today's rewards. Congratulations to the host for binding the system on the second day. The host is rewarded with the Earth Security Company. I wish the host a happy life. Not bad, one more company. When Wu Hao heard that he had opened a new company, he was in a good mood and began to check the security situation of Dottie. You don't know until you see it. Wu Hao was shocked when he saw it. It turns out that Dottie Security Company is an overseas security company with a market value of 17.5 billion. It's not because of the market value of Dottie Security Company, but because all the security members of Dottie Security Company are retired special forces from various countries, and all members have gun licenses and are legally equipped with guns. Ding-a-ling. Just when Wu Hao finished checking the information of Dottie Security, the ringing of his cell phone woke Wu Hao up. When he saw that the number displayed on the phone belonged to overseas, Wu Hao already had a guess in his mind. I'm Wu Hao. Hello, Chairman. I am Xiao Zhan, the General Manager of Dottie Security. My code name is Dragon King. Please give me your instructions. A middle-aged voice came from the phone. It was Xiao Zhan, the General Manager of Dottie Security. His voice was serious and full of awe for Wu Hao. It's Manager Xiao. I'm not familiar with the security company. You can handle the company's affairs on your own. Also, you can send a security team to protect me. All the general managers of these companies rewarded by the system are loyal to Wu Hao, so Wu Hao has nothing to worry about. As for Wu Hao asking Xiao Zhan to send someone to protect him, it was just an excuse. He didn't need security protection at all. It's just that Wu Hao's identity is different now. It's impossible for him to do everything. So if there is a team of security guards around him, Wu Hao will be much more relaxed. Just like what happened last night, if he had security by his side, he wouldn't have had to take any action to deal with Brother Jie and his men. Moreover, Wu Hao is going back to his hometown tomorrow. He plans to send some people to protect his family. After all, if the current situation continues to develop, Wu Hao will definitely offend many enemies. Therefore, it is very necessary to protect the safety of family members. This is why Wu Hao asked Xiao Zhan to send someone over. Okay, I'll arrange a team to go there now, and they should be able to reach the chairman in the evening. Okay, let's do this for now. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hao became idle again. Then, as if he thought of something, he took out his mobile phone and opened an app called Tianyuan. Tianyuan is a live broadcast software, which is a live broadcast platform registered and opened by Qingyan Entertainment Company. Wu Hao has watched many live broadcasts before. Wu Hao's current goal in life is to spend money, and the live streaming platform is a great place to do so, as he doesn't have to go out and can spend money. Moreover, the Tianyuan live streaming platform belongs to his own company. You can spend money to earn supreme points and support your own industry at the same time, which can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Just when Wu Hao opened the Tianyuan live broadcast software, his mobile phone received another bank message. Wu Hao took a look and realized that it was from Qingyan Entertainment Company, totaling 1 billion renminbi. Not bad, not bad. I have another 1 billion in funding. I still have to work hard. Wu Hao looked at the balance of more than 1.23 billion in his bank card, his face full of admiration, and then clicked on the recharge window of the live broadcast platform. Just looking at the recharge window of the live broadcast platform, Wu Hao showed a trace of surprise on his face. Chapter 21 Gu Xinxin. Wu Hao looked at the recharge port of the live broadcast platform. He could only recharge 10,000 at most at a time. If Wu Hao wanted to recharge 1 million, he would have to recharge a full 100 times. This time, Wu Hao plans to recharge 10 million. How long will it take to complete the recharge? Wu Hao had never recharged before, so he naturally didn't know there was such an option for recharging. Wu Hao didn't even think about it, thinking that recharging 10,000 at a time was already a very high amount. After all, the number of people in this world who can give money to reward anchors will definitely not exceed 10%, so a recharge of 10,000 yuan once is not a low amount. Wu Hao did not rush to recharge, but called Lu Xiaodong and asked Lu Xiaodong to ask the technician to enable recharge permission for his account. After finishing the call, Wu Hao entered Tianyuan Live and started searching for beauties. Soon, he found a beautiful woman who was singing live. That's weird, why does he look so familiar? Wu Hao looked at the beautiful woman who was singing. He didn't know why he had a familiar feeling, but he didn't dare to confirm it for a moment. It's so beautiful. I didn't expect the anchor is not only good looking, but also sings so beautifully. I love it. Brothers, let's give the reward. Just when Wu Hao was trying to recall whether the host was someone he knew, he suddenly saw a message floating across the screen, followed by a series of little hearts floating across. Fuck, the guy above is so shameless. I thought you were going to give me a sports car as a reward. But you're giving me free little hearts here. Wouldn't that mean I'm going to lose the 10,000 yuan I just recharged? Thank you for the tips from my family. Giving hearts is also a gift. If you like to listen to my singing, please pay attention. Live streaming is just entertainment. Please consume rationally. At this time the anchor started talking, and his words surprised Wu Hao greatly. All the anchors he watched before wanted everyone to send gifts, either overtly or covertly. After all, being a host relies on tips. If there are no tips, you can't make any money. Who would want to be a host if you can't make money? Suddenly, a dragon flew up on the screen, filling the entire screen, and then the dragon suddenly exploded into bunches of flowers. Fuck, someone sent a dragon. Is there a big boss coming in? Xinxin, you won't be able to become famous as a host like this, why don't you let me be your number one host? At this time, a text with special effects appeared, as if it knew the host, and it was the one who had just sent out the dragon. Get lost. I became a live streamer not to become famous, but because I like singing. I don't need a top singer in my live streaming room. Looking at the words on the screen, the beautiful anchor actually started cursing and told the person she loved to get out. It turned out that there was such an anchor. Moreover, the anchor and the person called Qingyo Duzhong obviously knew each other, or at least knew each other's name. While looking at the beauty on the phone screen, combined with the fact that he had just fallen in love with the beauty Xinxin, Wu Hao instantly thought of someone. Gu Xinxin, Wu Hao's college classmate, is in the same class as Wu Hao because they both like music. They are also the president and vice president of the music club. They were once considered a perfect match, and they both liked each other, but they never made it clear. But later, for some unknown reason, Gu Xinxin suddenly transferred to another school, and the two had no contact since then. Now, several years have passed, and Wu Hao couldn't recognize Gu Xinxin for a while. I don't know if he was banned from speaking, but after Gu Xinxin told Qingyan Zhang to get out, he was never seen speaking again. What everyone didn't know at that time was that Qingyan Zhang was indeed banned from speaking, and in a fit of anger, Qingyan Zhang left the live broadcast room. In the Jiang family manor in the suburbs of Jianghuai City, in a room in the central main house, Zhang Jiang smashed the ashtray on the table to the ground. Gu Xinxin, you forced me to do this. I have been chasing you for so many years, but you still ignored me. If that's the case, don't blame me. The person who had a crush on Gu Xinxin in her live broadcast room just now was Zhang Jiang, the eldest son of the Jiang family. He had liked Gu Xinxin since college, but Gu Xinxin treated him as a passerby and never gave Zhang Jiang a good look. After saying a harsh word, Zhang Jiang found a woman's WeChat profile picture on his mobile phone and sent her a message. After waiting for a while, Zhang Jiang entered Tianlong live again, and this time the live broadcast room Zhang Jiang entered was a room called Big Cat. Welcome the Emperor of Love to Big Cat's live broadcast room. Let us get started. Zhang Jiang sent a message instantly, and after reading Zhang Jiang's message, the Big Cat anchor's face was filled with joy. On the other side, Wu Hao was still in Gu Xinxin's live broadcast room. He had just recharged 10 million to his account, and now his maximum recharge authority was 1 million. Family members, if you have any songs you want to listen to, you can type them on the screen and the host will try his best to meet your requests. Can you sing a song about our past? After hearing what Gu Xinxin said, Wu Hao instantly sent a message, but the screen was full of messages at this time, and the message sent by Wu Hao disappeared instantly. I just saw that some family members want to listen to our past lives, so let's sing the song. Gu Xinxin quickly decided which song to sing, which was Our Past that Wu Hao had ordered. This surprised Wu Hao greatly, as he didn't expect that Gu Xinxin could see his message. However, just as Gu Xinxin was about to sing, a connection message suddenly came in. Gu Xinxin looked at the message and a trace of helplessness appeared on her face. This is the PK connection in the anchor industry. Although Gu Xinxin doesn't like PK, she still answered the call. Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a pretty lady. How about we have a PK match? I don't know how to play PK, you should go find someone else. No way. Why can't I do that? It's not like there's no one in your live studio, so you don't dare to play PK. During the connection, you can see the number of people online on both sides. In fact, the number of people online in Big Cat's live broadcast room is only a few thousand, but the number of people online in the live broadcast room of Fairy Qingyu has reached tens of thousands. Big Cat said this just to humiliate Gu Xinxin, but she obviously underestimated Gu Xinxin, and Gu Xinxin was not moved at all. Gu Xinxin was unmoved, but the audience in the live broadcast room were not happy. They cursed the Big Cat and asked Gu Xinxin to fight with the Big Cat. Seeing that everyone supported her in the PK, and also because what Big Cat said was too harsh, Gu Xinxin finally agreed to the PK. Miss, don't say I'm bullying you. I let you set the conditions for the PK, so don't deny it when you lose. Go ahead and propose it. I'm not used to making conditions with people who have nothing to do with me. You. Very good. If I lose the PK, I will quit the live broadcasting industry from now on. But if you lose, I don't want you to quit the live broadcasting industry either. You just need to have a meal with me, the number one brother on the list. My conditions are not too much. Chapter 22 Wu Hao takes action. Fuck, the host on the other side is shameless. This is obviously malicious. The host must not agree to her conditions. Yes, this girl is obviously after you, the anchor. She must be attracted by your looks. You must not agree to her request. She is dressed in a coquettish way, she is definitely not a good person, the anchor must not agree to her conditions. When Gu Xinxin saw the PK conditions of the Big Cat, she didn't have time to say anything. The entire screen was telling Gu Xinxin not to agree. Who couldn't see such an obvious thing? Is this condition excessive? If she loses, she will just have to have a meal with my top brother. It's not like anyone will die. But if I lose, I will have to quit the live broadcast industry. Oh, I see. You must be afraid of losing, so you are making up an excuse not to PK. Okay, I agree, but I'll decide where to eat. Looking at the noisy audience, Gu Xinxin suddenly said this, actually agreeing to the Big Cat's conditions. Anchor, you are confused. Seeing that Gu Xinxin actually agreed, everyone in the live broadcast room wailed. Since Big Cat dared to set the conditions for quitting the live broadcast industry, it must be that her top brother was fully prepared. And what about Gu Xinxin? Even though there are over 10,000 people watching now, some veterans in the live broadcast room know that Gu Xinxin is not the top one on the list at all of them are freeloaders, and she is destined to lose to the Big Cat in the PK. In fact, Gu Xinxin agreed for her own reasons. Gu Xinxin's identity was not simple. She was the eldest daughter of the Gu family, which was the head of the 5 major families in Jianghuai City. In Jianghuai City, no one could do anything to her if she didn't want to, so she dared to agree to Big Cat's conditions. This was also what Gu Xinxin wanted to do, and she could decide the place to eat by herself. Very good, then our PK time will be set at 5 minutes. I hope the young lady will keep her promise. Seeing that Gu Xinxin finally agreed, Big Cat was overjoyed. Today was another day of making big money. As long as she won this PK, she would get half of today's reward money. Afterwards, the top brother on the list also gave her another reward, so how could she not be happy? As the countdown began, a divine dragon suddenly flew up from Big Cat's live broadcast room, and then 10 dragons flew up in succession. The highest level reward gift on the Tianyuan live broadcast platform is the divine dragon, and one divine dragon costs 5,000 renminbi, and 10 of them cost 50,000 renminbi. If the platform's 50-50 split is followed, Big Cat will get 25,000 yuan, which is half a year's monthly salary for the average working class. Looking at Gu Xinxin's live broadcast room again, all that were floating were free little hearts, occasionally 1 or 2 flowers. Looking at the health bar above Gu Xinxin's head, it had been completely suppressed and could not be seen at all. 135:1000000. A dragon is worth 10,000 gift points, a free little heart is worth 1 gift point, and a flower is worth 10 gift points. Everyone, let's fight. I have already put in my money for tomorrow's cigarettes. I can't let the anchor be bullied by that witch. That's right. At worst, we can just eat instant noodles for the rest of the month. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't beat the vixen on the other side. Seeing such a tragic battle, some fans finally couldn't help but also made an effort, but the recharges were only a dozen or $20, which was simply a drop in the bucket. Thank you for your support, but please remember to spend wisely. Winning or losing is not important. Seeing fans standing up for her, Gu Xinxin was actually very moved, but she really didn't care about winning or losing. The anchor has nothing to say. This month's cigarette money has been recharged. Count me in. My cigarette money is also put in. +1. +2. Plus 10,086. Everyone supported Gu Xinxin, and at this time Wu Hao, who was in the villa, looked at Gu Xinxin, who was still so likable, and a smile appeared on his face. Old classmate, although I don't know what happened to you that year that prevented us from being together, let me save you from the fire today. An inexplicable look flashed across Wu Hao's face, then he opened the gift list and scrolled to the end, and clicked hard on the dragon in the gift list. In an instant, a special effect of a dragon appeared in Gu Xinxin's live broadcast room, and it kept floating up, instantly pulling back the blood bar above Gu Xinxin's head, and instantly suppressing the blood bar of the Big Cat. Fuck, a big guy has come to the anchor's live broadcast room. The anchor is saved. I told you. The anchor is so pretty and sings so beautifully, how could she not have a big brother to protect her? Looking at the special effects filling the screen, the people in Gu Xinxin's live broadcast room were instantly excited. At this time, in the background of the Tianyuan platform, 3 people were also paying attention to Gu Xinxin's live broadcast room. Manager, Emperor Ritian has started giving out rewards. Quick, put Fairy Qingyo's live broadcast room at the top, give her the most traffic, and attract more people to watch. A fat man with Mediterranean hair hurriedly gave orders, and the technician just now also hurriedly operated and instantly put Gu Xinxin's live broadcast room at the top. Everyone, look! The anchor's live broadcast room has been pinned to the top, and it's recommended by all platforms. The anchor is going to become an overnight sensation. The information pinned to the top of Gu Xinxin's live broadcast room was instantly discovered by fans, and the number of people in Gu Xinxin's live broadcast room also soared instantly. In just 1 minute, the number of people exceeded 100,000. But it did not stop, instead it soared at an even more terrifying speed, which stunned the host Gu Xinxin. Gu Xinxin has been a host for quite some time, but she has always been lukewarm because she either bans or kicks out some fans who make requests, and she even curses at them. This is why there has been no big brother in Gu Xinxin's live broadcast room, and Gu Xinxin herself doesn't care, so it has always been lukewarm. but now the sudden change completely confused Gu Xinqin. However, Gu Xinqin was from a big family after all, so she quickly came to her senses. Thank you, Emperor Retian, for the reward of the dragon, but this reward is too much, please stop it, Emperor Retian. At this time, the value of Gu Xinqin's gift had already soared to more than 1 million, while the value of Big Cat's live broadcast room was only over 300,000, and now it seemed that there was still a lot of power left. What everyone didn't know was that at this time, Jiang in the Jiang family manor was so angry that he almost had a brain hemorrhage. He originally thought that it would cost more than 100,000 yuan to defeat Gu Xinqin. And the fact is, just as Jiang guessed, Gu Xinqin's live broadcast room is full of losers who don't even play for them. Who knew that a wealthy man with a small novice account suddenly appeared and caught him off guard? When Jiang wanted to recharge again, it was too late. Because the mysterious rich man in Gu Xinqin's live broadcast room has never stopped, and now he is still sending dragons, even Gu Xinqin can't stop shouting. At this time, Wu Hao, who was in Villa number 8 of Tianfuan, relied on his extraordinary hand speed and finally gave out all 10 million before the end of 5 minutes. Chapter 23 Brothers Come to Seek Refuge. Damn it, this is not something a human being would do. Wu Hao shook his sore arm and muttered something, then exited Gu Xinqin's live broadcast room, completely ignoring the room which was already boiling with excitement. As soon as Wu Hao exited Gu Xinqin's live broadcast room, he saw 99 plus messages in his message column. Wu Hao clicked on it and took a look. They were all messages from people adding him. Wu Hao lost interest after just a quick glance. When he was about to close the message bar, he suddenly found an interesting message, which was sent by the fairy Qingyan. Brother Retian, thank you very much for your gift. This is my VX number. Please add me. I will return all the money you gave me. Wu Hao clicked on the message and a light voice came from the phone with a VX number on it. For some unknown reason, Gu Xinqin suddenly transferred to another school and deleted all the information about Wu Hao. Now Wu Hao does not have Gu Xinqin's VX. Old classmate, I hope you won't be too surprised. A smile appeared on Wu Hao's face and he immediately added Gu Xinqin's VX account. On the other side, Gu Xinqin also left the live broadcast room after winning the PK. When she heard the VX ringing, Gu Xinqin quickly clicked on VX, but when she saw the name of the person who added it and the VX avatar, she was stunned. How is this possible? Is Wu Hao the Emperor of Retian? When did he have so much money? Gu Xinqin couldn't understand what was going on. Ever since she parted with Wu Hao that year, she had never contacted Wu Hao again for some promise. Now suddenly seeing Wu Hao's avatar again, Gu Xinqin was a little at a loss, but in the end Gu Xinqin still agreed to Wu Hao's friend request. Are you Wu Hao? Old classmate, I thought you had forgotten me. Seeing the message sent by Gu Xinqin, Wu Hao replied to Gu Xinqin immediately. At the same time, Wu Hao stood up and walked out of the villa. Because he just received a message from Li Yuan will get off the high-speed train in 10 minutes or so, and Wu Hao has to go pick Li Yuan up. Wu Hao, is it really you who was giving out gifts in the live broadcast room just now? How do you have so much money? Just when Wu Hao got into the car and was ready to leave, he received another message from Gu Xinqin, which made Wu Hao couldn't help but smile. It's me, I'm going to go pick up Pang Pang now, we can talk later when we have time. Wu Hao replied a message to Gu Xinqin and then closed VX. At this time, Gu Xinqin, who was in the Gu family manor, was stunned for a moment after reading Wu Hao's message. Then, as if she thought of something, a smile appeared on her face. Then Wu Hao drove his Q3 out of the villa and finally arrived at the high-speed rail station half an hour later. He quickly found Pang Pang according to the message sent by Pang Pang. Ha ha ha. Son, Daddy finally sees you, come and give me a hug. When Li Yuan saw Wu Hao, he burst into laughter, then threw the suitcase in his hand. A rumbling sound was heard, and Wu Hao's face changed instantly. Stop, stop, stop. Fatty, are you planning to tear down the high-speed railway station? Besides, I'm not gay. Although Wu Hao's body had been transformed, he felt that he could not bear Pang Pang's weight, so he quickly asked Pang Pang to stop. Of course, Wu Hao's words were a bit exaggerated, but it also showed that Li Yuan's weight was indeed terrifying, and Wu Hao really deserved to call him fat. I am a married man, and I am not gay. Li Yuan punched Wu Hao on the shoulder and said something, but what surprised Li Yuan was that Wu Hao didn't move at all. Brothers, can we please leave here first? You may not be afraid of losing face, but I am. Just as Li Yuan and Wu Hao were talking, a voice suddenly pulled them back. It was Li Yuan's wife who came over with the luggage. As Li Yuan's wife, Kai Yulan had only met Wu Hao 3 or 4 times, but she knew that they had a brotherly relationship and naturally understood some things about Wu Hao. When the two looked around, they found that many people were looking at them, which made the two grown men feel embarrassed. "Come on, I'll take you back to put your luggage away, and then I'll welcome you back." Wu Hao took the suitcase from Kai Yulan and walked out. It was all because of Pang Pang that he made a fool of himself. He had to leave here quickly. "Fuck, you really didn't lie to me. You actually live in a big villa now." Another half an hour passed, and Wu Hao took the couple back to villa number 8. Looking at the big villa that could only be seen on TV, Li Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed. Although Kai Yulan, who was beside Li Yuan, was not as shocked as Li Yuan, she was also greatly shocked. Originally, Kai Yulan did not want to resign and follow Li Yuan. But in the end, after some persuasion from Li Yuan, and considering that she wasn't doing very well in the company, and in order not to hinder Li Yuan's future, Kai Yulan agreed to come with Li Yuan. Although she had heard Li Yuan say that Wu Hao was very rich before, in her opinion, his net worth was only a few million at most. But when she saw Wu Hao's big villa, she was really shocked. She is in the real estate sales business, and Jianghuai City is a first-tier city. Such a luxurious villa would cost at least over 100 million yuan. How dare you doubt your father's ability? I prepared a surprise for you, but it seems like it won't be useful now. No, you are my real dad. Hurry up and take out the surprise so I can surprise you. When Li Yuan heard Wu Hao say that he had prepared a surprise for him, his expression changed instantly. Considering Wu Hao's current wealth, would the surprise he prepared for him be ordinary? This doesn't mean that Li Yuan is greedy for Wu Hao's money. This is just the two brothers' way of sending him a message. If the surprise is really too expensive, Li Yuan will definitely refuse it. "Let's go eat first." "Okay, I'll leave these 200 pounds of meat to you." "Honey, let's go fight the local tyrants." Li Yuan said this with a laugh, then called out to Kai Yulan, who was visiting the place, and then the two brothers walked out arm in arm. 10 minutes later, Wu Hao parked his car in front of the Hanhai Hotel. He handed the key to the doorman and walked in with Li Yuan and his wife. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" "Yes, my last name is Wu, and I have booked a private room in the Emperor Pavilion." "It's Mr. Wu." "Please follow me, Mr. Wu. I'll take you upstairs right away." The waiter was shocked when he heard Wu Hao's words. Didn't the manager just instruct him to treat the guests well? The waiter took Wu Hao and the other two all the way to the 16th floor, which was the Emperor's Pavilion that Wu Hao had visited once before. Hu Bin had called Wu Hao long before he set out to pick up Li Yuan. "Mr. Wu, would you like to serve the food now?" "Well, serve the food." "Okay, Mr. Wu, please wait a moment. We will arrange to serve you the food right away." The waiter left, and after he left, Li Yuan said to Wu Hao cautiously, "Haozi, isn't this place too expensive?" Chapter 24 Actions of All Parties. "Don't worry, I'm not short of money." Wu Hao smiled and said that his main task now was to spend money. The more money he spent, the happier he would be, because this way he could get more supreme points. Wu Hao was very envious of the things in the system mall, but he did not have enough supreme points, and he could not think of a better way to spend the money for a while. While Wu Hao and the other two were happily enjoying their meal, a young man hurriedly left the door of Hanhai Hotel, took out his phone and dialed a number. On the second floor of the Qingyan bar, Brother Jia, who had suffered a loss at the hands of Wu Hao before, was listening to the reports from his subordinates. After listening to the reports, Brother Jia showed a hint of ruthlessness on his face. "Notify all the brothers to set up an ambush for me at Xinhang Road. It's the shortest way back to Tianfuan, and there are the fewest people there during this time." Snort. "This time I will let that kid know the consequences of offending my Tianlong gang, and make him regret coming into this world." "Yes, I'll go gather the brothers right away." "Brother Jia, should we bring weapons?" Bang. "You're a fucking idiot. It's daytime now. Do you think you're not dying fast enough? If you want to die, don't drag your brothers down with you. Do you really need to bring weapons to deal with an upstart?" Brother Jia slapped the younger brother in the face. It was embarrassing enough for their entire gang to deal with one person, but they even had to bring weapons. Wouldn't that make them a laughing stock? The nature of a fight is different if weapons are used. As long as no weapons are used, it's fine even if you are caught. But once weapons are used, it becomes a completely different situation. "I'm sorry, Brother Jia. I'll go inform all the brothers right away." The younger brother, who was slapped in the face, didn't dare to say anything and quickly ran outside to notify the staff. At the same time, 10 people walked out of the Zhonghua City airport. Among them were 5 men and 5 women. The men were tall and strong, with muscular bodies, looking scary, while the women were charming and seductive. These 10 people walking together attracted a lot of people's attention. They were so eye-catching, just like a combination of Beauty and the Beast. Firefox, check the boss's current location. We need to get to the boss as soon as possible. Shadow Fox, have you arranged the vehicles? Isn't that coming? Just as the middle-aged man in front finished speaking, a woman in a black leather jacket next to him looked at a bus coming towards them and said something. Another woman in a red leather jacket had a tablet in her hand and was tapping on it rapidly. You just arranged a bus like this? The man who spoke just now looked at the bus parked in front of them, looked at Shadow Fox with some astonishment and said that he didn't expect Shadow Fox to arrange a bus to pick them up. Little tiger, time is so tight that I am lucky to be able to arrange a bus to come. Besides, we don't have any people in Zhonghua City. I sold my body to get this bus. Don't be ungrateful. Found it. The boss is having dinner at the Hanhai Hotel in Zhonghua City now. Just at this moment, Firefox stopped tapping on the tablet, said something to Baihu and said nothing else. Forget it, let's set off right away. When Baihu heard that the boss's location had been found, he was too lazy to say anything else. He just went with the bus. At least it could take them to find the boss. After saying a word, Baihu quickly got on the bus, and the others followed closely. A young man threw a stack of RMB to the driver, drove the driver off the bus, and sat in the driver's seat himself. With a step on the accelerator, the bus took off in an instant, and it actually looked like a sports car, which made the driver who was kicked off the bus stare in amazement. In a villa in the eastern district of Zhonghua City, a middle-aged man was reading a newspaper. Suddenly, a young man walked in quickly from outside and whispered something in the middle-aged man's ear. You mean Fang Jie took all his gang members to the new route? Do you know what happened? Boss, we don't know what it is yet, but Fang Jie must be taking some action by mobilizing so many people. It is very likely that he wants to intercept someone. Did they bring any weapons? I'm not sure about this, but I don't think so. Although Xinhanglu is a little far away, it is in the city and it is broad daylight. I don't think Fang Jie is that stupid. Okay, you go down first. The middle-aged man nodded after hearing this. If Fang Jie really had no brains, he would not have been able to become the leader of the Tianlong gang. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the young man left without saying anything. After the young man left, the middle-aged man thought for a while and said something to the young man who was sitting on the sofa on the other side wiping a butterfly knife. Monkey, come with me. The young man who was wiping the butterfly knife in his hand paused, then put the butterfly knife away and walked out without saying a word. Fatty, have you finished eating? If you're done, we'll go back. There's another gift waiting for you to sign for. In the imperial room of the Hanhai Hotel, Wu Hao wiped the corner of his mouth and said something to Li Yuan beside him. It's so comfortable. It would be nice if I could eat like this every day. Li Yuan put down the chopsticks in his hand, leaned back in the chair with a look of satisfaction on his face, and said something with a savoring look. Bang! Do you want to get fat to death? Look at how much you weigh and you still want to eat like this every day. If you continue to gain weight, forget about getting into my bed. Just as Li Yuan finished speaking, Kai Yulan, who was standing beside him, slapped Li Yuan on the thigh and said something unhappily. Ha ha ha. Fatty, you really should lose weight, otherwise, you'll be sleeping on the sofa every day from now on. I am so blessed. Li Yuan stood up speechlessly, then pulled Kai Yulan to quickly catch up with Wu Hao, as if he was afraid that if he walked too slowly, Wu Hao would ask him to pay for the meal. After paying, Wu Hao prepared to go back with Li Yuan and his wife. This time, it was Li Yuan who drove. He said that Wu Hao was the boss and he was the employee, but in fact he just wanted to satisfy his driving addiction. Although Wu Hao's Q3 is only over 200,000 yuan, it is still a good car for Li Yuan. After all, he is just a working-class person and doesn't even have a second-hand car worth tens of thousands of yuan. Now that he saw Wu Hao's Q3, it was impossible for him not to drive it, and Wu Hao agreed without saying much. These cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars just drive differently. If you like, I'll give you one, but I'm going to drive this one home tomorrow as a gift to my dad, so forget about it. That won't do. I haven't even started work yet. Besides, I'll buy it myself. After all, I'm a millionaire now, right? Okay, whatever you like. Chapter 25 The bodyguard arrives. Creak. Li Yuan, who was enjoying the thrill of driving, suddenly slammed on the brakes and almost knocked Wu Hao, who was playing with his mobile phone, against the back of the seat in front of him. Pang Pang, what are you doing? I still have a lot of youth to live out, and I don't want to go see Taizu at this time. Just after Wu Hao said something with some complaints, he felt it darken outside the car window. When Wu Hao looked out again, he found that the area around the car was full of people. Wu Hao, we are not being kidnapped. At this time, Li Yuan said with some concern that there were about 200 to 300 people outside. He couldn't be so unlucky to be kidnapped just after coming to join his brothers. Stay in the car and don't get out. You are here to cause trouble for me. I will go down and deal with it. When Wu Hao looked ahead, he found that the crowd had dispersed to make way for a passage, and a middle-aged man with one hand hanging walked towards this side. Wu Hao recognized the middle-aged man's identity. It was Brother Jie, who he had taught a lesson. Wu Hao said with a somewhat ugly expression. If it were him alone, he might still be able to fight back, but now that Li Yuan and his wife are here, Wu Hao might have to be beaten in order to protect them. Don't! Brother, don't you see there are hundreds of them? Let's call the police. Do you think calling the police will help? If it would help, they wouldn't have made such a fuss. Nothing will happen. Wu Hao was not too worried. He thought at most he would be beaten up. He didn't believe that Brother Jie would dare to kill him here. However, Wu Hao also sentenced Brother Jie to death in his heart. When his bodyguards arrived, Wu Hao vowed to massacre the entire Tianlong gang. Bang! After Wu Hao got out of the car, he slammed the door and walked forward. At this time, Brother Jie looked at Wu Hao with a sneer on his face. Boy, today I want to see how arrogant you are. Don't think you are great just because you have a few stinky dollars. If you dare to offend my Tianlong gang, you are doomed to suffer the consequences. What do you want? How about it? See my arm? Even if you broke an arm and 2 fingers, I won't do anything to you. I'll just break your limbs and give me 1 million as compensation. Then your offense against the Tianlong gang will be over. He. Aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you later? You should know that I have quite a bit of wealth. If I offer a 100 million bounty on your head afterwards, I believe there will be many people willing to do so. Isn't it just that I injured your arm? I'll give you 5 million as compensation, and we'll keep our distance from each other from now on. What do you think? If Li Yuan and his wife hadn't been here, Wu Hao would have been able to knock Brother Jie down with 1 punch, but Wu Hao wasn't really afraid of Brother Jie. After hearing what Wu Hao said, Fang Jie's face turned very ugly. He naturally knew that what Wu Hao said was true. If Wu Hao really offered a reward of 100 million, not to mention others, even the younger brothers around him would attack him. The temptation of 100 million was too great, even he was tempted, but if he agreed to Wu Hao's conditions so easily, wouldn't he lose face? 10 million. Forget about the fact that you have to compensate me 10 million. Otherwise, it's not impossible that 1 or 2 people might disappear from Jianghuai City. Fang Jie looked around and said something harsh. The place he chose happened to have no cameras, so the worst that could happen was to tie the person up. Your arm is not worth even 10 million. 5 million is too much. If you don't want it, you can just fight. You. Creak. Just when Fang Jie was about to give the order to tie up Wu Hao, suddenly there was another emergency brake sound. A bus stopped in the distance, and then 10 figures got off the bus. The 10 people who got off the bus quickly pushed aside the Tianlong gang's brothers and came in front of Wu Hao in the blink of an eye. Boss, we are members of the Earth Security, and we are here to protect your safety. Please give us your instructions. Baihu came up to Wu Hao, saluted, and quickly stated his identity, while glancing at all the people in the Tianlong gang. The other 9 people protected Wu Hao and pushed aside the Tianlong gang's younger brothers. When Wu Hao heard Baihu's words, his eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the people from Dotty Security would come so quickly. This really solved his urgent problem. Those who were sent by Xiaozhan to protect him should not be too weak. Just look at the muscles on Baihu and his men to know that they are not comparable to the minions of the Tianlong gang. Are you sure? Boss, I can handle these minions with just 1 hand. Do you want to fight? Before Baihu could say anything, one of the young men said something confidently, not taking these minions seriously at all. Protect my friend and the car. Break one of their legs for me. I want all 4 of his limbs. Ha ha ha. Boss, just watch. Just after Wu Hao finished speaking, the young man laughed loudly, and then quickly rushed towards Fang Jie. When the young man took action, 4 women stood around the car, 3 of them protected Wu Hao, and the remaining 2 also killed the minions of the Xiang Tianlong gang. Ah! Ah! As the 3 men took action, the minions of the Tianlong gang screamed one after another. It was okay to let them bully the weak, but it would be difficult for them to deal with the world security guards like Baihu. Even the people from the Tianlong gang didn't even get to see the enemy's appearance clearly before their legs were broken and they fell to the ground. They could only hold their broken legs and scream in pain. Warrior! At the corner a few hundred meters away from here, there was an inconspicuous Jetta parked, and 2 figures were sitting in the Jetta. Looking at the 3 figures moving through the crowd not far ahead, a thin figure said something with a serious expression. What? Monkey, you are not mistaken. Are those people the warriors you mentioned? Didn't you say that there are very few warriors in this world? There's no doubt about it. They are definitely warriors. At least those 3 are warriors. Although there are very few warriors in this world, that's only relative to the world's population. The middle-aged man fell silent after hearing what the monkey said. What the monkey said was indeed right. There are more than 1 billion people in the world. If warriors only account for 1%, then that is indeed very small. It is not surprising that there are several warriors here, but the middle-aged man has only heard Monkey talk about warriors, but has never seen any other warriors except Monkey. Monkey, who's better between you and them? I don't know. How can you know if you haven't fought before? After all, I can defeat 100 minions like this one. Boss, who is that person? How can he have so many warriors around him? We'd better not offend such people, otherwise, the consequences will not be something you and I can bear. Chapter 26 Wu Hao's Arrangement. Boss, everyone has been dealt with. Do you have any other instructions? In less than 5 minutes, Baihu and the other 2 returned to Wu Hao. Baihu bowed to Wu Hao and asked a question. Wu Hao was very satisfied with the performance of the 10 White Tiger men. They were worthy of being a world-ranked security company. Not only were these bodyguards very strong, but they also acted decisively and efficiently, which was exactly what Wu Hao wanted. Wu Hao nodded to Baihu, then walked towards Brother Jia. At this time, Brother Jia had already fainted, and he looked rather miserable. The arm that was broken by Wu Hao had just been reattached, but Wu Hao had just instructed him to take special care of it, and the remaining 3 limbs were broken by the muscular man Baihu. And because Baihu disliked his loud shouting, he was slapped twice by Baihu. His whole face became swollen and even 3 teeth fell out. Wu Hao squatted in front of Brother Jia, put his right index finger and middle finger together, and pointed one finger at an acupuncture point under Brother Jia's belly. Brother Jia instantly woke up with a scream in pain. Shut up. If you keep yelling at me, I'll cripple your 5th leg. Fang Jia's scream stopped abruptly, and he looked at Wu Hao with a terrified look. He originally thought that Wu Hao had been under his control, but who knew that Wu Hao would have such a powerful bodyguard? He had more than 300 people here, but after Wu Hao's 3 bodyguards took action, they were dealt with in just a few minutes. If Fang Jia had known that Wu Hao had such a powerful bodyguard, he would not have bothered Wu Hao. This is because Fang Jia is too self-righteous. Wu Hao is someone that even the eldest son of the Zhang family in Zhenghuai City has to deal with. Could Wu Hao's identity be simple? I told you yesterday not to bother me again, otherwise, it won't be as simple as breaking my arm. Go back and tell your boss that this matter is not over today. I will find your boss when I have time, and we will slowly settle our scores then. Just take care of yourself. Wu Hao patted Fang Jia's face and said, after all, this is on the main road, and there are many people watching in both the front and back directions. Wu Hao knew that he could no longer stay here and could only wait and settle the score with the Tianlong gang later. Let's go. Wu Hao no longer paid attention to Fang Jia but greeted Baihu and others. Then Wu Hao quickly got into his car and asked Pang Pang to drive away quickly. If they don't leave now, it will be troublesome when the police come. Wu Hao doesn't want to go to the police station for tea. After Wu Hao got on the bus, the 10 White Tigers also got on the bus they drove. However, before getting on the car, Baihu looked in one direction and felt that someone was watching them in that direction, but since Wu Hao had left, Baihu didn't say anything. About 10 minutes after Wu Hao and others left, sirens sounded and 4 police cars stopped at the place where the fight had just taken place. Fang Jia, who was waiting for someone to take him to the hospital, changed his expression the moment he saw the police car coming. After seeing the young woman getting out of the police car, Fang Jia was so angry that he wanted to curse. Fang Jia, it turns out that it is your Tianlong gang that is causing trouble. Do you really think that the underworld can do whatever they want? Call for backup and bring everyone back to me. Lin Shangru cursed Fang Jie as soon as she saw him lying on the ground, but after she finished cursing she realized that Fang Jie's limbs seemed to be broken. Captain, it seems their legs are broken. Should we send them to the hospital first? Let's call 120. We'll take their statements when we get to the hospital. Xiaofang, go ask the bystanders for any clues. Xiao Wang, go check all the surveillance cameras on the new route to see who they had a fight with. Make sure you find that person for me. Yes, Captain. Lin Shangru rubbed his brows. All the people from the Tianlong gang had their legs broken here. This was no small matter. However, there are only people from the Tianlong gang here but no one from other gangs, so this should not be as simple as a fight between two gangs. Lin Shangru naturally wants to get to the bottom of the matter. On the other side, Wu Hao had already returned to the villa. Only then did Li Yuan and his wife relax from their previous worries. Wu Hao also saw that Li Yuan and his wife must have been frightened. Wu Hao called the sales department and asked whether the procedures for Villa number 9 and Villa number 13 were ready. After learning that everything was ready, Wu Hao asked someone to bring the documents over. After paying another 180 million yuan, Wu Hao had another villa under his name, and Villa number 13 was under Li Yuan's name. Originally, Li Yuan and his wife were unwilling to accept it, but after Wu Hao's ideological work, Li Yuan finally accepted Villa number 13. After letting Li Yuan and his wife return to Villa number 13, Wu Hao finally had time to look at the 10 bodyguards in front of him. Please introduce yourselves. Boss, my name is Shin Bianjing, codenamed White Tiger, and I'm their captain. I'm good at combat, counter-reconnaissance, and all kinds of firearms. Boss, my name is Zhang Bo, codenamed White Ape. I am good at fighting, tracking, undercover and disguise. I am also familiar with all kinds of modern transportation. As each of them began to introduce themselves, Wu Hao showed a look of satisfaction. In addition to their powerful martial arts, each of these 10 people was also proficient in several skills. These 10 people are omnipotent together. For example, they are good at hacking, intelligence, medicine, stocks, etc. In short, there is someone who is proficient in everything Wu Hao can think of. This configuration made Wu Hao sigh that Dottie Security was indeed a world-famous security company with many talented people. In fact, Wu Hao felt that it would be more appropriate to call them mercenaries. Although Dottie Security is a security company, it basically takes on dangerous missions and does things that only mercenaries do. From now on, you can just call me boss. Bai Yuan, tell me a card number and I'll transfer some money to you to buy some vehicles. Tomorrow morning, you can go back to my hometown with me. Boss, we have our own money, how can we spend your money? No. Since you are here to protect my safety, I will have to pay for all the expenses, including clothing, food, housing, and transportation for all of you. Your wages will be calculated separately. As soon as Bai Yuan finished speaking, Wu Hao objected. What a joke! He didn't even know how to spend money to exchange for supreme points. Now that he finally had an opportunity, how could he let Bai Yuan and the others spend their own money? Although Bai Yuan and the others are his employees, that is precisely why he cannot spend their money. Moreover, these are his almighty subordinates, so Wu Hao naturally cannot treat them unfairly. I'll transfer 100 million to you first. You don't have to save money to build it. Just buy whatever vehicle you need. Firefox, I'm going to transfer 500 million to you. You can buy whatever people need. From now on, your monthly salary will be 2 million and White Tigers will be 3 million. Boss, isn't this too much? Chapter 27, Convincing Li Yuan to start a company and buy the inner strength skills. Well, this little money is not much for talents like you. As long as you work hard, I will not treat you unfairly. Okay, just do what you need to do. Wu Hao waved his hand and said something, then he walked out of the villa. He was going to go back to his hometown early tomorrow morning, and he also had to arrange the work for Li Yuan and his wife. Seeing Wu Hao said this, Baihu and the others didn't say anything else. Baihu took 3 of them and followed Wu Hao out, and the other 6 also went about their own business. Fatty, are you used to it? I'm used to it. I'm too used to it. How can I not be used to living in such a big villa? That's good. I have to go back to my hometown tomorrow and won't be back for about a week. As for your job, I have 2 for you to choose from. Speak. No matter if you climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a cauldron of oil, I'll leave these 200 pounds to you. Get lost. I don't want your fat body. Leave it to my sister-in-law. I have a building here in Jianghuai City. I can arrange for you and your wife to work in the building, but there is no suitable position for the time being. You can go there to study first. When I come back, I will arrange positions for you based on the situation. Another option is that I will invest 300 million and you can start your own company. I will own 50% of the shares and you will be in charge of everything. Wu Hao told them the two plans he had thought of. Originally, Wu Hao planned to arrange for Li Yuan and his wife to work in Tianlong building. But Wu Hao suddenly remembered something. If he wanted to spend money quickly, starting a company was the best choice. Moreover, it should be started by someone who would lose money if starting a company. And Li Yuan is the best candidate. It's not that Wu Hao underestimated Li Yuan. There is a reason for this. Wu Hao and Li Yuan were best friends. They had dated girls and fought together, played games all night long, and skipped classes together during their 4 years in college. After graduation, both of them planned to start their own business, but Li Yuan seemed to be possessed by bad luck. From the very beginning, he was chased by urban management officers every day when he set up a stall on the street. Later on, he opened restaurants, small supermarkets, late-night snack stalls, etc. No matter what business Li Yuan did, it was always a loss. If it weren't for Wu Hao's continuous support, Li Yuan would have been heavily in debt long ago. How could Wu Hao not want Li Yuan to help him spend money when he has such a good talent? Now he is not afraid that Li Yuan will lose money when starting a company, but he is afraid that Li Yuan will not lose enough. I'm a kind of grass plant. You have so much money that you have nowhere to spend it that you actually ask me to start a company. If you have this much money, you might as well give me more. You know how lucky I am. If I were to start a company, you would lose a lot of money. After hearing what Wu Hao said, Li Yuan stood up from the sofa and looked at Wu Hao in disbelief. Wu Hao actually dared to let him start a company, and it was a company with a value of 300 million yuan. In the past, even if he lost money in business, it would only be tens of thousands of yuan, at most hundreds of thousands of yuan, but now, that's 300 million. If there's a loss, it'll be several million or tens of millions. It's even possible that the entire 300 million will be lost. How could he not be shocked by such a large sum of money? Li Yuan even reached out and touched Wu Hao's forehead, wondering if Wu Hao had a fever that damaged his brain. Chubby, you should believe in good fortune. Don't you want to open a hotel? Just open a hotel this time. I believe you can succeed. You don't have any confidence in yourself, do you? Are you willing to bear the name of a god of bad luck for the rest of your life? No, I'd better go to the building and help you work. No matter what Wu Hao said, Li Yuan just shook his head. If it was tens or hundreds of millions, he would dare to give it a try, but 300 million was really too much. Ruffian! Wu Hao said something contemptuously to Li Yuan, but this sentence made Li Yuan angry and he grabbed Wu Hao by the collar. You son of a bitch, how dare you call me a scoundrel? Isn't it? You don't even dare to face yourself, isn't it? Okay. You want to play this way, right? Send me the money, and tomorrow I'll go apply for the formalities to open a restaurant. It's not my money that's being lost anyway. Li Yuan pushed Wu Hao away, took out his bank card and slapped it into Wu Hao's hand. He still didn't believe it. At worst, he would just work like a slave for Wu Hao. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? How can a grown man be so timid? Don't bother applying for any formalities, just buy a restaurant directly. If you don't have enough money, just tell me and I'll transfer more money to you. It should be much easier to run a restaurant with an existing one. As Wu Hao spoke, he transferred 300 million to Li Yuan's bank card. There was only 150 million left in his bank card, but Wu Hao was not worried. If he has no money, he can just ask Qingyan Entertainment Company to transfer the money. Anyway, Qingyan Entertainment Company has not transferred the funds to him yet. Moreover, as long as the system gives out rewards after tomorrow, maybe tens or even hundreds of billions, Wu Hao doesn't worry about not having money at all. Okay, you can handle everything yourself. If you need money, call me again. After Wu Hao transferred the money to Li Yuan, he said something and then went back to his villa. After returning to the room, Wu Hao opened the system mall. Having just paid for villas number 9 and 13, Wu Hao now has 227 supreme points. He wants to see if there is anything else that can help him. I don't know if this martial arts secret book can really be practiced. Even if I can't cultivate immortality and become a martial arts master, it's not bad. Wu Hao looked through the system mall carefully, and suddenly he saw martial arts secrets available for purchase, and he thought of what happened today. Although he has made some progress in fighting skills, things like today's incidents are rather troublesome. But if he became a martial arts master like the ones on TV, he could blow away a group of enemies with a wave of his hand. After Wu Hao looked through all the martial arts secrets, he chose his favorite internal energy technique, the 9-Yang Divine Art. After spending 210 of Wu Hao's supreme points, his supreme points once again became 10 digits, but Wu Hao didn't have any regrets. If he could really cultivate the 9-Yang Divine Art, it would definitely be more cost-effective than just leaving the supreme point there and watching. Wu Hao didn't think about anything else and started to practice according to the principles of the 9-Yang Divine Art. It is worth mentioning that Wu Hao can directly let the system transmit the skills purchased from the system to his mind. Just when Wu Hao began to practice the 9-Yang Divine Art, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Zhang Jiang in the Jiang family's villa in Jianghuai City. Ming Gongfeng, I'm leaving this matter to you. There is 5 million in this card for Ming Gongfeng's tea money. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. You can see the news of his death tomorrow. I'm leaving now. Chapter 28, Introduction to the 9-Yang Magic Skills, Sparring with the White Tiger. Damn it, this 9-Yang Divine Art is too difficult to practice. After more than an hour passed, Wu Hao opened his eyes and said something speechlessly. He had just practiced the 9-Yang Divine Art for more than an hour. But he couldn't even get started with the mental method. If there wasn't a system that transmitted the mental method directly into his mind, he probably wouldn't even be able to remember it. Wu Hao had no choice but to open the system mall to see if there was anything that could help him practice quickly. As soon as he opened the system mall, Wu Hao saw that his supreme points had changed. After purchasing the inner skills of the 9-Yang Divine Art, Wu Hao only had 17 supreme points left, but now he had 97 supreme points. There were 80 more supreme points. It went without saying that the bodyguards must have spent money. Wu Hao did not get any supreme points when he transferred the money to the bodyguards before. Wu Hao knew that they would have to spend money to get supreme points, so he told the bodyguards not to save money for him and to spend as much as they should. Wu Hao first took a look at the elixirs for cultivating immortality, but the cheapest kind of liquid medicine required 10,000 supreme points, not to mention the finished elixirs. Wu Hao went back to the warrior column and started looking. After half an hour of comparison, Wu Hao chose a pill called Xiao Peiyuan Dan. Xiao Peiyuan Dan can effectively remove impurities from the body and can also cleanse a person's talents, making it easier for people to succeed in their cultivation. One small Peiyuan pill costs 10 supreme points, and Wu Hao bought 5 small Peiyuan pills at once. Although the main function of the small Peiyuan pill is to enhance a person's cultivation talent, it also has many other benefits. For example, it can prolong life and cure various ailments. Wu Hao is going back to celebrate his grandfather's birthday tomorrow, and he plans to give one to his grandfather. After Wu Hao swallowed a small Peiyuan pill, he began to practice according to the internal energy method. Wu Hao practiced for another 4 hours, until he stopped when it was dark. I still need the help of elixirs. A small elixir allowed me to get started with the 9-Yang Divine Art. Wu Hao felt the flowing internal force in his body and couldn't help but smile. After several hours of practice, he finally mastered the 9-Yang Divine Art. The cultivation of mental methods in martial arts is divided into entry, minor success, major success, and perfection, and the 9-Yang Divine Art mental method is divided into 9 levels. When Wu Hao has fully cultivated the internal force in his dantian, a sun will be formed in his dantian. This means that the first level of the 9-Yang Divine Art has been completed. Wu Hao did not continue to practice. Perhaps because of the practice, Wu Hao now felt that he could swallow a pig. Boss. Tianhu, hurry up and prepare some food for me. Prepare more meat. I'm starving. Tianhu is also one of the 10 bodyguards, and her specialty is cooking. Wu Hao had previously asked her to be responsible for his 3 meals a day. Boss, dinner has been prepared for you. If you need more meat, I will prepare it for you right away. Okay, go ahead. Wu Hao said this and walked towards the restaurant, and Tianhu served him 4 dishes and a soup. Wu Hao was already very hungry, so he sat down and started eating with big mouthfuls. Afterwards, Tianhu made 3 large plates of meat for Wu Hao. Wu Hao was not full until an hour later. The others were stunned by Wu Hao's appetite. Tianhu, your cooking skills are really amazing. I'm so full of food. Wu Hao felt a little embarrassed when he saw the strange looks from the others, and he said something to Tianhu with a smile, trying to cover up the embarrassment of eating so much. Boss, as long as you like it. White Tiger, shall we go practice? This. How? You underestimate me, don't you? Let me tell you, your boss is also very powerful. Let's go. As soon as Wu Hao saw Baihu's expression, he knew what he was thinking. Wasn't he afraid of hurting himself? But could Baihu really hurt himself? Not to mention that he has already mastered the 9 Yang divine art. Even before he started practicing, he had also made some progress in fighting skills. Moreover, Wu Hao has also taken body refining pills, and his physical fitness is not inferior to that of the Special Forces King. Wu Hao said this and walked out of the villa. There was a 300 square meter yard outside, which was just right for him to compete with Baihu. Are you ready? Wu Hao looked at Baihu and saw him making a Tai Chi gesture. The fighting technique includes not only Sanda, but also the famous martial arts in Tianfu Kingdom, such as Tai Chi, Baji, and Wing Chun. Boss, be careful. Baihu looked at Wu Hao's standard Tai Chi gestures, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He knew that Wu Hao's strength might not be that simple. If you haven't learned it systematically, it's impossible to have such standard gestures. This is different from those practiced in the park. Bring it on. Wu Hao waved to Baihu, and Baihu attacked Wu Hao without any hesitation. However, before figuring out Wu Hao's strength, Baihu only used 30% of his strength. A heavy punch was thrown at Wu Hao's shoulder. The moment Baihu made the move, the expression on Wu Hao's face changed. When Baihu's heavy punch was about to hit his shoulder, Wu Hao stepped back to avoid Baihu's fist. At the same time that Wu Hao dodged Baihu's fist by leaning sideways, his left hand grabbed Baihu's fist with lightning speed, and his right hand appeared at Baihu's waist and grabbed it. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Wu Hao lifted up the white tiger and threw it forward, but the white tiger also reacted by now. Just when Wu Hao was about to throw him out, he suddenly hooked Wu Hao's neck with his left hand and hit Wu Hao's chest with his knee. Looking at the knee attack coming towards him, Wu Hao bent backward and slammed Baihu to the ground, just in time to neutralize Baihu's knee attack. Then Wu Hao supported himself on the ground with his hands and swept his leg towards Baihu again. Baihu was worthy of being the captain of the bodyguards. When Wu Hao's sweeping leg swept towards him, he also dodged it with a somersault. Then, the fight between the two became faster and faster, with various methods emerging one after another, which made the other 9 people shout with excitement. Bang! The two men didn't know how long they had been fighting. Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. After Wu Hao and Baihu exchanged punches, the two figures separated in an instant. Happy! White Tiger, I'm going to use all my strength, so you better be careful. After Wu Hao said this loudly, his figure suddenly appeared in front of Baihu like a ghost and punched Baihu on the shoulder. Warrior! Feeling the unique aura of Wu Hao and his ghostly speed, Baihu shouted in shock and threw a punch without thinking. Bang! A sound like firecrackers exploding was heard, and the two figures separated again, but this time Wu Hao retreated more than 10 steps before stopping, while Baihu only retreated 7 or 8 steps. The difference in strength between the two was immediately apparent. Chapter 29 Understanding Warriors. Baihu, what did you mean by warriors just now? Are you all warriors too? In the hall of the villa, Wu Hao took a sip of tea and asked Baihu. He had just heard Baihu say the word warrior. This instantly piqued Wu Hao's interest. Could it be that there were still warriors in this world? Wu Hao thought that those were just plays on TV. Boss, aren't you a warrior yourself? Don't you know anything about warriors? Then how did you get this strength? Baihu and the others were also a little surprised after hearing what Wu Hao said. Isn't Wu Hao a warrior himself? Why did he ask about himself? I learned this from an old beggar when I was a kid, but I don't know exactly what it is. Tell me what a warrior is. Oh well. Baihu then told Wu Hao about the matter of warriors. It turned out that warriors have always existed in the world, but it was difficult for ordinary people to see them. Firstly, the number of warriors is relatively small, and secondly, due to state control, warriors cannot casually show their strength in front of ordinary people. The levels of warriors are divided into 9 levels, 1 to 9. After breaking through the 9th level, one becomes a martial artist, followed by 2 levels, martial master and martial god. Baihu, what level of warrior are you now, and what level of warrior am I? After listening to what Baihu said about warriors, Wu Hao was really enlightened. He never thought that there were still so many warriors in today's society. Boss, my current strength is that of a level 5 warrior. As for you, judging from the situation in the battle with you just now, you should be a level 3 warrior. Only level 3? Wu Hao was a little depressed. He originally thought that he was a martial arts master, but in the end he was still just a little Camilla. Wu Hao himself didn't even think about it. He only practiced for a few hours and had already reached the 3rd level of strength, but it might take others decades to reach the 3rd level of martial arts. In other words, Baihu and others didn't know what Wu Hao was thinking. If they knew, they would definitely be shocked. To reach the 3rd level warrior in just a few hours, this can no longer be described as a genius. Boss, a level 3 warrior is already a superhuman in the eyes of ordinary people. You should know that the so-called king of soldiers is just reaching the limit of the human body. Yeah, what about you guys? What level of warriors are you all? Boss, we are all level 3 or 4 warriors. In our Earth security, only the 4 war kings are level 5 warriors. Then how many warriors do we have for the security of the land? And what level of warrior is Lao Shao? Boss, there are 2 types of members in our Earth security. One type is the official members, which are made up of warriors like us, and there are 100 of them. The other type is the reserve members, which are made up of veterans. There are more than 3,000 of them. As for the Dragon King's strength, he is the strongest among our Earth security guards. He is a level 6 warrior. Baihu told Wu Hao about the strength and staffing of Dadi security, and also told him some things about warriors. The strongest warrior in Tianfu Kingdom today is a junior martial arts master who has been stationed in the central government all year round. He is also the strongest means for Tianfu Kingdom to threaten foreign enemies. This is because once a warrior breaks through the martial arts realm, he can fly in the air for a short period of time, and his physical body becomes incredibly powerful, and can only be killed by a nuclear bomb. As for the powerful god of war, he has not appeared in the world for more than 200 years. As for whether there is a hidden god of war, Baihu does not know, because such information is not something that ordinary people can know. Okay, have a good rest tonight, we will go back to Minfeng town early tomorrow morning. After Wu Hao learned about the warrior, he said something to Baihu and went upstairs. After returning to his room, Wu Hao continued practicing. After knowing the existence of warriors, Wu Hao became somewhat nervous. He was only a 3rd level warrior now. If he offended some ancient family one day, he might be killed in a snap. Although there are not many warriors in this world, there are still many ancient families with warriors in Tianfu Kingdom, especially those warrior families. It was pitch black in the midnight, with only the occasional chirping of insects in the distance breaking the silence. Suddenly, a shadow flashed across the villa complex of Tianfuan. The black shadow familiarly dodged countless surveillance cameras and quickly approached a villa. Soon it appeared in front of a large villa. This is villa number 8. It's really easy to make money here. The black shadow murmured softly, then leaped into the yard of the villa. The black shadow looked around the yard, then moved towards the villa. What the black shadow didn't know was that in a hidden corner of the yard, a red light flashed by. It was a miniature camera. At this time, in a room on the 1st floor of the villa, a man was looking at the pictures sent back from the computer, and a murderous look flashed across his face. The dark shadow outside the villa didn't know that his actions had already been known to others. Just as he was about to jump onto the balcony on the 2nd floor, a sudden chill rose from the bottom of his heart. The black shadow turned his head with some difficulty, and 5 figures appeared behind him at some point, which made the black shadow's body stiffen for a moment. Don't alarm the neighbors. Bring him in for me. At this time, another voice came from behind. Wu Hao appeared on the balcony on the 2nd floor without knowing when, and said something to the white tiger below. Bang! 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 Just after Wu Hao's voice fell, several dull sounds were heard, but in the blink of an eye, the black shadow was captured by the 5 white tigers without even a scream. Boss, this person is a 1st level warrior. Tell me, who sent you here and what is your purpose for coming here? Wu Hao knew it as soon as the black shadow entered the villa yard. Now his 5 senses are not comparable to those of ordinary people. Snort! The black shadow looked at Wu Hao and snorted coldly without saying anything. However, at this moment the black shadow hated Zhang Jiang in his heart. Is this what you call a nouveau riche? Which upstart could hire so many warriors? The one who could capture me before I could react must be a warrior of level 2 or above. You guys are pretty good at forcing a confession. I don't care what method you use, I want to know why he came before daybreak. Seeing the man in black didn't say anything, Wu Hao said something to Baihu and went upstairs. Fortunately, he now has a bodyguard, otherwise, he would have to do this kind of thing himself. Quaish, take him to the basement. Okay. Baihu said something to Quiche beside him, because Quiche was best at torture, and Quiche, with a sinister smile on his face, carried the man in black and walked towards the basement. Everyone, don't go to sleep yet, wait until dawn. Baihu had arranged it beforehand that 3 groups of people would take turns on duty every night, with 3 people in a group and each group working for 3 hours. It was only about 2 hours until dawn, and something like this happened again, so Baihu told everyone not to sleep. Chapter 30 Reward 10 billion. Boss, breakfast is ready for you. Do you want to eat it now? At 7:30, Wu Hao walked down from upstairs on time. Tianhu stood at the stairs and said respectfully that since Wu Hao showed his strength last night, Tianhu and other bodyguards have been more respectful to Wu Hao. Although they were very respectful to Wu Hao before, that was only because Wu Hao was the boss of their dotty security, but now their respect is mixed with respect for the strong. Well, tell Baihu to come see me. Wu Hao nodded and said something as he walked towards the restaurant. The reason why he got up so early was because today was his grandfather's 80th birthday. Wu Hao's hometown is Minfeng Town, and it is more than 100 kilometers from the urban area of Jiang City to Minfeng Town, which takes about 2 hours to drive. Wu Hao also planned to buy some gifts and other things to bring back, which would take some time, and he had to be back home before the banquet started. Baihu came over just as Wu Hao sat down to eat breakfast. Wu Hao asked while eating breakfast, "Did you find out who ordered this?" "Boss, I have found out that it was Zhang Zhiyong, the son of the Zhang family, one of the 5 major families in Jianghuai City. Zhang Zhiyong gave him 5 million and asked him to kill you." Snort. It's Zhang Zhiyong again. Looks like I have to deal with the Zhang family when I get back. When Wu Hao heard Baihu's words, he snorted coldly and said that he could not expect Zhang Zhiyong to be so cruel that he actually sent warriors to kill him. Fortunately, he became a warrior, otherwise, he would have lost his life last night. Wu Hao didn't know why Zhang Zhiyong was so cruel to him, but he knew that this matter must be handled properly. Otherwise, there would always be some flies harassing him, and even if he was not afraid, he would still feel disgusted. Now Wu Hao no longer has any awe for the 5 major families. "Boss, we need to take all of them." Baihu didn't say the rest of the words, but he also made a gesture of wiping his neck, and Wu Hao also understood what Baihu meant. "No rush. I'll deal with it after I return from my hometown. I'll destroy the killer's strength and break his hands. I'll have him go back and tell Zhang Zhiyong. We'll settle the grudge between him and me in a few days. Let him clean his neck and wait for death. But it's okay to cause some trouble for the Zhang family first. Isn't Firefox a master hacker? Ask her to collect some dirty laundry on the Zhang family and post it online. I think these big families must have a lot of things that are not allowed to be seen in public." "Yes, boss." After Wu Hao gave instructions to Baihu, he no longer cared about these things. He believed that Baihu and others would handle it. Wu Hao finished his breakfast in a short while. He raised his hand to look at the watch he was wearing. The time was exactly 7:58. "Boss, everything has been taken care of. Okay, let's get ready to go." Wu Hao said this and walked towards the garage. As soon as he arrived at the garage, he heard the voice of the system ringing in his mind. Congratulations to the host for binding the system for the 3rd day. The host is rewarded 10 billion renminbi. I wish the host a happy life. Wu Hao paused. He didn't expect the system to be so straightforward this time and directly gave him 10 billion yuan in funds. This was real cash, which was much better than those assets. What Wu Hao values now is not those assets, he only values cash, because when spending cash he can directly get supreme points, but it is different for assets. After the system's voice fell, Wu Hao's mobile phone also received a message from the bank. The money he had just spent yesterday has now been returned, and it is 10 billion. Baihu, let's go to the Global Plaza in Jianghuai City first. We'll buy some gifts before returning. Okay, boss. Baihu was driving Wu Hao's Q3, Wu Hao was sitting in the passenger seat, with 2 other members sitting in the back, and the remaining 7 people were driving 2 Land Rover Range Rovers. When Wu Hao went to Global Plaza, Ming Gongfeng, whose cultivation was destroyed and his hands were broken by Baihu, also returned to Zhang Zhiyong's villa. At this time, Zhang Zhiyong in the villa was a little absent-minded, because since Ming Gongfeng left the villa yesterday, Zhang Zhiyong had been waiting for Ming Gongfeng's call. "Ming Gongsheng, you are finally back. What's wrong with your hand? When Zhang Jiang was wondering why he couldn't get through to Ming Gongfeng on the phone, he suddenly saw Ming Gongfeng walk in, which gave Zhang Jiang a pleasant surprise. However, Zhang Jiang soon discovered that something was wrong. Ming Gongxing's hands were hanging down, and his face was covered with bruises, and his clothes were dirty and stained with blood. Zhang Jiang, you have caused me so much trouble. There are actually level 3 warriors around Wu Hao. They broke my hands and destroyed my cultivation. All this is because of you. You must give me an explanation for this matter, otherwise, when my master comes, your Jiang family will be dead. What? That's impossible. Wu Hao is just a nouveau riche with some money. How could there be a warrior around him? I have checked his identity clearly. Snort. You're saying I'm lying to you? Don't dare, Ming Gongsheng, I will send you to the hospital now. I will tell my father about this matter. My Jiang family will definitely give you justice. That's the best. Zhang Jiang did not dare to delay at all and immediately drove Ming Gongxing to the hospital, while also calling his father. Ming Gongfeng was originally the Jiang family's priest. He was the one who secretly asked Ming Gongfeng to kill Wu Hao. His father had no idea about this. Now that such a big thing has happened, Zhang Jiang dared not hide anything. You know, although his Jiang family is one of the 5 major families in Jianhui City, they dare not offend warriors. But there is a master behind Ming Gongfeng. If Ming Gongfeng cannot be satisfied, then the Jiang family will definitely not have a good time. West City, Jiang family mansion. Bang! This is just nonsense. Zhang Mingliang threw the teacup in his hand to the ground, and his expression became very ugly. He couldn't imagine that his son would cause such a big trouble. Mingliang, what happened? Hearing the sound of glass breaking, a woman came out of the kitchen and asked with a look of surprise on her face, because this was the first time she saw her husband throwing things in anger. Snort! You are still the good son you spoiled me with. Zhang Mingliang glared at his wife, then hurried outside. He had to go to the hospital immediately. Jiang? Jiang, something happened, wait for me. Lu Xiaoli thought something had happened to her son, so she didn't even bother to put on her apron and hurriedly followed Zhang Mingliang out. Just stay home and don't come and cause trouble. He is the one who got into trouble, not the one who got into trouble. The one who got into trouble is Ming Gongfeng. Chapter 31 Zhang Mingliang's Worry. Zhang Mingliang rushed to the First People's Hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, Ming Gongfeng's hands had already been put back by the doctor. Ming Gongsheng, are you okay? Zhang Mingliang glared at his son fiercely and asked Ming Gongfeng with some concern. Although he was the one who invited Ming Gongfeng back, he had always been respectful to Ming Gongfeng. There is no other reason, it is because Ming Gongxing is a powerful warrior. As the head of the 5 major families in Jianhui City, Zhang Mingliang naturally knows the existence of warriors. It's a pity that his Jiang family has no warriors. Being able to invite Ming Gongfeng to take charge of the Jiang family is already a great blessing. Naturally, they are respectful to Ming Gongfeng. He even offered a high salary of 150 million yuan a year. The first reason was naturally that he wanted to tie Ming Gongfeng to his Jiang family forever, and the second was that he wanted Ming Gongfeng to teach his son martial arts. What made Zhang Mingliang angry was that his damn rebellious son had no intention of practicing martial arts and now even injured Ming Gongxing. Snort! It's all your good son's fault. The injuries on my hands are not serious, but because of your son, my realm has been destroyed. You, the Jiang family, must give me an explanation. Otherwise, when my master arrives, he will make your Jiang family uneasy. What? Ming Gongshan, has your strength been abolished? Rebellious son, what on earth is going on? After hearing that the strength of Ming Gongfeng warrior had been abolished, Zhang Mingliang was frightened. It was not that Zhang Mingliang cared too much about the strength of Ming Gongfeng warrior. Even without Ming Gongfeng, he could still hire other warriors as long as his Jiang family had money. Although warriors were very powerful, the resources required to go further on the path of a warrior were terrifying. If one wants to purchase training resources, one must have money. Otherwise, given the arrogant character of warriors, how could his Jiang family have the ability to hire a warrior? What Zhang Mingliang is worried about now is who his son has offended. The person who can destroy Ming Gongsheng's strength must be a warrior, or a warrior who is more powerful than Ming Gongsheng. His son has offended such a person. If someone comes to the door to fight, how should his Zhang family face it? You have to know that warriors are not under the supervision of the police. Even if you call the police, it will be useless. Only the Warrior Association can supervise warriors. Although the Jiang family is one of the 5 major families in Jianghuai City, he has no contact with the Warrior Association. Only when warriors threaten the lives of ordinary people will people from the Warrior Association come forward. But if someone came to seek revenge, would they wait until the Warrior Association arrived? Maybe by the time the Warrior Association arrived at Zhang's house, he would have already died. Moreover, if it was his son who provoked others first, then even if he was killed, his death would be in vain, and the Warrior Association would not care about such matters at all. It is precisely because Zhang Mingliang knows all this that he is so afraid. Not only will he have to compensate Ming Gongfeng for his losses, but he will also have to worry about others taking revenge on him. Dad, he is obviously a nouveau riche. I didn't know there were any warriors in Wu Hao's place. This is completely an accident. Bang! You rebellious son, you dare to attack others without knowing their background. Do you want to kill my Zhang family? Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get back. It would have been fine if Zhang Zhiyong hadn't said anything. As soon as he said it, Zhang Mingliang became even angrier. He actually dared to take action without even knowing the details of the person he was dealing with. Isn't this cheating? Ming Gongfeng, how about we go back and discuss compensating you? Don't worry, even if I spend all the money of my Zhang family, I will find the precious medicine for you to recover. Snort! That's the best. Ming Gongxing snorted coldly and said that although his strength was destroyed, there were indeed precious medicines in the world that could restore him, but the hope was very small. But no matter what, it is better to have hope than to have no hope. Maybe he will be luckier. Wu Hao, who was already on his way back to his hometown at this time, didn't know all this. After buying a lot of gifts at Global Plaza, he drove for almost 2 hours and finally returned to Wujian village in Minfeng town before 11 o'clock. Looking at the more than 3-meter wide cement road in front of him, Wu Hao couldn't help but fall into memories of a few years ago. He remembered that this road was built the year he just graduated. At that time, the town government took the lead in raising funds for the construction of the village. Each household was charged 30 yuan per person based on the population, and the town government would bear the shortfall. Wu Hao only came back once that year, and it has been several years since then. Now returning to Wujiang village again, Wu Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I really lived in vain in the past few years. Because of a scheming woman, I haven't even been home for several years. I don't know how much family affection I missed. Most of the people in Wujiang village are named Wu. As soon as Wu Hao's 3 cars entered the village, they attracted a lot of attention, especially the 2 Land Rover Range Rovers at the back. The people in Wujiang village are not rich. The better-off families only drive cars worth more than 200,000 yuan. Now, when they suddenly saw 2 cars that looked extraordinary, the villagers were of course very curious. Is there another important person coming to our Wujiang village? He is not coming to celebrate Wu Weiman's birthday again. Under a big willow tree at the entrance of Wujiang village, 3 or 5 uncles and aunts gathered there, watching the 3 cars disappearing. One of the aunts couldn't help but say something. Maybe it's true. Didn't the luxury car just now also go to Wu Weiman's house? Today is Wu Weiman's 80th birthday, so it's not surprising that they came to celebrate Wu Weiman's birthday. What I can't understand is that Wu Weiman's family is not a wealthy family. How come so many rich people came to celebrate Wu Weiman's birthday? What's so strange about this? Have you forgotten about their Wu Hao? I heard that he is now a big boss in our city, making millions a year. Uncle Lei Jun, please don't mention Wu Hao. Everyone knows that he hasn't been back for several years. Wu Luo raised this son in vain. He finally paid for Wu Hao to finish college. Wu Hao is a capable guy, but he didn't come home for several years just for a woman who couldn't have children. I'd rather have a dog than a son like this. As soon as an uncle finished speaking, he was refuted by a woman, and everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement after hearing what the woman said. Fortunately, Wu Hao did not hear these words, otherwise, he would definitely want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. At this time, Wu Hao also returned to his doorstep, but what surprised Wu Hao was that there was a luxury car, Maserati, parked in his yard. Wu Hao was naturally very clear about the situation in his family. It was impossible for him to have such a rich relative. So what was the matter with this Maserati? Chapter 32. Wu Hao returns to his hometown. Wu Hao's home is at the easternmost end of Wujiang village. It is a small 3-story villa. Although Wu Hao has not been back for a few years, he gave a lot of money back before. This house was newly built with his money, and there is a not-so-small yard in front of the house, about 300 or 400 square meters. There were quite a few figures in the yard at this time. A tent was set up on the left side of the yard, and there were several busy figures in the tent. That is a custom unique to Tianyuan province. Whenever there is a wedding in someone's family, they will invite a chef who specializes in banquets to come back and prepare the banquet. Today is Wu Hao's grandfather's 80th birthday, so it is not surprising that there is a chef preparing the banquet. When Wu Hao's car drove into the yard, a woman in her 50s just walked out of the house. Zhang Xueme was stunned for a moment when she saw the 3 cars that suddenly appeared, but she soon seemed to remember something and hurried towards the cars. "Mom, I'm back." Wu Hao, who was in the car, had already seen his mother. He quickly got out of the car and called out to Zhang Xueme. Looking at his mother, who had aged a lot compared to previous years, Wu Hao felt a lump in his throat and almost couldn't hold back his tears. "Xiao Hao." The moment Zhang Xueme saw Wu Hao, she was delighted and quickly stepped forward to hold Wu Hao's hand. She hadn't seen her son for several years and it was impossible for her to say that she didn't miss him. Originally she thought that Wu Hao would not come back again, but unexpectedly Wu Hao rushed back just before the meal started. Zhang Xueme was naturally very happy. "Xiao Hao, you must be tired after driving for so long. Come in quickly with Mom. Your grandfather will definitely be very happy if he knows you are back. By the way, didn't Xiaoyan come back with you?" Although Zhang Xueme had not agreed with Wu Hao and Zhang Yan's marriage before, they had been married for several years, so Zhang Xueme had to accept it even if she didn't want to. The genes of Wu Hao's family are a bit strange. Whether it is his grandfather, his father, or his generation, there is only one male. In his grandfather's generation, his grandfather was the only male, and he had 8 younger sisters. In his father Wu Luo's generation, his father was the only male, and Wu Hao also had 4 aunts. Wu Hao is the only male of his generation. He also has 2 younger sisters, one who is a senior and the other a sophomore. Zhang Xueme is still waiting to hold her grandson. Even if she has a problem with Zhang Yan, she can't say anything now, as long as Zhang Yan can help the old Wu family give birth to a grandson. "Mom, I divorced her." "What? Xiao Hao, what's going on with you two? Aren't you living well? How come you're getting divorced all of a sudden?" Zhang Xueme screamed when she heard what Wu Hao said, and asked Wu Hao anxiously. Zhang Xueme's high decibel voice scared everyone in the room and made them run out. "Xiao Hao! Xiao Hao! Brother!" Several figures walked out of the house. When they saw Wu Hao, they all smiled and greeted him. "Xiao Hao, what happened to you? Tell Mom. Did you do something to let Xiaoyan down?" Zhang Xueme was still waiting to have a grandchild. Suddenly she heard that her son and daughter-in-law were getting divorced. Of course, she was very nervous. "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about?" When Wu Yuman saw the nervous look on her sister-in-law's face and heard her saying such strange things, she asked in surprise. Others also looked at Zhang Xueme strangely, wanting to know what had happened and why Zhang Xueme was so nervous. "Xiao Hao and Zhang Yan are divorced." "What? Brother, have you divorced that woman? That's great." "Ah. Mom, why did you hit me? You damn girl, you are happy that your brother is getting divorced, right? Mom, didn't you always dislike that woman? Now my brother is divorcing her, aren't you happy? Second aunt, third aunt, are you happy?" Wu Yingying touched her head that was hit and replied, then asked the 2 women around her. Wu Yingying is Wu Hao's youngest sister. She is now a sophomore in the only university in Jianhui City. Jianhui Food University is the university where Wu Hao studied before. Wu Hao also has a younger sister named Wu Xiaoxiao, who is a senior in the provincial capital of Tianyuan province. Due to some special reasons at school, she seldom has time to go home. Wu Hao hasn't seen Wu Xiaoxiao for several years. He doesn't know whether she has taken leave to come back today, but Wu Hao guessed that his sister should not have come back. "Well, although I didn't agree with your brother and Zhang Yan's marriage at first, since they are already married, they should live a good life. Why are they suddenly getting divorced now? Your brother is already in his 20s and almost 30. Look at the children of your brother's age in our Wujian village. They can already help with cooking. If he gets married again at this age, the girl will definitely dislike him. What should I do? I told you to have a baby sooner. If she wants to divorce you after you have a baby, it doesn't matter. Alas. Wu Hao." Wu Hao was speechless about what his mother said. He is only 26 years old this year. Is 26 very old? Besides, with his current achievements, if he wants to find a wife, isn't it possible for him to do so? Mom, didn't Jiang always refuse to have a child? And her attitude towards me has changed a lot recently, so I pretended that the company went bankrupt some time ago, and the woman immediately asked for a divorce from me. I think the two of us are really not suitable, so I agreed to divorce. Wu Hao briefly explained the reason, but he said that he was pretending to be bankrupt, but in fact he was really bankrupt. If he hadn't been lucky enough to bind to the system, he, Wu Hao, might be the one sleeping in the park now. Snort. Don't be obsessed with such a vain woman. Don't worry, brother. I will introduce you to my best friend someday. When Wu Ying heard that the divorce was due to this reason, her face was filled with frost and she snorted coldly. She knew that Jiang Yan was not a good person. The reason why she wanted to marry her brother before was definitely because she was attracted by his money. Otherwise, how could she file for divorce as soon as she knew that her brother went bankrupt? Okay, let's not talk about her anymore. I haven't seen Grandpa for a few years. I'd better go in and wish him a happy birthday first. Wu Hao reached out and scratched his sister's nose. This girl still dared to say anything as before and even wanted to introduce her best friend to him. Okay, your grandpa will definitely be happy to see you back. By the way, Xiuhao, are they? Chapter 33 Grandpa's Past. Mom, they are all my bodyguards. Baihu, take everything out of the car. Okay, boss. Mom, is there a distinguished guest coming to our house? How come there is a high-end car like a Maserati here? Wu Hao ordered Baihu and others to take the gifts from the car, while he pulled his mother into the house and asked about the car in the yard. Xiao Hao, that car was driven by the granddaughter of an old comrade of your grandfather. Is that car very expensive? Grandpa's comrade in arms? How come I've never heard that Grandpa was a soldier before? As for the car, it's not very expensive, only about $1 million or so. It costs more than $1 million. Isn't that more expensive than our house? Mom, how can you compare a house to a car? Our Wujiang village is in the countryside anyway, but there are houses worth hundreds of millions in the city. Wu Hao said this speechlessly. Not to mention anything else, his own villa in Tianlong was worth 380 million yuan. There was nothing to compare with it. While they were talking, several people walked into the house. There were several people sitting on the sofa on the left side of the living room. However, only 2 old men were talking, while the others were listening quietly to what the 2 old men were saying. One of them was Wu Hao's grandfather, Wu Weiman. As for the other person, he should be my grandfather's comrade in arms. After Wu Hao and others came in, everyone looked at Wu Hao. Xiao Hao. How'er. Dad, eldest aunt, third aunt, fourth aunt, grandpa, I'm back to wish you a happy birthday. Wu Hao hurriedly stepped forward to greet a few people. Wu Hao came in front of his grandfather, took his grandfather's hand and said with some sadness. Since Wu Hao is the only male in his generation, his grandfather has loved him the most since he was young. When Wu Hao was a child, he got into trouble and was beaten, and it was his grandfather who saved him. As for Wu Hao's grandmother, she passed away when he was just a freshman in college. Since then, his grandfather's personality has become much quieter, coupled with Wu Hao's marriage the year before last. Wu Weiman now looks much older than he did 2 years ago. Wu Hao feels very uncomfortable seeing this. He thought he was such an asshole before. Okay. I'm glad you're back. Howard, you must have been very busy recently. Look how much weight you've lost. Grandpa, I'm not tired at all. Maybe I haven't eaten enough recently. Wu Hao helped his grandfather sit down and said that he was indeed not having a hard time now. If he was having any hard time, it was because he was thinking about how to spend money. But he is indeed a lot thinner now than before. It's a good thing that he didn't jump off the building after his company went bankrupt. Isn't it normal to lose some weight? Weiman, is this your grandson? Fu Changxiao glanced at Baihu and others standing behind Wu Hao, a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he said to Wu Weiman with a smile. Ha ha ha. You see, I was so happy that I forgot to introduce them to you. Commander Fu, this is my grandson Wu Hao. Howard, this is Grandpa's former commander Fu Changxiao, and this is Commander Fu's granddaughter Lin Xian. Hello, Commander Fu. Thank you for coming to my grandfather's 80th birthday party. Hello, Miss Lin. What chief or not, that was all decades ago. Just call me Grandpa Fu. Xiao Hao is very handsome, so his achievements must be extraordinary. Grandpa Fu was joking. He just opened a small company in the city. It's not worth mentioning at all. Wu Hao said a little embarrassedly. What achievements did he have? Maybe he had some small achievements before, but they have long become a thing of the past. Now, everything he has is just a reward from the system, and the word achievement cannot be used at all. Afterwards, Wu Hao started chatting with his grandfather and Fu Changxiao. During the conversation, Wu Hao also learned that his grandfather used to be a soldier. However, he was injured in the leg while rescuing Fu Changxiao in a battle, and was assigned to logistics due to his limited mobility. Later, Wu Weiman took the initiative to leave the army and return to Wujiang village. He got married the following year. Wu Weiman never told his son and grandson about these things. If Fu Changxiao had not appeared now, Wu Weiman probably would not have said these things. As for Fu Changxiao's appearance here, it was because he had retired long ago. Now he came to visit his daughter and also to see his old friend. Fu Changxiao's identity is not simple either. He was the founding marshal of Tianfu Kingdom. If Wu Hao's grandfather had not taken the initiative to return to Wujiang village, he would at least be a provincial governor. While Wu Hao was chatting with his family, his uncles and cousins also came. Perhaps because there was only one male in each generation, the relatives of the Wu family got along very well. The banquet started on time at 12:10. Except for Wu Hao's second sister Wu Xiaoxiao, a son of the third aunt and a daughter of the fourth aunt, everyone else was present. Including several relatives from Wu Hao's great-aunt's side, there were 10 tables in total, and Wu Hao sat with his grandfather. Old Wu, today is your 80th birthday. I want to toast you. It's been decades since we've had a drink together. Fu Changxiao picked up a glass of ancient Maotai that he had brought with him and said to Wu Weiman, but just as Fu Changxiao picked up the glass, he was stopped by Lin Ziyan beside him. Grandpa, Uncle Chen said you can't drink alcohol, why don't you offer Grandpa Wu tea? I don't think Grandpa Wu would mind. Ha ha ha. It's okay. It's my blessing that Brother Fu can toast me. Since Xiaochen said that Brother Fu can't drink, then I won't drink. Wu Weiman laughed and said that he knew the Uncle Chen that Lin Ziyan mentioned was Fu Changxiao's leading doctor. In addition, Fu Changxiao is 3 years older than him and is already in his 80s. It is normal that he cannot drink alcohol due to some old illness, even though he does not drink alcohol normally. It's okay, I'll just drink this one cup. Today is your Grandpa Wu's 80th birthday, not to mention that your Grandpa Wu is also Grandpa's lifesaver. Grandpa. Okay, then it's okay for Grandpa to just drink one sip. Fu Changxiao looked at his granddaughter's face and said with some reluctance that he himself was a wine lover, but because of his bad heart and asthma, he had been banned from drinking for nearly 10 years. Now he finally had such an opportunity, but his granddaughter was sitting next to him, so he couldn't even have a drink. Just one sip and no more, or I'll tell Grandma. Okay, I'll just drink a sip. Can Grandpa really lie to you? Weiman, come, I'll toast you a glass. I'll drink it first. Chapter 34, Fu Changxiao, the drunkard, has an asthma attack. Grandpa, you are so naughty. Didn't you agree to only drink one sip? How come you finished the whole cup? Snort. Let's see if I should tell Grandma when I get back. You're still lying at such an old age. Lin Ziyan watched Fu Changxiao finish a glass of wine in one gulp, and was so angry that he stomped his feet and said, his face full of anger. Lin Ziyan was originally very beautiful, and now she looked a little angry. Even Wu Hao, who was standing next to her, was a little dumbfounded. Ziyan. Grandpa, how could I lie? I just took a sip. It's just that the cup is too small. Besides, isn't it okay, Grandpa? Snort. I'm ignoring you. Ha ha ha. Wu Weiman also laughed as he watched, then drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. This old leader of his still loved drinking as much as before. Although the wine glass is indeed a bit small, a glass of wine weighs at least 2 taels, and people who don't drink much usually have to drink it in 2 doses. Even Wu Hao, who was standing by, found it a little funny. Usually when people talk about an old child, they must be referring to people like Fu Changxiao. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Fu Changxiao started coughing violently, the veins on his face were exposed, and Fu Changxiao seemed to be having trouble breathing. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Everyone was shocked instantly. Lin Ziyan almost burst into tears. Wu Weiman quickly stood up and supported Fu Changxiao's shoulders. Ziyan, hurry up, where is your grandpa's medicine? Fu Changxiao was clearly having an asthma attack. It must be because he drank too much wine just now, otherwise, he would not have had an asthma attack out of nowhere. Yes, yes, I brought medicine. Lin Ziyan was so scared that she lost her mind. It was only after Wu Weiman reminded her that she remembered that she had brought asthma medicine. Lin Ziyan quickly found Fu Changxiao's asthma medicine in her bag. But when Lin Ziyan saw that there was only one pill left in the bottle, her face turned pale instantly. Usually, her grandfather took 2 pills. But now, because it is the onset period, taking 2 pills will definitely not work, but now there is only 1 pill left, and for a moment Lin Ziyan's heart fell to the bottom. Old chief, please don't scare me. Ziyan, hurry up and give your grandpa the medicine. Give me. Seeing that Lin Ziyan's face looked a little strange, Wu Hao took the medicine from Lin Ziyan's hand. When Wu Hao saw that there was only 1 pill in the bottle, his face also changed. Why is there only 1 pill left? Are there any new pills? Wu Hao was also scared at this time. Fu Changxiao's identity was not simple. Even if he retired now, he was still a founding marshal. If anything happened in his family, then their Wu family would definitely have an unshirkable responsibility. This is no joke. No more. I didn't know there was only 1 pill left. What should I do? Hurry, Howard, take the old leader to the hospital. When Wu Weiman heard that there was only 1 pill left, he became nervous and quickly ordered Wu Hao to send Fu Changxiao to the hospital. Grandpa, it's rush hour now. It takes at least 30 minutes to get to the hospital in town from here. Besides, the medical facilities in town are limited. Wu Hao glanced at Fu Changxiao, who was already in shock, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Even if he could get to the hospital in time, the rescue might be delayed due to limited medical conditions. Kang Yong, quickly contact the helicopter, we will go to the military hospital immediately. Lin Ziyan was helpless after hearing what Wu Hao said, and quickly ordered Fu Changxiao's bodyguard to contact the military district. It just so happened that there was a military district of Tianyuan province outside Zhenghuai City. The medical conditions in the military zone are definitely the best. Even the hospitals in the city cannot compare to those in the military zone. And it just so happens that her eldest brother is also a colonel in the military zone. It's too late. I happen to have a pill here. Let's try it and see how it works. You can also continue to contact the military district to send a helicopter over. Wu Hao suddenly remembered that he still had 4 small Peiyuan pills in his hand. Originally, Wu Hao was going to give one to his grandfather, but he just forgot about it while chatting. The function of Peiyuan Dan is not just to improve the talent of cultivation, it is also very effective in treating some diseases, and treating asthma is no problem at all. Howard, what kind of medicine is this? You can't give the old leader any medicine at this time. Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what to do. Miss Lin, it's up to you to decide whether or not to give your grandpa the medicine. Your grandpa is in shock now. Even if we notify the helicopter now, it may be too late. If we delay any further, it will be very dangerous. Although Wu Hao believed that his Xiao Peiyuan Dan was effective, he had to at least seek Lin Ziyan's opinion. However, whether Lin Ziyan agreed or not, Wu Hao would give the Xiao Peiyuan Dan to Fu Changxiao. Although the medical conditions in the military district are indeed very good, it takes time for a helicopter to go back and forth, and if rescue is not timely, people will die. Can your medicine save my grandpa? I dare not say that I am 100% sure, but I am 70% sure. Moreover, even if this medicine cannot save your grandfather, it will not have any other adverse effects. Wu Hao had never treated the patient before, so he couldn't say he was 100% sure, but even if he couldn't save Fu Changxiao, it wouldn't have any impact, he could guarantee that. Good. Lin Ziyan didn't dare to delay it any longer, and she believed that Wu Hao wouldn't dare to joke about his grandfather's life. Since Wu Hao has guaranteed that there will be no problem, Lin Ziyan is willing to give it a try. Anyway, Kang Yong has already contacted the military district's helicopter. Even if Wu Hao's medicine couldn't save his grandfather, the most he could do was to send him to the military district, which would only take about 10 minutes, because there would definitely be a doctor coming over with the helicopter. The moment Lin Ziyan agreed, Wu Hao hurriedly pried open Fu Changxiao's mouth and put the Xiao Peiyuan pill into Fu Changxiao's mouth, and then fed Fu Changxiao a sip of water. Wu Hao used his limited internal energy to help Fu Changxiao swallow the Xiao Peiyuan pill. After doing all this, Wu Hao nervously observed Fu Changxiao's situation. About a minute after Fu Changxiao took the Xiao Peiyuan pill, a change appeared on his face. His originally purple-blue complexion began to turn rosy. Then Fu Changxiao's fingers moved, and Wu Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, proving that the effect of the Xiao Peiyuan pill was still very good. Suddenly, a mysterious aura flashed from Fu Changxiao, and Wu Hao's expression was startled, because he had felt this aura from Baihu and others. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, I almost went to see the ancestors. Chapter 35, Little Yuan Saves Life. After just 2 or 3 minutes, Fu Changxiao suddenly coughed violently a few times, and then stood up from his seat. This scene scared everyone. Grandpa, what happened to you? You scared me to death. Seeing that her grandfather seemed to be fine, Lin Ziyan asked with tears on her face. She was really scared to death just now. Ha ha ha. Grandpa is doing very well now, as if he has returned to his youth and fought the Japanese invaders. Moreover, it seems that even his previous hidden illness has been cured. But I just feel a little uncomfortable with the stickiness on my body, and there is a bad smell. Fu Changxiao now feels very comfortable, as if he has really returned to his youth. Moreover, there is one thing Fu Changxiao did not say, which is that his warrior realm has actually broken through. Because there were too many people here, Fu Changxiao did not tell this matter. After all, many people did not know the existence of warriors. Grandpa Fu shouldn't be in any trouble. Just take Grandpa Fu in and rinse him off. Those are the toxins released from Grandpa Fu's body. Good. Wu Weiman brought Fu Changxiao into the house. When Wu Hao's relatives saw that Fu Changxiao was fine, they all breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their seats. Brother Wu, thank you very much. It's okay, as long as Grandpa Fu was okay. When the helicopter from the military arrives, you can ask them to check on your grandpa. If nothing unexpected happens, your grandfather's asthma should be cured. In just a few minutes, a rumbling sound was heard from the distant sky, and a military helicopter flew towards the site quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was above Wu Hao and others. The helicopter stopped and a young man in military uniform with 2 bars and 3 stars on his shoulders walked down quickly from it. Ziyan, how is Grandpa now? Where is Grandpa? The colonel who came down was Lin Ziyan's elder brother Lin Xiantian. He rushed over in a hurry after receiving Kong Yong's call. Brother, Grandpa should be fine now. He is taking a shower inside. When Grandpa comes out, we can go to the military hospital for a checkup. Bath? Ziyan, what is going on? Please explain it clearly. Lin Xiantian was confused when he heard what his sister said. Lin Xiantian couldn't help but look at Kong Yong beside him. Didn't he just call to say that the old man was in a coma? How come everything is fine all of a sudden? Also, what the hell is going to take a shower? What does this have to do with taking a shower? Brother, this is what happened. Lin Ziyan recounted what had just happened, which made Lin Xiantian tremble with fear. He thought his sister was too brave. He really dared to give his grandfather any medicine, but fortunately his grandfather was fine. Lin Xiantian also shook hands with Wu Hao and thanked Wu Hao. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Your grandpa and my grandfather are old comrades in arms. What's more, your grandpa's accident happened in my house. I have the obligation to save your grandpa. Not to mention that Lin Xiantian is a colonel in the military region, his identity as Fu Changxiao's grandson alone is remarkable. Moreover, looking at the Maserati that Lin Ziyan drives, it is clear that the Lin family cannot be a small family. Why call me Master Lin? I'm probably 1 or 2 years older than you. You can just call me Brother Lin. You saved my grandfather once, so I don't think you're someone who needs money. This is my personal phone number. You can call me if you have any problem in the future. As long as it is not a matter of principle, I, Lin Xiantian, will handle it for you. Lin Xiantian looked at Baihu and others beside Wu Hao, as well as the 2 Land Rover Range Rovers parked in the yard. Combined with the clothes Wu Hao was wearing, Lin Xiantian guessed that Wu Hao should be quite rich. Lin Xiantian did not say how much money he would give Wu Hao, but gave Wu Hao his private phone number and promised that as long as Wu Hao encountered any problems in the future that were not matters of principle, he would help Wu Hao deal with them. Okay, then I would like to thank Brother Lin. Wu Hao took the business card handed over by Lin Xiantian. Looking at the business card with nothing on it except a phone number, he also thanked Lin Xiantian. Don't underestimate it, it's just a phone number, but it represents a lot of meaning. The fact that Lin Xiantian is already a colonel at this age shows the strength of the Lin family and the Fu family. If Wu Hao really had something to ask Lin Xiantian for help, just like he said, as long as it was not a matter of principle, he could help Wu Hao handle it. Xiantian, why are you here? And you drove the military helicopter out. Don't you know the rules of the military district? Just at this time, Wu Weiman and Fu Changxiao came out talking and laughing. He had heard the sound of a helicopter inside just now, but he didn't know it was his grandson coming. Grandpa, didn't I hear that you had an asthma attack and fell into a coma? I'm here to take you back to the military area for treatment. I'm fine now, please go back quickly. Grandpa, let's go to the military district to check it out. This way we can feel more at ease. At this time, Lin Zian hurriedly stepped forward to help Fu Changxiao and said that although Fu Changxiao seemed to be fine now, she was really worried if she didn't check him. Grandpa Fu, you should go to the military district to check it out. That way we can all feel more at ease. Wu Hao also echoed from the side. In fact, he knew that there was nothing wrong with Fu Changxiao. The reason why he asked Fu Changxiao to go for a checkup was, on the one hand, to reassure everyone, and on the other hand, he wanted to see if the Xiaopei Yuan Dan could cure Fu Changxiao's asthma. Okay. Then go check it out, Weiman. Otherwise, you can go with me and I'll check your body as well. Seeing that Wu Hao said so, Fu Changxiao agreed, but he also invited Wu Weiman to go together. He knew that Wu Weiman had injured his leg while trying to save him. Due to the limited medical conditions at the time, Wu Weiman's left leg became diseased. Now Wu Weiman walks with a limp, and Fu Changxiao is thinking of letting Wu Weiman go to the military district for a checkup. If Wu Weiman's leg can be cured, everyone will be happy. Even if it can't be considered a full-body physical examination, at least we can know Wu Weiman's physical condition. Okay, then I'll go with the old leader. Wu Weiman agreed without thinking too much, as he also wanted to know how Fu Changxiao was doing. Xiao Hao, do you want to go with us? Fu Changxiao was still very curious about Wu Hao, whether it was the bodyguards around him or the elixir that could save him. I've never been to a military area in my life, so I'll go with Grandpa Fu to take a look. Chapter 36 Wu Hao's Lies. Wu Hao followed the two old men onto the helicopter. It was Wu Hao's first time riding on a helicopter, and it was a military helicopter at that. Fortunately, the helicopter is big enough. Wu Hao guessed that it should be mainly used for rescue, because there is a compartment on the helicopter, which contains a medical bed and some simple medical equipment. In about 10 minutes, the helicopter landed in a military camp on the outskirts of Jianghuai City. As soon as the helicopter landed, a middle-aged man in his 50s came over with a group of people in white coats. Major General. Wu Hao looked at the middle-aged officer in the lead. A hint of surprise appeared on his face and he murmured something, because the middle-aged officer in the lead was obviously a major general. Although Wu Hao did not serve in the army, he was familiar with the military ranks of the Tianfu kingdom. He never thought that he would have the honor of meeting a major general. Although Wu Hao also knew that this major general must have come for Fu Changxiao, he still felt a little excited. You have to know that this is a peaceful age. It is very difficult to become a major general. It is not something that can be achieved just by reaching a certain age. It is absolutely necessary to make great contributions to the Tianfu kingdom. Hurry, rescue Elder Fu immediately. Seeing the helicopter stop, Su Junying spoke to the doctors beside him, his face full of tension. When Lin Xiantian pulled a doctor out of the military camp, Su Junying knew what was going on, so he brought the doctor here early in the morning, waiting for Fu Changxiao to arrive and provide treatment. Xiao Ying. You can't stand me, okay? Just as the doctor from the military district was about to step forward, Fu Changxiao's voice came from the cabin, and then Fu Changxiao was seen jumping down from the cabin. Fu Changxiao's jump scared everyone, especially Lin Xiantian behind him. Old chief, you are not. I'm not sick, am I? Old chief, what is going on? My little heart can't stand you scaring me like this a few more times. Although Fu Changxiao has retired, his disciples can be said to be spread throughout the entire army, and Su Junying is one of them. Seeing Fu Changxiao's good spirit, Su Junying knew that something must have happened that he didn't know about, otherwise, Lin Xiantian would never have joked about such a thing. Naturally, Fu Changxiao would not lie to his grandson about such a thing, but Su Junying just didn't know what had happened. Commander, I'll tell you more about this later. Let my grandfather check his body first. Good. Afterwards, Su Junying personally accompanied Fu Changxiao to the examination. After a series of examinations, everyone was shocked, especially Lin Xiantian and Su Junying. Because they are the people who know Fu Changxiao's physical condition best. Even though Fu Changxiao looks fine at ordinary times, he actually has a lot of problems. But now, all his old ailments were gone, even the asthma and heart disease that had been threatening Fu Changxiao's life were cured. If they had not accompanied Fu Changxiao for the examination, they would have thought that there was something wrong with the medical equipment in their military region. Now you should believe it. I said that I am now like my youth again. I have even broken through the realm that I have been stuck in for many years. Xiaohao, I have to thank you for all this. Your family is my lucky star. Your grandfather saved my life before, and you saved my life again today. I really don't know how to thank you. Fu Changxiao couldn't help but sigh. He thought he was going to meet his ancestor just now, but he didn't expect that Wu Hao would pull him back from the gates of hell again. Grandpa Fu, you are too polite. Not to mention that you and my grandfather are old comrades in arms. Grandpa Fu's merits alone are worthy of my help. The peace we have today in Tianfu country is all due to the sacrifices of your flesh and blood. I have great respect for Grandpa Fu. Ha ha ha. Fu Changxiao burst into laughter after hearing what Wu Hao said. There are very few young people nowadays who can have such thoughts. Many of them rely on the influence of the older generation to do evil things. What Fu Changxiao couldn't stand the most were the second generation, and he was very strict with his own descendants, and even his grandson Lin Xintian was no exception. Xiaohao, if Grandpa Fu is not mistaken, you should also be a warrior. In Su Juniying's office, only Wu Hao and a few others were left. Fu Changxiao asked Wu Hao seriously. Although it was a bit rude to ask so directly, it was just because Fu Changxiao was too curious about Wu Hao. Moreover, Fu Changxiao guessed that the pill that Wu Hao had given him before was definitely not simple. If he could get the prescription from Wu Hao, it would be a great thing for the entire Tianfu kingdom. Although Tianfu kingdom seems peaceful on the surface, there are actually many dangers, but ordinary people are unaware of them. Grandpa Fu is really amazing. He can tell from this that I am indeed a warrior. He. I wonder what level of warrior Xiaohao is now. Level 3, what about you, Grandpa Fu? I felt a terrifying aura from Grandpa Fu before. I think Grandpa Fu must be very powerful. When Wu Hao gave Fu Changxiao the Xiao Pei Yuan pill before, a terrifying aura flashed across Fu Changxiao's body, but ordinary people couldn't feel it. Wu Hao felt that Fu Changxiao's aura was even more terrifying than that of the white tiger. He was at least a level 6 warrior. However, Wu Hao was not very clear about these levels and did not know what level Fu Changxiao was. It's true that the waves behind push the waves ahead, and the waves ahead die on the beach. Xiaohao, you should be 1 or 2 years younger than Xintian, but you have reached the 3rd level of warrior, while Xintian is still at the 2nd level. I wonder who Xiaohao's master is. Grandpa Fu, I don't know my master's name either. He was an old beggar I met when I was a child. He said in a mysterious way that I was a martial arts genius and insisted on taking me in as his apprentice. I was young and ignorant at that time, so I followed the old beggar to practice some kind of mental method. Only when I grew up did I realize that this was actually a martial arts mental method. I'm sorry to make Grandpa Fu laugh. Wu Hao had already thought of a story. Anyway, no one could know whether it was true or not, so he could just make it up. It was impossible for him to say that he had bound the system and purchased the martial arts skills from the system mall. Old beggar? Is he a crazy drunkard? Fu Changxiao murmured something after listening to Wu Hao's words. In Tianfu country, the only person Fu Changxiao knew who met the identity Wu Hao described was a crazy drunkard. Wu Hao, who was standing aside, felt a storm in his heart when he heard Fu Changxiao's murmurs. He thought that this was just a randomly made-up character, it couldn't be that he really existed. Chapter 37 Fu Changxiao's Promise. Grandpa Fu, who is this crazy drunkard you are talking about? Is he very powerful? Wu Hao was very curious about who the crazy drunkard Fu Changxiao was talking about. From Fu Changxiao's expression, it could be seen that Fu Changxiao admired this person very much. No one knows his real name, and no one knows his specific realm, because I first met the crazy senior more than 70 years ago. This is a legendary figure in our Tianfu country. His whereabouts are also erratic. If he doesn't appear in front of you, you will never find where the crazy senior is. Xiaohao, if the person who taught you the technique is really the crazy senior, then you are lucky. He is a legendary figure in our Tianfu country. Fu Changxiao said with some emotion that the crazy drunkard could be said to be someone one had only heard of but never seen. It was difficult to even meet such a person, let alone get his inheritance. If Wu Hao's master is really a crazy drunkard, then this is a great opportunity for Wu Hao. If people know Wu Hao's identity, then Wu Hao will definitely become one of the people with the highest status in Tianfu Kingdom. Maybe. Wu Hao touched his nose and said that the reason why he had his current strength was only due to the system and he didn't have any master at all. But Wu Hao believed that as long as he was given a certain amount of time, it would not be impossible for him to surpass the crazy drunkard, because the martial arts he practiced were not simple. According to Wu Hao's conjecture about the 9 Yang divine art, the first level should correspond to a major level of warriors in the Tianfu kingdom. As long as he cultivates to the 4th level, he can become a powerful martial god. Grandpa Fu, you haven't even told me what level of warrior you are now. Ha ha ha. You are really something, kid. Grandpa Fu used to be a 9th level warrior, but his realm fell due to injury. However, after taking your elixir, Grandpa Fu not only recovered his previous realm, but also reached a whole new height. Grandpa Fu is now a powerful martial artist, and all this is thanks to your elixir, Xiao Hao. Grandpa Fu knows that this kind of elixir must be very precious. Grandpa Fu doesn't have anything to give you, but Grandpa Fu will make you a promise here. From now on, you will be the great benefactor of my Fu family. As long as my Fu family exists, I will never let you, Xiao Hao, suffer any grievances. Many warriors are stuck at the 9th level warrior level throughout their lives, and Fu Changxiao is no exception, but his problem was solved by just one pill from Wu Hao. You have to know that he was a 5th level warrior before, but now he is already an early stage martial artist, which means that one pill helped him improve 6 small levels and 1 major level. What if he was a 9th level warrior at that time? His improvement would definitely not be just the early stage of martial artist, but at least the late stage of martial artist. One can imagine how precious such a pill is, and it is very likely that this was left by the crazy drunkard for Wu Hao to practice, but now it is being used on him. This kind of elixir is worth more than the entire Fu family, so he is very grateful to Wu Hao. Wu Hao is definitely not short of money. The only way the Fu family can help Wu Hao is through family power. As long as he doesn't die, the Fu family will be the top red family in Tianfu country. As long as Wu Hao is not a traitor, the Fu family can protect Wu Hao, and this is the promise Fu Changxiao made to Wu Hao. Grandpa Fu, you are too serious. Wu Hao said somewhat embarrassedly that a small Peiyuan pill was only 10 supreme points, which was nothing to Wu Hao. He saved Fu Changxiao because of his identity and never thought about asking for any reward from Fu Changxiao, so Wu Hao felt a little embarrassed. Old Wu, you have raised a good grandson. Fu Changxiao couldn't help but pat Wu Weiman on the shoulder. He was really happy for his old friend. People of their generation valued feelings the most. Moreover, there are not many people who can live to the present, so he naturally cherishes those old friends. Now that he sees that Wu Weiman has such a promising grandson, he naturally feels grateful. Ha ha ha. Old chief, your 2 grandsons are not bad either. Xiao Hao is simply incomparable to them. Wu Weiman was also very happy. After all, who doesn't want to hear friends and relatives praise their children? Not to mention that it came from Fu Changxiao's mouth. Wu Weiman knew that Fu Changxiao seldom praised his juniors, so he was naturally very happy that Wu Hao could get Fu Changxiao's recognition. Why? No comparison, no harm. There is no comparison between my 2 bastards and Xiao Hao. It's a pity there is no wine here, otherwise I would definitely have a drink with you and your grandson. Grandpa, you still want to drink. You almost scared me to death just now. As soon as Fu Changxiao finished speaking, Lin Zian, who was sitting next to Fu Changxiao, suddenly became unhappy. She was really scared to death just now. As a result, Fu Changxiao was thinking about drinking again. It would be strange if Lin Zian was not angry. Now she wanted to drag Fu Changxiao home to let her grandmother give him a good scolding. Ziyan. That's because he had asthma and couldn't drink alcohol before. Now Grandpa has recovered a lot. Not to mention drinking, he can even go to the battlefield to kill the devils again. Then you can't drink too much. Don't you know how old you are? Drinking is very harmful to your health. Lin Ziyan thought about it and it made sense, but she couldn't say something like Grandpa, drink as much as you want, so she could only bring up Fu Changxiao's age. But Lin Ziyan's words made everyone here laugh, which made Lin Ziyan very embarrassed. She couldn't help but glare at Wu Hao. Wu Hao was puzzled by Lin Ziyan's glare. Why was this girl glaring at him for no reason? Xiao Hao, Grandpa Fu wants to ask you for help with something, but I'm a little embarrassed to ask. After the joke, Fu Changxiao looked at Wu Hao and said something a little embarrassedly. After all, he was already old, but he had to make some excessive demands on the younger generation. But he couldn't help but tell it, so he could only look at Wu Hao with some embarrassment. As long as Wu Hao nodded, he would tell it even if he felt embarrassed. Grandpa Fu, I call you Grandpa Fu now, just tell me what's the matter. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse, and you don't have to ask for help, it's a bit awkward. Wu Hao also knew that what Fu Changxiao said would definitely not be simple, but now he is a man with a system, and he can still solve most things in this world. Xiao Hao, Grandpa Fu will not be polite then. Grandpa Fu would like to thank you in advance. Fu Changxiao stood up, bowed to Wu Hao and was about to bow, but was hurriedly stopped by Wu Hao. Wu Hao could not accept such a great gift from Fu Changxiao. Grandpa Fu, you are trying to embarrass me. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Wu Hao wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said, let's not talk about whether he deserves it or not. If Wu Hao really accepted this gift from Fu Changxiao, his grandfather would probably use his cane to teach him a lesson. Xiao Hao, do you still have the pills from before? Chapter 38 Gift of Small Peiyuan Pill. When Wu Hao heard that Fu Changxiao was asking about the Xiao Peiyuan Dan, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Wu Hao was a little afraid that Fu Changxiao would say something embarrassing. But if it is the Xiao Peiyuan pill, as long as he has supreme points, he can buy unlimited amounts, and he also has 3 in his system space. Grandpa Fu, I do have a few Xiao Peiyuan Dan left, but I want to leave one for you. If Grandpa Fu needs it, these 2 will be given to him. Of course, Wu Hao couldn't be stupid enough to say that he had a lot of them. It was not advisable for too many of these pills to appear. It was not that Wu Hao didn't trust Fu Changxiao. If the news about Xiao Peiyuan Dan got out, it would definitely cause him some trouble. Before his strength reached the level of martial god, he didn't want to reveal too many things in the system mall. Wu Hao took out a jade bottle from his pocket, which contained 2 small Peiyuan pills. He also kept one for his grandfather. Xiao Hao, Grandpa Fu thanks you very much here, but Grandpa Fu only needs one. Actually, this is not what Grandpa Fu needs. I wonder if you, Xiao Hao, still remember the last ruler of our Tianfu kingdom. This medicine master grandfather asked for him. Fu Changxiao stood up and solemnly took the Xiao Peiyuan Dan, then told him the purpose of the Xiao Peiyuan Dan. He was afraid that Wu Hao would misunderstand that he was coveting the Xiao Peiyuan Dan. Although Wu Hao did not ask what he wanted the Xiao Peiyuan Dan for, Fu Changxiao had to say that this was a matter of principle. Grandpa Fu, are you talking about the King Xianyuan Jing who retired early a few years ago? Good. For some unknown reason, Xianyuan Jing suddenly fell into a coma a few years ago. He is still receiving oxygen at the Tianfu sanatorium. We have tried every possible means, but Xianyuan Jing is still in a coma. Moreover, his condition is getting worse as time goes by. According to Huang Mingxian Chinese medicine doctor, Xianyuan Jing can only live for 1 month at most. The former king Xianyuan Jing and Fu Changxiao were from the same era, but Xianyuan Jing was the king and Fu Changxiao was one of the 9 elders. But Xianyuan Jing suddenly fell into a coma 4 years ago and has not regained consciousness until now. All methods have been tried, but the cause cannot be found. Although Xianyuan Jing still had vital signs, his body was getting thinner and thinner. Tianfu country's #1 traditional Chinese medicine doctor estimated that Xianyuan Jing could only live for a month at most. Fu Changxiao also saw how magical Wu Hao's Xiao Peiyuan pill was, so he thought of asking for a Xiao Peiyuan pill to try it out. Grandpa Fu, if the situation you described is true, the Xiao Peiyuan Dan may not be effective. I hope Grandpa Fu will be cautious. Wu Hao couldn't help but frown and said, the Xiao Peiyuan pill is just to assist in cultivation, and it can be used to treat some minor illnesses. But Xianyuan Jing's condition was obviously not a minor problem, and the Xiao Peiyuan pill might not be effective. Wu Hao was worried that Fu Changxiao might mean well but end up with bad results. Moreover, I was the one who provided the Xiao Peiyuan pill. If Xianyuan Jing died after taking it, the Xianyuan family would hold me responsible. Don't worry, Xiao Hao. No matter what happens, you won't be implicated. How could an old fox like Fu Changxiao not hear the meaning of Wu Hao's words? He naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. If something bad really happened, he would definitely not tell Wu Hao. Okay, Grandpa Fu, just pay more attention. Then I will go back with Grandpa first. Wu Hao knew that since Fu Changxiao had taken the Xiao Peiyuan pill, he would definitely send it back to the Xianyuan family, and he had no intention of disturbing him here anymore. Xiantian, send your Grandpa Wu and Xiao Hao back. Got it, Grandpa. I'll send Grandpa Wu and Big Brother Wu back right away. Lin Xiantian is exactly 1 year younger than Wu Hao. In order to add some affection, Lin Xiantian calls Wu Hao Brother Wu. Grandpa Wu, let me take you back. Old Chief, we need to move around more when we have time, so I'll go back first. Wayman, it's wrong of me to interrupt your birthday party today because of my business. Let's have a good drink together next time when we have time. The two of them exchanged some polite words again and then parted ways. Under the leadership of Lin Xiantian, they quickly boarded the helicopter. Lin Zian also went back with Grandpa Wu Hao and his grandson. After more than 10 minutes of flying, Wu Hao and his companions returned to the Wu family courtyard. After learning that Fu Changxiao was fine, Wu Hao's family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Wu, this is my phone number. If you encounter any trouble in Jianghuai City, you can call me to help you solve it. After Lin Xiantian went back, Lin Zian was also ready to leave. Before leaving, she handed a business card to Wu Hao. Wu Hao is not only a guest of honor in the Fu family, but will also be a guest of honor in the Lin family in the future. Lin Zian is very clear about this. Okay, take care, Miss Lin. I already call you Brother Wu. It will be a bit strange if you call me Miss Lin again. From now on, Brother Wu can call me Ziyan. After saying this, Lin Ziyan quickly got into the Maserati, stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the Wu family courtyard. You can't even see the taillights, but you're still looking, Xiaohao. Do you want Grandpa to introduce you to a girl? I think Lin is a good girl. Wu Weiman looked at his grandson still standing there and said it jokingly, but in Wu Weiman's heart he also treated Lin Ziyan very well. If his grandson could really be with Lin Ziyan, it would definitely be a good thing. I believe Fu Changxiao would also agree with this. Grandpa, what are you talking about? I'm a divorced old man, how could Miss Lin be interested in me? Grandpa, please don't worry about my affairs. Wu Hao looked at his grandfather speechlessly and said that although he is good enough now, after a betrayal in marriage, Wu Hao has no plans to get married, at least not in the next few years. Grandpa, this is a birthday gift I prepared specifically for you. Take it before taking a bath at night. I guarantee that you can live to be 200 years old. Kid, if Grandpa lives to be 200 years old, he will become a monster. Also, this little Peiyuan pill is so precious, you should keep it for yourself. You know how healthy Grandpa is now. I don't need this thing anymore. Wu Weiman knew what Wu Hao took out without even looking. Isn't this the small Peiyuan pill that saved Fu Changxiao's life? Anyway, he was in good health and had no need for such precious things. He was reluctant to eat such expensive things. Grandpa, this is just a small Peiyuan pill. How can it be precious? No matter how precious something is, it is not as important as your body. Besides, I still have a lot of this stuff, so you can just take it with confidence. Chapter 39 7 Wolves Waiting. Dad, Mom, I bought you a villa in Jianghuai City, why don't you just follow me and live in Jianghuai City? After Wu Hao sent his grandfather back, he found his parents and told them about his plan. Although he knew that it would be impossible for his parents to go to Jianghuai City, he still wanted to give it a try. What's so good about big cities? You can't grow vegetables or raise chickens, ducks, or dogs. When you go out, you don't even know anyone. It's not as comfortable as living at home. Xiao Hao. I just asked your second aunt to introduce you to a girlfriend. You are already 26 this year. Your task now is to quickly expand our Wu family. You should put business matters aside for now. As soon as Wu Hao finished speaking, his father Wu Luo objected. Wu Hao had asked them to live in Jianghuai City before, but they only stayed there for a few days and then ran back. They didn't even know anyone in Jianghuai City, and they ate the greenhouse vegetables from the base. Although they were also delicious, Wu Luo felt that they were not as delicious as those grown at home. Moreover, it is not convenient to raise chickens, ducks, dogs, etc. in big cities. It is not that they cannot raise them, but they are reluctant to use big villas to raise them. You need to apply for a license to keep a dog, and you can't let the dog poop or pee anywhere. In short, there is nothing that they like. Dad, don't worry about my affairs. I don't plan to get married again for the time being. Let's talk about it in a few years. I think you are going against the will of heaven. You still want to wait for a few more years? Do you think we can wait for you for a few more years? Why don't you take advantage of the fact that your mother and I can still work and help you take care of the child? Do you want to wait until your mother and I are both buried before you marry? It's okay if you don't want to go on a blind date. As long as you bring me a grandchild within 2 years, it doesn't matter whether you want to get married or not. Otherwise, don't come back again. Your mother and I would rather die at home than have you come back to see us. Wu Luo got angry when he heard Wu Hao's words. He had been looking forward to Wu Hao getting married for a long time, but in the end, he got married, but after several years, he hasn't even laid an egg. Now that he has finally divorced that stinky woman, Wu Hao says he doesn't want to get married anymore. It would be strange if Wu Luo wasn't angry. Wu Luo pulled out his 7 wolves, chased Wu Hao and beat him while cursing him harshly, which made Wu Hao's face full of helplessness. He is a 3rd-level warrior and a man with a system, but now he is being chased around the yard with a belt, and he has his own bodyguards here. But who made him hold the belt? No matter how powerful Wu Hao was, he didn't dare to fight back. Dad, there are outsiders here. Don't worry, I promise to let you become a grandfather in the next 2 years. Mom, why don't you hurry up and persuade my dad? Can you promise that I can become a grandfather within 2 years? Don't worry, Dad. I promise to make you a grandfather within 2 years. Wu Hao quickly replied, no matter whether he could get his promise first, who would be able to control him when he returned to Jianghuai City? You promise? What can you promise? Unless you bring a girlfriend back right now, you'd better wait for your second aunt to introduce you to a girlfriend before you can go out. Okay, then I'll wait for my second aunt to introduce me to a girlfriend. Dad, put away your belt quickly. Don't try to fool me, brat. Otherwise, I'll come to your company every day and beat you with a belt. Don't think you'll be alright if you agree now. In fact, Wu Luo also knew that this was just a stopgap measure for his son, and he would definitely not be so easy to deal with when the time came, but he also knew that forcing him too hastily would have a counterproductive effect. Wu Luo cursed and fastened his belt. Now he hoped that his second sister could quickly find a suitable woman to introduce to Wu Hao. Baihu, take Bai Yuan and the others to the town and find a hotel to stay in first. Firefox and the others will be fine here. Wu Hao looked at Baihu and the others who were grinning. He came up to Baihu and the others and said unhappily that this bodyguard had no sense of responsibility at all. He didn't even come to help when he saw that he was in danger. However, Wu Hao didn't really blame Baihu and the others. He was just complaining in his heart. As for letting Baihu stay in a hotel in the town, it was because his house couldn't accommodate so many people. Although the building was originally 3.5 stories high, there was only one room on the first floor where his grandfather lived. There were only 3 rooms on each of the second and third floors, and his family already occupied the second floor. The remaining 3 floors had to be occupied by my aunt and her friends, so Baihu and the others had to stay in a hotel in town. As for Firefox and the others, since they were women, they just had to squeeze in with her sister. Mom, whether you want to go to the city or not, I have bought a villa for you. If you are bored at home, you can stay there for a few days. Also, you and my dad should stop going to work from now on. Your job from now on is to enjoy life. You only make about 8,000 yuan a year anyway. Firefox, please transfer some money from my account to my mom and dad's bank cards, so that they won't be reluctant to spend the thousands of dollars. Wu Hao took his mother's hand and walked into the house, while saying to his mother Zhang Shueme usually did not have a formal job, and took on some odd manual jobs. The most he could earn a month was just over 1,000 yuan, while his father Wu Luo was a bricklayer. Although his monthly salary was more than 3,000 yuan, the work was very hard and he had to work in the sun and rain. If he had not made some money from his business in the past few years, his family's life would still be very difficult. They would not have the money to build a small house, and even his 2 younger sisters might not have had the money to go to college. Boss, how much is it? Let each of you transfer 100 million first. Okay. Firefox took Wu Hao's bank card, opened the computer and started operating, but Wu Hao's words shocked Zhang Shueme. Although Wu Hao usually transferred a lot of money to them, it was only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Now they suddenly heard Wu Hao say that he would transfer 100 million, or 100 million to each person. Rural people have never seen such a grand scene. Zhang Shueme was stunned by the surprise. Before she could come to her senses, she heard a message on her phone. Zhang Shueme took out her mobile phone awkwardly. When she saw that her bank card had received a transfer of 100 million yuan, she was stunned. Xiao Hao, are you crazy? Why are you transferring so much money to us? Are you going to quit your business? It took a while for Zhang Shueme to come back to her senses and she cursed at Wu Hao. Although Zhang Shueme had not seen much of the world, she knew that doing business required a lot of capital turnover. Now Wu Hao transferred 100 million to each of them. Does this mean that all the funds were transferred to them? Mom, my business has been going well these years. The small company I used to have has become a big company. This is just a small goal and it won't affect the operation of my company. You and my dad can spend this money as much as you want. It's up to you to spend it however you want. I'll transfer more to you when you've spent it all. Brother, my dear brother, what about me? Please transfer 100 million to me too. Chapter 40, One Small Goal for Each Person. The younger sister Wu Yingying snatched her mother's mobile phone. When she saw that her mother's mobile phone had actually received a transfer of 100 million yuan, she felt terrible. He suddenly came to Wu Hao, took Wu Hao's hand and knelt down, looked at Wu Hao pitifully and asked him to transfer money. "You damn girl, get up quickly." "No, I also want my brother to give me 100 million. In fact, Wu Yingying didn't really need 100 million. She would be happy with just 30,000 or 50,000. She was just pretending to be like this. After all, who wouldn't he be tempted by 100 million? But she also knew that she was still a student and her brother could not give her so much money. She would be very happy if she could have 30,000 or 50,000 yuan. Okay, I'll transfer it to you in Xiao right away. Firefox, transfer another 100 million to each of my two sisters. Who knew that Wu Hao agreed with just a wave of his hand, and immediately instructed Firefox to transfer money to his two sisters. As a top hacker, it was not difficult for Firefox to find the two people's bank cards. Firefox just nodded and started operating again, but within a few minutes, Wu Yingying's phone received a message. "Ah. I also have 100 million, brother, I love you to death." When Wu Yingying saw that her bank card had really received a transfer of 100 million yuan, she jumped up from the ground with joy, hung on Wu Hao and kissed him fiercely on the face. "Get down here, you little bitch. Your saliva is all over my face." Wu Hao pulled Wu Yingying off him with a helpless look on his face, and said to Wu Yingying with a look of disgust, but Wu Yingying didn't care about it at this time, and kept staring at her mobile phone. "You little brat. Yingying is still studying. Wouldn't it be harmful to her if you gave her so much money at once? What if she spends it all?" Zhang Xueme was stunned. She slapped Wu Hao on the head and cursed him. It was fine for Wu Hao to transfer money to her and her husband because they would not spend the money anyway and would leave it to Wu Hao in the end. But Wu Yingying is different. She is still a college student. At this age, one can least resist temptation. How much money will be left in her hands? Besides, what if the bad guys find out and kidnap the person? "Mom, as the saying goes, poor men make rich women. My sister Wu Hao must be raised in wealth, so that those losers won't be deceived by a rotten bag." "Yingying, you can spend the money however you want." "I still say the same thing, spend it as much as you can, and I'll transfer it to you when you're done." Wu Hao wanted everyone in the world to help him spend money. How could he worry about his sister spending too much? If Wu Yingying really helped him spend money, he would be so happy. And what he said was indeed true. The Wu family has very good genes. Both he and his two sisters are handsome and beautiful. Now his two sisters are in college. The most unbearable thing at this age is the desire to compare. "My sister is so beautiful, what if she can't resist the temptation and gets taken away by those losers with a lousy bag?" So Wu Hao wants to improve his sister's vision, and money is the best catalyst. With hundreds of millions in savings to spend, will Wu Yingying still be interested in some small profits? Just spoil them. If they become two losers, I don't know how you will end up. Zhang Xueme could only glare at her son unhappily. Although she disagreed with what Wu Hao said, she had no way to stop him. Even if the money was taken back now, Wu Hao could still transfer it to them later. At the same time, Zhang Xueme also understood one thing, that is, her son had really made a fortune. 400 million yuan was transferred out in the blink of an eye. This kind of plot can only be seen on TV. If this is not making a fortune, then what is it? "Yingying, give your sister a call and tell her to avoid any trouble." "Got it, brother. I'll call my second sister now." Wu Yingying responded happily, then jumped up to the second floor. At this time, Wu Hao's father Wu Luo hurriedly came down from the second floor. "Xiao Hao, something big has happened." "Dad, what's wrong?" "I don't know how 100 million was transferred into my bank card. Could it be someone transferred it by mistake or it was a scam? Look, should we call the police?" Wu Luo handed the phone to Wu Hao with a panicked look, and said to Wu Hao in a trembling voice, "Who among the rural people has ever seen so much money?" It would be strange if he wasn't scared after suddenly receiving such a large sum of money, so he hurried down from upstairs. "You little brat, look at what you've done. You've even scared your dad into a cold sweat." Zhang Xueme looked at her husband's useless appearance and gave her son a cold look. If she had not been next to Wu Hao just now, she would probably have looked like this too. "Dad, that's the pocket money I transferred to you. You don't have to save it and spend it casually. I transferred 100 million to you, my mom, Yingying and Xiao Xiao." Wu Hao also explained with some amusement that this was also the purpose of why he asked Wu Yingying to call Wu Xiaoxiao, so that nothing serious would happen. You spendthrift, can you just spend this money carelessly? Hurry up and ask those two girls to transfer the money back. You are just messing around every day. They are truly a couple. Wu Luo and Zhang Xueme have the same idea. They have worked hard to earn some money, so how can they spend it carelessly? Dad, these are just small amounts of money, isn't it just 100 million? My car costs more than 100 million, and my villa in Jianghuai City is worth 380 million. Now that your son is rich, you and my mom don't have to work anymore. Just spend money on me. I have tens of billions of dollars in my bank account waiting for you to spend. If it was yesterday, Wu Hao would not be like this. Although he has 2 companies and a building under his name, those are fixed assets and he would not have much cash. But who can blame the system for being so powerful? Today he got 10 billion in cash, and he could only maximize his profits if he spent all the money. By then, he would get several or even dozens of times the 10 billion in return. Real? How can your small company make so much money? Son, you can't do anything bad. Wu Luo was a little bit unconvinced. He had been to Wu Hao's company before. Wu Hao's company was just a small company with only a dozen employees. Can such a small company earn tens of billions in 2 or 3 years? Even robbing a bank wouldn't be that impressive. Dad, am I that kind of person? I guess I have to let you see it for yourself. Wu Hao looked at his father speechlessly. He was an honest man, how could he do such evil things? Wu Hao stood up and walked outside. He decided to open his father's eyes. Once they saw the shares of the company he owned, they would not think so. Chapter 41 Fu Changxiao returns to Tianfu Sanatorium. Are all of this true? Wu Luo looked at the property certificates in his hands. He seemed to be dreaming. These were all taken out by Wu Luo from the system space. Dad, these are all true, so you don't have to save money for your son in the future. You can spend it however you want. Finally, his family members believed in him. He estimated that his supreme points would increase in the future. After he had enough supreme points, Wu Hao would stack his martial arts to the highest level, and then he could do whatever he wanted. Xiao Hao, even though you are rich now, you still have to be careful. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. Don't bring yourself unnecessary trouble. Grandpa, I will know my limits. Wu Hao understood what his grandfather meant. Sometimes wealth without a background would be coveted by others, but Wu Hao would not allow such a thing to happen to him. Not to mention that he met a big shot like Fu Changxiao today. Just the Earth security guard could help him solve many problems. When his martial arts strength is improved a little more, he will chop off anyone who dares to raise his hand. Wu Hao spent the rest of the time chatting with his family, while Fu Changxiao, after getting Wu Hao's Xiao Pei Yuan Dan, rushed to Tianfu City without stopping. Tianfu City is the capital of Tianfu Kingdom, and Tianfu Sanatorium is located in the western suburbs of Tianfu City. The entire mountain is the scope of the sanatorium. Those who can enter Tianfu Sanatorium must at least be the governor of a province. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to get close to it. This is a kind of compensation from Tianfu State to those who have made great contributions to the country. There is a special medical team here to provide one-to-one service. One team serves one person. When Fu Changxiao appeared in front of a special ward after passing through layers of examinations, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Uncle Fu, you are here. Seeing the somewhat different Fu Changxiao appear, Xian Yuanyi hurriedly stepped forward and said that he had been waiting here since he received Fu Changxiao's call. Xian Yuanyi is Xian Yuanjing's eldest son and the current ruler of Tianfu Kingdom. He truly stands at the highest point of power in Tianfu Kingdom. There are 2 men and 3 women around Xian Yuanyi. The younger ones are Xian Yuanjing's youngest son and daughter, and the other one, who looks to be in his 50s, is the strongest person in the Tianfu Kingdom today. Behind them was Xian Yuanjing's medical team, a total of 10 people, led by an old man who looked to be around 70 years old, who was none other than Huang Mingxian, the #1 traditional Chinese doctor in Tianfu country. How is your dad? Hey, it's still the same, Uncle Fu, is what you said on the phone true? Xian Yuanyi sighed and replied, then looked at Fu Changxiao with hope and asked. He received a call from Fu Changxiao today, saying that there was a medicine that might be able to cure his father. Xian Yuanyi and the main members of his family have been waiting here, and now they finally waited for Fu Changxiao to come back. It's true, but I can't guarantee that it will work for your father's condition. Anyway, this medicine saved me. Fu Changxiao had nothing to hide and told everyone about his illness today, but he did not reveal Wu Hao's identity. Even the address was not revealed, as Fu Changxiao was afraid that the Xiao Peiyuan pill would not work, or that there would be some adverse reactions that would make the Shen Yuan family have bad thoughts about Wu Hao. Although Fu Changxiao knew that if the Shen Yuan family wanted to investigate, they could find out, but at least they wouldn't make it too obvious. Mr. Fu, can you show me the pills? After Huang Mingxian heard what Fu Changxiao said, he became very curious about the pills Fu Changxiao mentioned. He also knew Fu Changxiao's physical condition, but he didn't have any better means to treat it. After all, Fu Changxiao was already of that age, and some more stimulating techniques were not easy to perform. He could only suppress it with drugs. But now seeing Fu Changxiao speaking with full energy, Huang Mingxian knew even without a checkup that Fu Changxiao's asthma should be cured. Look! Fu Changxiao took out the Xiao Peiyuan pill and handed it to Huang Mingxian. It would be a good idea to let Huang Mingxian check it. At least it would let Shen Yuan Yi and the others know that there was no problem with the Xiao Peiyuan pill. Is this a pill? Just as Huang Mingxian poured out the small Peiyuan pill, Long Tian behind Shen Yuan Yi frowned and a puzzled voice sounded. Brother Long, do you recognize this pill? Shen Yuan Yi also asked with some confusion. It seemed that Long Tian recognized the pill in Huang Mingxian's hand from his expression. This looks a bit like the elixir recorded in ancient books. Let me see it. Long Tian replied to Shen Yuan, then quickly stepped forward and took the Xiao Peiyuan Dan from Huang Mingxian's hand. When Long Tian looked at the unique pattern on the Xiao Peiyuan Dan, there was also a unique fragrance. This is indeed the same elixir recorded in ancient books, but he has only seen pictures in ancient books and cannot be sure that this is the elixir mentioned in the ancient books. Although I am not sure whether this is the elixir mentioned in the ancient books, it is definitely a rare elixir. Maybe it can really cure the Shen Yuan king. This is indeed a panacea. All my problems were cured by it. Even my strength has broken through to that of a martial artist. Fu Changxiao also echoed and released his aura at the same time. After these people felt the powerful aura from Fu Changxiao, they all opened their mouths in surprise. They all knew Fu Changxiao's situation. His strength had been greatly reduced due to his previous injuries, and because of his asthma, he couldn't even exert his remaining strength. Now Fu Changxiao's asthma has not only been cured, but his strength has also broken through to the martial artist level. How could they not be shocked? But the owner of the Xiao Peiyuan Dan also said that your father's situation is a bit special, and this Xiao Peiyuan Dan may not be effective. Yuani, it's up to you to decide whether or not to give your father the Xiao Peiyuan Dan. But I have one thing to make clear to you. Regardless of whether the small Peiyuan pill can cure your father or make your father's condition worse, you are not allowed to have any opinions about the owner of the small Peiyuan pill. Fu Changxiao had to make it clear that Wu Hao's family were his saviors, and he would never allow such a thing to happen. Uncle Fu, don't worry. My Shen Yuan family is not the kind of people who make trouble without reason. Regardless of whether this little Peiyuan pill can cure my father, my Shen Yuan family will not hold anyone responsible. Shen Yuani also quickly assured that if the Shen Yuan family had such people, it would be impossible for them to be loved by everyone in Tianfu Kingdom and become the ruling family of Tianfu Kingdom. Brother, do you really want to give Dad this pill? We don't even know what its effects are. What if? Shen Yuan Chongshan said this with some concern. It was not that he suspected there was something wrong with the Xiao Peiyuan Dan, but mainly because the cause of his father's illness was unknown. Although the Xiao Peiyuan Dan cured Fu Changxiao's asthma and heart disease, it also helped Fu Changxiao break through to the martial artist level. But what if the Xiao Peiyuan Dan has no effect on his father's illness? What if it makes the condition worse? Chapter 42 Shen Yuan Family's Decision. Chongshan, even if you don't let Dad take the Xiao Peiyuan pill, how long can Dad hold on? If the situation is good, we can hold on for a month. If the situation is bad, our lives will be in danger at any time. Anyway, we don't have any better solution. Why not give it a try? If Dad can be cured, everyone will be happy. If something unexpected happens, it's Dad's fate. Linger, Yuer, what do you think? Shen Yuani said to Shen Yuan Chongshan, and then asked his three sisters. Everyone has a say in this matter. According to Huang Mingxian, his father can only last for another month at most, and that is assuming nothing unexpected happens. If anything unexpected happens, we can start the meal right away. In this case, we might as well give it a try. If the treatment is successful, everyone will be happy. If something unexpected really happens, it will only move the time forward by a month. The result is already determined. Brother, I listen to you. Brother, you are the eldest son, so it is up to you to decide. Even if something unexpected happens, we will not blame anyone. Xian Yuanling and Xian Yuan Yu both expressed their opinions. Xian Yuanling is also a doctor, and she is well aware of her father's condition. There is no better way than this. Xian Yuan Yu is a criminal police officer. Both of them have always been decisive in their work, and they both agree with the decision of their eldest brother Xian Yuan Yi. Zhongshan, Yuer, where are you? Brother, I don't think we should rush to give Dad the Xiao Pei Yuan Dan. Since this Xiao Pei Yuan Dan was given to Uncle Fu by someone else, the owner of the Xiao Pei Yuan Dan must have good medical skills. Why don't we ask him to check Dad first, and then we can decide whether to give Dad the Xiao Pei Yuan Dan. What do you think? Xian Yuan Zhongshan was about to nod in agreement, but Xian Yuan Yu spoke at this time, and as Xian Yuan Yu finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. Xian Yuan Yu's suggestion was indeed very good. Anyone who could come up with the Xiao Pei Yuan pill must have good medical skills. Let him check on his father first to see if he can take Xiao Pei Yuan Dan, so as to minimize the risk. Everyone turned their eyes to Fu Changxiao at the same time, which made Fu Changxiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Uncle Fu, look. Xian Yuanyi looked at Fu Changxiao and asked somewhat embarrassedly. Judging from what Fu Changxiao had said before, Fu Changxiao attached great importance to the owner of the Xiao Pei Yuan pill. He was unwilling to even reveal his situation, obviously he was protecting that person. Now that they made such a request, I wonder if Fu Changxiao would agree. Why? I don't know if he has medical skills, but I can ask for his opinion. As for whether he is willing to come, I can't guarantee it. But there is one thing I must tell you. If he is really willing to come over, you cannot embarrass him for any reason. Actually, I'm doing this for your own good, because he is very likely the only descendant of the crazy drunkard. Fu Changxiao sighed and said that the reason he didn't want to expose Wu Hao's identity was also to protect both parties. If Wu Hao is really the apprentice of a crazy drunkard, and if the Xian Yuan family does something to Wu Hao, then the Xian Yuan family will definitely not be in a good situation, even if Xian Yuan Yi is the king. What? After hearing what Fu Changxiao said, everyone was shocked. Not many people knew about the crazy drunkard, but most of the people present knew it, especially Xian Yuan Yi, Long Tian, and others. They couldn't help but be shocked, because the crazy drunkard was the only one who could possibly reach the legendary realm of martial god, which was a realm of immortals on earth. It is rumored that a powerful martial god who has reached the realm of immortal on land can live for 300 years, and can move mountains, fill the sea, fly into the sky, escape into the ground, and call the wind and rain. Of course, this is just a rumor, and no one has ever seen a true martial god, but this also makes everyone's awe of the martial god even higher. The crazy drunkard is the person most likely to be the god of war in Tianfu Kingdom, because the rumors about him have been around in Tianfu Kingdom for about 200 years. Even for a martial arts master who has reached perfection, the lifespan is only about 180 years, so everyone believes that the crazy drunkard is a martial arts master. Now, hearing Fu Changxiao say that the owner of the Xiao Pei Yuan Dan is most likely the only descendant of the crazy drunkard, who would not be shocked? No wonder he has this miraculous medicine. It turns out he is the descendant of a crazy senior. I never thought Mr. Fu could know such a strange person. Long Tian couldn't help but sigh. This also explained why a miraculous medicine like Xiao Pei Yuan Dan appeared. If he was the only descendant of a crazy drunkard, there would be nothing strange about it. Isn't it normal for the only descendant of a land immortal to have this kind of elixir? Everyone thought that Wu Hao was the descendant of the crazy drunkard, even Fu Changxiao thought so. It was fortunate that Wu Hao didn't know, otherwise he would have thought that he was the descendant of the crazy drunkard. Uncle Fu, please ask me again. Regardless of whether he can cure my father, he is a guest of honor in my Xian Yuan family. Okay. But I don't think he has time at this time, so why don't I call him tomorrow morning? Fu Changxiao knew that today was his old friend's 80th birthday. He was already feeling very embarrassed today, and he didn't want to disturb Wu Hao anymore. Anyway, Xian Yuan Jing's condition is not urgent, and even if he calls Wu Hao now, it is impossible for Wu Hao to come right away. Uncle Fu, thank you for your help. Xian Yuan Yi didn't say anything else. Although he could send a plane to pick someone up right away, Fu Changxiao must have his considerations for saying so. Okay, go get busy. I'll ask for you tomorrow. Fu Changxiao said something to Xian Yuan Yi and others, then he turned around and left. In addition to Xian Yuan Jing, Fu Changxiao also had two other old friends in the sanatorium. Ding, congratulations to the host for experiencing the system for the 4th day. The system rewards you with a God-level blessing technique. At Wu Hao's home in Wujiang village, Wu Hao heard the voice of the system in his mind before he even got up, which made Wu Hao sit up suddenly from the bed. Zhu Yu Shu? Is it a skill like that of a shaman? Wu Hao's face was full of confusion. When he was a child, Wu Hao had also heard of the art of incantation. It was said to be a kind of medical skill passed down from ancient times, but later it was gradually transformed into a form of shamanism. Host, may I ask if you are familiar with the divine level Zhuyu technique? Harmony. No matter whether it is shamanism or medical skills, he will learn it first as it is a skill rewarded by the system. Wu Hao also believes that the skills rewarded by the system will not be simple. After all, this is the first skill rewarded by the system, so it can't be too rubbish. As Wu Hao gave the order to integrate, streams of mysterious information poured into his mind. It was about half an hour later that Wu Hao woke up from the mysterious state he had just been in, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 43, God-Level Zhuyu Technique, Mandatory Money Spending Mission. Zhuyushu is an ancient and mysterious medical method that originated from the traditional medicine of Tianfu Kingdom. It mainly relies on language, spells and thoughts to treat various diseases. It can be traced back to the ancient Yellow Emperor period, but people at that time had a very vague understanding of diseases and believed that diseases were caused by ghosts, evil spirits, and other factors. It needs to be exorcised through mysterious methods, such as talismans, prayers, rituals, etc., trying to use mysterious powers to cure the disease. Therefore, in modern times, the art of Zhuyu has been jokingly called shamanism by many people. It is said to be unscientific and lacks scientific basis and is not recognized. It has only been passed down in some relatively backward mountain villages. In fact, Wu Hao did not really approve of this medical method, but now it is different. Through his understanding of Zhuyushu, Wu Hao knew that Zhuyushu was indeed a very powerful medical skill, but some people did not master the skill well, which led to Zhuyushu being gradually disliked and not believed in. Wu Hao has now inherited the god-level art of incantation. It can be said that he is now the most powerful doctor in the entire Tianfu kingdom, because he also has a system mall. The system mall has everything, whether it is talismans or various elixirs with incredible effects. With the system mall, Wu Hao dares to say that he can cure any disease. As long as the person is still alive, he has the ability to rescue him. Of course, this depends on whether Wu Hao has enough supreme points. Boom boom boom. Brother, are you up yet? Mom asked you to go downstairs for breakfast. Didn't you say you would go shopping with me today? Just as Wu Hao was still digesting the information about the Zhuyu technique, there was a knock on the door, and Wu Yingying's voice also came in. Got it, I'll be right down. Wu Hao responded and got up, dressed and washed. He lived in the master bedroom which had its own bathroom, so he could do everything in the room without going out. A few minutes later, Wu Hao went out to have breakfast and then took his younger sister out to eat. However, the phone rang as Wu Hao just walked out of the room. Grandpa Fu, is there something wrong with calling me so early? Wu Hao found out that it was Fu Changxiao's call, so he started asking questions after he answered it. Wu Hao knew that Fu Changxiao should have taken the Xiao Pei Yuan Dan to rescue people yesterday, and guessed that this call should be related to rescuing people. Xiao Hao, do you have time today? It's nothing serious. I'm just going to accompany Yingying to town to play. Grandpa Fu, just tell me what you want to say. Wu Hao was walking downstairs while talking on the phone, and Fu Changxiao on the other end of the phone heard that Wu Hao was fine, so he told him that the Xian Yuan family wanted him to help with their medical treatment. If it was before yesterday, Wu Hao would definitely not go after hearing this, because he knew nothing about medicine and there was no way he could go to treat Xian Yuan Jing. But now it's different. He has just received the god-level inheritance of the art of incantation and was just about to try out the magic of it when a patient was sent to him to be his guinea pig. Although Xian Yuan Jing's identity was somewhat special, Wu Hao was now full of confidence and agreed without thinking too much. Brother, you can't go shopping with me again. Wu Hao had just hung up the phone when Wu Yingying said with a bitter face that she had also heard some of what Wu Hao said on the phone just now. Although she had no idea what was going on, Wu Yingying knew that her brother didn't have time to go shopping with her, and her mood suddenly became bad. Girl, your brother is busy, isn't he? Besides, there's nothing to do on the street. Don't delay your brother's work. Yingying, I really can't go shopping with you today, but you can go shopping with Firefox and the others. Buy whatever you like, and I'll reimburse you when I get back. Mom, Dad, and Grandpa, you can come too. I think you haven't been to town for a long time. Let's go play together today. Wu Hao said this to Wu Yingying with a smile, and then he talked to his parents. Wu Hao believed that everyone had not been to the town for a long time. Your dad hasn't finished his work yet. I haven't finished my handicraft either, so I won't go. If you want to go, go by yourself. Zhang Xueme said something and lowered her head to eat breakfast. How can rural people have time to go shopping? They are either making money or farming. They only go to town for a stroll during festivals. No, you all have to go shopping today and stop doing your work. Mom, if you bring those handicrafts back to make again, I will throw them all away. And you, too, Dad. If you continue to do that masonry work, I will find someone to mess with you every day, unless you can complete the task I give you today. Wu Hao said very forcefully that now is the time to spend money. How can we let our parents go out to earn money? Bang! Didn't I beat you last night? Are you trying to turn against Tianlong? Wu Luo slammed the chopsticks in his hand on the table and looked at Wu Hao with a threatening look. Is this bastard thinking he is rebelling? He actually dares to talk to me like this. Dad, unless you kill me, I will still do this. Wu Hao also acted tough for once. This was a matter concerning his own supreme point, so he had no choice but to be tough. Although Wu Hao knew that his parents couldn't spend much money, he still understood the principle of accumulating little by little. Okay, tell me what your mission is first. Wu Luo was so angry at Wu Hao's words that his teeth were itching, but he didn't dare to do anything in front of his old father. What was the relationship between grandparents? Whenever he hit his son, he would be severely beaten by his father. In this family, the old man loved Wu Hao the most. Wu Hao was also aware of this, and that's why he dared to confront his father. Otherwise, once the 7 wolves appeared, he would run faster than a rabbit. Your task today is very simple. Each of you has a quota of 1 million. As long as you spend the quota of 1 million, I will not interfere with what you want to do in the future. Wu Hao stated his request. It was not that Wu Hao did not want them to spend more, but Minfeng town was just a small town, and it was still very difficult to spend 1 million. Wu Hao is not afraid that they will not spend money in the future, because spending money is addictive. After the first time, there will naturally be a second time. Wu Hao wants to cultivate his family's ability to spend money. Anyway, as long as the money is given out from him, one can get supreme points as long as it is spent. Naturally, Wu Hao wants everyone to help him spend money. You bastard, do you want us to move the whole town back? Wu Luo rolled his eyes at his son in annoyance. As a native of Minfeng town, he naturally knew the consumption level of Minfeng town. It was extremely difficult to spend several million in a day. I don't care. You can go buy some gold and silver jewelry. It won't be impossible to complete the task if each of you buys a few sets. Chapter 44 Xian Yuan Jing's situation. In the end, the family accepted Wu Hao's mission, and 10 bodyguards protected the family's safety, while Wu Hao boarded the helicopter sent by Fu Changxiao. After more than 3 hours of flight, Wu Hao finally arrived at the military district in Tianfu City, and after more than half an hour's drive, he arrived at the Tianfu Sanatorium. When Wu Hao arrived at Tianfu Sanatorium, Fu Changxiao was already waiting with a group of people. This was probably the highest level of welcome in the history of Tianfu country. In addition to Fu Changxiao and other 3 retired veterans, there are also the current ruler of Tianfu Kingdom, the general of the first military region of Tianfu Kingdom, the national Dr. Huang Mingxian, and the strongest man Long Tian. No matter which one of them stands out alone, he can cause the Tianfu Kingdom to experience 3 shocks, but now they are all standing here waiting for Wu Hao's arrival. Grandpa Fu, sorry to have kept you waiting. Xiao Hao, I'm sorry to bother you again. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Xian Yuan. He is the current ruler of our Tianfu country. The sick person is his father. Fu Changxiao shook hands with Wu Hao, and then introduced the identities of these people to Wu Hao, which surprised Wu Hao a little. Wu Hao never thought that as an ordinary citizen, one day he would be greeted by so many important figures. He greeted these people one by one. Wu Hao's expression was respectful. Although he was no longer that small figure, it had only been a few days since he obtained the system, and his mentality was still that of the small figure he used to be. They were naturally very respectful towards these big figures from Tianfu Kingdom, and Xian Yuan and the others were also very respectful to Wu Hao, whether it was the national doctor or Wu Zong Long Tian. Even though Wu Hao is young, with what Fu Changxiao said yesterday, no one dares to be disrespectful to Wu Hao. Who knows if Wu Hao is the apprentice of a crazy drunkard? Xiao Hao, do you think you should go see the patient now, or have lunch and take a rest first? After getting to know each other, Fu Changxiao led the way inside. On Wu Hao's left was Fu Changxiao, and on his right was Shen Yuan. Fu Changxiao asked Wu Hao a question. It happened to be dinner time again, and Wu Hao had been on the plane for several hours. Logically, Wu Hao should have a meal and rest first, but Fu Changxiao was also worried about his old friend's condition. Let's go see the patient first. After that we can have dinner and discuss it. Wu Hao knew that everyone was concerned about Shen Yuanjing's condition, so he wanted to go and see if Shen Yuanjing was sick first, and then go to dinner and discuss it with everyone. Okay. Fu Changxiao led a group of people towards Shen Yuanjing's ward. A few minutes later, they arrived at Shen Yuanjing's ward. Wu Hao looked inside from the window and saw a skinny old man lying on the hospital bed. When the door of the ward opened and Wu Hao walked into the ward, he couldn't help but frown, because he saw something on the patient that shouldn't appear. In order to confirm whether it was that thing, Wu Hao hurried to the bedside and grabbed the patient's hand. A special energy slowly entered the patient's body. As Wu Hao continued to explore, his brows furrowed deeper, and it was not until several minutes later that he put the patient's hand down. Wu Hao did not stand up or speak, but turned around and looked at the people from the Shen Yuan family, which made everyone nervous. Xiao Hao, what disease does this old guy have? Is there any cure? The people of the Shen Yuan family felt uncomfortable when Wu Hao looked at them, but they didn't know how to ask. It was Fu Changxiao who noticed something was wrong and quickly asked Wu Hao. This is not a disease, but a curse. Did your Shen Yuan family do anything against the will of heaven or justice? Or did your Shen Yuan family offend someone? The Zhuyu technique inherited by Wu Hao is more than just a medical skill, it can also be said to be a magical skill, which includes medical skills, feng shui, bagua, and some ancient forbidden techniques. As soon as Wu Hao came in, he saw a special gas on Shen Yuanjing, and only he could see this special gas. When he was observing Shen Yuan and the others just now, he also discovered that kind of aura on them, so Wu Hao said that. Mr. Wu, you are joking. My Shen Yuan family is worthy of heaven and the common people. We have never done anything that is against heaven and earth. Please understand, Mr. Wu. Shen Yuan said in a serious tone that his Shen Yuan family had indeed never done anything against the will of heaven and earth, but instead always cared about the common people. I believe in your Shen Yuan family because you all have a sense of righteousness, so it must be your Shen Yuan family that has offended someone. Xiao Hao, are you saying that this old guy has offended someone and has been cursed? Does this kind of curse really exist in this world? Everyone has heard of the word curse, but has never seen it. Now when they heard Wu Hao say that Shen Yuanjing was cursed by someone, everyone was a little surprised. There are all kinds of things in this world. If it didn't exist, how could it come out of nowhere? It's just that you haven't encountered it yet. Shen Yuanjing was cursed to end his family lineage. I think the king probably doesn't have any grandchildren yet. What? Who is so vicious that he would cast such a vicious curse? Xiao Hao, you are indeed right. Shen Yuan does not have any grandchildren yet. Even Huang Mingxian checked them out and found that there was nothing wrong with their bodies, but they just couldn't get pregnant. Fu Changxiao was shocked. He never thought that someone would cast such a vicious curse on the Shen Yuan family. Even without Wu Hao's explanation, he understood what was going on. The Shen Yuan family has always been very prosperous. Shen Yuanyi's generation has 5 brothers and sisters, and Shen Yuanyi has 3 sons and 1 daughter, and Shen Yuan Chongshan also has 2 sons and 2 daughters. The 5 boys have all gotten married, but none of their wives have gotten pregnant. They have been checked in hospitals in every city in Tianfu country and have even visited many foreign countries. Even the traditional Chinese medicine Dr. Huang Mingxian checked and said there was no problem with the body. Because of this incident, many people said behind the scenes that the Shen Yuan family would have no descendants. I didn't expect the reason to be here. If Wu Hao hadn't seen it today, the Shen Yuan family would have really been wiped out in a few decades. The curse of cutting off one's offspring is an ancient forbidden technique. This curse is extremely vicious. The descendants of the cursed person will never have children again. The cursed person will usually die within 1 to 3 years. After the cursed person dies, the curse will be transferred to the next generation. After the next generation dies, it will be transferred to the next generation again, until the family is completely destroyed. If Shen Yuanjing wasn't the former king, he would have passed away a year ago. It's lucky that he has survived until now. Mr. Wu, does that mean my dad can still be saved? Chapter 45 Shen Yuanyi's arrangement, timely reign Li Yuan. I can save him, but... Please save my father, Mr. Wu. No matter what the cost, our Shen Yuan family will not frown. Shen Yuanyi immediately knelt in front of Wu Hao and promised, but this action scared Wu Hao, and he quickly reached out and pulled Shen Yuanyi up. Not to mention that Shen Yuanyi is the ruler of Tianfu Kingdom, Wu Hao cannot make him kneel just because of his age. Shen Yuanyi is about the same age as his father, and kneeling to a younger person will shorten the lifespan of an elder. My lord, please get up quickly. I didn't say I won't save you and you won't have to pay any price. But if you don't find the murderer, even if I save your father, the murderer may attack your Shen Yuan family again. If we want to eliminate this problem forever, we must find the murderer. This is what Wu Hao wanted to say just now, but who knew that Shen Yuanyi misunderstood and knelt down to him? It would be easy to save Shen Yuan Jing, but Wu Hao was afraid that the murderer would attack the Shen Yuan family again. He doesn't want to run here every few days. Wouldn't it be better to spend more money instead? Mr. Wu, we don't even know what happened to my father, how can we find the murderer? Shen Yuanyi was somewhat helpless. They didn't even know Shen Yuan Jing's situation, so how could they possibly find the murderer? Actually, this isn't that difficult. The reason why the curse is so vicious is that it uses special means to deprive the victim of their vitality and spirit. And in order to achieve this, the caster naturally cannot be too far away. I estimate that the caster must be within 100 miles. When the time comes, you just need to send people to search for suspicious people within 100 miles. People who practice this forbidden technique will be very white and thin. You can find them if you pay more attention, but I want to remind you that these people are usually very dangerous. If you find them, you'd better be careful. Also, to break the curse on your father, you need a drop of blood from all the male members of your Shen Yuan family, and you also need to prepare a pheasant. In fact, in order to help Shen Yuan Jing remove the curse, some other things are needed, such as talismans and muscle-growing marrow pills, but Wu Hao knew that the Shen Yuan family definitely did not have these things, so he did not say it. Wu Hao explained the characteristics of people who practiced this forbidden technique. If one wants to practice this forbidden technique, one must pay a price, and this price is often the practitioner's spirit. And they can't stand the light, so their bodies must be very thin and white, making them the easiest to identify. Mr. Wu, I'll make the arrangements right away. You must be tired after sitting on the plane for several hours. Mr. Wu, go eat and rest first. I'll come back to see you after everything is arranged. After writing down Wu Hao's words, Shen Yuanyi told Wu Hao that it would take some time to arrange these things, so Shen Yuanyi let Wu Hao eat and rest first. After Shen Yuanyi made arrangements for Wu Hao, he left with Shen Yuan Chongshan and Shen Yuanyu, leaving Shen Yuanling and Shen Yuanyu here to accompany Wu Hao. While Wu Hao and Fu Changshao were having dinner, Shen Yuanyi returned to Tianfu Palace and began to make arrangements. He first asked Shen Yuanyu to lead all the police to investigate the area within 100 miles centered on Tianfu Sanatorium. If any suspects who meet the requirements are found, they must be closely monitored, and then Shen Yuan Chongshan will lead the Tian team members to spread out within 100 miles of the sanatorium. Once a suspect is found, he will be arrested immediately. The Tian group is a special department of Tianfu country. All its members are warriors. Although there are not many people, each of them is a warrior above level 3. The last resort is the strongest man in Tianfu Kingdom, Long Tian, who is in the early stage of Wuzong, as a mobile rescue worker. If the suspect is too powerful, he will take action. After arranging everything, Shen Yuanyi returned to Tianfu Sanatorium. He was accompanied by his 3 sons and Shen Yuan Chongshan's 2 sons. Linger, where is Mr. Wu? Brother, Mr. Wu said he still has some things to prepare. I have arranged for Mr. Wu to rest in room 3. Well, let's wait a while. In fact, Wu Hao did not rest, but was browsing the system mall. Wu Hao had already purchased the talisman to break the curse, which cost him 15 supreme points. But Wu Hao now encountered a problem. He only had 47 supreme points. After using 15 points to buy the talisman, he only had 32 points left. But the muscle-growing marrow pill requires 50 supreme points, and Wu Hao is still 18 points short now, which means he has to spend at least 18 million to get enough supreme points to buy the muscle-growing marrow pill. This put Wu Hao in a difficult position. It was hopeless to expect his family to help him spend money. The task of 1 million yuan he gave to each of them might not be completed, and it was impossible to expect them to spend 18 million yuan. But now he is in the Tianfu Sanatorium and has no place to spend money. The only thing he can do is watch live broadcasts and give rewards. Thinking of this, Wu Hao took out his mobile phone and prepared to watch the live broadcast. Just at this time, a call came in. Seeing the note godson on the phone, Wu Hao smiled. Fatty, is there something you want to talk to your godfather about? Get lost, I called you for something serious. Didn't you ask me to open a hotel? I've already picked out a hotel for sale, but the money you gave me isn't enough. Would you like to transfer more money to me or look for another one slowly? Li Yuan's laughter and scolding could be heard over the phone, but Wu Hao's eyes lit up after hearing what Li Yuan said. He was really his lucky star. No, just this one room will do. Tell me how much you need and I'll transfer it to you right away, but I need you to buy the hotel right away. You can pay first, and then slowly go through the formalities later. Got it? Wu Hao hurriedly said that he even asked Li Yuan to pay first, because he knew that it would take a lot of time to handle those procedures, but he didn't have the time to wait any longer. As for whether others would run away after paying the money, Wu Hao never worried about this. If someone really dared to do so, Wu Hao would definitely teach him a lesson. Okay, you have money and you can do whatever you want. The hotel is located on Changjiang Road in Jianghuai City. The boss wants 480 million yuan, and now we still need 180 million yuan. Okay, send me your bank card and I'll transfer the money to you right away. The smile on Wu Hao's face couldn't even be suppressed by AK. If Li Yuan spent this money, he could get 480 supreme points. After Wu Hao hung up the phone and received Li Yuan's bank card number, he immediately started to operate on his mobile phone. Fortunately, his bank card was bound to the system and there was no limit. Wu Hao quickly transferred 300 million to Li Yuan. Although it was only 180 million short, there would always be other expenses after buying the hotel. Wu Hao simply transferred 300 million yuan over. As long as Li Yuan's black-faced god's characteristics took effect, he would no longer have to worry about supreme points. Chapter 46 Wu Hao's Shaman Dance. Wu Hao kept staring at the supreme points in the system until half an hour later Wu Hao finally discovered the change in the supreme points, which increased from 32 points at the beginning to 512 points. You are indeed an expert at making money. Wu Hao couldn't help but sigh. This was the most supreme points he had ever obtained since binding the system. Wu Hao was also very clear that if he wanted to make money, he had to buy fixed assets such as companies and real estate. Otherwise, if I spend millions like usual, I don't know when I can get so many supreme points. After obtaining the supreme points, Wu Hao immediately purchased the muscle regenerating pill, spending 50 supreme points, which made Wu Hao feel a little sad. Including the talisman, he spent a total of 65 supreme points. If he used these supreme points to buy treasures for cultivation, perhaps he could reach the 9th level of warrior. However, Wu Hao was only slightly heartbroken. He believed that as long as he rescued Xianyuan Jing, the Xianyuan family would never treat him unfairly. Don't forget that the Xianyuan family is the ruling family of Tianfu Kingdom today. Even if no benefits are given to Wu Hao, this favor alone is enough to ensure that Wu Hao can run rampant in Tianfu Kingdom. This is also the reason why Wu Hao decided to rescue Xianyuan Jing. He knew that it would not be long before he would become famous in Tianfu country, and then he would definitely attract many evildoers. Wu Hao is not afraid of others causing trouble for him, but he is afraid of others using their power to oppress him. Without background and strength, it is impossible to protect the windfall. After Wu Hao bought the things he needed, he left the room. Shen Yuanyu, who had been waiting outside Wu Hao's room, saw Wu Hao coming out and hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Wu, did you have a good rest? Xianyuan is Xianyuan Jing's youngest daughter. She is in charge of Xianyuan group of the Xianyuan family. She is also the only unmarried older leftover woman and is now 42 years old. She originally had a boyfriend, but Xianyuan Jing was in a coma at that time. Xianyuan rejected her boyfriend's proposal in order to take care of her father, and the relationship has been delayed until now. Okay, have you been waiting here all this time? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Wu will give you some instructions so that I can prepare for him as soon as possible? Shen Yuanyu smiled and said that the reason she had been staying here was naturally as she had said, she was afraid that Wu Hao might need something. Another reason was naturally that he was worried about his father's condition and wanted to know as soon as Wu Hao had a good rest. You are so thoughtful. I wonder if you have prepared everything. If you are, let's go and treat your father now. My eldest brother has returned and is now in my father's ward. Does Mr. Wu want to go over now? Shen Yuanyu's face lit up with joy. She had finally waited for this moment. She now wished she could pull Wu Hao over to treat her old father. Wu Hao could naturally feel Shen Yuanyu's mood. He smiled slightly and said something, then walked towards Xianyuan Jing's ward. When Wu Hao came over, he found that everyone was waiting here. Except for Shenyuan Chongshan and Long Tian, all the people who had been there before were still waiting here, and there were also a few young men who were about his age. Xiao Hao, you're here. Well, the things that need to be prepared are a little special, so it took some time. Now I will help Shenyuan Jing to exorcise the curse right away. Good. Mr. Wu, I'll have someone draw blood right away. This is the pheasant you need. When Shenyuan Yi heard that his father was about to be treated, he quickly said something and then gave Shenyuan Ling a look. Because Wu Hao had mentioned before 1 drop of blood from all the male members of the Shenyuan family, but if it was just 1 drop of blood it would coagulate quickly and might not meet Wu Hao's requirements, so he brought all his sons and nephews here. As for Shenyuan Chongshan, he had already prepared a small bag of about 100 c. Wu Hao looked in the direction of Shenyuan Yi's finger, and when he saw the cage of pheasants prepared by Shenyuan Yi, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. You all wait outside, it will be over soon, don't be nervous. Lord, please have someone pay attention. When I help your father remove the curse, the caster will definitely suffer a backlash. There is a possibility that someone might get hurt, so have your people pay more attention. The curse is connected to the mind of the caster. If the curse is broken, the caster will definitely suffer the backlash of the curse. If one wants to recover quickly, he must absorb enough blood and energy. At that time, there may be injuries or deaths. In order to reduce such losses, the caster must be found and killed quickly. I understand. I'll make the arrangements. Wu Hao said nothing more. He walked into the ward with the blood of all the male members of the Shenyuan family and a pheasant. Then Wu Hao turned his back to everyone and took out the talisman, the wolf brush pan and a copper bowl. No one knew what Wu Hao did to the pheasant. Wu Hao folded the talisman into the shape of 1,000 paper cranes and placed the talisman on the pheasant's mouth. As a result, Shan Ji just stood there motionless. Then Wu Hao poured the blood of all the male members of the Shenyuan family into a copper bowl, and then lifted up Shenyuan Jing's clothes. Wu Hao drew a talisman on Shenyuan Jing's chest, and the people outside looked inside nervously, but the window was so small that it was impossible for everyone to see what was going on inside. Only Shenyuan Yi and his 2 siblings, Fu Changxiao and Huang Mingxian, could see it. As for the younger generations of the Shenyuan family and the medical team, they could only stare blankly. At this time, the situation outside the Tianfu sanatorium was also not peaceful. After Wu Hao gave instructions to Shenyuan Yi, all the special police in Tianfu City were dispatched to conduct a search within 100 miles of the Tianfu sanatorium. But until now no suspect who meets the description has been found, and even the warriors from the Liantian group have found nothing either. Shenyuan Yu has no choice but to disperse his men to guard various intersections. Looking at Wu Hao again, after drawing the talisman on Shenyuan Jing's chest, he began to jump according to the instructions in the Zhuyu technique, muttering something while jumping. This made the people outside stunned, especially the younger generations of the Shenyuan family. Although they could not see the situation inside clearly, they could at least get a glimpse of it. Brother, can this quack doctor really cure Grandpa? Why do I feel like he is trying to catch ghosts? Shenyuan Ming whispered to another young man beside him, they want bloody pheasants and talismans. Isn't this the kind of ghost-catching plot you see on TV? Don't talk nonsense. It doesn't matter if he catches ghosts or cures diseases, as long as he can cure Grandpa. Don't you see that Dad and Aunt both believe in him? Shenyuan Yi glanced at his 3rd brother and said, it doesn't matter whether Wu Hao is curing diseases or catching ghosts, as long as he can cure Shenyuan Jing, it will be fine. Chapter 47 Treatment Success. Amnesty. Wu Hao didn't care what happened outside. He jumped around according to the procedure, pointed a sword finger at Shenyuan Jing's forehead, and then uttered the word pardon. Just as Wu Hao finished saying the word pardon, a dark red gas flew out from between Shenyuan Jing's eyebrows and immediately entered into Shanji's body. Phew! Just after the gas entered the pheasant's body, the talisman that was originally on the pheasant's mouth suddenly caught fire. The pheasant's body was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye it became a dried pheasant. Wu Hao ignored the pheasant that had turned into dried pheasant, and quickly took out the muscle marrow pill from the system space, pried open Shenyuan Jing's mouth and stuffed the pill into his mouth. Then he took out a set of silver needles and pierced Shenyuan Jing's whole body with special techniques. Shenyuan Jing was soon turned into a hedgehog by Wu Hao. Outside world. At the same time as the pheasant was turned into dried pheasant, on a small hill a few miles away from Tianfu Sanatorium, there was a man-made cave in a hidden place at the foot of the hill. Deep in the cave, there was an old man sitting cross-legged with a pale face and a withered body. Suddenly, the old man frowned deeply. Phew! The old man's face suddenly turned red, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath also became weak. Damn it! How could there be someone in this world who knows the lost forbidden technique and actually broke the curse I cast? The old man's expression became eerie and terrifying. If someone saw him, they would definitely think they had seen a ghost. The old man's current appearance was really too terrifying. Xianyuan Jing, don't think you can survive like this. I will let you live a little longer this time. And the one who can break my curse, no matter who you are, you will become my food, just wait. After cursing harshly, the old man packed up and walked out of the cave. Now he was seriously injured by the backlash of the curse and had to hurry to heal his wounds. However, in order to heal the injuries caused by the backlash, a large amount of qi and blood must be available, which is obviously not available in the cave. After the old man came out of the cave, he blocked the entrance and hid it, then ran quickly in one direction. Although the old man had been hiding in the cave, he also knew that there was a small village in that direction. If he wanted a large amount of qi and blood, he had to have living creatures. There would naturally be a large number of poultry in the village. However, when the old man approached the village, he found that there were quite a few policemen in the village. It seems that I have met someone who knows what I am doing. This person is obviously arranged by the Xianyuan family. If I go out like this, I will definitely be discovered. It seems that we can't stay in Tianfu City anymore. We have to go to other cities. The old man slowly retreated. He didn't dare to take those roads anymore and instead chose to walk through areas with dense forests and mountains, for fear of being encountered by the police. Although the old man was injured, his speed was not slow at all, especially in those places with dense forests and mountains. His speed was almost as fast as that of a monkey. With the old man's fast speed and his intention to avoid the search of the police, he soon got away from the Tianfu sanatorium. Xiaohao, how is that old fellow Xianyuan Jing doing? After Wu Hao finished giving Xianyuan Jing acupuncture, he observed him again and found that the curse on Xianyuan Jing had disappeared. He knew that his treatment was successful. It's not a big deal. I've already done acupuncture and massaged his body, but he's been in a coma for a few years. It'll take about half an hour for him to wake up. Lord, your father will be very hungry when he wakes up. You can ask someone to prepare some millet porridge and feed it to your father later. Good, good, good. Xiaohao, you are really great. Mr. Wu, I am here to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the Xianyuan family. If you have any problems in the future, my Xianyuan family can help you solve them. When Xianyuan Yi heard that his father was fine, he bowed respectfully to Wu Hao and also made a promise to Wu Hao. Even though it's just one sentence, it carries a lot of weight, even more than Fu Changxiao's previous promise. You are too polite, my lord. Wu Hao accepted Xianyuan Yi's gift because what he did was worthy of Xianyuan Yi's gift, which was equivalent to saving the lives of everyone in the Xianyuan family. Lord, I wonder if there is any news coming back from there? Have they caught the suspect? Wu Hao also wanted to meet the person who cast the curse. In fact, he mainly wanted to know how he learned this forbidden technique. Wu Hao believed that it was impossible for such a forbidden technique to be passed down. The person who cast the curse must have had some adventure, perhaps some ancient cave for cultivating immortals, or perhaps there were some immortal cultivation techniques. Nowadays, people cannot practice immortal cultivation techniques even if they obtain them, because they simply do not have the spiritual energy. But Wu Hao is different. He has countless resources in his system mall. As long as he has enough supreme points, he can turn himself into an immortal cultivator even if he piles them up, although the possibility is not high. There is no news yet, but I have already ordered people to surround the Tianfu sanatorium within 100 miles. If the person who cast the curse shows up, he will definitely be discovered by our people. Wu Hao frowned. Since there was no news yet, the chances of finding the person who cast the curse might be slim. The person who cast the curse was able to learn even this forbidden technique, and maybe he had also learned other methods. The police might not be able to discover it. Lord, have people pay more attention to those mountainous and forested areas. People who practice this kind of forbidden technique rarely show up in public, so they might be hiding in those mountainous and forested areas. Okay, I'll let them know to pay more attention. After Xianyuan Yi responded, he called Xianyuan Chongshan and told him what Wu Hao said. After Xianyuan Chongshan, who was outside, received the message from his elder brother, he immediately made arrangements for the policemen and asked them to pay more attention to the mountains and forests. No, this kind of person is still too dangerous. We must not let him escape, otherwise he will definitely come back to deal with my Xianyuan family. Yuan Chongshan thought about it and still felt that this was not safe. If someone really escaped, they would definitely come back to deal with his Yuan family next time. The enemy hiding in the dark is the most dangerous. If we cannot find the enemy, we may be able to deal a fatal blow to the Yuan family at any time. Yuan Chongshan immediately called the military district and mobilized all the personnel in the district to completely blockade the area of 100 miles centered on the Tianfu sanatorium. They even sent a large number of helicopters to search those mountains and forests, determined to find the people and kill them. Chapter 48, Poisonous Creatures. Long Tian arrives. After the soldiers of the military district were sent out, they quickly began to search all the mountains and forests, and even surrounded the area within 100 miles centered on the Tianfu sanatorium. Once someone wants to leave this range, they will definitely be discovered by the soldiers. At this time, in a jungle about 1,000 meters away from the soldiers, there is an old man with a thin face hiding. The old man was the one who had left the Tianfu sanatorium. Just when he wanted to leave the jungle, he found that the outside was full of soldiers. This discovery made the old man's face even uglier. He knew that it would not be so easy for him to leave today. Once he was discovered by those soldiers, he would definitely attract the warriors of Tianfu Kingdom. You forced me to do this, so you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. The old man murmured something and then retreated. When he was far away from the soldiers' range, he took out an exquisite jade flute from behind. Suddenly, a series of strange sounds came from the jade flute. When the sound of the jade flute rang out among the mountains and forests, the poisonous creatures hidden in the mountains and forests began to move. Whether they were mountain scorpions, centipedes, venomous snakes, or poisonous mountain bees, after hearing the special sound of the jade flute, they all gathered in one direction. What's that noise? Long Tian, who was standing on a hill, suddenly frowned. He seemed to hear a special sound, a bit like the sound of a jade flute, but different. Moreover, this sound seemed to be able to penetrate deep into people's minds, and even caused a drowsy feeling. Long Tian stood up and listened carefully, then quickly leaped in one direction. Sometimes, Long Tian's figure could even jump on the treetops in the mountains and forests. In fact, after a warrior reaches the level of martial master, he can already stay in the air for a short period of time, but it consumes a lot of internal energy. However, Long Tian made use of the big trees in the forests, so he could move quickly in the mountains and forests, a bit like the light skills seen on TV. Did you hear any sound? I feel like something is moving quickly in our direction. Suddenly, a thinner soldier among the soldiers at the outermost edge said something to another person next to him. It seems like something is approaching, everyone be careful. After the soldier finished speaking, many soldiers also heard it. One of the soldiers said something else, and at the same time, the gun in his hand was loaded. If any dangerous animal appeared, it would be shot immediately. What is that? Suddenly a soldier pointed into the distance, because he found that a dark mass was approaching in that direction, and there was a buzzing sound coming from it. It's a poisonous bee. Everyone, get down quickly and don't move. A soldier noticed that it was a group of poisonous bees flying towards them at a terrifying speed. The soldier shouted loudly and then quickly fell to the ground. The other soldiers made the same move. Although they didn't know why there were so many poisonous bees here, the poisonous bees would not attack them randomly as long as they lay down and didn't move. Oh no! There are many poisonous snakes, centipedes, and scorpions on the ground. Everyone retreat. Soon after they lay down, some soldiers discovered that in addition to the large number of poisonous bees, there were also large numbers of poisonous snakes, centipedes, and scorpions. Captain, the venomous bees are too fast. We can't outrun them at all. What should we do? Everyone suppress fire, get out of the way of these poisonous creatures, everyone be careful. Choi Siwon naturally discovered this as well. They simply couldn't outrun those poisonous bees and would definitely be surrounded by them. But if we don't leave, there are so many poisonous snakes, centipedes, and the like. We can only suppress them with firepower and leave the paths of these poisonous creatures. After Choi Siwon gave the order, all the soldiers opened fire at the same time to suppress the poisonous creatures, but soon those soldiers were in a miserable state. Although everyone firing at the same time could indeed suppress the poisonous creatures to a certain extent, the number of them was simply too great and they could not be suppressed unless one had a musket in hand. However, within a short period of time, some soldiers were devoured by the poisonous bees, and screams came out of their mouths, and this situation became more and more frequent. Retreat! Choi Siwon looked at the soldiers whose bodies were covered with various poisonous substances and the swarms of poisonous bees flying towards them. Choi Siwon could only give the order to retreat with tears in his eyes. The remaining soldiers looked at the miserable appearance of their companions. Even as soldiers, they could not help but tremble. It was really too horrifying. They wondered what it felt like to have thousands of poisonous creatures crawling all over their bodies and biting them. It's scary to even think about it. And in this situation, it's impossible to go forward to rescue. That would just be a waste of life. After leaving behind a dozen soldiers, they finally withdrew from the range of the poisonous creatures. What they didn't know was that after they retreated, a thin old man was running quickly in one direction. "Where are you going?" "Stay with me." Just as the old man was about to disappear in the mountains and forests, a voice suddenly sounded from above. It was Long Tian who had been following him all the way. Long Tian came here in pursuit of that special jade flute sound, but the sound suddenly stopped. When Long Tian didn't know which direction to look, he suddenly heard gunshots. Long Tian then hurried over and just happened to see the old man running away. Long Tian quickly chased after him. Damn it, he's actually a strong man in the early stage of Wuzong. How could he catch up so quickly? After Long Tian's voice sounded, the old man also discovered it. Seeing Long Tian who could fly on the treetops and the aura emanating from Long Tian, the old man knew that the person chasing him was a powerful martial arts master. The old man's own strength is that of a perfect martial artist, plus he has some of his own methods. If it is only the early stage of martial arts, then he can still compete. But the old man was seriously injured by the backlash of the curse, and there was no way he could be a match for a powerful martial arts master. Now his strength was even worse than that of a martial arts master. If not for this, the old man would not be afraid of those soldiers at all and could just break out of the encirclement and leave. What he was afraid of was attracting the warriors from the Tian group. Bang! Long Tian's speed was faster than the old man. It took him only a few breaths to get close to the old man. Long Tian broke off a branch as thick as his arm and smashed it at him. But the old man who was running in front seemed to have eyes on his back. When the branch was about to hit him, he dodged to the side. And because the old man dodged for a second or two, Long Tian's figure instantly appeared in front of the old man, blocking the old man's way. Chapter 49 Yi Wushuang's Past. You are Yi Wushuang. When Long Tian saw the old man's face clearly, a look of shock appeared on his face. How could Long Tian not be shocked when someone who should have been dead for decades suddenly appeared in front of him? Long Tian, I didn't expect you to have already broken through to the martial sect realm. It's rare that you still know an old fellow like me. Yi Wushuang was somewhat surprised to find that the powerful martial arts master who was chasing him was actually an old acquaintance of his. Yi Wushuang, weren't you thrown off the cliff and died by Master Changfeng? How come you are here again? Did you cast the curse of Xianyuan Jing? Ha ha ha. Yes. I was indeed pushed off the cliff by my own master back then, but I, Yi Wushuang, was lucky enough to survive. I guess that old man will never think of it until he dies. I, Yi Wushuang, not only saved my life, but also got a great opportunity. Unfortunately, it seems that God played a joke on me again. This world has lost its spiritual energy. It was indeed me who cursed Xianyuan Jing, but it was a pity that he didn't die in my hands. But it doesn't matter. Next time, I will definitely make his entire Xianyuan family be buried with him. When Yi Wushuang heard Long Tian talk about the past, his expression suddenly became crazy. He was pushed off the cliff by his own master. It's just that he was lucky enough to survive, otherwise, he would have died decades ago and would not have appeared here. Yi Wushuang and Xianyuan Jing were brothers from the same school. They had a very good relationship at the beginning, but after Yi Wushuang knew that his master had passed on his inheritance to Xianyuan Jing, Yi Wushuang changed. At that time, the two of them had the same level of cultivation, but Master Changfeng gave his inheritance to Xianyuan Jing, while he got nothing. Unconvinced, Yi Wushuang naturally went to his master to ask for clarification. As a result, Master Changfeng said that his mind was impure and he could not inherit his righteous spirit. This made Yi Wushuang very angry, and he had a big quarrel with Master Changfeng. Finally, he left Master Changfeng and disappeared. 3 years later, a mysterious and powerful man appeared in Tianfu Kingdom. He specialized in robbing and killing warriors and stealing their resources, which had a great impact in Tianfu Kingdom. It happened that Xianyuan Jing became the ruler of Tianfu Kingdom at that time. After that incident, Xianyuan Jing found Long Tian and asked Long Tian to set up the Tian group to track down the mysterious strong man. After more than a year of investigation, Long Tian finally found out that the mysterious strong man was Yi Wushuang. After a fierce battle, Yi Wushuang defeated Long Tian by half a move. After injuring Long Tian, Yi Wuxuang fled. After knowing what happened to Yi Wuxuang, Master Changfeng was deeply saddened and decided to clean up the mess himself. Finally, Yi Wuxuang was trapped on a cliff in Tianyuan province and was finally pushed off the cliff by Master Changfeng himself. Who would have thought that Yi Wuxuang survived? Yi Wuxuang discovered a cave under the cliff. He learned the art of cursing in it. There was also a book on how to practice it. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Yi Wuxuang tried, he could not succeed. Later, Yi Wuxuang realized that in order to practice that technique, he needed spiritual energy, but unfortunately, there was no spiritual energy in the world today. After going through untold hardships, Yi Wuxuang turned himself into a state neither human nor ghost, and finally he mastered the art of cursing. When Yi Wuxuang came out, he found out that Master Changfeng had already died. Filled with hatred, Yi Wuxuang took out his anger on Xianyuan Jing. If it wasn't for Xianyuan Jing, then Master Changfeng would definitely pass on the inheritance to himself, and then the king today might be him, Yi Wuxuang. However, after Xianyuan Jing became the king, he was always surrounded by experts, so Yi Wuxuang couldn't find an opportunity for a while. It was not until an accident that Yi Wuxuang obtained some of Xianyuan Jing's blood, which gave Yi Wuxuang the opportunity to curse Xianyuan Jing. Yi Wuxuang was also vicious and cast a curse on Xianyuan Jing to end his family lineage. However, what surprised Yi Wuxuang was that Xianyuan Jing was still alive after 3 years. However, Yi Wuxuang also knew that Xianyuan Jing would not live long, so he did not use any other means. This just made Xianyuan Jing suffer more. Who knew that there would be such a variable as Wu Hao, who not only broke the curse cast by Yi Wuxuang, but also knew his situation well and deployed so many police officers to search for his whereabouts? Yi Wuxuang, do you think you still have a chance to escape today? You'd better come back with me and accept your punishment. This way, I can give you a decent death. No matter what happened decades ago, or the curse Yi Wuxuang placed on Xianyuan Jing, Long Tian would never let Yi Wuxuang escape again. And because of this delay, the soldiers, police and members of the Tian group had surrounded Yi Wuxuang. He. You really think highly of me. Today's incident is my bad luck, Long Tian. If I hadn't been seriously injured, you wouldn't have been able to keep me here today. What I just can't understand is that there are still people in this world who can cast curses. Can you tell me who broke my curse? Looking at the soldiers, police and Tian group members who had surrounded him, and with the presence of Long Tian, a powerful martial arts master, Yi Wuxuang knew that he could not escape today. The thing that Yi Wuxuang couldn't understand the most was that there were actually people in this world who knew the art of talismans and could even break the curse he had cast. If this were not the case, even if he was discovered by Long Tian might not be able to defeat him, and he could just watch Xianyuan Jing die slowly. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. If you can learn this forbidden technique, isn't it normal for me to know some spells? Just as Yi Wuxuang finished speaking, a voice was heard from a distance. A large group of people were walking over, and the leader was a young man. It was Wu Hao and his group who had received the news and rushed over. Junior brother, I didn't expect it was really you. Xianyuan Jing also came with Wu Hao. He had woken up not long ago, and thanks to Wu Hao's care for him, Xianyuan Jing is no longer seriously injured. After receiving the news from the soldiers that the murderer had been caught, Xianyuan Jing ignored everyone's obstruction and insisted on seeing who had cast such a vicious curse on him. However, halfway through the journey, he received a message from Long Tian saying that the murderer was his junior fellow apprentice who had died decades ago, which shocked Xianyuan Jing greatly. Xianyuan Jing, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. You are really lucky. You can't die even in this condition. Seeing Xianyuan Jing appearing here, Yi Wuxuang was also greatly shocked. A person who was almost dying could actually recover in such a short time. This method really shocked Yi Wuxuang. Junior brother, why are you doing this? If you are willing to give up your evil magic, I can let you spend the rest of your life in prison. Chapter 50, Crazy Yi Wuxuang, Cursed. Xianyuan Jing sighed and said that the relationship between the two of them as brothers was always good, but it came to this point just because of a legacy. Although Yi Wuxuang had cursed him to end his family lineage, causing him to almost die, Xianyuan Jing still felt compassion when he actually watched his fellow apprentice die. As long as Yi Wuxuang is willing to give up all his evil magic, Xianyuan Jing can spare Yi Wuxuang and let him repent in the cell. Although he lost his freedom, at least he didn't have to die now. This was the best that Xianyuan Jing could do. Ha ha ha. Xianyuan Jing, are you pitying me? I don't need you to pretend to pity me. I know I will die today, but you won't have a good end either. I, Yi Wuxuang, am willing to sacrifice my entire lifespan and curse Xianyuan Jing to be devoured by thousands of insects. Phew! Die! Yi Wuxuang took out a wooden box from his arms and opened it. He slapped his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood on the box. Then he was ready to cast a curse to curse Xianyuan Jing again. But Long Tian on the side was quick-witted and quick-handed. Before Yi Wuxuang could finish his words, his figure flashed in front of Yi Wuxuang and a dagger with a cold glow was inserted into Yi Wuxuang's chest. The wooden box in Yi Wuxuang's hand was also thrown to the ground. Yi Wuxuang stared at Xianyuan Jing, but a strange and crazy smile appeared on his face. "Brother, I'll wait for you downstairs." Yi Wuxuang finished saying this sentence with difficulty, and at this moment Yi Wuxuang's body began to dry up quickly, and in the blink of an eye only a piece of human skin was left. Careful! Just when Yi Wuxuang dried up into a human skin, a red light flashed from the wooden box that had just fallen to the ground, and then the red light turned into a stream of light and flew towards Xianyuan Jing. Wu Hao, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, pulled Xianyuan Jing. The red light did not penetrate Xianyuan Jing's body, but was caught by Wu Hao holding a copper bowl. Wu Hao quickly bought a talisman from the system space, then sealed the talisman on the copper bowl and quickly threw the copper bowl away. "Everyone, hurry up!" Wu Hao called out and ran in the opposite direction. Although the others didn't understand what was going on, they also followed Wu Hao and ran quickly. Just as Wu Hao and others started running, suddenly a buzzing sound came from all directions, and the previous scene appeared again. It was even more terrifying than the previous scene. The sky was full of all kinds of poisonous bees, and the ground was covered with a black mass of various poisonous creatures. All the poisonous creatures were converging in one direction. And that direction happened to be the direction where Wu Hao threw the copper bowl. This scene scared everyone so much that their scalps went numb. Even Long Tian, the martial arts master, was no exception. In this situation, not to mention a person, even a car would be eaten clean by these poisonous creatures. Everyone looked at Wu Hao with gratitude. If it weren't for Wu Hao, not only would Xianyuan Jing die here, but there would be a high probability that all of them would be buried with him, and few of them would be able to escape. Why? After escaping for several thousand meters, everyone finally stopped. Xianyuan Jing looked in that direction and couldn't help but sighed. It was Long Tian who carried him on his back just now. Otherwise, he couldn't run fast since he had just woken up, and he might be affected. Damn it, that old ghost is too cruel. He actually wants to keep all of us here. Fortunately, I still have some tricks up my sleeve. Wu Hao looked at the dark place in the distance and cursed with a tingling sensation on his scalp. The talisman he just used was a first-level spiritual spell, which consumed 150 of his supreme points. If the money-making expert hadn't bought a hotel, causing his supreme points to surge, he would have had no way out of the situation just now. If it weren't for his soul-summoning talisman, even he might have died here. Originally, he wanted to see if he could find some immortal cultivation techniques from Yi Wuxuang. As a result, he not only failed to see the martial arts technique, but also lost 150 supreme points. If Yi Wuxuang had not been dead, Wu Hao would have beaten him to death. "My dear friend, thank you again for saving my life. Otherwise, I would have died without a complete body." Xianyuan Jing held Wu Hao's hand and patted it, saying that if Wu Hao had not pulled him back just now, he would have been eaten clean by those poisonous creatures. Wu Hao saved him twice. He had not repaid the favor before, and now he owed him another favor. Xianyuan Jing became more and more grateful to Wu Hao. Xianyuan Jing also felt a little guilty. If he had not been moved by compassion and asked Long Tian to kill Yi Wuxuang, this would not have happened. Yes. If it weren't for Xiao Hao, we would all have died here. We all owe Xiao Hao a life. Fu Changxiao on the side also sighed and said that he was saved by Wu Hao twice. This life-saving favor could never be repaid even in his lifetime. With Fu Changxiao's thanks, others also expressed their gratitude to Wu Hao, especially some soldiers who had experienced that situation. "You don't have to be polite, I'm just trying to save myself. I feel weird here and I feel uncomfortable all over. Let's go back first." Wu Hao, who was heartbroken about losing 150 supreme points just a moment ago, felt a little embarrassed when so many people expressed their gratitude to him. After all, he was just an ordinary citizen, and Wu Hao still felt weird being thanked by so many big shots, especially since these people were older than him. They were either from his father's or grandfather's generation. Wu Hao just laughed and said something. Others also felt a little uncomfortable here, and left one after another after Wu Hao's suggestion. The main reason is that seeing so many poisonous creatures together always makes me feel my scalp tingling. If those poisonous creatures suddenly go crazy, they will be the ones to suffer. Grandpa Xianyuan, your health is fine now. I will prescribe a prescription for you to recuperate for a month. I guarantee you will live to be 120 years old. After returning to the sanatorium, Wu Hao joked to Xianyuan Jing that on the way back just now, Xianyuan Jing insisted on recognizing Wu Hao as his grandson. This made Wu Hao not know whether to laugh or cry. He had been a godson or goddaughter to many people, but this was his first time being a grandson. Xiao Hao, you want to turn Grandpa Xianyuan into an old monster? It was a rare occasion for Xianyuan Jing to make a joke. He didn't care whether he could live to be 120 years old. His only wish now was to see the Xianyuan family flourish. You old man, others can't even live to be 120 years old. Just be happy. Ha ha ha. After hearing what Fu Qianxiao said, everyone laughed. Indeed, in this world where the average life expectancy is only 70 or 80, who doesn't want to live to be 100 years old? Chapter 51 Xianyuan Jing's Gift. Xiao Hao, Grandpa Xianyuan would like to offer you a glass of tea instead of wine. Thank you again for your kindness to my Xianyuan family. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed, and Wu Hao followed Xianyuan Jing back to the Xianyuan family, where a dinner party was being held. More than a dozen brothers and sisters of the Xianyuan family were sitting at a large dining table. Wu Hao was the only outsider. Even Xianyuan Ling and her husbands were not there. Moreover, Wu Hao was arranged to sit next to Xianyuan Jing. No one in the Xianyuan family dared to object, not even the younger generation such as Xianyuan Yi. They saw with their own eyes how Wu Hao rescued their grandfather, and they also saw Wu Hao take action in the forest, otherwise they might have all died there. Grandpa Xianyuan, please don't talk about this anymore, or I'll be embarrassed. I'll drink this cup first, Grandpa Xianyuan, please do as you please. Wu Hao picked up the wine glass in front of him and clinked it with Xianyuan Jing. Xianyuan Jing had been saying words of thanks for the entire afternoon. Ha ha ha. Xianyuan Jing laughed and drank the tea in the cup. Xianyuan Jing didn't drink much before, and now that he had just recovered from a serious illness, he would not drink even more. Are the things I asked you to prepare ready? Xianyuan Jing put down the teacup in his hand and asked Xianyuan Yu, who was sitting not far away. Xianyuan Yu quickly stood up and took a document from a maid behind him. Dad, this is the transfer contract and the documents have been prepared long ago. All Xiao Hao needs to sign is his signature. Xianyuan Yu handed the file bag to Xianyuan Jing and said that this was what Xianyuan Jing had asked her to prepare before, and she prepared it without hesitation. Xianyuan Jing opened the file and took out a document from it and looked at it. Then he handed the document to Wu Hao and said, Xiao Hao, Grandpa Xianyuan doesn't have anything to give you. This is a share transfer contract of our group. All you need to do is sign it. Also, this is the Tian Group's certificate of worship. From now on, you will be the only worshipper of the Tian Group. If you don't have to go to work, it won't affect your life. With this identity, if you encounter any trouble in Tianfu country in the future, this certificate can help you solve it, and you will also be able to exercise all your rights. For example, if you find an official is corrupt, you can deal with him on the spot without any trial. You have the right to mobilize all local governments and the military to serve you. Xianyuan Jing handed the documents and certificates to Wu Hao, while explaining the contents of the documents and the function of the certificates, which left Wu Hao stunned. With such a small certificate, he is now equivalent to the imperial envoy in ancient times, who can execute first and report later, and can be said to be the number one person under the emperor. When Wu Hao looked at the share transfer contract again, his eyes widened instantly, because the contract stated that the transferred shares were as high as 50%. Wu Hao knew that Xianyuan Group was the largest group in Tianfu country. It was also ranked top 10 in the world, with a valuation of more than 2.7 trillion yuan. Xianyuan Group's business is even more diversified, covering the service industry, construction, energy and military industry, and it is also a leader in the industry. 50% of Xianyuan Group's shares is worth more than 1.3 trillion yuan, and Xianyuan Jing actually gave it to him like this. Even though Wu Hao is worth a lot of money now, he was still shocked by this contract. Grandpa Xianyuan, I'll take the certificate, but forget about the shares. Grandpa Xianyuan should know that I'm not short of money. Wu Hao put the certificate away and pushed the contract back to Xianyuan Jing. The certificate could indeed save Wu Hao a lot of trouble, and it would be very beneficial for him to accept it. But he couldn't take this share. Wu Hao believed that with the help of the system, he would be able to reach the level of Xianyuan Group or even surpass it in no time. What's more, he is not short of money now, so there is no need for him to take shares of Xianyuan Group. He is already satisfied with the identity of Tianzu's worshipper. Because Wu Hao saw that his military rank in his certificate was actually general, which meant that he was now a general. This was a matter of honor for his family and much more impressive than money. Xiao Hao, if you don't accept this, Grandpa will feel uneasy. Xianyuan Jing naturally knew that Wu Hao was not short of money. When Wu Hao appeared in the Tianfu sanatorium, all his information had already been known by the Xianyuan family. Although the Xianyuan family could not find out what happened to Wu Hao's assets, all of this was attributed to Wu Hao's non-existent master. Grandpa Xianyuan, what you said is wrong. Didn't you adopt me as your grandson? Then what does it matter whether I take the shares or not? Will you not transfer money to me when I need it? So forget about this share. If Grandpa Xianyuan feels bad about it, just give me $1 million in dividends every year, and don't talk about the shares anymore. Wu Hao was determined not to take the shares. He had already gotten enough now, and it would be unreasonable for him to ask for more shares. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Xianyuan really didn't misjudge you. Since you said so, Grandpa Xianyuan will not talk about the shares anymore. If you need money in the future, just call your Aunt Yu. I will transfer the money to you even if I have to sell everything I have. Also, 1 million in dividends per year is too little. Let's set it at 100 million per year. Arrange for someone to transfer 2.6 billion to Xiuhao tomorrow as compensation for the dividends that Xiuhao has not received for 26 years. Dad, I understand. Wu Hao smiled bitterly and said nothing more. He didn't expect the old man to be so particular and even want to compensate him with 2.6 billion in dividends. When Xianyuan Yi and other juniors heard what Xianyuan Jing said, their eyes were filled with envy. As grandchildren of the Xianyuan family, their annual dividends were only tens of millions. But no one said anything, and no one was jealous of Wu Hao, because this was what Wu Hao deserved, and Xianyuan Jing had warned them as soon as they returned to the Xianyuan family. From now on, Wu Hao should be treated as a real brother. If anyone dares to do anything to Wu Hao, he will be immediately kicked out of the Xianyuan family and will not get a penny. This rule was even listed as a family rule by Xianyuan Jing and passed down, and all descendants of the Xianyuan family must abide by it. In fact, Xianyuan Jing was afraid of Xianyuan Yi's generation and the next generation. Xianyuan Yi and his family might be fine, but it was hard to say about their wives. Maybe if other people spread some bad rumors, they would have some opinions about Wu Hao. This is also a very likely situation. This family dinner lasted until very late, and Wu Hao also stayed at Xuanyuan's house for one night. Because everyone toasted him last night, Wu Hao was drunk. Wu Hao was still awakened by the system prompt, and when he heard the system prompt, Wu Hao suddenly sat up from the bed. When Wu Hao looked at the system's reward, he widened his eyes in shock and showed an expression of disbelief, because the reward was really too amazing. Chapter 52 System rewards biochemical bodyguard, Wu Hao encounters kidnappers. System, is this bodyguard you rewarded a real person? The reason why Wu Hao was so surprised was that the system's reward today was 10 bodyguards, which made Wu Hao so surprised. I originally thought that the system would only reward items and money, but now even bodyguards have appeared. What else can the system not reward? Replying to the host, although the bodyguards rewarded by the system are cyborgs, they are also flesh and blood and have emotions just like ordinary people, and they also have their own identities. Does the host want to materialize them? Not for now. Wu Hao did not materialize the bodyguards right away. After all, this was the Xianyuan family's manner. It would be difficult to explain if 10 more bodyguards suddenly appeared here. Wu Hao also knew from the introduction that the 10 bodyguards rewarded by the system were also 5 men and 5 women, and their strength was at the perfect level of martial arts. At this moment, Wu Hao can be said to be truly standing at the highest point in Tianfu Kingdom. He has the Xianyuan family as his backing, and now he has 10 martial arts masters as bodyguards. As long as the god of war doesn't appear, no one can do anything to Wu Hao, but does the god of war really exist in this world? No one knows this, not even Long Tian, the leader of the Tian team. The only possibility is the legendary crazy drunkard. But that kind of person has no fixed place to live, and no one knows where the crazy drunkard is. The possibility of Wu Hao meeting him is very small, and even if he does meet him, they will not necessarily become enemies. Wu Hao left Tianfu City after having lunch at Xuanyuan's house. Wu Hao also opened the system to check his current situation. In just 5 days, he already had 2 companies and a building, with a cash deposit of 12.35 billion and 314 supreme points. 2 of the points were added last night, probably spent by his parents. But this made Wu Hao very dissatisfied. The whole family didn't even spend 3 million, which was not even a fraction of the fat man's. However, Wu Hao also knew that this kind of thing had to be done slowly. It was probably because his younger sister spent more than 2 million yesterday. Wu Hao had no hope for his parents. Wu Hao did not take Yuan Changshan's helicopter, but bought a plane ticket to Fujian City, Tianyuan province, because he wanted to see his second sister, Wu Xiaoxiao. "Sir, would you like something to drink?" Just when Wu Hao was about to take a nap, a light voice suddenly sounded in Wu Hao's ears, which made Wu Hao couldn't help but open his eyes and look at the stewardess in front of him. The name tag on the stewardess' chest reads Mu Xiaoxiao. She is about 21 or 22 years old, with a melon-shaped face and bronze eyes, and her hair is tied in a bun. Coupled with a perfectly fitting stewardess uniform, it looks eye-catching and exudes an ethereal aura. Wu Hao didn't even blink when he saw her. This was the first time Wu Hao saw a beautiful woman in a stewardess uniform. Her appearance was no worse than Gu Xinxin and Zhang Qingyan. "Sir, would you like something to drink?" Mu Xiaoxiao found that Wu Hao was staring at her blankly without saying anything, and her face couldn't help but blush. Mu Xiaoxiao had just started working, and this was her first time flying. Because of her beautiful appearance, she became a first-class flight attendant, specializing in serving wealthy people. It is also one of the most sought-after positions. "Give me a glass of warm water, thank you." Wu Hao came back to his senses and said something. He never thought that he would be so distracted by looking at a woman. He felt a little embarrassed. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." Mu Xiaoxiao responded respectfully and left. After a while, she brought Wu Hao a cup of warm water and said to him, "Sir, you can call me if you need anything." "Good." After drinking a few sips of warm water, Wu Hao squinted his eyes again. He felt that he was not in a good mood today, perhaps because he drank too much last night. Wu Hao didn't know how long he had been dozing off. In his daze, he seemed to hear some chaotic noises coming from behind, which made Wu Hao couldn't help but open his eyes. Did anything happen outside? Wu Hao saw Mu Xiaoxiao standing not far from him. He couldn't help but ask Mu Xiaoxiao a question. The voice came from outside the economy class. "Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. How about I go out and see what's going on outside?" "Okay, go ahead." Mu Xiaoxiao walked towards the door without saying anything else. In addition to Wu Hao, there was an old man in his 50s or 60s and Mu Xiaoxiao, a flight attendant, in the first-class cabin of this flight. Mu Xiaoxiao walked to the door, opened it and wanted to go out, but at this time Mu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale and her body slowly retreated back because there was a cold pistol pressed against her forehead. "Boy, I advise you not to move, otherwise, bullets won't have eyes." Wu Hao unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to stand up when a big man wearing a bullhead mask pointed a gun at him, which made Wu Hao pause. In fact, Wu Hao could have captured the big man before he opened fire, but because Mu Xiaoxiao was in the robber's hands, Wu Hao did not dare to act rashly. Wu Hao was also a little depressed. He didn't expect that he would be so unlucky to encounter robbers hijacking a plane. What kind of luck does it take to encounter such a situation? "Tie them both up for me." The robber with the bullhead mask said something to the two people behind him. The two robbers behind him immediately took a pair of bandages and stepped forward to tie Wu Hao and Mu Xiaoxiao's hands behind their backs. "Professor Yang, it's really troublesome to ask you for a visit." The bull-headed kidnapper came up to the old man, poked his chest with his gun, and said something in a sinister tone. "Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? How dare you hijack a plane in Tianfu country?" "So what about Tianfu country? Didn't we succeed in defeating them?" "It doesn't matter who we are. Professor Yang will know when the time comes. We can only inconvenience Professor Yang for now. We will return Professor Yang to freedom after the plane arrives at the base." The ox-headed kidnapper tied up Professor Yang's hands himself. At the same time, he took out a black hood from his waist, put the black hood on Professor Yang, and then forced Professor Yang to sit on the seat. "You two must keep an eye on Professor Yang. No accidents must happen." "Don't worry, there will be no accidents." The two robbers came to Professor Yang and stood on his left and right, while the bull-headed kidnapper walked towards the control room. He just needed to control the captain. "I didn't expect there is such a beautiful stewardess. I have never played a stewardess since I was a child. I don't know what it feels like. Old Ma, keep an eye on Professor Yang. I'm going to try out the stewardess first, and you can come up later." After the bull-headed kidnappers went to the control room, one of the robbers wearing a fox mask looked at the panicked Mu Xiaoxiao, smiled and walked towards Mu Xiaoxiao. Fox, don't make trouble. What are you afraid of, Lao Ma? The whole plane is under our control now. Besides, don't you want to have some fun with such a fairy stewardess? Chapter 53 Wu Hao takes action and materializes a cyborg bodyguard. You, don't come over here. Mu Xiaoxiao retreated all the way to the edge of the cabin where she had nowhere to retreat. She was so scared that she sat down on the ground. But Mu Xiaoxiao didn't know that her pitiful appearance was the most attractive to men. There is no man who would not want to come forward and show her some sympathy, and this also makes the fox kidnapper want to play with Mu Xiaoxiao even more. Don't be afraid, my little beauty. I will be very gentle. Besides, you will soon like that feeling. It will definitely make you want more. The fox kidnapper slowly walked towards Mu Xiaoxiao. He really enjoyed this feeling. Looking at the beautiful stewardess who was getting closer and closer, the fox kidnapper reacted. The first-class cabin was only that big, so even if the kidnapper walked slowly, he soon came to Mu Xiaoxiao, squatted down, and reached out to touch her fair and tender face. Please don't, please let me go. Mu Xiaoxiao burst into tears at this moment. She felt as if the whole world had collapsed. How could she be so unlucky to encounter kidnappers hijacking a plane on her first day at work? Now she really hopes that a Prince Charming will appear and save her from suffering. She will repay him even if she has to work like a slave for him in the future. My little beauty, you'd better serve me obediently. Maybe I will be gentle to you. Otherwise, I will be very violent. Come, I'll take you to enjoy it now. The fox kidnapper said this with a chuckle, then picked up Mu Xiaoxiao and turned to walk towards the lounge. Ah, help! Mu Xiaoxiao was suddenly picked up by the kidnapper. She was so scared that she screamed and struggled, but it was all in vain. How could a weak woman like her break free from the kidnapper's arms? Not to mention her hands were tied behind her back, making it even more impossible for her to break free from the kidnapper. Stop! Aren't you arresting me? Now that your goal has been achieved, why do you want to implicate innocent people? At this moment, Professor Yang, who was being guarded by the Lao Ma masked kidnapper, spoke up. Although he was wearing a hood, he knew what was going on. Because his affairs have implicated so many people, Professor Yang doesn't want anyone else to be hurt because of him, especially such a delicate woman. Old man, you should take care of yourself first. When the kidnapper wearing the Lao Ma mask saw that Professor Yang was still in the mood to meddle in other people's business, he withdrew his gaze from Mu Xiaoxiao, pointed his gun at Professor Yang and said something. At the moment when the kidnapper Lao Ma withdrew his gaze, Wu Hao on the side finally seized the opportunity. He appeared in front of the fox kidnapper in a flash and knocked the fox kidnapper unconscious with a knife before the fox kidnapper could react. Without caring about Mu Xiaoxiao, who was thrown to the ground, Wu Hao's figure flashed again and appeared in front of the kidnapper Lao Ma, and at this time the kidnapper Lao Ma also came to his senses. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. As soon as he raised the gun, Wu Hao grabbed the trigger and stabbed him in the face. Wu Hao quickly collected the pistols of the two men. After checking that there were no other weapons, Wu Hao came to Mu Xiaoxiao and helped her untie the straps. Miss, are you okay? Wu Hao asked with concern. He had wanted to take action for a long time, but he just couldn't find the right opportunity. If Professor Yang hadn't spoken to distract the kidnapper Lao Ma, it would have been difficult to deal with the kidnapper without anyone getting hurt. It's all right, thank you, sir. Mu Xiaoxiao replied with a red face. She was scared half to death just now, and the Prince Charming she had been praying for finally appeared. Could this be her true love? Mu Xiaoxiao's face flushed when she thought of this. At this moment, she realized how perfect Wu Hao was, with handsome features and powerful force to protect himself. And since Wu Hao can sit here in the first-class cabin, it is obvious that he is not financially poor. He is simply the best candidate for a husband. I'm glad you're okay. You go to the lounge to take shelter. I'll go outside to see what's going on. Wu Hao was relieved to see that Mu Xiaoxiao was indeed fine. He walked towards Professor Yang while giving instructions to Mu Xiaoxiao. After helping Professor Yang untie the straps, he let Professor Yang into the lounge. Little brother, they are all kidnappers and have no humanity. Yang Ming did not expect that Wu Hao, who was sitting in the first-class cabin with him, would be such a strong man. At first, he thought that Wu Hao was some rich second generation. I'll be careful. You can use these two guns for self-defense. If I don't tell you to, you'd better not come out. After Wu Hao sent the two men into the lounge, he handed two pistols to Professor Yang. The guns would have little effect on him, and firing might cause damage to the plane. If something happens to the plane and it crashes, he won't be able to fly now, otherwise he will die young. Little brother, you should carry the gun. You need it more than we do. Yeah, I can't shoot either, so it's safer for you to carry a gun, sir. Mu Xiaoxiao also nodded vigorously in agreement. As a weak woman, she didn't know how to shoot at all. It was obvious that Wu Hao needed it more than them. I'll take one and you take one, come on in. Wu Hao took back a pistol, asked Professor Yang to hold one, and then quickly closed the door of the lounge. System, manifest 10 bodyguards. The reason why Wu Hao asked Professor Yang and the other person to enter the lounge was, firstly, to protect their safety, and secondly, of course, to make it easier for him to materialize 10 bodyguards. The system is manifesting the bodyguard. Host, please wait. At Wu Hao's command, the system's voice sounded, and then 10 illusory figures appeared in front of Wu Hao, but they became real in the blink of an eye. Boss. The 10 guards called out to Wu Hao in unison, and Wu Hao looked at the 10 bodyguards who appeared in front of him with a smile on his face. Fortunately, he had not materialized before, and it came in handy now. Using 10 powerful martial artists to deal with the robbers, I guess only Wu Hao has such a luxurious lineup. You go to the control room to control the robbers and ensure that the plane can land safely at the destination. The 9 of you go out to control the robbers outside and make sure to protect the passengers. Make sure the mission is accomplished. Wu Hao didn't have time to ask their names. He pointed to a middle-aged man in his 30s and asked him to go to the control room, and the other 9 people went to the economy class outside. Wu Hao also followed and walked out of the economy class. When Wu Hao and 10 other people walked out of the economy class, everyone outside was stunned. Kill them. A robber wearing a dog head mask on his face looked at Wu Hao and others who appeared here, and raised his hand to kill Wu Hao and the other 10 people. But how could their reaction be as fast as Wu Zong's? Even Wu Hao himself didn't see clearly what happened, and the 5 robbers here were caught. Chapter 54 Thunderous Means. Boss, the robbers have been controlled. There are 3 injured passengers and 2 flight attendants who were beaten to death. One of the women came to Wu Hao and reported that there were 5 robbers in total, and they were all captured in an instant. Help the injured passengers deal with them, and control all the flight attendants. Okay. Wu Hao knew that these robbers were able to board the plane and bring guns with them, so there must be one of their people on the plane. No matter who Wu Hao was, as long as all the flight attendants were controlled, they would naturally be able to find out who the accomplice was. Everyone, please sit still and don't move. I am a police officer and I am here to rescue you. Seeing that the passengers were about to get into chaos, Wu Hao spoke loudly, and after Wu Hao finished speaking, the passengers slowly calmed down. And it's actually true that Wu Hao said that he was a policeman, but his status was much higher than that of a policeman, but these passengers definitely didn't know the existence of the Tian group. Tianzhu is the most special department of Tianfu Kingdom. Even many officials are unaware of its existence. However, Tianzhu has another name to the outside world, which is Tianfu Third Department. But even the third part of Tianfu is not known to ordinary people. The people ordinary people are most familiar with are naturally the police of Tianfu Kingdom. Comrade police officer, I saw her in contact with the kidnapper just now. It seems that she gave the kidnapper a document. At this moment, a young man stood up from the middle seat, pointed at one of the flight attendants and said to Wu Hao. Sure enough, just as the young man finished speaking, a pistol appeared in the stewardess's hand. She grabbed another stewardess next to her and pointed the pistol at the stewardess' temple. Ah! The sudden change startled everyone, especially the young man who had just pointed the finger at the flight attendant, who had already crawled under the seat. If he knew that the stewardess had a gun, he would not have testified against her. What if she rewarded him with a peanut? Wouldn't it be too unjust for him to die? Fortunately, the flight attendant only took the hostages and did not kill him. In fact, the young man's worries were unnecessary. Anyone who is not stupid knows that taking hostages is useful. Killing the young man would only give her a momentary pleasure, but she would definitely be controlled by Wu Hao's men in the next second. She saw clearly just now that Wu Hao's 10 men were very powerful. Let them go quickly, or I'll kill her. He. Will you kill her? If you kill her, you won't survive, and neither will your companions. You won't be able to complete your mission either. And if you really killed her, the most the airline would have to pay her family is a pension. This will have no impact on us at all because we have caught all of you robbers. This is a great achievement. Didn't you just kill 2 people? Killing 1 more now won't be a big deal. As Wu Hao walked towards the stewardess robber, he said to him, how could Wu Hao be threatened by the stewardess robber? If all the robbers were really released, more people would die. Moreover, Wu Hao didn't believe that the flight attendant robber would really kill people. The hostages were her life-saving talisman. Even if the flight attendant robber really wanted to kill people regardless of the consequences, Wu Hao and his men could rescue her in an instant. Wu Zong's power is not something that ordinary people can understand. You are definitely not the police. Who are you? It will do you no good to offend our organization. Jiang was stunned. She didn't expect Wu Hao to say such a thing. Wasn't he afraid of being exposed later? Jiang quickly guessed that Wu Hao and his men were not police officers. If they were police officers, they would not have disregarded the safety of the hostages. They even had the suspicion of instigating her to kill the hostages. Do you think your organization can still exist if it provokes the Tianfu government like this? If you don't want to die, let him go. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to escape and will die on the plane. Your family will also be implicated. Think about it carefully. If something like this happens, the Tianfu kingdom will definitely conduct a strict investigation. This is tantamount to declaring war on the Tianfu kingdom. No matter how strong the organization of these robbers is, they cannot fight against a big country. Moreover, the impact of this incident is too great. Even if the families of these robbers are innocent, they will definitely be subject to certain restrictions in the future, or even live under surveillance for the rest of their lives. 0. The mission cannot fail. Even if we cannot bring Professor Yang back, we cannot let Professor Yang live. Just as Wu Hao finished speaking, Zhang Yu's expression fluctuated slightly. At this time, the robber wearing a dog head mask said to Zhang Yu. Just as the dog-headed robber finished speaking, Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, and it was in this instant that Wu Hao's bodyguard seized the opportunity. Snap! The female bodyguard closest to Zhang Yu appeared beside Zhang Yu like a ghost, stretched out her hand, and with a click, she twisted Zhang Yu's arm and controlled Zhang Yu. Boss, she has a remote control on her. There must be a bomb on the plane. After the female bodyguard controlled Zhang Yu, she searched Zhang Yu and found a small remote control on her body. The female bodyguard handed the remote control to Wu Hao. You guys are really crazy. Wu Hao was also shocked. Luckily he had 10 bodyguards who were masters of martial arts, otherwise if he were alone, something unexpected might have happened. If the plane really exploded, no one would have a chance of survival. These robbers had obviously made complete preparations. If the kidnapping failed, they would drag everyone to death with them. Wu Hao is now also interested in Professor Yang's identity. He wonders what Professor Yang is researching that could attract these crazy robbers. Remove their limbs and knock them out. Make sure to find the bomb. Yes, boss. As Wu Hao's order was given, a series of crackling sounds followed by a few screams were heard, but soon there was no more sound because the 5 robbers including Jiang Yu were knocked unconscious. Following the actions of the 9 guards, all the passengers in the cabin were frightened. Although Wu Hao and his men came to rescue them, these ordinary people were still frightened by such rough and decisive means. Everyone sit here and don't move around. If you do anything dangerous, we will treat you as robbers. As long as you behave yourself, the plane will arrive at its destination safely soon. After saying a few words, Wu Hao walked back to the first-class cabin. He was going to go to the control room of the plane to take a look. If it was just a flight attendant, she might not be able to let these robbers bring guns on the plane. It is possible that the captain might also be one of the robbers' men. When Wu Hao walked into the control room, he saw that a pilot had already fallen in a pool of blood, and the robber with the bull head mask had also been knocked unconscious. Wu Hao's bodyguard pointed a gun at the other pilot's head and asked him to control the flight of the plane. Chapter 55 Fate with Yang Ming. Boss, the captain has been killed by them. The plane has now returned to the correct route and will arrive at Fujian Civil Aviation Airport in about half an hour. What's your name, and can you fly a plane? Boss, my name is Feng Jia, and I can drive any means of transportation in the world, including using all military weapons. Are you all the same? Wu Hao was delighted. He didn't expect these bodyguards to be so omnipotent. He felt like he had found a treasure. Yes, boss. The 10 of us are all proficient in all weapons, electronic equipment, and high-tech products. We also have some knowledge of management, finance, etc. Very good, knock him out and you can control the plane. Yes. Feng Jia hit the captain's head with the butt of his gun, and the captain was knocked unconscious before he could even react. Then Feng Jiejia pulled the captain away and began to control the plane himself. Wu Hao saw that there was nothing else to do here, so he had time to take out his mobile phone to edit what happened here into a text message, and then send it to Xian Yuani. After doing all this, Wu Hao returned to the first-class cabin. Wu Hao went to the lounge and called out Professor Yang and Mu Xiaoxiao. "Sir, are you okay?" Mu Xiaoxiao blushed when she saw Wu Hao, and then asked Wu Hao with concern. "Do I look like I'm in trouble?" "Don't worry. The hijackers on the plane have been dealt with. We will land in about half an hour. You should have a good rest first." "Little brother, I don't know how to thank you for saving my life. This is my business card. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Although the old man doesn't have much ability, he still has a say in Tianfu country. Seeing Wu Hao said that the robbers had been dealt with, Yang Ming grabbed Wu Hao's hand and thanked him, and handed Wu Hao a personal business card. "Professor Yang, you are too polite. These robbers dared to act like this in my Tianfu country. Anyone who is capable will take action. Besides, I am just trying to save myself." Wu Hao also replied politely, then looked at the business card in his hand. He saw a name and phone number printed on the business card, and below it was the address where Professor Yang worked. When Wu Hao saw the address on the business card, a hint of surprise flashed across his face, because the address on the business card was National Defense University in Fujin City. "Professor Yang, are you from the National Defense University in Fujin City?" "Exactly. What a coincidence. This time I came to Fujin City to visit the National Defense University. I didn't expect that Professor Yang is also a professor at the National Defense University. We are really destined to meet." Wu Hao sighed and said that he was originally thinking about how to get his sister out, but he ended up saving the life of a professor from the National Defense University on the plane. With this relationship, it was much easier for Wu Hao to see his sister. Wu Hao also guessed the reason why some robbers wanted to capture Professor Yang. It should be that Professor Yang had made some remarkable research results. Otherwise, the robbers would not have wanted to kidnap Professor Yang and would not have spent such a huge price to hijack the plane. "Oh. I wonder what the little brother has to do at the National Defense University." Yang Ming was also a little surprised when he heard Wu Hao's words, because the special nature of the National Defense University is that strangers will not enter the university casually, and students of the university cannot leave the school casually. This is all made up by the author. As for what is happening in reality, the author does not know, because the author does not have the ability to study at the National Defense University. Wu Hao is definitely not a student of their university, so why did Wu Hao go to the National Defense University? "Professor Yang, my name is Wu Hao, you can just call me by my name. As for why I went to the National Defense University, it's because I haven't seen my sister for quite a while. I came to the National Defense University mainly to see my sister. I don't know if the school can let my sister come out. I'll have to trouble Professor Yang when the time comes." Wu Hao first introduced himself, then told him why he came to the National Defense University, and also told Professor Yang his request. "Ha ha ha. You are too polite, Brother Wu. This is just a small matter. Just tell me your sister's name and which class she is in, and I will tell her instructor when the time comes." Yang Ming never thought that Wu Hao came to see his sister. When he found out, he laughed out loud. Fate is so strange. It was just asking Wu Hao's sister to take a leave. This was really a small matter for Yang Ming. Given his status in the school, even the principal was polite to him. "My sister is a senior in the computer science major, class A 4024. Her name is Wu Xiaoxiao. I'll have to trouble Professor Yang when the time comes." "Oh. Wu Xiaoxiao is your sister?" Yang Ming looked at Wu Hao in astonishment. This matter was becoming more and more coincidental, because among the students taught by Yang Ming, there was one named Wu Xiaoxiao. Although Yang Ming did not teach a class at school, he did recruit several students from the same major because this was a very common thing. Which professor doesn't have some students who help him? These students can help the professor do things within their ability, and the students can also learn some useful knowledge from the professor. "Professor Yang, do you know my sister? I have a student named Wu Xiaoxiao under my command. She must be your sister." "Ha ha ha. That's really such a coincidence. I never thought my sister would have the honor to study under Professor Yang. That's a blessing for that girl." Wu Hao also laughed and said that he had never thought that his sister would study under Professor Yang. This was indeed something Wu Hao had not expected. According to Professor Yang's achievements, if he is willing to train his sister, then there will be no need to worry about his sister's future. However, Professor Yang encountered such a thing today. If his sister really follows Professor Yang to study, he would also have to consider his sister's safety. Fortunately, he now has 10 more bodyguards, and he can arrange for one to be with his sister, so Wu Hao can feel more at ease. As Wu Hao and Professor Yang chatted, the plane landed on time unknowingly. As the plane landed, a large number of soldiers instantly surrounded the plane. Yuan attached great importance to Wu Hao's message and immediately contacted the military district of Tianyuan province to ask the military district to take full control of Fujian City Airport. The commander of the Tianyuan provincial military district immediately made arrangements after receiving Yuan Yi's order and asked the base in Fujian City to take over the airport immediately. The commander of the Tianyuan provincial military district also rushed to the Fujian City Airport as fast as possible. All the leading teams of Fujian City were also alarmed and gathered at the airport. Uncle Long, why are you here? Chapter 56 Wu Hao's Surprise. Wu Hao was not surprised that the soldiers from the military district took over the airport. What surprised Wu Hao was that Long Tian, the leader of the Tian group, also came. Xiao Hao, are you okay? After receiving your message, the king was afraid that something might happen to you, so he specially asked me to come here. Now that I see that you are fine, I am relieved. Uncle Long, the hijackers are just ordinary robbers. Even if they have guns, they can't hurt me, not to mention that I have bodyguards with me. Wu Hao was a little touched. He didn't expect Yuan cared so much about his safety that he sent Long Tian here in person. You know, Long Tian is the strongest warrior in Tianfu Kingdom and is mainly responsible for the safety of the king. After hearing what Wu Hao said, Long Tian was stunned for a moment. Wu Hao was alone when he boarded the plane before. However, Long Tian did not think much about it and thought that Wu Hao had arranged for bodyguards to board the plane. However, as Long Tian looked at them, he found that these 10 bodyguards of Wu Hao were not simple, because these 10 bodyguards actually gave him a sense of danger. However, when Long Tian thought that Wu Hao was the apprentice of a crazy drunkard, Long Tian did not think much about anything else. Isn't it normal for a martial god to have several martial arts masters under his command? Uncle Long, the robbers have all been knocked out by my bodyguards. 2 passengers and 3 flight attendants died on the plane, including a flight attendant and a pilot who were both robbers. It's better to check the passengers on the plane to prevent any robbers from hiding among them. I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. Okay, I'll take care of things here. Even if Wu Hao didn't mention this, the people on the plane would definitely check it. Long Tian naturally understood the impact of this matter. If another robber hides among the passengers and escapes, it will be a disgrace to the Tianfu Kingdom. This is no joke. Wu Hao nodded and prepared to leave with Yang Ming, but after Wu Hao took a few steps, Long Tian stopped him. Uncle Long, is there anything else? This is for you. What's this? Wu Hao took a file bag with some doubts. When he opened it, he saw an old book with 3 traditional Chinese characters written on it that he didn't recognize. We found this when we were cleaning up Yi Wuxuan's belongings. The king said this book might be useful to you, so he asked me to bring it to you. Yeah? Wu Hao's face lit up with joy. This was most likely the ancient inheritance that Yi Wuxuan had obtained. He didn't expect that he could get it. Wu Hao quickly took out the ancient book from the file bag, and just when Wu Hao's hand touched the ancient book, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding, the system has discovered the Changchun Gong technique. Host, do you want the system to include this technique? Not included for now. Wu Hao silently replied in his heart. He didn't expect the system to have such a function. However, Long Tian and Yang Ming were present, so Wu Hao didn't plan to let the system record it now. Xiao Hao, where are you going? How about I ask someone to take you there? Seeing Wu Hao putting away the file bag, Long Tian asked tentatively, and Wu Hao thought about it and agreed. After all, there were 12 people here, and it would be a hassle to take a taxi. In the end, Long Tian sent 3 military vehicles to take Wu Hao and others to the National Defense University, while Long Tian dealt with the robbers. Professor Yang, could you please call Xiao Xiao out for me? It would be best if Xiao Xiao could have 2 days off. At the gate of the National Defense University, Wu Hao said to Yang Ming that if his sister could have 2 days off, Wu Hao would spend some money on her to earn supreme points. Don't worry, I'll give her 3 days off. I'll go in now and tell him to come out. Xiao Hao, thank you for what you did today. Yang Ming agreed immediately. He heard what Wu Hao and Long Tian said just now. He didn't expect that Wu Hao's identity was so special that even the king paid so much attention to him. In addition, because of Wu Hao, he was spared a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, this hijacking was caused by him. Now he just needs to explain some things to Long Tian's people and then he can come back. Of course, there will definitely be a follow-up to this matter. Feng Jiejia, take some people to buy a few cars and then we'll meet up at the hotel. After Wu Hao saw Yang Ming enter the school, he transferred 100 million to Feng Jiejia and asked Feng Jiejia to buy a few cars so that he could drive directly back to Jianghuai City. Yes, boss. Feng Jiejia left with 2 bodyguards. Wu Hao waited at the school gate for about 20 minutes and saw a woman walking out of the school. Xiao Xiao, brother is here. Wu Xiaoxiao had just finished class and was about to go out for lunch when she received a call from her mentor Yang Ming. When she arrived at Yang Ming's office, her mentor actually gave her 3 days off and said that his elder brother was waiting for her at the school gate. Wu Xiaoxiao, with a puzzled look on her face, walked out half believingly, but as soon as she came out, she heard someone calling her. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw clearly that it was Wu Hao, she ran over happily. Brother, why did you suddenly come to Fujin City? Also, how did you get my instructor to give me 3 days off? You are so amazing. Wu Xiaoxiao asked in surprise. Professor Yang Ming was famous for his seriousness and he was usually stern with his students. But just now, Professor Yang Ming was particularly gentle to her, just like her own grandfather, which made Wu Xiaoxiao wonder if her mentor had been possessed by someone after returning from a business trip. Brother, haven't I seen you for a long time? I wanted to come and see how your studies are going. As for Professor Yang, we met by accident and we hit it off right away and became close friends regardless of age difference. I didn't expect Professor Yang to be your advisor, so I asked him to give you 3 days off. I plan to take you out for some fun. You probably haven't eaten yet. I'm going to take you to a nice dinner. Wu Hao did not mention the hijacking, but just made up a reason to fool the person. He did not want these things to affect his sister's studies. Real? Of course, let's go. Wu Hao knew that his sister was a foodie. Her eyes lit up when she heard there was a big meal, so it would not be easy for him to control her. Brother, are they all your bodyguards? As the brother and sister walked and chatted about family matters, Wu Xiaoxiao discovered that her elder brother had changed a lot. Not only had he become taller but also more handsome, and he was surrounded by so many bodyguards. My business has been very successful in the past 2 years. You know that fame brings troubles, so I have to hire some bodyguards to protect my safety. I will also leave a bodyguard to protect your safety. Dad and Mom will also have bodyguards around them. Brother, this is not necessary. This is the National Defense University. How can there be any danger? Don't you see that the guards at our school are all armed? Besides, how can your bodyguards protect me in school? And, won't this affect my studies? Chapter 57 Wu Hao takes his sister shopping. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements. You don't have to worry about anything else. If this matter had happened in the past, it would have been difficult for Wu Hao to arrange it, but now it was just a casual matter. Oh well. Wu Xiaoxiao knew her elder brother's temper. Once he made a decision, no one could change it, just like when Wu Hao got married. At that time, no one in the family agreed with Wu Hao marrying Zhang Yan, but Wu Hao finally married her anyway, and he had a lot of unpleasantness with his family because of this matter. As the two chatted, they soon arrived at a hotel not far from the school. Wu Hao directly booked the best private room. After all, he didn't have to worry about how much money it would cost. Xiao Xiao, order whatever you like. Brother, you said this, so I won't be polite. Wu Xiaoxiao knew that her elder brother was now a big boss. After all, who would transfer 100 million pocket money to her sister? So Wu Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate. Although the prices on the menu were very high, she still ordered more than a dozen dishes in one go. Brother, do you want to order something? Wu Xiaoxiao handed the menu to Wu Hao and said that what she ordered just now were all her favorite dishes, and if she was not afraid of wasting food and not being able to finish them, she would have ordered a few more. Because at this time, apart from the brother and sister, there was only one bodyguard who followed them into the private room, and this was also Wu Hao's instruction. Because the bodyguard looks young, about the same age as Wu Xiaoxiao, Wu Hao plans to let her stay by Wu Xiaoxiao's side to protect her in the future, so it would be a good idea for the two to get to know each other first. Waiter, please serve us a few more of your hotel's signature dishes and a bottle of your best red wine. Okay sir, our hotel will prepare the food and drinks for you right away. Is there anything else you need? That's all for now. I'll call you if I need you. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. After the waiter left, Wu Hao pointed to the bodyguard beside him and said to Wu Xiao, her name is Yang Yun. I will ask Professor Yang to help her process the transfer. She will be responsible for protecting your safety in the future. You two should get familiar with each other first. Hello, Yang Yun. I'm Wu Xiao. I'll trouble you from now on. You are too polite, miss. After the two girls met, they started chatting, and Wu Hao also took advantage of his free time to ask the system about it, and learned that Changchun Gong was only a lowest-level cultivation technique. But even so, Wu Hao was extremely happy, but the system soon poured cold water on him, because there was no spiritual energy on the earth at all. Even if Wu Hao had the skills, he couldn't practice without spiritual energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Yi Wuxuang who died, but Wu Hao and his people. However, Wu Hao soon figured it out. As long as he continued to spend money, he could get supreme points, and then buy resources from the system mall for cultivation. Even if you can't achieve much, living for 300 to 500 years should still be possible. It's just that this time is a bit long. But Wu Hao believed that he could definitely do it, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of such a good system? Finally, Wu Hao asked the system to record the Changchun Gong and instill it into himself, otherwise he would not be able to understand the content of the gong, let alone practice it in the future. Brother, why don't you eat? Wu Hao was suddenly called back to his senses by his sister. He looked at the table and saw that it was already filled with plates of delicious dishes, as well as a bottle of red wine that had already been decanted. At this time, Wu Xiaoxiao's mouth was full of grease. She no longer looked like a lady at all, but just a big foodie. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you for it. Wu Hao took a tissue and said something to Wu Xiaoxiao, while he poured himself a glass of red wine. It was Romane Conti from 1945, and the price of a bottle was more than 3 million. Brother, the food here is so delicious. This is a rare opportunity. Of course we should eat more, otherwise we won't be able to eat it when we return to school. Wu Xiaoxiao's speed did not slow down but became much faster instead. This was her first time to have such a big meal in a big hotel. Hee. You only have 1 semester left before graduation. You can eat at this hotel every day in the future. I will reimburse you for all the expenses. Brother, you said this, so don't blame me for eating you out of money later. Wu Xiaoxiao replied while eating, and Wu Hao just smiled and said nothing. He wished Wu Xiaoxiao would eat like this, as long as she was not afraid of getting fat. The three of them spent more than an hour on the sumptuous lunch, and the final bill came to just over 4 million, of which more than 3 million was for the wine. However, at this time, Wu Hao had 13 more supreme points, 4 of which were obtained by Wu Hao from eating, and the remaining 9 points were obtained by the bodyguard from buying a car. Beauty, do you have a presidential suite here? Sir, our hotel now has 2 presidential suites. The price of a presidential suite in our hotel is 100,000 per night. Would you like to book one? Let's open 2. Open them for 3 days first. Okay, sir, please give me your ID card so I can register you. The smile on Lu Mingyue's face never stopped. After all, Wu Hao first paid more than 4 million for the meal, and now he booked 2 presidential suites, which would be open for 3 days. This commission is more than her monthly salary. If Wu Hao wasn't surrounded by so many bodyguards and beauties, Lu Mingyue would have attacked Wu Hao. Although all the people who could come to the hotel for dinner were rich people, this was the first time she had met someone like Wu Hao. He was simply the best husband in the eyes of all women. Lu Mingyue quickly helped Wu Hao to complete the formalities. When handing the brother and sister's ID cards and room cards to Wu Hao, Lu Mingyue secretly touched Wu Hao's hand. Without thinking too much, Wu Hao took Wu Xiaoxiao out of the hotel. After getting in the car bought by Feng Jiejie, the group went straight to the largest commercial street in Fujin City. Because they were accompanied by a group of bodyguards, Wu Hao and his companions did not encounter any situation where they were looked down upon by others, and their tour lasted the entire afternoon. Although Wu Hao felt very tired, he was also very happy because he earned another 125 supreme points in this afternoon, which means that Wu Hao spent 12.5 million in this afternoon. In addition to buying a lot of luxury goods for Wu Xiaoxiao, Wu Hao also bought himself a mechanical watch and some clothes, otherwise he would not have spent more than 10 million. Xiaoxiao, have a good rest tonight and think about where to go tomorrow. I will take you wherever you want to go in these 3 days. After dinner, Wu Hao returned to the presidential suite. Before entering the room, he said to Wu Xiaoxiao, I'm tired after shopping all afternoon. Good night, bro. Wu Xiaoxiao nodded and went into the room with Yang Yun. Today could be said to be her happiest day. Not only did she eat all kinds of delicious food, but she also bought a lot of luxury goods. Thinking that there were only 2 days left of this happy day, Wu Xiaoxiao felt that she might not be able to sleep at night because she was so happy. Chapter 58 Wu Xiaoxiao invites you to dinner. In another presidential suite, Wu Hao took a comfortable hot bath and prepared to have a good rest, even though he was a warrior now. But the tiredness of shopping does not distinguish between warriors and ordinary people, it only distinguishes between men and women. Even the strongest man will complain of tiredness after shopping for an afternoon. Women are just the opposite. Even if they have a fever of 39.99, if a rich man offers to take them shopping and buys them whatever they like, women will definitely run faster than rabbits. Ha! Who is adding me as a WeChat friend? Wu Hao picked up his charging phone and took a look. He found that someone had added him as a friend on WeChat. Confused, Wu Hao opened it and checked. It's her. Wu Hao discovered that the person who added him as a friend was actually the flight attendant Mu Xiaoxiao on the plane. Wu Hao had left a number for Mu Xiaoxiao before, but he didn't expect that she would add him on WeChat again. Wu Hao accepted it without thinking too much. What surprised Wu Hao was that Mu Xiaoxiao immediately sent him a message, asking Wu Hao if he had eaten and wanted to treat Wu Hao to a meal to thank him. There was a location behind the message. Wu Hao originally wanted to reply that he had already eaten there, but when he saw the location, he found that they were actually in the same hotel. Wu Hao showed a wicked smile, put on his clothes as quickly as possible, took his phone and left the suite without any bodyguards. In the revolving restaurant on the 3rd floor of the Xingyuo Hotel, Mu Xiaoxiao, who had been investigated by the soldiers from the military zone for an entire afternoon, returned to the city. She wanted to thank Wu Hao properly, so she specially chose a hotel. She added Wu Hao's WeChat without even having time to change her clothes. However, she waited for more than 10 minutes before receiving Wu Hao's approval request. Mu Xiaoxiao quickly sent Wu Hao a message with his location. She didn't know where Wu Hao lived, so she chose a hotel in the center of Fujin City, which would be convenient if Wu Hao came. Unfortunately, after the message was sent, Wu Hao never replied to her. Mu Xiaoxiao looked a little disappointed. Mr. Wu must be very busy and has no time, so this meal can be regarded as making up for the shock he received today. Mu Xiaoxiao thought of Wu Hao's mysterious identity and thought that he must be very busy and had no time to reply to her message. Mu Xiaoxiao muttered to herself and prepared to order food. "Miss, can I sit here?" Just as Mu Xiaoxiao was about to call the waiter to order, suddenly a familiar voice sounded behind her. Mu Xiaoxiao turned around and looked back with some surprise. "Mr. Wu, you are here." Mu Xiaoxiao didn't expect that Wu Hao didn't reply to her message, but suddenly appeared in the restaurant. This made Mu Xiaoxiao very happy. She quickly stood up and asked Wu Hao to sit down. Perhaps because she was too happy, Mu Xiaoxiao stood up too quickly and accidentally twisted her left foot, causing her to lose balance and fall. Careful! Wu Hao saw Mu Xiaoxiao was about to fall, so he quickly reached out to support Mu Xiaoxiao, thus preventing her from falling. "How are you? Are you okay?" Wu Hao helped Mu Xiaoxiao sit down and asked with concern, but Mu Xiaoxiao's face was pale and her brows were deeply frowned at this time. "Mr. Wu, I think my foot is sprained." "It's okay. I have some knowledge of medicine and massage techniques. It's just a sprain, not a big problem. I'll give you a massage and you'll be fine after resting for 2 days." "Don't." As Wu Hao spoke, he was about to squat down to give Mu Xiaoxiao a massage, but Wu Hao ignored that Mu Xiaoxiao was still wearing a stewardess uniform, which made Wu Hao see a different scenery. It was too late for Mu Xiaoxiao to stop it, which made her face turn red instantly. She quickly reached out and pulled her skirt, but it was a pity that it was of no use. "I'm sorry, I don't mean anything else, I just want to massage your feet." Wu Hao also stood up and explained somewhat awkwardly, but it would have been fine if Wu Hao didn't say anything. Mu Xiaoxiao became even more embarrassed as soon as Wu Hao spoke. "Mr. Wu, why don't you help me back to my room first?" "Okay." Wu Hao also felt embarrassed to massage Mu Xiaoxiao in public, so he reached out and helped Mu Xiaoxiao up and walked towards the elevator. "Mr. Wu, I live in room 808 over there in the ordinary guest room area, not here." Mu Xiaoxiao felt something was wrong because Wu Hao was not walking in the direction of his residence, so she quickly reminded him. "It's too far over there, let me help you to my room first." "Oh." Mu Xiaoxiao just responded softly without saying anything, but her face was still red and her mind was full of random thoughts. Before they knew it, they had returned to Wu Hao's presidential suite. Wu Hao put Mu Xiaoxiao down on the sofa, and then he found a towel and a small medicine box. Wu Hao covered Mu Xiaoxiao's knees with a towel, then squatted down and started to massage Mu Xiaoxiao. As Wu Hao began the massage, both of them were thinking about all sorts of things. Mu Xiaoxiao felt very embarrassed. This was the first time a man had massaged her feet like this, and it was also the first time for Wu Hao to massage a woman's feet, especially through stockings. Does it hurt? Do you want me to use less force? In order to ease the embarrassment, Wu Hao asked, and at the same time couldn't help sighing in his heart that she was worthy of being a flight attendant. He could play with such long legs for a whole year. It doesn't hurt, it's warm and comfortable. I didn't expect Mr. Wu to have such skills. I guess he usually gives massages to his girlfriend a lot. Mu Xiaoxiao showed a hint of enjoyment on her face. What she said was indeed true. She felt Wu Hao's palm was very warm, and there was a warm current flowing around her feet. I just know a little bit. This is my first time giving someone a massage. Besides, I don't have a girlfriend. Mr. Wu is such a joke. How can a successful man like you not have a girlfriend? Every girl would want to find a boyfriend like Mr. Wu. What about you? I. Mu Xiaoxiao's face had just recovered when Wu Hao's words instantly made her face turn red again. Although she had a good impression of Wu Hao and even promised to marry him on the plane. But when Wu Hao suddenly asked her this in person, Mu Xiaoxiao didn't know how to answer for a moment. On the one hand, she was afraid that Wu Hao was joking, and on the other hand, she felt that she was not worthy of Wu Hao. She herself was just a young flight attendant who had just started working, but Wu Hao's identity was very mysterious. He should have an official background, or at least be a descendant of a large family. I'm just kidding. I just got divorced a few days ago and I don't have a girlfriend at the moment. Wu Hao discovered that the stewardess in front of him blushed a lot and looked like she was drunk at any time, which made her look particularly charming. Mr. Wu, I'm sorry for reminding you of bad things. Mu Xiaoxiao was surprised. She never thought that even though Wu Hao was in such good condition, a woman would divorce him. It was really unbelievable. Actually, it's not impossible for me. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at Wu Hao's expression and said something again, but her voice was so soft that only she could hear it. Chapter 59 Mu Xiaoxiao's Choice. You can what? Mu Xiaoxiao thought she was the only one who heard it, but she didn't know that Wu Hao was a warrior and his hearing was several times better than that of an ordinary person. Although Mu Xiaoxiao spoke very quietly, Wu Hao still heard what she said, which made Wu Hao reveal a wicked smile on his face. Although Wu Hao swore that he didn't want to get married, it didn't stop him from finding a girlfriend. If Mu Xiaoxiao's appearance was rated, she would be a goddess with at least 95 points. Wu Hao is in his prime, so naturally he likes women. Of course, Wu Hao will not force any woman. Even if he wants to be a playboy, he will be a playboy with substance. He can provide everything in life except 100% love. Mu Xiaoxiao was almost embarrassed to death. She didn't expect that Wu Hao could hear her even though she spoke so softly. If she agreed now, would she seem like a bitch? Okay, stand up and take a few steps. It shouldn't be a big problem. Just when Mu Xiaoxiao was thinking about whether she should say it, she saw Wu Hao stand up and say something, which made Mu Xiaoxiao stunned again. Isn't it said that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone? Although she only sprained it, it can't be healed by just a massage. However, looking at Wu Hao's serious eyes, Mu Xiaoxiao slowly stood up, tentatively lifted her foot and walked a little. As a result, she found that her sprained foot was really fine, but it was still a little painful. But as long as she walked slower, it wouldn't affect her walking at all. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't imagine that Wu Hao really had such an ability. It looks like there's nothing serious going on. Just rest for 2 more days and it will be fine. Wu Hao was also very satisfied with his results. He used the divine incantation technique and combined it with his internal energy to perform the massage, so it was normal to have such an effect. Mr. Wu, you are amazing. I thought I would have to take a leave of absence for 10 days or half a month, but I didn't expect that I would be fine after just a massage from Mr. Wu. We have been through thick and thin together, so don't call me Mr. Wu anymore. You can just call me by my name. Then I'll call you Brother Wu. Whatever, just sit here for a while. I've asked someone to order the food, and it's almost here. Wu Hao didn't eat much when he was having dinner with his sister just now. He basically drank most of the time. Now that he has a beautiful woman to accompany him, he can eat a little more. Brother Wu, I'm so sorry. I was supposed to treat you to a meal to thank you. It's okay, isn't it just a meal? Wu Hao said something casually and walked towards the bathroom. A lot of medicinal wine had just stained his hands, so he had to wash them. When Wu Hao came out, a table full of delicious food was already set on the table, as well as a bottle of Conti. Wu Hao would not miss any opportunity to earn supreme points. Xiao Xiao, come and eat quickly. Can I drink? Wu Hao poured himself a glass of red wine and asked Mu Xiao Xiao. After seeing Mu Xiao Xiao nod, Wu Hao also poured her a glass. Afterwards, the two clinked their glasses and started eating. During the meal, Wu Hao also learned about what happened on the plane. After learning that no other robbers were found, Wu Hao stopped asking about the plane and started chatting about family matters with Mu Xiao Xiao. The meal was over before they knew it, and even a bottle of red wine was finished by the two of them. Mu Xiao Xiao's face was also red at this time. It's getting late, let me take you back first. Wu Hao accompanied Mu Xiao Xiao back to the ordinary guest room. After giving a few more instructions, Wu Hao turned and left. Brother Wu. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Wu Hao turned around and was attacked before he could finish a word. Wu Hao was stunned for only 0.01 seconds before he came to his senses. How could a man like him not fight back after being attacked? Wu Hao hugged Mu Xiao Xiao with both hands and started to fight back. Paid content, no viewing. The sun is at noon. Wu Hao was also awakened by the system's prompt. This time, Wu Hao was not in a hurry to check the system's reward, but turned his head to look at the woman next to him. During a casual chat yesterday, Wu Hao told Mu Xiao Xiao that he might not get married again in the future and might have more than one girlfriend. What he meant was naturally that Mu Xiao Xiao should think it over clearly, but when he was about to leave, Mu Xiao Xiao's actions had already shown that she wanted to be her own canary. Of course, it is also possible that it was because Wu Hao saved Mu Xiao Xiao, and Mu Xiao Xiao was repaying his kindness, and might leave Wu Hao afterwards. System, harmonious spiritual pupil. Today the system reward was a pair of spiritual pupils. Wu Hao quietly got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, and instructed the system to help him harmonize the spiritual pupils. As a warm current flashed past, Wu Hao only felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and then, nothing happened. Is it that simple? Wu Hao murmured something and then checked the information of Lingtong. As Wu Hao checked, a smile appeared on his face. The spiritual pupil is a special magical power in the world of cultivation, with godlike functions, but it has no effect on Wu Hao. But even so, Wu Hao was very happy, because the spiritual pupil could not only check all information, but also allow Wu Hao to see things very far away, and it also had functions such as acceleration, slowing down, and perspective. What? Are you starting to regret it? After washing up, Wu Hao came back and saw that Mu Xiao Xiao had woken up and was lying on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. Wu Hao sat down next to Mu Xiao Xiao and said something. Brother Wu, I don't regret it. I just didn't expect us to develop so fast. I don't ask Brother Wu to give me any status, as long as Brother Wu has a place for me in his heart. Fool. I dare not say that I will give you 100% of my love, but I will definitely not abandon you. As long as you don't leave, I won't drive you away. Hurry up and wash up. I'll take you out for a good trip today and introduce you to my sister. While Wu Hao was speaking, he looked at Mu Xiao Xiao with his spiritual pupil and found that the spiritual pupil was really powerful. Not only did it have Mu Xiao Xiao's basic information, but even the 3 dimensions were written very clearly. Brother Wu, I won't go. I'm still in pain now. I want to have a good rest in the hotel. Mu Xiao Xiao knew yesterday that Wu Hao came to Fujian City to visit his sister. She was a little afraid to meet Wu Hao's sister, fearing that she would be accused of being a vixen who seduced Wu Hao. In addition, this was her first time, and Wu Hao was as fierce as a bull that never got tired. Now she felt like her body was about to fall apart. Okay. Then you can move this room to my place. I will leave a bodyguard to take care of you. You can also ask the bodyguard to buy anything you want. Well, hurry over there and don't keep your sister waiting for too long. Chapter 60, Chartering a Yacht. Brother, where did you go last night? They said you didn't come back all night. As soon as Wu Hao returned to his presidential suite, he saw Wu Xiao Xiao walking out with a cell phone in her hand, probably wanting to call him. I went for a night run last night. Have you decided where to go today? Wu Hao smiled and said that he did go for a night run last night and ran all night long, but Wu Xiao Xiao didn't know that. Wu Xiao Xiao couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing what her elder brother said. He didn't stay in the presidential suite which cost 100,000 a night, but actually went out for a night run. Isn't this a sign of a person who is stupid and has a lot of money? What a sucker. Wu Xiaoxiao said something speechless, and then said to Wu Hao, "Brother, can I go out to sea today? Fujian City is close to the sea." Wu Xiaoxiao had heard from others before that it was fun to rent a yacht and go out to sea, so she wanted to try it today. "No problem, let's go have breakfast first. I'll have someone make some arrangements, and we'll set off after breakfast. You and Yuan go to the restaurant first. I'll go back and take a shower and then come over." Feng Jia, go prepare a better yacht and we'll be there in a minute. You go to room 808 in the ordinary guest room and keep Xiaoxiao safe. After Wu Xiaoxiao and Yang Yan left, Wu Hao asked Feng Jia to prepare for the yacht, and then ordered a female bodyguard to protect Mu Xiaoxiao. Wu Hao then went back to take a shower and changed into casual clothes, then took the remaining bodyguards to look for Wu Xiaoxiao. After everyone had breakfast, they drove to the beach. At this time, there was a huge ship docked on the beach, and there were many people pointing and talking on the beach. "Isn't that the pioneer yacht of the Far Eastern Shipping Company? I heard that this yacht cost more than 1 billion yuan to build, almost as much as a cruise ship. I don't know which rich second generation is so high profile that he actually rented the Pioneer. The world of the rich is really too extravagant. Who said it wasn't? I heard that the rental fee for the Pioneer to go out to sea is 1 million, and this is the lowest price. If it is fully equipped, the price will be tens of millions." Everyone was talking about yachts. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of thing is not something they can afford. Even if they go out to sea for fun, they will travel in groups. "Lu Wei, look at the yacht you rented compared to others. It's unbearable to look at." There was also a luxury yacht not far from the Pioneer. 7 or 8 young men and women were standing under the yacht. A young man standing in the middle said something to a fat man next to him. "Mr. Qin, you think too highly of me. I begged my father for a long time to rent this ship, and it was only possible under your name. The young masters in our Tianfu country who can rent the Pioneer are probably you, young master Qin, and Principal Wang, and the young masters in Tianfu City. Lu Wei is the son of the richest man in Fujian City, and the young master Qin he is talking about is the eldest son of the Qin family in Magic City. His status is only slightly lower than those young masters in Tianfu City, but he is the top young master in the entire Tianfu kingdom." Since Lu Wei's father had always cooperated with the Qin family's group, he naturally asked his son to make friends with the eldest son of the Qin family. "You can't say that. In our Tianfu country, there are still many young masters with good strength. Although they are not as good as me, they are not much worse. Lu Wei, have someone find out who it is. I like making friends with like-minded people the most." Although Qin Tian said this, it can be seen from the expression on his face that he is still very confident in his own strength. After all, the strength of his Qin family is among the best in Tianfu kingdom. Except for a few families in Tianfu City, the families in Tianfu country that can compare with his Qin family can be counted on one hand. Therefore, Qin Tian was still very interested in the young master who was able to rent the Pioneer. Becoming friends with a powerful young master would bring many benefits to his family. "Okay, I'll ask someone to find out." Lu Wei didn't say anything about this. It would also be beneficial for him to make friends with all the young masters. Lu Wei also wanted to know which young master came to Fujian City. Lu Wei took out his cell phone and was about to make a call, but at this moment 2 cars drove towards the side from a distance, which made Lu Wei pause. Because the car in front was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and the one behind was a Land Rover, seeing the 2 luxury cars appearing here at this time, Lu Wei guessed that this should be the young master who rented the Pioneer. "Mr. Qin, this should be the owner of the Pioneer. Do you still need to make a phone call? Forget it, let's go and take a look." Qin Tian naturally guessed it, and after replying to Lu Wei, he walked towards the Pioneer. When they approached the dock of the Pioneer yacht, the 2 luxury cars also stopped. "Boss." Feng Jia, who had been waiting here, saw Wu Hao getting out of the car and hurriedly stepped forward and said something. "Is this the yacht you have prepared?" "Yes, this is the best yacht in Fujian City." "Do you think it's okay, boss?" "Yes, I like it very much." How could Wu Hao not be satisfied? Because just now he saw a change in his supreme points, from 452 to 602, which means that Feng Jia spent 15 million to rent this yacht. "Brother, are we going out to sea on this yacht? This is too luxurious." Wu Xiaoxiao on the side was also surprised. She couldn't imagine that her brother would rent such a luxurious yacht to go out to sea. It was too extravagant. "Well enough. Come on, I'll take you up there for a tour. We'll go out to sea for 2 days and then come back." Wu Hao didn't think it was a big deal. With his current vision, it was difficult for ordinary things to surprise him. What he was focusing on now was his own strength and supreme points. Everything else was just a passing cloud. Brother, wait. Just as Wu Hao was about to take Wu Xiaoxiao onto the yacht, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, causing Wu Hao to pause. When Wu Hao turned around and looked back, he found that many men and women were walking towards him, but they were stopped by bodyguards 3 meters away. Are you calling me? Wu Hao gave the bodyguard a look, and the bodyguard stepped aside and stopped stopping those people. Wu Hao had noticed Qin Tian and others just now, but he didn't know them. Moreover, most people who come here want to go out to sea for fun, so Wu Hao naturally wouldn't think too much about anything else. He was a little curious about what Qin Tian and others wanted to call him about. Brother, I am Qin Tian from the Qin family in Magic City. I am also planning to go out to sea today. I saw that you rented such a luxurious yacht, so I came to say hello. What I like most is making friends of all kinds. I see that you don't have many people, brother. I wonder if you can let us all get on your yacht. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'm willing to return the money you spent on renting the yacht to you in full. Just consider it as making friends with you. I wonder what you think, brother? Chapter 61 Getting to know Qin Tian. Is there such a good thing? A smile appeared on Wu Hao's face. He had heard a little about the Qin family in the Magic City. He had heard of it when he was chatting with Xian Yuan Yi before. The Qin family of Demon City is one of the few large families in Tianfu Kingdom, and its strength is even unmatched by some large families in Tianfu City. Because the Qin family in Shanghai also has an extraordinary background, but most people don't know about it. Wu Hao didn't expect to meet the eldest son of the Qin family here. The most interesting thing is that he gave him money as soon as they met. Wu Hao knew that Feng Jiajia spent more than 10 million to rent a yacht, and he got all the supreme points because of it. Now Qin Tian says that he is willing to return the money for renting the yacht. Isn't this equivalent to giving money to himself? Forget about the money, it's not a lot of money. My name is Wu Hao. If you don't mind, then let's go together. It will be more lively with more people. If it were anyone else, Wu Hao would definitely not agree to let anyone on the yacht, but it was different for Qin Tian. After all, he had that person's relationship with him. Besides, Wu Hao also wanted to meet these young masters, and another reason was because of Wu Xiaoxiao. Since Qin Tian can appear here, there must be some young masters from Fujin City around him. After all, his sister is studying in Fujin City, so it would be beneficial for him to get to know some local young masters. Although Wu Xiaoxiao rarely has the opportunity to leave school, it doesn't mean that she has no chance. If something happens, it would be good to have someone she knows. This situation may not occur, but Wu Hao cannot help but help his sister prepare everything, as fate is unpredictable. Ha ha ha. Brother Wu is straightforward. In that case, we will obey your orders. When you have time to go to the Magic City in the future, you must call me. I will make sure to arrange everything for you. Qin Tian laughed and said, he knew that Wu Hao could rent a yacht like the Pioneer, so he naturally couldn't be short of money. Qin Tian didn't mention the money anymore. Just like him, if he encountered such a thing, he would not let others pay for it. Isn't this disgracing himself? Then a group of people got on the yacht. Qin Tian also introduced Lu Wei and others to Wu Hao. In addition to Lu Wei, the rich second generation, there were 2 other second generation officials in Fujin City. The rest are their female companions, and a few are now popular first-class stars. First-class stars are untouchable in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of real capital, they are nothing more than actors. Hello, Lin Ranran. I am your loyal fan. My favorite TV show is I Want a Family starring you. Can I take a photo with you? After touring the yacht, Wu Hao was drinking and chatting with Qin Tian and others, while Wu Xiaoxiao came to a woman in a purple dress and said something excitedly. Ms. Wu, thank you for liking the TV show I starred in. It's no problem for us to take a photo together. Lin Ranran was a little surprised. They already knew that Wu Xiaoxiao was Wu Hao's sister, but what Lin Ranran couldn't have imagined was that such a young lady would also like an actor like her. Although Lin Ranran did not know the specific identities of Wu Hao and his sister, she knew the identities of Qin Tian and others. Wu Hao, whom even Qin Tian wanted to make friends with, must not have a simple identity. Just from renting such a luxurious yacht for a sea trip, we can tell that the identities of Wu Hao and his sister are not simple. They are at least the richest people in a province. Brother Wu, I wonder where you are from. When Wu Xiaoxiao and Lin Ranran were taking pictures, Qin Tian saw that the time was almost right, so he asked Wu Hao. My family lives in a small mountain village in Jianghuai City. Now I am an unemployed vagrant in Jianghuai City. Ha ha ha. Brother Wu is such a joke. If people like Brother Wu are jobless, then we are the ones who just eat and wait for death and live off our parents. After hearing Wu Hao's words, everyone was stunned for a moment, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Fatty Lu Wei laughed and said, considering that Wu Hao was able to rent the highest standard Pioneer, it is impossible that Wu Hao is a farmer in a small mountain village. He is more likely to believe that he is an unemployed vagrant. Because many young men from wealthy families don't like to work, or they want to inherit their father's business and just want to have some crazy time while they are young. Why, young Master Qin, you don't believe it? If you don't believe it, you can ask your grandfather. I am indeed a farmer from a small mountain village in Jianghuai City. Wu Hao naturally knew that Qin Tian and the others didn't believe him, but what he said was the truth. Wu Hao, who wanted to improve his status in front of Lu Wei and the others, said this to Qin Tian. Sure enough, Qin Tian was shocked after Wu Hao finished speaking. From what Wu Hao said, it seemed that he still knew his grandfather, and seemed to be very familiar with his grandfather. Brother Wu, do you know my grandfather? Qin Tian knew very well who his grandfather was. It was impossible for ordinary people to know who his grandfather was, not even Lu Wei beside him. Those who know who his grandfather is must at least be from a large family in Tianfu City, but Wu Hao said that he is a farmer from a small mountain village in Jianghuai City. I've met him twice. I get along well with your grandfather. I see. It seems that Brother Wu and I are destined to meet each other here in Fujin City. What Wu Hao said was true. He had indeed met Qin Tian's grandfather twice. They met in Tianfu Sanatorium. Qin Tian's grandfather, like Fu Changxiao, was one of the few remaining elders in Tianfu Kingdom. It was also because of Yi Guozhong's relationship that Wu Hao let Qin Tian on the yacht. Otherwise, even if Qin Tian was the eldest son of the Qin family in Magic City, Wu Hao would not even look at him twice, because Qin Tian was not a great beauty. Brother Wu, drink first. I'm going to the bathroom first. They chatted about some other things, and Qin Tian found an excuse to leave. He was going to call his grandfather to ask about Wu Hao's identity. Wu Hao naturally guessed what Qin Tian meant and nodded naturally. This was also the effect he wanted. Besides, Qin Tian immediately called his grandfather after going to the toilet, and soon a strong voice came from the phone. Xiao Tian, why do you have time to call Grandpa today? Did your dad beat you again? Qin Zhao has always been very strict with his son and has trained Qin Tian as his successor since he was a child. But perhaps because he was disciplined too strictly, Qin Tian has been rebellious since he was a child. Naturally, he often received care from his father and was usually served by 7 wolves. Every time Qin Tian received care from his old father, he would call his grandfather to complain. Because only Grandpa Yi Guozhong can help him, even though Qin Tian is now in his 20s. Grandpa, look at what you said. Is it that I was beaten by the old man when I called you normally? Speak human language. If you have anything to say, tell me now. Yi Guozhong knew his grandson very well. It was impossible for him to call him for no reason. There must be something going on. Chapter 62. Qin Tian was shocked. Grandpa, you are really amazing. I can't hide anything from you. I called you not only because I miss you, but also because I want to ask you about someone. Qin Tian flattered him somewhat awkwardly. Thinking about the past, he felt embarrassed. It seemed that except for calling his grandfather when he had something to do, he had never called him at other times. As for the time they met, it was even less. Except for the Chinese New Year, it was difficult for Qin Tian to see his grandfather even if he wanted to at other times. Because his grandfather is in Tianfu Sanatorium, if Qin Tian wants to go to Tianfu Sanatorium, unless he is led by an adult in the family, it will be difficult for Qin Tian to even get close to Tianfu Mountain. Xiao Tian, you haven't offended anyone again, have you? At this time, Yi Guozhong was playing chess with Xin Yuanjing in Tianfu Sanatorium. When he heard that Qin Tian wanted to inquire about someone, his expression changed slightly. Grandpa, how could I possibly offend anyone? Didn't I come to Fujin City for a visit today? I met an interesting young man, and he said he knew you, Grandpa. I wanted to confirm this with you, Grandpa. It is natural that Qin Tian would not offend anyone. Even if he offended someone, they would all be people whose family background is not as good as the Qin family. Until now, Qin Tian has never offended anyone more powerful than the Qin family. Others knew that he was the eldest son of the Qin family and were eager to curry favor with him, so how could he possibly offend anyone? Yeah. What's his name then? Yi Guozhong also felt a little curious. Not many young people knew him, but in his memory, he didn't know any young people in Fujin City. The young people he knew were all disciples from the big families in Tianfu City. As for those from other places, he didn't know any of them. No, he knew a young man in Jianghuai City, but his grandson was talking about Fujin City, and the two cities were more than 100 kilometers apart. Grandpa, his name is Wu Hao, and he is from a small mountain village in Jianghuai City. Grandpa, do you know him? It's really Xiao Hao. Xiao Tian, do you really know Xiao Hao? You can't lie to Grandpa. If you have offended Xiao Hao, then you should apologize to Xiao Hao immediately. I believe Xiao Hao won't make things too difficult for you for my sake. Yi Guozhong couldn't believe that the person his grandson really knew was Wu Hao, but he was afraid that what his grandson said was false and worried that Qin Tian had really offended Wu Hao. Grandpa, I really didn't offend Brother Wu. I'm just a little curious about his identity, so I came to you to find out. Grandpa, who is Brother Wu? Do you really know him? Qin Tian is becoming more and more curious. It is not difficult to hear from his grandfather's words that Wu Hao's identity is very special, and even his grandfather does not seem to dare to offend Wu Hao. What is the status of my grandfather? He is one of the few remaining elders in Tianfu Kingdom. Even the current king has to respectfully call him Mr. Yi when he sees him. Qin Tian really couldn't imagine that there was someone in Tianfu country whom even his grandfather didn't dare to offend, and he was actually a young man who was about the same age as himself. You already know everything, don't you? Xiao Hao is just an ordinary farmer from a small mountain village in Jianghuai City. But he is also a close friend of us old guys and his savior. At the same time, Xiao Hao is the grandson recognized by your grandfather Xian Yuan Jing. If you really know Xiao Hao, you must build a good relationship with him. Yi Guozhong did not hide anything from Qin Tian and told him Wu Hao's identity. He just wanted Qin Tian to pay attention to Wu Hao and must not make Wu Hao unhappy. The person who cannot be offended the most in the Tianfu kingdom today is Wu Hao. Not to mention his invaluable potential identity, no one dares to offend Wu Hao just because of his medical skills. Everyone will get sick someday, and who knows when the disease will hit Wu Hao. Wu Hao possesses mysterious medical skills, so who would dare to offend him? Grandpa, I know. Qin Tian replied to his grandfather in a somewhat dull tone, and reached out to wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He was frightened by his grandfather's words. Qin Tian naturally knew who the old guys Yi Guozhong was talking about were. They were the elders who stood at the pinnacle of power in Tianfu Kingdom. It turned out that Wu Hao was a close friend of several elders, and even their savior. What surprised Qin Tian even more was that Xian Yuan Jing actually recognized Wu Hao as his grandson. How could Qin Tian not understand what this meant? If it was in ancient times, it would be like the status of a prince. How could Qin Tian not be surprised? At the same time, Qin Tian was also very fortunate. He had intended to make friends with Wu Hao from the beginning, and he had behaved properly and had not said anything bad. Qin Tian didn't know when he hung up the phone. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Qin Tian quickly tidied his clothes and went out. As for Yi Guozhong on the other side, he was in a good mood after hanging up the phone with his grandson. He was originally thinking of finding an opportunity to introduce Qin Tian and Wu Hao to each other, but it turned out that the two of them met each other now. Does your kid know Xiao Hao? Xian Yuan Jing also heard some of it just now. He looked at Yi Guozhong with some envy. Being able to know Wu Hao was a blessing that Qin Tian had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Xiao Tian is a very rebellious kid. I am most worried about him. Now that I am here, nothing will happen to the Qin family. I'm just afraid that one day when I'm gone, Qin Zhao won't be able to protect the Qin family's assets, and one day he'll be eaten up by others without leaving a bone. Yes. But now you can rest assured. Qin boy is really lucky. He knows Xiao Hao and can guarantee that the Qin family will be fine in the next 100 years. Xian Yuan Jing also said with some sigh, even if Wu Hao didn't rely on these old guys, he could still walk sideways in Tianfu Kingdom. As the only disciple of that person, Wu Hao will definitely become a powerful martial god in the future. As long as you can have Wu Hao's friendship, it will be difficult for anything to happen. Mr. Qin, it takes so long to go to the toilet. Are you not good at that at such a young age? Wu Hao, who was still drinking, saw Qin Tian come out. He made a small joke, but in fact, he was also trying to test Qingyan. How is that possible? Brother Wu, don't you see the beauties around me? Even if I have 3 of them in one night, it's no problem. Qingyan replied with a laugh, but the way he addressed Wu Hao changed. Before, he called him Brother Wu, but now he called him Big Brother Wu. Wu Hao also understood what Qingyan meant. He wanted to change his identity to his younger brother. It seemed that he knew his identity from Yi Guozhong. Wu Hao has achieved his goal, and this is the result he wanted. P.S. The work has begun to be recommended for verification. I hope that you guys can add it to your bookshelf if you like it. This work is guaranteed to be updated twice a day, with 3 or 4 updates from time to time. Finally, the author would like to ask for a free small gift here. I wish all of you a happy life and everything goes well. Chapter 63, Fishing Fun Additional Update. Brother, come and help me. I think I caught a big fish. The yacht stopped in the deep sea, and Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly suggested that everyone have a fishing competition. Not only could they satisfy the fun of fishing, but the fish they caught could also be used as a side dish for dinner. Wu Xiaoxiao's proposal was agreed by everyone, so a fishing competition began. I don't know if Wu Xiaoxiao was too lucky, but she caught a fish at the very beginning. Good. Wu Hao put down his fishing rod and came to Wu Xiaoxiao, taking the fishing rod from Wu Xiaoxiao. He felt a strong pulling force from the fishing rod, which made Wu Hao's eyes light up. Even if Wu Hao doesn't fish normally, he knows that if someone can pull the fishing rod with such force, the fish caught must not be too small. Brother Wu, the fishing rod is too heavy. Pull it back quickly, or it will break. Wu Hao is now a 3rd-level warrior with extraordinary strength. He tried his best to pull the fish up. He didn't usually go fishing, so he naturally didn't know how to fish without walking. Can't you just pull the fish up? Why are you going through so much trouble? But Wu Hao not understanding these things doesn't mean Qingyan doesn't understand. As soon as he saw Wu Hao's technique, he knew that Wu Hao had never fished before, and hurriedly reminded him. Although the fishing rods on the yacht are all first class, if there is a big fish, the rod may break or slip out of the net due to improper operation. Although I don't know how to fish, I like to watch some fishing videos, so I know some things. Good. When Wu Hao heard what Qingyan said, he stepped back a little. Qingyan also wanted to see what kind of fish he was hooking, so he taught Wu Hao how to reel in the fish so that the rod wouldn't break and the fish wouldn't slip out of his mouth. Wow, this fish is so beautiful. It's actually blue. More than 10 minutes later, with the help of Qingyan, the big fish finally surfaced. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw the big fish, she shouted excitedly. My goodness, it's actually a bluefin tuna, and judging by its size, it must be over 300 pounds. I'm in for a treat tonight. Others also saw the big fish floating on the sea surface. Qingyan's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect to catch such a precious bluefin tuna. Brother, this fish is enough to buy a house in some small cities. Wouldn't it be a pity to just eat it like this? Fatty, can you broaden your horizons a little bit? Would Brother Wu be short of this little money? Brother Fatty, is this fish valuable? Wu Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, also became interested. She had never fished before and didn't know the prices of some rare fish. Sister Xiaoxiao, this is called bluefin tuna, the most expensive type of tuna. The general price is around 1,600 to 2,500 per kilogram. Looking at the size of this fish, it should be about 300 kilograms. If it is sold, it will be worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. It is indeed very valuable. Only 200,000 or 300,000? Wu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. If it were in the past, she would definitely be very shocked, but now she still had 100 million pocket money in her bank card. More than 2 or 300,000? Lu Wei. Lu Wei was speechless. He thought Wu Xiaoxiao would be surprised, but she ended up saying this. However, Lu Wei thought about it and realized that Wu Xiaoxiao was Wu Hao's biological sister. Would she be short of 200,000 or 300,000 yuan? Fatty, come and catch the fish. At this time, Qingyan had already forked the fish and used a special net bag to catch the fish, but it was impossible for him to pull the fish up with his own strength, so he could only ask Fatty to come and help. Let me do it. Wu Hao didn't wait for Lu Wei to come and help. He took the net bag from Qingyan, tested the strength of the net bag, and then lifted the net bag along the fishing line. Under everyone's surprised gaze, a big fish weighing about 300 kilograms was lifted up. Only when the big fish hit the deck heavily did everyone come back to their senses. Depend on. Brother Wu, how did you develop such strength? This is amazing. Not only were Lu Wei and the others surprised at Wu Hao's strength, but the female companions were even more unbearable, and they looked at Wu Hao with disappointed eyes. Such a strong man makes me feel so safe, especially since he is so rich and handsome. If I could. Thinking of this, the female companions felt weak all over and wished they could lie on Wu Hao right now, but unfortunately they didn't dare to do so. Brother Wu, what are you going to do with this fish? What else can I do? Eat it, of course. Jia, take the fish to the chef. We will eat this fish tonight. Ask the chef to prepare it quickly. Wu Hao naturally wouldn't care about that little bit of money, and he had never eaten bluefin tuna before. He just happened to catch such a big one, so he naturally wanted to taste it. Okay, boss. Feng Jia responded, then dragged the fish towards the kitchen on the yacht with one hand. If he was not worried about scaring those people, Feng Jia could have lifted the fish with one hand. But even so, everyone was still shocked. He really deserves to be a bodyguard. Just looking at his strength, you can tell that Feng Jia must be very powerful. Many people may be able to drag 300 kilograms, but to do it as Feng Jia does without any effort is something that not everyone can do. With the bluefin tuna just caught, everyone's interest in fishing has increased, and even the female companions and celebrities are no exception. Everyone stopped the fishing competition until dark, but what everyone caught were just some common sea fish, and there were no rare fish. Boss, dinner is ready, can we eat now? Seeing that Wu Hao stopped fishing, Feng Jia came to Wu Hao and asked in a low voice that dinner had been ready more than 10 minutes ago, but Wu Hao was still fishing at that time. Okay, I'm hungry after playing all afternoon, let's eat. The Pioneer that Feng Jia rented was of the highest standard, so naturally, the yacht was fully equipped. There were more than 100 people including the captain, sailors, and some service staff. When everyone arrived at the yacht's restaurant, it was already filled with a sumptuous dinner. The most eye-catching thing was the plate of sashimi in the middle. It looks delicious. Is this the tuna we just caught? Miss, this is the top-grade tuna belly sashimi. It has extremely high nutritional value and is the most delicious part. This is also sushi made from tuna belly, which is also the most delicious way to eat it. The other ones are all delicacies made from different parts of tuna. Hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's question, the famous chef who was standing respectfully by the side began to introduce to Wu Xiaoxiao that almost half of the delicacies on the table were made of tuna. But even so, not even half of the tuna was used. More than 300 kilograms is no joke, and just a dozen people could not finish it. Okay, everyone, sit down and eat. Chapter 64 Global 1. After Wu Hao spoke, a group of more than a dozen people found a seat and sat down. This was the largest dining table on the yacht, which could easily seat 30 people. Jia, you guys should sit down and eat something too. Boss, this is against the rules. Looking at the 9 bodyguards standing beside him, Wu Hao wanted them to eat together, but was rejected by Feng Jia. Wu Hao didn't say anything else. Maybe cyborgs don't need to eat. Because Wu Hao has never seen them eat anything until now, that's why Wu Hao had such a guess. Brother, won't you have a stomachache after eating this? Wu Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of sashimi and dipped it in soy sauce. Just as she was about to put it into her mouth, she suddenly thought of something and asked Wu Hao in a low voice. I'll tell you a secret. I'm your brother and the most powerful doctor in the world. Just eat it with peace of mind. Wu Xiaoxiao. Wu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at her brother. She was still a goddess who had come down to earth. He. Wu Hao knew from Wu Xiaoxiao's expression that she didn't believe it, but Wu Hao just smiled and didn't explain, but started to taste the food on the table. Everyone was happily enjoying the food, and Qingyan and others began to toast Wu Hao. Wu Hao accepted all the toasts and drank it all in one gulp no matter who toasted him. Hey, what kind of yacht is that? It's so much bigger than our yacht. Halfway through the dinner, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly discovered a super large yacht appeared on the sea not far away, which immediately aroused Wu Xiaoxiao's curiosity. She originally thought that the Pioneer was the largest yacht, but she didn't expect to see a yacht even bigger than the Pioneer. It's true, but why does it look so familiar? When everyone heard Wu Xiaoxiao's words, they all looked outside. Sure enough, a yacht appeared on the sea not far away, and the bright lights looked dazzling. Sister Xiaoxiao, that's not a yacht, it's the Global 1 cruise ship. Xiaotian, tell me what's going on with the Global 1 cruise ship. Wu Hao also discovered the cruise ship in the distance. Hearing Qingyan say this, he became a little interested. You know, yachts and cruise ships are two different concepts. Not to mention a cruise ship, Wu Hao had never even seen a yacht before. At most, he had seen some on TV. Brother Wu, the Global One cruise ship is a super cruise ship that Wuya Navigation Group invested more than 30 billion and took 8 years to build. The total tonnage reaches 180,000 tons, the length is 288 meters, the width is 53 meters, the maximum capacity is 8,000 people, there are 16 decks and more than 2,500 guest rooms. Global One is currently the 7th largest cruise ship in the world, but it is more famous than any other cruise ship. The Global One cruise ship is known as the Pearl of the Sea that never docks. It provides all the facilities and services on board, such as theaters, shopping malls, medical centers, and casinos. As long as you have money, you can enjoy the treatment of an emperor there. It can be said to be a real money-spending place. Qingyan told all the information he knew. Global One was no secret among the wealthy circle, and many wealthy businessmen had been on it. Global One circles the sea every month, and if the ship is full, it will sail to the high seas for a stop. Qingyan had been on Universal One once 2 years ago, but he lost tens of millions that time and left angrily without even having a good look around Universal One. It sounds like a good idea, Xiao. Do you want to go on Global One? Wu Hao was actually not interested in Global One. The reason he asked Wu Xiao this was because he heard that there was a casino on the cruise ship, which made him a little interested. Everyone knows that 9 out of 10 people lose in a casino, but there are still many people who like to gamble because they are looking for the thrill. But Wu Hao is different. He wants to go to the casino to lose money. This is definitely the best place to make money. Brother, I have to go back to school tomorrow, so I'd better not go. Of course Wu Xiao wanted to go out and play, but her vacation was limited to only 3 days, and tomorrow was the last day. She couldn't possibly skip classes just to go out and play. Okay, then when you have time later, I'll take you to Universal Studios One again. Wu Hao didn't have to go on Global One. His sister's studies were still very important, and there would be plenty of time in the future anyway. Wu Hao didn't think about Global One anymore. After the dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. By dawn, the Pioneer had docked near a small island. Ding, congratulations to the host for binding the system for the 7th day. The host is rewarded with 10 boxes of top-grade red wine and 10 boxes of top-grade white wine. I wish the host a happy life. Wu Hao was also awakened by the system's reminder. Now the system's daily reward is like Wu Hao's alarm clock, waking Wu Hao up on time every day. System, you are not broke because of the rewards. Why are you only giving me some red wine and white wine? Wu Hao looked at the 20 boxes of red wine and white wine in the system space, and he said speechlessly. This was the first time he saw such a low-value reward. Host, the daily rewards are random, there is no such thing as poverty in the system. Okay. Wu Hao was just teasing the system. He naturally knew that the system could not be poor because there were countless treasures in the system mall. Wu Hao got up, washed and walked out of the room. Before he reached the deck, he heard joyful sounds coming from the deck. When Wu Hao appeared on the deck, he found that many people were already swimming in the sea. Brother Wu, get up. Do you want to go for a swim? Qingyan was sitting on the deck looking at the beauties in bikinis below. When he saw Wu Hao coming out, he stood up and said something. They are really in a good mood. They actually went swimming so early in the morning. They are not afraid of catching a cold. Wu Hao sat down on a lounge chair and said, although it is already May, this is on the sea and the temperature in the morning is still relatively low. He. I also think the temperature here is a bit low, so I didn't go down. It's so comfortable to watch those beauties swimming here. Brother Wu, that Lin Ranran is genuine. I wonder if Brother Wu is interested in her. If Brother Wu likes her, I can let her climb onto Brother Wu's bed on her own initiative. Qingyan replied with a chuckle, and then said something obscene in Wu Hao's ear that in fact, the 3 stars including Lin Ranran were invited by Lu Wei. The purpose was naturally to please Qingyan. Qingyan naturally understood Lu Wei's meaning, but after Wu Hao appeared, Qingyan did not take action against the 3 stars last night. And Lin Ranran is the youngest and most beautiful among the 3, so Qingyan thought of leaving her to Wu Hao. After all, which man is not lustful? Chapter 65, back to Zhenghuai City, the police arrive. Not bad, but I don't like being forced. Let's talk about it later when we have a chance. Wu Hao naturally likes beautiful women, but he will not force any beautiful woman to be his woman. He will only accept her if she is willing. I understand. You know nothing. Wu Hao looked at Qin Tian speechlessly, and knew at a glance that Qin Tian was not thinking of anything good. After all, who would smile so cunningly? Although Qin Tian was scolded by Wu Hao, he still had a cheerful expression on his face. Others didn't even have the chance to be scolded by Wu Hao. However, Qin Tian also decided that when he returned, he would warn Qingyan Entertainment Company that Lin Ranran was someone he was protecting, and that there must not be any unspoken rules allowed into the company. After playing for half a day, everyone started to return after lunch. Although no one said anything, they still felt they had enough fun. The yacht did not return to the Fujin City Pier until the evening. After Wu Hao separated from Qin Tian and others, he returned to the hotel. After Wu Xiaoxiao packed her things, Wu Hao drove her back to school. "Xiaoxiao, I'll come pick you up after you graduate." Wu Xiaoxiao responded and walked into the school carrying a big bag of things. Wu Hao turned around and got into the car after he could no longer see Wu Xiaoxiao. "Yang Yun, have you completed all the formalities?" "Boss, all the formalities have been completed. I will be in Mrs. class as a transfer student tomorrow." "Well, go ahead." "Yes, boss." "Xiaoxiao, do you plan to continue working in the company, or resign and come back to Jianhui City with me?" "Brother Hao, I don't want to be a flight attendant anymore, but if I don't want to be a flight attendant, I don't know what to do." Mu Xiaoxiao had already decided not to be a flight attendant. The last time she met Wu Hao, what if it happens again? But she majored in aviation, and if she didn't become a flight attendant anymore, she didn't know what she could do. Would she just be a vase? If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Come back to Jianhui City with me first. I'll arrange it for you when you decide what to do. It doesn't matter if you don't work. Jia, go back to Jianhui City directly. Wu Hao didn't plan to go home. He had already arranged things at home. Of the 10 bodyguards from Dadi Security, Wu Hao left 4 to protect his family. In addition, Wu Hao also sent 2 cyborg bodyguards back, which can definitely ensure the safety of his family. Now there are only 7 cyborg bodyguards left, and 5 bodyguards from Dadi Security who have returned to Jianhui City. After driving for more than an hour, Wu Hao returned to Tianfuan Villa. Tianhu had already prepared food and was waiting for Wu Hao. "Fuck, you're finally back, you son of a bitch." Just when Wu Hao and Mu Xiaoxiao were enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Fat Li Yuan suddenly walked in and said something that startled the 2 people who were enjoying their sweet time. "Hey, I didn't expect you to enjoy yourself so much that you brought a beautiful woman here when you went home." "Hello, beautiful woman, my name is Li Yuan. You can call me Brother Fatty or Brother Li." Li Yuan suddenly saw such a beautiful woman and hurried to Mu Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, which made Mu Xiaoxiao stunned and didn't know how to answer, and looked at Wu Hao dully. "Hey, you look like a decent guy after not seeing you for a few days. It seems that being a boss is different." At this moment, Li Yuan looked like a successful man in his suit and tie. He was holding a black leather bag in his hand, and it seemed that he had just got off work. "His name is Li Yuan, and he is my best friend. Pang Pang, her name is Mu Xiaoxiao, and she is my current girlfriend." Wu Hao first mocked Li Yuan, and then introduced both parties. Li Yuan sat down without any hesitation. "Not bad. I found such a beautiful girlfriend just a few days after returning home." "Hello, Brother Li, I'm Mu Xiaoxiao." "Hello. Are you just getting off work now? Why can't I see your wife? Did you sneak back home and leave your wife at work?" Wu Hao saw that Li Yuan came back by himself and did not see Kai Yulan, so he asked in surprise. "No, didn't the hotel just open? I wanted to find some delicious and cheap liquor this afternoon. Didn't I just get back?" Yulan is indeed still in the hotel. She usually comes back around 10 o'clock. Li Yuan said as he dealt with the delicacies on the table. Usually the couple came back together, but today was a little special. When Li Yuan came back, he saw the lights in Wu Hao's villa were on and knew that Wu Hao had returned. Unexpectedly, Wu Hao brought back a beautiful woman. Shouldn't purchasing be responsible for these things? Indeed, but I wanted to look for it myself. You know what, I actually found a good workshop. It's just that the boss is not here, so we haven't made the deal yet. But I have also made an appointment to discuss cooperation tomorrow. If you have time tomorrow, come with me to take a look, so that I won't be cheated by others." Li Yuan ran around Jianhui City for a whole day today and finally found a good wine in a small winery. However, the owner of the winery was not there and he had not yet negotiated the price. "It depends on the situation." Wu Hao didn't know if he would have anything to do tomorrow, and Wu Hao didn't really want to go with Li Yuan. As for whether Li Yuan would be cheated by others, Wu Hao didn't care at all. By the way, the police came to your house on the day you returned home. It was because of the fight that happened before. Those bastards actually accused you of intentional injury. Li Yuan suddenly remembered something and told Wu Hao about the police coming to his house after he returned home that day. Okay, I get it, it'll be fine. Wu Hao just smiled when he heard that. The gangsters actually went to the police station to report the beating. The Tianlong gang was just like that. With his current strength, he can easily wipe out the Tianlong gang, one of the 3 major gangs in Jianghua City, but now in Wu Hao's eyes, it is not even qualified for him to take action. Afterwards, Wu Hao asked Li Yuan some more questions about the hotel. The two chatted until very late before leaving. The next morning, Wu Hao was also awakened by the system's prompt. Congratulations to the host for binding the system for the 8th day. The host is rewarded with a box of killing stick set. Wu Hao. Wu Hao almost vomited blood. Did the system take the wrong medicine these past 2 days? It didn't matter about the 20 boxes of wine yesterday, after all, he could still take them out to show off. Today was even more outrageous. They actually rewarded him with a box of raincoats. At first Wu Hao thought it was something new, but it turned out to be a box of raincoats. This reward is really random. Boss, there are police outside looking for you. After Wu Hao got up, washed and went downstairs, the white ape came forward and said to Wu Hao that now the white ape was responsible for everything in the villa. Boss, do you want to send them away? No, let them in. Okay, boss. P.S. There will be another chapter in the afternoon. If you like it, you can add it to your bookshelf and ask for a free small gift. Chapter 66, The Third Identity, Alarming the Mayor. Mr. Wu Hao, I am Lin Xiangru, a police officer from Jianghua City. On May 6, someone accused you of intentional injury. Now please come back to the police station with me to cooperate with the investigation. During these few days, Lin Xiangru had already found out Wu Hao's identity and knew that Wu Hao was a big entrepreneur in Jianghua City. So Lin Xiangru's tone was very polite. Besides, the injured person was a member of the gang. In fact, Lin Xiangru was more optimistic about Wu Hao. Lin Xiangru? Wu Hao looked at Lin Xiangru with some surprise. He didn't expect that there would be a person with the same name and surname as the historical figure, but with a different gender. Officer Lin, I think you should investigate the cause of this incident. I was acting in self-defense. Shouldn't you police officers arrest those gang members? Mr. Wu, although your actions can be considered as legitimate defense, there is also suspicion of excessive defense. Moreover, someone has accused you of intentional injury and gang fighting, so some procedures still need to be followed. Lin Xiangru had naturally investigated what happened in the past few days. Originally, it would have been fine if she didn't come to see Wu Hao, but someone put pressure on the police station, so she had no choice but to come. I won't go back to the police station with you. If you insist on asking me to go back to investigate, then ask your chief to come over. Looking at Lin Xiangru's expression and what she said, Wu Hao guessed that someone must have put pressure on the police station, either the top leaders of the Tianlong gang or the Zhang family. Having thought this through, Wu Hao naturally would not go back to the police station with Lin Xiangru. Moreover, this time Wu Hao wanted to completely eliminate the Tianlong gang and the Zhang family. But this requires the cooperation of the police station. Obviously, Lin Xiangru does not have such power, which is why Wu Hao wants to meet the chief of the police station. Mr. Wu, if you don't cooperate with us, we have the right to use extraordinary measures against you. Please don't put yourself in a bad situation. Yeah? Then take a look at this first. Wu Hao smiled and said something, then took out the small notebook offered by the Tian group from the system space. When Lin Xiangru saw the red small notebook handed over by Wu Hao, he took the small notebook with some confusion. The third part of Tianfu? Lin Xiangru took the small red notebook and saw a photo of Wu Hao pasted on it. It said Tianzu worshipper and his military rank was general. And at the very bottom there is another department, which is the Tianfu third department, and the position is written as honorary minister. Lin Xiangru had never heard of what department the Tian group was, but he was shocked by the fact that the rank was general. Then, when he saw the honorary minister of the Tianfu third department below, he almost lost his balance and fell down. The third department of Tianfu was a special department of Tianfu Kingdom. I heard that all the members in it have special abilities. This is not the point. The point is that the power of Tianfu third department is very great, and even a reserve member can be on par with the mayor. When necessary, even the mayor has to obey orders, and he can directly dispatch all local armed forces and have the power to act first and report later. In Tianfu country, even ordinary people know about the third part of Tianfu, but only a few people have actually encountered it. Lin Xiangru had never thought that he would meet an honorary minister of the third department of Tianfu today, and he even wanted to bring him back to assist in the investigation. If she really took Wu Hao back today, she would be the one to be investigated, and even her father might be implicated. Hello, Chief. Here are your IDs. Lin Xiangru came back to his senses and quickly saluted, then respectfully returned the small notebook to Wu Hao. Who would have thought that such a big man was hidden in Zhanghuai City? Tell your director to come see me. Wu Hao sat back in his seat and started to eat breakfast, feeling a little proud. He never thought that such a small notebook could be so useful. Please wait a moment, Chief. I will notify the director to come see you immediately. Lin Xiangru saluted again, then turned around and walked out in unison like a soldier. The policemen who followed Lin Xiangru were so scared that they hurried to follow. Brother Hao, are you still an official? Mu Xiaoxiao looked at Wu Hao in surprise and asked, although she had not seen Wu Hao's ID just now. The policeman called him chief. Didn't that mean he was a high-ranking official? Moreover, only senior officers in military regions are called chiefs, which is a different concept from senior government officials. However, Mu Xiaoxiao was a little confused. If Wu Hao was a senior official in the military region, why would he be so high profile? Living in a mansion and driving a luxury car, staying in a presidential suite that costs $100,000 a night, is this the behavior that should be seen in officials? How can I be a high-ranking official? I am just a figurehead with a tiny bit of power. Come on, eat more. Didn't you say you were very tired and hungry last night? I'll take you out for a walk after you finish eating. Mu Xiaoxiao did not ask Wu Hao what he meant. She knew that there were some things that a little girl like her should not know. If Wu Hao wanted to tell her, he would tell her. On the other side, after Lin Xiangru left the villa, he quickly took out his mobile phone and called his director, telling him Wu Hao's identity and that he wanted to meet him. At this time, Zhu Dawei, the chief of the Zhanghuai City Police Department, was also shocked after hearing Lin Xiangru's words. Why did all the bad things happen to him? He had just suffered a lot of humiliation a few days ago, and today he offended such a big shot. Isn't this an attempt to kill him? After hanging up the phone, Zhu Dawei hurried outside and soon drove his car to Tianfuan. On the way, he also called the mayor of Zhanghuai City. Mayor Lin Fa became anxious after hearing about Wu Hao's identity, and drove to Tianfuan in a hurry just like Zhu Dawei. The journey that would have taken more than 30 minutes was completed by the two of them in just over 10 minutes. They walked into Tianfuan together and soon arrived at Villa number 8 of Tianfuan. Director, Mayor, you are here. Xiangru, where is Mr. Wu's ID? Have you confirmed its authenticity? Mayor, I was so scared that I forgot to verify it, and I don't know how to verify it. It is true that Lin Xiangru has never been confirmed, but it is unlikely that anyone would dare to impersonate the identity of the third part of Tianfu. This is a matter of life and death, and the family will also be held jointly liable. In Tianfu country, no one has ever dared to impersonate a member of the Tianfu 3rd Division. However, when he thought about the fact that Wu Hao was already the honorary minister of the 3rd Department at such a young age, Lin Xiangru began to doubt the authenticity of Wu Hao's identity. Mayor, do you still remember the cooperation between Zhanghuai City and the Provincial Bureau 3 years ago? Someone from the 3rd Department showed up at that time. Because our Zhanghuai City played a significant role in that incident, I got to know the member of the 3rd Department. How about I call him and ask him to help check it out? Oh well. Chapter 67 Wu Hao's Methods. Lin Fa thought about it and agreed to Zhu Dawei's proposal. After all, this kind of matter could be big or small, and it would be fine if Wu Hao's identity was real. But if they are pretending and something goes wrong, they will lose their official hats and can only eat free meals from the big pot. The 3rd Division of Tianfu only has a branch in the provincial capital, but its members are spread across all cities in Tianfu country, but no one knows what roles they play. He could be the owner of a fish stall, a food delivery guy, or a beggar sleeping under the overpass. This is also one of the reasons why the officials of Tianfu Kingdom are so afraid of the third part. Everyone is afraid that they will offend such a big shot if they are not careful one day. Director Zhu, have you confirmed it? What did the members of the 3rd Department say? After anxiously waiting, Lin Fa finally saw Zhu Dawei hang up the phone, and he quickly asked Zhu Dawei. The mayor's status is real and very high. The member of the third department said that Mr. Wu's status is even higher than that of the head of the headquarters. He ordered us to fully cooperate with Mr. Wu. If anything went wrong, no one could save us. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in and see Mr. Wu. Lin Fa said anxiously. Fortunately they didn't do anything to Wu Hao before, otherwise they might have been arrested now. Chief, our director is here. Xu Dawei, the chief of the Jianghuai City Police Department, reports to the chief. Please give instructions. Hello, Chief. I am Lin Fa, the mayor of Jianghuai City. If there is anything you need our cooperation with, please let us know. We in Jianghuai City will fully cooperate with all actions. Zhu Dawei first saluted respectfully, because he himself was a soldier. Then Lin Fa stretched out his hand to Wu Hao with a serious expression, shook his hand and said, "You're welcome, sit down and have a cup of tea first." Wu Hao knew about it as early as when Lin Fa and the others arrived outside the villa. He had already made a pot of tea and was waiting for them to come in. How about you two try my tea? Zhu Dawei and Lin Fa sat down opposite the coffee table, but they only sat half of their buttocks. As for Lin Xiangru and other police officers, they could only stand behind the two of them. Thank you, Chief. You don't have to call me Chief. I'm just a figurehead. You can just call me by my name. Actually, the reason I asked Chief Zhu to come here this time is mainly because I have something I want to trouble your police department with. Now that the mayor is here, it's even better. With Wu Hao's status, he naturally wouldn't show off his superiority and intimidation. As long as the person isn't an enemy, he would be very easygoing. Not to mention that Lin Fa is the official of Jianghuai City. Then let's call Mr. Wu. I don't know if Mr. Wu needs our cooperation in anything. We will definitely do our best to complete the task. Lin Fa said this after taking a sip of tea, but only after he said it did he feel that this tea was different. It was much better than what he usually drank. Mr. Wu, what kind of tea is this? It tastes better than the Dahong Pao I usually drink. Actually, this is also a kind of Dahong Po, but the tribute Dahong Po is naturally different from the one you usually drink. Wu Hao laughed and said, this was something he got from a few old men, so it was certainly not comparable to those Dahong Po out there. What? It turned out to be the tribute Dahong Pao. I never thought I could drink such good tea in my lifetime. It's really worth my life. Lin Fa was shocked by Wu Hao's words. What he liked most was to taste all kinds of good tea. Lin Fa believed that he had drunk a lot of good tea, and he had even bought some of the most expensive Dahong Po on the market. Just now he felt that the taste was similar to Dahong Po, but the taste was much stronger and more fragrant than Dahong Po. He didn't expect it to be the tribute Dahong Po. Not everyone can drink the tribute Dahong Po. Even the lord of the provincial government may not have the opportunity to drink it. However, Lin Fa felt relieved when he thought of Wu Hao's identity. Director Zhu, I think you know what happened before. I don't like the existence of those gangs. Do you understand what I mean? Please rest assured, Mr. Wu, I know what to do. Xu Dawei's expression became very serious. What Wu Hao meant by this was to completely wipe out the gangs in Jianghuai City, which was a big deal. There are 3 major gangs in Jianghuai City, and those gangs have been able to exist until now, and there must be support from capital or officials behind them. If the 3 major gangs were really wiped out, Jianghuai City would definitely be shaken, and the pressure on him would be unprecedentedly great. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. There are gangs in every city, but as long as they are not too notorious, we can just give them a proper warning. But the Tianlong gang must disappear. If you encounter any resistance, you can call me. Wu Hao knew that where there are white gangs there are black gangs, and it would be impossible for the gangs to disappear completely. Even if all the gangs in Jianghuai City were cracked down now, he believed that other gangs would appear soon. If they are not gangsters with a bad reputation, as long as they do not act too high profile in their daily lives, a proper warning will be enough. Mr. Wu, I understand. Zhu Dawei quickly put away Wu Hao's business card. With Wu Hao's words, he felt much more at ease, which was like holding a sword of authority in his hand. Shadow Fox, have you checked all the information I asked you to look up? Boss, this is all the information about the Zhang family in Jianghuai City. It's all here. Enghu handed a document to Wu Hao, which Wu Hao asked her to prepare last night. Wu Hao took the document and took a look at it. It recorded all the members of the Zhang family and their various relationships. There was also the Zhang family's history of making a fortune and some of their shady dealings, all clearly written on it. Wu Hao took a quick look at it and handed the document to Lin Fa. Lin Fa took the document with some doubt and started reading it, but the more he read, the angrier he became. He never expected that the Zhang family had done so many evil things, and there were even several murders. This is outrageous. The Zhang family is really too much. Don't worry, Mr. Wu. We will definitely get rid of this cancer. Well, go ahead and do it. I will deal with Zhang Tianlong. As for the other members of the Zhang family, they will be sentenced to their respective crimes. No one will be let off easily. Yes, Mr. Wu. Although Lin Fa was very angry, he was actually under a lot of pressure because Zhang Tianlong of the Zhang family was a standing committee member of Jianghuai City. If Zhang Tianlong wanted to stop Lin Fa, it would not be easy for Lin Fa to arrest people from the Zhang family. Shadow Fox, post the Zhang family's dark history online before the stock market opens this afternoon, and then notify Lu Xiaodong and Xiao Zhan, asking them to do their best to buy up the Zhang Group's shares. After Lin Fa and others left, Wu Hao instructed Yinghu again that he wanted the Zhang family to become penniless, because according to Yinghu's intelligence, the reason why they went bankrupt before was all due to Zhang Zhiyong. Including the boss who escaped and his ex-wife, all of them were arranged by Zhang Zhiyong, and they were all distant relatives of the Zhang family. Chapter 68, Royal Winery. Wu Ritian, I was wondering why I didn't recognize you after not seeing you for a few days. When did you get another identity? Even the city's officials have to listen to you. Could it be that you have been possessed by some powerful being? Tell me quickly if there is any technique for cultivating immortality. We are brothers, so you must teach me how to cultivate. Arrange for me all those god-level techniques and top-grade spirit stones. Li Yuan saw clearly what happened just now. He originally came to Wu Hao to discuss the liquor matter, but he saw a scene that shocked him. Li Yuan, who was driving Wu Hao and Mu Xiaoxiao at the time, had an expression of excitement on his face, and he felt like he had become an immortal cultivator. Li Yuan knew that Wu Hao was not short of money, but that was only because Wu Hao's business was very successful. But no matter how big the business was, it was impossible for a mayor and a police chief to be so respectful to him. He was so respectful as if Wu Hao was an emperor and the mayor was a small official. Is this something a businessman can do? In addition, Wu Hao's changes were so great that Li Yuan, who often read fantasy novels, guessed that Wu Hao must have been possessed by some powerful being. Bang! Ah! Why did you hit me, you bastard? Didn't I ask you to teach me how to cultivate immortality? Even if you don't want to teach me, you can't hit me. If you beat me stupidly, I will lose all your money in your hotel. Li Yuan grabbed the steering wheel tightly, touched his head with his hand, and said to Wu Hao with an indignant look on his face. Damn it, I think you've been crazy from reading novels, and you've even been possessed by a powerful being. I'll take your head away. All you do is think about those messed up things all day long. Just drive properly. I don't want to die young. Wu Hao cursed speechlessly. If he had the skills and spirit stones, he would have practiced them long ago. Why would he bother thinking so hard about how to spend the money? However, Wu Hao had to admire Li Yuan's brilliant idea. He was indeed possessed, but it was not some immortal cultivator, but a supreme system that was more powerful than an immortal cultivator. Damn it, there's nothing to be proud of, just don't say it. Li Yuan cursed under his breath and concentrated on driving again. He naturally didn't believe that Wu Hao was possessed by a powerful being, but he just wanted to know why Wu Hao had become so powerful. If there really is a powerful person possessing Wu Hao, then Li Yuan can only say that the powerful person is blind. Why would he possess Wu Hao when there are so many people he could possess? Li Yuan is the best candidate. I dare not say anything else, but when it comes to weight, Wu Hao can't catch up with him even if he tries his best. Didn't I go back to celebrate my grandfather's 80th birthday a few days ago? My grandfather used to be a soldier, but he was discharged early because he was injured while saving his comrades. That day, my grandfather's comrade in arms also came. Now, my grandfather's comrade in arms is one of the few remaining elders in our Qianfu country. In order to repay my grandfather for saving his life, he recommended me to a special department for a position, and that's how it happened. Wu Hao told Li Yuan about the matter, and it could be said that it was half true and half false. After all, there were some things that were better not to be known to Li Yuan for now. Brother, you are my real brother, can you let me take a position as well? It doesn't have to be as awesome as you, just something that can scare ordinary people. Get lost, what do you think you are in this special department of the country? Can you just put your name on it casually? Wu Hao cursed speechlessly. Although it was not difficult for him to help Li Yuan enter the third part, Wu Hao would not do so. If he really did that, it would only bring trouble to Li Yuan. You know, a reserve member of the third department must have the strength of a warrior. If Li Yuan, an ordinary person, were to be listed in the third department. But he cannot handle things for the third part and enjoy the same treatment as the third part. Over time, this will definitely arouse the envy of others. This is not a joke. Li Yuan said this with a chuckle. He naturally knew that this was impossible and he was just joking. While the two were chatting, Li Yuan's car soon arrived at an urban village in Dongcheng District, Zhanghuai City. After Li Yuan made several turns, the car stopped on a relatively wide cement road. I think you were just bored, so you actually came to a place like this to look for a wine shop. You must have been cheated. Wu Hao watched Li Yuan pull into the village in the city. He also admired Li Yuan's magical operation. He actually thought of looking for a winery in such a place. However, the wine from small wineries like this one is indeed much cheaper. I just don't know how good the winery Li Yuan found is, and whether it is really as delicious as he said. Look at what you said, am I that bad? Let's go. The time I agreed to meet someone is almost up, and I still have a long way to go. Li Yuan looked at the time on his phone and said something, then walked inside, while Wu Hao pulled Mu Xiaoxiao to follow him. Originally Wu Hao thought they were almost at the winery, but he ended up walking with Li Yuan through the alleys of the urban village for more than half an hour before stopping in front of a large house. Wu Hao could still accept it, but Mu Xiaoxiao didn't feel so well. In addition, Mu Xiaoxiao was wearing high heels, and after walking in the bumpy alley for more than half an hour, her long legs were almost broken. I really admire you. If the good wine you mentioned doesn't satisfy me, I'll show you how I'll deal with you, you little bastard. Let you show your affection. Li Yuan looked back at Wu Hao and said something, then stepped into the mansion. This made Wu Hao so angry that he almost wanted to beat Li Yuan up. If he hadn't brought me to this place, would I have shown my affection in front of him? All this was caused by Li Yuan. Brother Hao, please put me down. Mu Xiaoxiao, who was hugged by Princess Wu Hao, blushed. She was already very embarrassed, and she felt even more embarrassed after hearing what Li Yuan said. Oh well. Having arrived at the destination, Wu Hao did not insist any longer. He put Mu Xiaoxiao down from his arms, then looked up at the plaque on the gate and walked in. When Wu Hao stepped into the mansion, he saw a lot of wine-making tools. In a patio covered by a large canvas, there were dozens of wine jars of different sizes. After passing through the patio, they entered a hall. Li Yuan was already sitting in the hall waiting. Wu Hao observed and found that there was a door on the left side of the hall, which should lead to the backyard. On the right side there is a wooden ladder that should lead to the attic. There are also 3 room doors in the hall, which should be where the winery staff live. Just as Wu Hao was looking at the layout here, a young man walked down from the attic. Li Yuan stood up after seeing the young man coming down. Boss Li, our boss wants you to go up, just go up and find him. Chapter 69, Dream Back 3 more chapters. Okay, thank you very much. After Li Yuan replied to the young man, he glanced at Wu Hao and then walked towards the stairs. Wu Hao naturally pulled Mu Xiaoxiao along with him. After the 3 of them went up to the attic, they found that it was arranged like an office. There was an old man sitting in front of the coffee table making tea. After seeing Li Yuan and the other 2 coming up, the old man stopped what he was doing and stood up. After looking at the 3 of them, he said, "Please take a seat, 3 guests. I am Jiang Wanchun, the boss of Dayu Winery. Please forgive me for any negligence. Boss Jiang, you are too polite. We are the ones who disturbed you. My name is Li Yuan, and I am the general manager of Hao Yuan Hotel. This is Wu Hao, the owner of our hotel. Hello? Hello?" Wu Hao and Jiang Wanchun shook hands and said something to each other, then they sat down and took the tea that Jiang Wanchun brought over. Boss Jiang, I think you should know why we are here. I wonder what you think of this cooperation. After both sides exchanged some polite words, Li Yuan asked. He had learned about the wines of Dayu Distillery yesterday, and what he liked was one of the signature wines of Dayu Distillery. It's just that Li Yuan was a little dissatisfied with the price, so he wanted to make an appointment with the owner of Dayu Winery to discuss the price, which led to today's meeting. Manager Li, I'm sure you know something about our winery. Menghui is the signature product of our Dayu Winery. Brewing is not easy. In a year, we can only make less than 3 jars of wine, weighing 100 kilograms. It is impossible to offer a discount on the price, and it is also impossible to supply your hotel in large quantities. The maximum amount I can provide you is 30 kilograms per year. If Manager Li feels that it's okay, we can discuss the details of the cooperation. If Manager Li feels that there is something inappropriate, then I can only say sorry. Jiang Wanchun also directly stated his conditions. If Li Yuan agreed, he would cooperate. If he disagreed, there was nothing he could do. The origin of Dayu Distillery is quite unusual, as it was passed down from the imperial era more than 200 years ago. Menghui was also the tribute wine at that time, and only the royal family could drink it. Although it may not be as good as it was back then, it is still incomparable to the ordinary wines on the market, so the price naturally cannot be too cheap. Normally, the Menghui from Dayu Winery is not for sale. Most of them are given as gifts by Jiang Wanchun. It is only sold to very few people who come to the winery to drink. Besides, Dayu Distillery does not brew Menghui for sale. Jiang Wanchun brews it just because he misses his ancestors and does not want Menghui to be lost. Otherwise, Jiang Wanchun would not have opened a winery in such a place. If he built a processing plant outside, his business would definitely not be too bad. Boss Jiang, can you let me taste the dream return from Gijiafang? From what Jiang Wanchun said at the beginning and the expression on his face when he spoke just now, combined with the location of Dayu Winery, Wu Hao guessed that this dream might have an unusual story. Wu Hao also wanted to taste this Menghui to see if it was as delicious as Li Yuan said. If it was really good, Wu Hao also had other plans. Certainly. Jiang Wanchun said this with a smile, then stood up and walked behind an office desk and took down a small jar from the wine rack behind it. Jiang Wanchun returned to the coffee table and opened the small jar. Suddenly, a unique aroma of wine wafted out, which suddenly brightened Wu Hao's eyes. You too, please enjoy. Jiang Wanchun poured a small half-cup for Wu Hao and Li Yuan, probably less than 1 or 2 ounces, but Jiang Wanchun seemed very heartbroken. Wu Hao looked at the less than a mouthful of tea in the teacup. He looked at Jiang Wanchun in surprise. Is he so stingy? This is a jar of Menghui that I brewed using the traditional method 30 years ago. It is much better than what I brew now. Jiang Wanchun smiled and said that he naturally understood what Wu Hao meant, but he himself was usually reluctant to drink this wine, and just now he just had the urge to let Wu Hao taste it. But when he opened the jar of wine, he felt a little regretful. However, he was embarrassed not to pour wine for Wu Hao, so he just poured a sip. Wu Hao picked up the wine on the coffee table and saw that the wine in the cup was bright yellow and looked a bit sticky, which was very different from ordinary wine. In addition to the smell of wine, there is also a faint aroma of medicine. Wu Hao guessed that this dream drink must have been brewed with a lot of precious medicinal materials. Wu Hao drank the wine in one gulp and immediately felt a light spicy sensation and a hint of bitterness and sweetness, which made Wu Hao frown. Just when Wu Hao was thinking that the wine was not very good, he suddenly found that he seemed to have entered another time and space and returned to his childhood. This was not an illusion, because Wu Hao found that even his body and mind were relaxed. What shocked Wu Hao even more was that the internal force in his body started to flow. Ha ha ha! Boss Jiang, what a dream! A few minutes later, Wu Hao came back to his senses from that feeling. He immediately laughed and said, so this is what is called a dream. After drinking Menghui, one's consciousness can actually return to the past in terms of senses. This can no longer be considered an ordinary wine. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a fairy wine. As for the fact that one's internal energy will circulate along with the wine, it should be because a lot of precious medicinal materials are added to the wine. Even if a person without internal energy drinks it, it can prolong one's life. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Boss Wu. Jiang Wanchun placed the jar of Menghui on his thigh and said something, as if he was afraid that Wu Hao would want his wine again. Chubby, how does it feel compared to what you drank yesterday? It's too different. It's not even on the same level as what I drank yesterday. It's like I drank ordinary wine yesterday and now I'm drinking nectar. Wu Hao nodded and was not surprised. Jiang Wanchun said that this was brewed using ancient methods, and it was 30 years ago. The wine Li Yuan drank yesterday was brewed using modern handcrafting methods, which is naturally not as good as the one brewed using traditional methods. In addition, the older the wine is, the better it tastes. Boss Jiang, I have a plan here. I wonder if Boss Jiang is interested in listening to it. Please go ahead. Boss Jiang, you must have used a lot of precious medicinal herbs to brew this Menghui. According to the current situation, it should be difficult to obtain precious medicinal herbs. Even if there is, it is an astronomical figure. I am willing to provide Boss Jiang with all the materials to open a winery, and the wine produced will only be supplied to my Yuan hotel. We'll split the profits 50-50. What do you think, Boss Jiang? Wu Hao believed that as long as Meng Hui was released, it would become popular all over the world and he would make a lot of money. Another benefit was that those precious medicinal materials would definitely cost a lot of money. The money earned here can be used to buy precious medicinal materials, and the money spent can be used to obtain supreme points. This is simply the best of both worlds. Chapter 70: The Strange Old Beggar. Boss Wu, I didn't open Dayu Winery for the money. As for the cooperation that Boss Wu mentioned, forget it. There was a glimmer of intention in Jiang Wanchuan's eyes, but he finally rejected Wu Hao's proposal of cooperation. In fact, Jiang Wanchuan didn't want to make money, he just didn't believe that Wu Hao could provide the precious medicinal materials needed for brewing wine. You should know that the reason why he was able to brew such a small jar of Menghui was that Jiang Wanchuan spent all his family fortune and searched for more than 30 years to find all the necessary precious medicinal materials. However, Wu Hao said that he could provide him with everything and even wanted to open a winery to brew large quantities of wine, which was simply impossible. That's a bit of a pity. Wu Hao couldn't expect Jiang Wanchuan to reject him. He really thought that Jiang Wanchuan didn't like making money. He never thought that it was because Jiang Wanchuan didn't believe in him. Although Wu Hao didn't know what precious medicinal materials Jiang Wanchuan needed to brew Menghui, it was really not a difficult task for Wu Hao. Not to mention that his system mall has everything, just say that with his current status in Tianfu country, there is no precious medicinal material he can't get if he wants it. It's just a matter of words. Wu Hao believed that as long as he spoke up, the Shen Yuan family would definitely spare no effort to find her for him, and it would not be a difficult task at all. Boss Wu, it's impossible for us to cooperate with this kind of dream return. But we can still cooperate with the simplified version of dream return, but the price really can't be lower. Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Wu Hao agreed without any further hesitation, but after he finished speaking, he frowned and looked at Jiang Wanchuan with some confusion. Because at this moment there was a noise coming from below, as if something happened below, and Jiang Wanchuan and Li Yuan's expressions also changed. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Boss Wu. I'll go down and see what happened first. We can talk about cooperation later. It's okay. Boss Jiang and I will go down and take a look, and by the way, we will take a look at the place where Boss Jiang brews wine. Wu Hao guessed that it must be the staff of Dayu Distillery who had a conflict with others. This kind of thing is actually not uncommon. After all, this is a distillery, and it is normal for someone to cause trouble after drinking. Jiang Wanchuan didn't say anything after hearing what Wu Hao said. He nodded and walked out. Wu Hao took Mu Xiao and followed him out. When Wu Hao and others went down to the winery, they found that the person who had a conflict with the winery staff was actually an old man who looked like a beggar, which made Wu Hao very puzzled. Normally, beggars have very low self-esteem and it is impossible for them to have conflicts with others. Even if a conflict does occur, it will be with beggars. Now it seems that the old beggar is in the right, and the staff of the winery seem to be helpless against the beggar. After seeing Jiang Wanchuan coming down, the staff of the winery looked at Jiang Wanchuan with sad faces, as if they had seen a savior. Boss, this old beggar came to our wine shop to cause trouble. He insisted on buying some good wine, but we took out all the different wines for him to taste. But this old beggar not only refused to pay after drinking, but also smashed all the wine in our winery. No matter how we chased him away, he would not leave. The winery staff member who had previously received Wu Hao and the other two told them everything that had just happened. In fact, if it was a beggar who came to beg, they would usually give him some food or money and let him leave. But this was the first time that a beggar came to buy alcohol. The staff didn't believe that the beggar had money to buy alcohol. If a beggar had money, would he still be a beggar? But this old beggar happened to have money. Just now, the staff of the winery saw the old beggar take out a handful of banknotes from the dirty bag on his waist, probably several thousand yuan. It is for this reason that the winery staff would serve wine to the old beggar. However, after the old beggar tasted the wines from all the wineries, he found that none of them satisfied him. Okay, I'll take care of this. Jiang Wanchuan said something after understanding the cause of the incident, then turned and walked towards the old beggar. Wu Hao also looked at Jiang Wanchuan curiously, wondering how Jiang Wanchuan would deal with this matter. Old sir, are you dissatisfied with the wines in our winery? Those are all the varieties of wines in our Dayu winery. If these wines can't satisfy the old gentleman, then we have no other choice. As for the wines the old gentleman tasted just now, we will treat them as a treat for him. If you have nothing else to do, please go and have a look at other wineries. Zhang Wanchun did not lose his temper with the old beggar, nor did he look down on him. This was already a very good mentality. If Zhang Wanchun was a bit impatient, he would have driven the old beggar out long ago. However, Zhang Wanchun did not do so and instead acted very politely. Impossible, don't you guys at the wine shop look down on me because I'm a beggar? Let me tell you, although I'm a beggar, I'm also a rich beggar. I came here for the aroma of wine, but you guys used some fakes to fool people. This is not how you do business. I'm telling you, if your Dayu winery can't produce that kind of good wine today, I'll tear your winery down. The old beggar seemed to have a bad temper. He spoke to Zhang Wanchun with an angry look on his face, and then he directly threatened Zhang Wanchun, which made Zhang Wanchun's expression become a little ugly. At the same time, Zhang Wanchun also understood what was going on. It should be that when he invited Wu Hao to taste the wine in Menghui just now, the old beggar smelled the aroma of the wine and came here. But Menghui couldn't even bear to drink it himself, and there was only such a small jar, so how could he possibly sell it to an old beggar? Old sir, I don't want to argue with you because you are already old, but please don't go too far. This is all the wine we have in Dayu Winery. If you are not satisfied, please leave. Xiao Wu, show the guest out. Okay, boss. Old man, please leave our winery, or we will call the police. Okay, you really want me to use my special moves, right? Just wait and see how your winery will continue to do business in the future. The old beggar also lost his temper. After saying something angrily, he walked towards the door. Wu Hao and others originally thought that the old beggar was going to leave, but the next scene made Wu Hao and others laugh and cry, and even stunned. When the old beggar reached the door of the winery, he just lay down at the door of Dayu Winery, and then he started crying and shouting. Someone's been beaten up. Someone's been beaten up at Dayu Winery. Neighbors, please come and judge for yourself. Not only did Dayu Winery deceive people with fake wine, but it also bullied an old beggar like me. Chapter 71 Wu Hao presents wine. Damn, this old beggar is also a talent. He is not much worse than my fat master. Looking at the old beggar shouting at the door of the winery, Li Yuan was completely shocked. Everyone thought that the old beggar would have some tricks up his sleeve. Who would have thought that this would be the trick of a shrew scolding in the street? Wu Hao and Mu Xiaoxiao looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. This old beggar is quite interesting. As the old beggar shouted loudly at the door of the winery, he soon attracted a lot of onlookers. This place is located in an urban village, so naturally there are many migrant workers living around. Normally, most of the business of Dayu Liquor House depends on these migrant workers. Now, when they suddenly saw such a scene, the migrant workers who were watching the scene also showed an expression of watching a good show. I usually come here to drink. The owner and staff of the winery are all very nice, sometimes they even give quite a few discounts. It shouldn't be possible for them to do something deceptive. What's more, he is an old beggar. I think he must be causing trouble here on purpose. His purpose should be to extort money from the wine shop. Well, it's not impossible. I usually come here to have a drink or two after get off work, and sometimes the boss will give me some snacks for free. What Wu Hao didn't expect was that the neighbors not only did not believe the old beggar's words, but also spoke well of Dayu Winery. From this we can also see that Dayu Liquor House is indeed very nice to these neighbors, otherwise it would not have been recognized by everyone. Old man, it's useless for you to do this. Although this is not a big place, it is also equipped with surveillance cameras. Xiao Wu, call the police. Zhang Wanchun was also very helpless. He didn't expect to meet such an old beggar with no bottom line today, who even wanted to frame him, Dayu Winery. The staff member named Xiao Wu next to Zhang Wanchun did not hesitate when he heard Zhang Wanchun say to call the police. He took out his cell phone and called the police immediately. The old beggar, who was originally shouting at the door, stood up from the ground suddenly when he saw that Xiao Wu was really going to call the police. Just wait for me, I will be back. After the old beggar finished speaking, he turned around and walked outside. Just as he walked out of the winery, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, which made the old beggar stop and turn around to look in the direction of the source of the voice. Not only the old beggar, but the crowd and even Zhang Wanchun had the same look. They all looked in the direction of Wu Hao. Old sir, the Dayu Winery does not have the good wine you want. I see that you are also a wine lover. I have a bottle of good wine in my collection. If you don't mind, old sir, you may take it and taste it. The person who spoke just now was Wu Hao. There were two reasons why Wu Hao did this. The first one was naturally that how Yuan Hotel would reach a cooperative relationship with Dayu Winery in the future. If the old beggar comes here to make trouble every day, it will definitely affect the brewing of the Dayu Winery. This is not what Wu Hao wants to see. As for the other reason, it was that Wu Hao thought of someone. Although Wu Hao felt it was impossible for him to meet that person, he was willing to pay a bottle of mutai to establish a good relationship with him. Although Han Di Mutai does not have the special effects of Meng Hui, in terms of taste, Han Di Mutai is not much worse than Meng Hui, and it can be said that they are comparable. Boy, hurry up and bring out the wine for me to see. If it's really good wine, you will definitely have to pay for it. When the old beggar heard Wu Hao say that he had good wine, he instantly became excited. He appeared in front of Wu Hao in just 3 or 2 steps, with a look of excitement on his face. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. If my wine can satisfy the old gentleman, I hope he won't come here to make trouble in the future. After all, it's not easy for Boss Jiang to do business. This bottle of wine is for the old gentleman. Wu Hao took the shoulder bag of Mu Xiaoxiao beside him, took out a bottle of Han Di Mutai from it and handed it to the old beggar, which made Mu Xiaoxiao beside him stunned. When did a bottle of wine appear in my bag? How come I didn't even notice it? However, although Mu Xiaoxiao was very confused, she was not stupid enough to ask this question on the spot. As for the others, they did not have any doubts. Is this the Han Emperor? The old beggar had good eyesight. He recognized the wine at a glance and quickly snatched it from Wu Hao's hand, as if he was afraid that Wu Hao would change his mind again. What? Zhang Wanshan and Li Yuan showed a hint of shock at the same time. Although neither of them could see clearly whether it was Han Di Mutai, it did not prevent them from knowing the name of Han Di Mutai. Zhang Wanshan runs a winery, so he is naturally familiar with the famous liquors of Tianfu Kingdom. Li Yuan runs a hotel, so he has recently learned a lot about the famous liquors of Tianfu Kingdom. Han Di Mutai is the most precious liquor in Tianfu Kingdom. Only 10 bottles of Han Di Mutai were brewed in total. Unexpectedly, Wu Hao would have 1 bottle in his hands. What was most incredible to the two was that Wu Hao did not keep such a valuable bottle of wine, but gave it to an old beggar. Li Yuan and Zhang Wanshan could not understand this. You are an interesting kid, and I won't let you suffer any loss. Since you gave me a bottle of good wine, I will give you a secret book. The old beggar was very satisfied with Han Di Mutai. Even he himself did not expect that Wu Hao would give him a bottle of Han Di Mutai. After the old beggar put the Han Di Mutai into the small bag on his waist, he took out a slightly yellowed cowhide book and handed it to Wu Hao. When Wu Hao looked at the 4 crooked characters on the leather book, he almost vomited blood. But before Wu Hao could say anything, the old beggar threw the cowhide book into Wu Hao's hand, and his figure quickly left here, but disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Damn, it's the 9 Yang magic skill. Why don't you give me a copy of the Tathagata poem? Looking at the old beggar who disappeared quickly, Li Yuan looked at the cowhide book in Wu Hao's hand and cursed. Wu Hao gave the old beggar a bottle of good wine worth tens of millions, but the old beggar actually used a tattered book to fool Wu Hao. Boss Wu, you are confused. Zhang Wanshan also said this with some heartache. He didn't expect that Wu Hao would have a bottle of Han Emperor Mutai in his hand, and even gave it to an old beggar. The old beggar actually used a tattered book to fool Wu Hao, as if he was really filming a movie. But Wu Hao didn't think so, although he was almost depressed to the point of vomiting blood when he first saw the 4 crooked characters of 9 Yang divine art. But from this Wu Hao also confirmed his guess that the old beggar just now should be the crazy drunkard who was hard to find. What Wu Hao could not have imagined was that the crazy drunkard had the 9 Yang divine art and gave it to him. This was of no use to him at all because he was currently practicing the 9 Yang divine art. Chapter 72 Meeting Zhang Jiang at the hotel. Fatty, I'll leave the cooperation with Boss Jiang to you. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Boss Jiang, my previous proposal is still valid. If you want to cooperate, you can call me. Here is my business card. After the old beggar left, the migrant workers who came to watch the fun also left. After Wu Hao said something to Li Yuan, he turned around and said something to Zhang Wanshan. Boss Wu, I will seriously consider your proposal. If I have made a decision, I will definitely call Boss Wu. Zhang Wanshan shook hands with Wu Hao and said that he had rejected Wu Hao's proposal in the attic before, thinking that it was impossible for Wu Hao to provide him with so many precious medicinal materials. But seeing as Wu Hao gave away a bottle of Han Emperor without blinking an eye just now, Zhang Wanshan also had some guesses about Wu Hao's strength. Han Emperor Mutai had long been lost in Tianfu Kingdom. If anyone had a bottle of it, they would hide it under the bed and look at it for 2 hours every night before going to bed. Moreover, even if you have money, you cannot buy Han Emperor Matai now, and no one is willing to sell it, because those who collect it are wine lovers, and who would be willing to give it away as a gift? Jiang Wanchun now had to consider Wu Hao's proposal. Jiang Wanchun was not just thinking about how much money he could make after Meng Hui returned to the world. He was thinking that if Meng Hui could really brew it in large quantities, he would no longer have to watch it and be reluctant to drink it. Brother Hao, where are we going now? Sitting in the car driven by the bodyguard, Mu Xiaoxiao asked Wu Hao with some confusion, and Wu Hao quickly kissed Mu Xiaoxiao on the face, which made Mu Xiaoxiao's face turn red immediately. I see you don't have many clothes, so your husband will take you shopping today. You are my Wu Hao's woman, so you must dress up beautifully. Brother Hao, you are so nice to me. Mu Xiaoxiao was obviously moved. Although she chose to stay with Wu Hao, she was also prepared for the possibility of being abandoned. After all, this is the usual practice of those rich young men, but after a few days of contact, Mu Xiaoxiao discovered that Wu Hao was different from those young men from big families. He cares about her in everything and takes care of her feelings. He also says that she is his girlfriend in front of others and is willing to spend money on her. How could Mu Xiaoxiao, who has never experienced love, not be moved by such a good man? Silly girl, you are my woman, Wu Hao. If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? Wu Hao pulled Mu Xiaoxiao into his arms and said something, then lowered his head and kissed her. Just when Wu Hao was about to kiss Mu Xiaoxiao, his cell phone suddenly rang. Brother Hao, please answer the phone quickly. Don't delay anything. Seeing the depressed look on Wu Hao's face, Mu Xiaoxiao said something with a smile on her face, and Wu Hao let Mu Xiaoxiao go reluctantly. Lin Zian? Looking at the call note on his mobile phone, Wu Hao showed a hint of doubt, wondering what Lin Zian wanted to talk to him about. However, Wu Hao answered the call without thinking too much. What Wu Hao didn't notice was that when Mu Xiaoxiao beside him heard Wu Hao say a woman's name, an unnatural look appeared on her face. Mu Xiaoxiao began to have wild thoughts, and she didn't even understand what Wu Hao said on the phone. Old phone, go to Hanhai Hotel. Xiao, let's postpone our shopping. A friend wants to treat me to a meal. It's almost time for dinner now, so let's go shopping after dinner. Well, I'm fine with it, but is it appropriate for me to go along? Silly, what's the matter with this? You are my girlfriend now, isn't it normal to take you out to dinner? Wu Hao said this somewhat helplessly. He could feel that Mu Xiaoxiao was being very cautious, as if she was afraid that he would abandon her. In fact, what Mu Xiaoxiao was thinking was unnecessary. Wu Hao had told Mu Xiaoxiao before that he might not be able to give her all his love, but he would never abandon any woman on his own initiative. Now Mu Xiaoxiao's behavior made it seem as if he was going to abandon her, or that he was treating Wu Hao as a landlord. 10 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in front of Hanhai Hotel, and Wu Hao took Mu Xiaoxiao into the gate of Hanhai Hotel. Zhang Jiang? As soon as Wu Hao walked into the gate of Hanhai Hotel, he saw a young man walking towards him in a hurry. Wu Hao called out in surprise. The young man in front of him was none other than Zhang Jiang, Wu Hao's college classmate and the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of the 5 largest families in Jianghuai City. What puzzled Wu Hao was why Zhang Jiang was here. According to the time, shouldn't Zhang Jiang have been arrested? Although Wu Hao did not pay attention to the situation of the Zhang family, after Lin Fa and Zhu Daowei knew his identity, it was impossible for them not to pay attention to the Zhang family, and they would definitely take action against the Zhang family as soon as possible. But now Zhang Jiang appeared here, which indeed aroused Wu Hao's doubts, and Zhang Jiang also showed a hint of surprise after seeing Wu Hao. Wu Hao! Master Zhang, you seem to be in a hurry. Is there something wrong at home? Wu Hao thought about it and had a guess. It should be that Zhang Jiang was not at home yesterday, and might have brought a woman to the hotel to play poker. He may have received some news and is required to escape, otherwise he would not look so nervous and anxious. Snort! What does it have to do with you? Zhang Jiang snorted coldly and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Wu Hao. He wanted to deal with the Zhang family mainly because of Zhang Jiang, so how could he let Zhang Jiang escape easily? Wu Hao, I have something urgent to tell you now. Please get out of my way or you will be in trouble. Yeah? I didn't mean it. Your Zhang family didn't do something that angered the heavens and the people and was confiscated. Why don't we find a place to sit down and have a good chat? You know I'm rich now, so maybe I can be of some help. You've helped me a lot in the past, so it's only natural for me to help you back now. What do you think? The more anxious Zhang Jiang was to leave, the more Wu Hao didn't want him to leave. This also confirmed his previous guess. Roll. Zhang Jiang was so angry. When had he ever been ignored like this before? But he was really in a hurry now, and the situation was exactly as Wu Hao guessed. Yesterday, Zhang Jiang was with a group of bad friends, and he indeed spent the night at the Hanhai Hotel. Because he had too much fun last night, playing poker all night, he slept until now. Zhang Jiang, who was used to playing with his mobile phone when he woke up, was suddenly startled when he saw a message on his phone and hurriedly called his father. Unfortunately, the call was always unresolved. Zhang Jiang, knowing something was wrong, didn't care about the two girls who were playing poker last night. He hurriedly put on his clothes and prepared to escape, but he ran into Wu Hao here. Old classmate, even if you don't want to nag me, you shouldn't hit anyone. Wife, call the police and tell them there's a fight here, and ask the police to come and arrest them. Chapter 73. Zhang Jiang was arrested. Wu Hao covered his chest with his hands, which was pushed by Zhang Jiang just now, pretending to be seriously injured, and even asked Mu Xiaoxiao beside him to call the police. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't understand what was going on at all, but when she saw that Wu Hao seemed to be really injured, Mu Xiaoxiao quickly took out her cell phone and prepared to make a call. When Zhang Jiang saw that Mu Xiaoxiao was really going to make a phone call, he broke out in a cold sweat. In the past, Zhang Jiang was absolutely not afraid of the police. Even the police chief had to be polite when seeing him. But things are different now. The entire Jiang family is finished, and Zhang Jiang has become a fugitive suspect. Naturally, the last thing he wants to see is the police. Bang! Zhang Jiang stretched out his hand to snatch the phone from Mu Xiaoxiao's hand, but was slapped away by Wu Hao. This made Zhang Jiang so angry that he wanted to tear Wu Hao to pieces on the spot. Old classmate, what's wrong with you? Not only did you beat me up, but you also tried to steal my wife's phone. When did the son of the Jiang family in Jianghuai City become like this? Snort! Zhang Jiang snorted coldly, walked past Wu Hao and quickly walked towards the hotel entrance. He was too lazy to pay attention to Wu Hao now, so he decided to leave here first. This time, Wu Hao did not stop Zhang Jiang because he had already seen Feng Jieji coming. With bodyguards around, there was no need for him, as the boss, to take action. Wu Hao gave Feng Jieji a look, and Feng Jieji just stood in the middle of the hotel gate. Zhang Jiang, who was anxious to leave, suddenly found that the light at the door had become much dimmer. Please make way. I'm sorry, but you can't leave here without our boss's consent. Feng Jieji himself was over 1.9 meters tall, and coupled with the powerful aura of the perfect martial arts master, Zhang Jiang felt that the person standing in front of him was not a human, but a prehistoric beast. Wu Hao, what do you want? Zhang Jiang turned around and looked at Wu Hao and shouted angrily. He knew without thinking that the bear-like bodyguard in front of him was Wu Hao's. I don't want to do anything. I just want you to wait here for the police. Lao Feng, you have to keep an eye on him for me. You have to wait until the police come. Yes, I will ensure that the task is completed. You. Unfortunately, Wu Hao had already pulled Mu Xiaoxiao towards the elevator. With Feng Jieji watching over Zhang Jiang, there would be no problem. Even if Zhang Jiang had a pair of wings, he couldn't fly away. Looking at Wu Hao who had already left, Zhang Jiang turned around and prepared to bribe Wu Hao's bodyguard with money, but when Zhang Jiang saw the police car that had just stopped outside, his body suddenly fell limp to the ground. It's over, it's all over. Zhang Jiang looked dispirited at this time. He no longer had the glory of the past, as if his business had failed and he had gone bankrupt. You must be Mr. Zhang Jiang. We now suspect that you are involved in 2 murder cases. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. Here is the arrest warrant. The police officer leading the team was none other than the captain of the police station, Lin Xiangru. She came to Zhang Jiang and said something to him, holding an arrest warrant in her hand. Take away. Seeing Zhang Jiang sitting on the ground like an idiot, Lin Xiangru ordered the police to go forward and take Zhang Jiang back. Wu Hao, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. It was not until Zhang Jiang was handcuffed that he came to his senses and shouted heartbreakingly towards the elevator. It was all Wu Hao's fault that I was caught. If Wu Hao hadn't wasted my time, I would have left here long ago and would never have been caught by the police. But what Zhang Jiang didn't know was that even if Wu Hao hadn't stopped him, Zhang Jiang would not have been able to escape from Jianghuai City, because Jianghuai City had already been completely blocked at this time, and even the sewers were guarded by police. Unless Zhang Jiang really grew wings, it would be impossible for him to escape from Jianghuai City. His fate was already determined. Just you? Wait until you have a chance to be a ghost. Feng Jie sneered at Zhang Jiang and said, "A little rich second generation dares to threaten his own boss. He really overestimates his own abilities." Feng Jie sneered and said this, then he secretly made a move and flicked his finger, and a breath that ordinary people could not perceive entered Zhang Jiang's body. That was Feng Jie's internal force, which could remain dormant in Zhang Jiang's body for a day, and would explode in Zhang Jiang's body when the day was up. At that time, Zhang Jiang will bleed from all 7 orifices and die. This is the consequence of threatening Wu Hao. As Wu Hao's bodyguard, Feng Jie naturally will not allow anyone to threaten Wu Hao. Wu Hao, who had already arrived at the agreed private room at this time, had no idea that Feng Jie had secretly attacked Zhang Jiang. However, even if he knew, Wu Hao would not say anything. Because according to what Zhang Jiang did, even if he was not shot, he would have died by stepping on a sewing machine. There would be no third possibility. "Brother Wu, you are here. Please take a seat." "Who is?" Lin Ziyan, who had been waiting in the private room, saw Wu Hao come in and quickly stood up to greet Wu Hao, but after seeing Mu Xiaoxiao beside Wu Hao, her expression changed slightly. "Ziyan, this is my girlfriend Mu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, this is Lin Ziyan, the second young lady of the Lin family in Jianghuai City, and my friend." "I'm sorry, Ziyan. I just ran into an acquaintance downstairs and was delayed. I kept you waiting for a long time." "No. It's okay, I just arrived. Brother Wu, please sit down." Lin Ziyan was a little at a loss for a moment. She didn't expect Wu Hao to bring a woman with him, and she was Wu Hao's girlfriend. Didn't Wu Hao say a few days ago that he didn't have a girlfriend? How come he found a girlfriend so quickly after not seeing him for a few days? "Hello, Miss Lin. I'm Mu Xiaoxiao. Nice to meet you." Mu Xiaoxiao greeted Lin Ziyan with some inferiority. Although Mu Xiaoxiao was not from Jianghuai City, it was not difficult to know from Wu Hao's introduction that Lin Ziyan's family background must be extraordinary. She was just a child from an ordinary family. She was lucky enough to meet Wu Hao, otherwise she would still be a working girl flying around everywhere. "Hello?" Lin Ziyan nodded to Mu Xiaoxiao and replied. At this moment, her heart was a little confused and she didn't hear the somewhat inferiority tone of Mu Xiaoxiao at all. After Wu Hao rescued Fu Changxiao, Lin Ziyan had already developed a good impression of Wu Hao. In addition, after listening to a lot of Fu Changxiao's nagging in the past few days, Lin Ziyan also wondered whether she should try to date Wu Hao. It was because of this that today's dinner party took place, but what Lin Ziyan could not have imagined was that Wu Hao actually had a girlfriend, and her appearance was comparable to hers. "Ziyan, are you worried about something? If you have any questions, please tell me. Maybe I can help you." Wu Hao also noticed that Lin Ziyan was a little absent-minded at this time. He asked with some confusion if Lin Ziyan really had something bothering her. Wu Hao wouldn't mind helping. "Ah. Brother Wu, I'm fine. I was just a little surprised to learn that Brother Wu has a girlfriend. Brother Wu, come and see what you want to eat." Chapter 74 Warrior Summit, Wu Hao buys bodybuilding fluid. "Brother Wu, our Tianyuan province will hold a summit in 3 days. Are you interested in going to see it?" While waiting for the food to be served, Lin Ziyan said to Wu Hao that in addition to inviting Wu Hao to dinner today to thank him, she also wanted to invite Wu Hao to accompany her to the summit. "Summit? What kind of summit is this? And where is it held?" Wu Hao looked at Lin Ziyan with some confusion. He had never heard of any summit, so naturally he didn't know what Lin Ziyan was talking about. "Brother Wu, It's okay, we are all family. Brother Wu, you should know about the Warrior Association in our Tianfu country. This summit was organized by the Warrior Association, and its purpose is to allocate resources to various cities." Seeing Wu Hao say this, Lin Ziyan did not hide anything and told him everything. It turned out that the summit Lin Ziyan was talking about was a summit composed entirely of warriors. To put it simply, it is a martial arts competition. Due to limited resources, the Warrior Association holds a special competition to reduce conflicts between warriors. The summit is held every 3 years, with each city sending 3 representatives, who must be warriors no older than 30 years old. If a city gets a good ranking, it can get corresponding territory and resources, which will then be distributed by the Provincial Warrior Association to the warrior associations in each city. The top 3 will represent the province in the national competition, which is a real event. This time the summit was held in Tianyang Mountain in Tianyuan province. Although Lin Ziyan was not qualified to go on stage, she also wanted to watch the competition. Can anyone who is a warrior participate in this? Yes, any warrior under the age of 30 can participate. I heard that this year's competition is the most important for our Tianyuan province, because our Tianyuan province has been at the bottom for 9 consecutive times. If we don't get a good result this time, Tianyuan province will not be able to hold on to its current territory and will have to give up half of its resources to other provinces. I heard that our Tianyuan province has prepared a lot of methods this year, and I heard that there is also a genius whose strength has reached level 6. Only level 6 at the age of 30? Lin Zian. Lin Zian looked at Wu Hao speechlessly. Isn't it considered a genius to be a level 6 warrior at the age of 30? She remembered that Wu Hao was only a level 3 warrior. A level 3 warrior actually looks down on a level 6 warrior. I guess only Wu Hao dares to think so. Lin Zian doesn't know where Wu Hao got the courage to say that. Brother Wu, a level 6 warrior is already very powerful, okay? You have to know that the strongest warriors in the provinces that won first place in previous years were only level 7 warriors. Yeah. I don't have anything to do recently anyway, so let's go take a look. Wu Hao took a look at his supreme points and found that he already had nearly 700 supreme points. It must be that someone had helped him spend a lot of money during this period of time. Anyway, Wu Hao has invested a lot of money. Although it is impossible for all of it to be converted into supreme points at once, his supreme points will definitely increase as time accumulates. 1 Xiaopei Yuan Dan costs 10 supreme points. With his current supreme points, he can buy more than 60 pills. If he digests and absorbs them all, it will not be impossible for him to break through to become a martial artist, let alone a 7th level warrior. Wu Hao, who has supreme points, certainly looks down on warriors of levels 6 and 7. However, Wu Hao wants to wait until his supreme points reach 10,000 to use them for lottery, so he has not purchased any small Peiyuan pills for practice in the past few days. Okay, I'll go find Brother Wu then. Lin Zian finally had a smile on her face, and she suddenly found that she seemed to like staying with Wu Hao more and more. The three of them were happily chatting and laughing while eating. It was not known whether Lin Zian did it on purpose or not, but she would pick up food for Wu Hao from time to time, and after doing so she would not forget to glance at Mu Xiaoxiao. Lin Ziyan also thought it through. Since Mu Xiaoxiao hadn't married Wu Hao yet, she still had a great chance. She didn't believe that she couldn't win over Mu Xiaoxiao with her looks and family background. Wu Hao also noticed that the atmosphere was different, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he enjoyed the service of the two beauties. The meal ended with the two women competing with each other to show off. Afterwards, Wu Hao accompanied the two beauties to go shopping on the street for the whole afternoon. Each of them carried no less than 10 bags of things in their hands. Wu Hao spent more than 80 million in just this afternoon, which made Wu Hao smile from ear to ear. Originally, Wu Hao could not spend so much money because Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want Wu Hao to spend so much money on her at all. But after seeing what Wu Hao bought for Lin Zian, she really couldn't stand Lin Zian's provocative look. In the end, Mu Xiaoxiao let go and accepted whatever Wu Hao bought for her. The supreme points finally broke through the 700 mark. It's really not easy. Wu Hao looked at Mu Xiaoxiao, who had fallen asleep. He looked at his own supreme points and murmured something. This was the first time that Wu Hao had so many supreme points. Wu Hao began to check the system mall. Although the Xiao Peiyuan pill could indeed speed up his cultivation, now that he had 718 supreme points, he wanted to splurge and buy something better to assist in his cultivation. Although Wu Hao did not plan to compete on stage at the summit 3 days later, he also wanted to make himself stronger. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Wu Hao finally locked onto the target. This time, Wu Hao had his eyes on a kind of medicine that was only available in the world of immortal cultivation, the bodybuilding liquid. Body strengthening liquid is the most common kind of medicinal liquid in the world of immortal cultivation. Its main function is to increase the strength of the body, allowing the body to better withstand the impact of spiritual energy. The bodybuilding liquid was priced at 500 supreme points for only 10 milliliters, but Wu Hao gritted his teeth and bought it. When the payment was successful, Wu Hao felt extremely heartbroken. This is equivalent to spending 500 million yuan in cash at once, but all he got was 10 milliliters of liquid, and Wu Hao didn't even know what the effect would be. System, how do I use this bodybuilding fluid? A transparent jade bottle appeared in Wu Hao's hand, which contained 10 milliliters of bodybuilding liquid. The bodybuilding liquid was light blue in color. Wu Hao opened it and smelled it, and it tasted quite fragrant. Host, you just need to liquefy the body and soak it in water. However, this system reminds the host that the host's current physical fitness may not be able to withstand the energy of the bodybuilding liquid. It is recommended that the host use only 1 drop at a time. If there is more, the system will have to look for a new host. This time the system was kind enough to remind Wu Hao, which made Wu Hao break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Wu Hao asked the system, otherwise he would have killed himself. It seems that I should not buy things from the world of immortal cultivation casually in the future, otherwise, I will kill myself by accident. P.S. There will be another update around 10 o'clock. Friends who like to read it, please add it to your bookshelf. Finally, I will ask for a free small gift. Chapter 75 Reward Tianhe Hotel Chain 3 more chapters to come. Wu Hao murmured, then stood up and went to the bathroom. He filled the bathtub with water, and then carefully dripped a drop of bodybuilding liquid into the bathtub. The originally crystal clear water instantly turned blue, much darker than the color in the jade bottle, and a strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire bathroom. Try and see how it works. Wu Hao put the remaining bodybuilding fluid back into the system space, and after muttering something, he entered the bathtub. Then Wu Hao sat cross-legged and began to practice the 9-Yang divine art. As Wu Hao began to practice the 9-Yang divine art, traces of energy in the bathtub quickly entered Wu Hao's body, making Wu Hao suddenly feel as if his body was being bitten by countless ants. The corner of Wu Hao's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, but Wu Hao still insisted on practicing the 9-Yang divine art. Wu Hao practiced in the bathtub all night without realizing it, and it was not until dawn when Mu Xiaoxiao entered the bathroom that Wu Hao was awakened. Wu Hao discovered that the water in the bathtub had become clear at some point. Apparently, the drop of bodybuilding liquid from last night had been completely absorbed by him. Brother Hao, why did you get up so early in the morning to take a bath? Xiao, do you want to come with us? I don't want to. Mu Xiaoxiao said this with a slightly red face, then turned around and quickly left the bathroom, helping Wu Hao close the bathroom door. This girl is still shy. Didn't we take a shower together last night? Wu Hao said this with a smile on his face, and then began to check last night's harvest. Even Wu Hao himself was surprised by what he saw. I actually broke through to the 6th level warrior. It really is worthy of being a thing from the world of immortal cultivation. Even the lowest level of medicine has such an effect. And I've only used 1 drop. If I use it all up, won't I be able to break through to the martial arts master level? Wu Hao naturally knew that no matter how good a treasure was, its effectiveness would diminish if used too much. The reason why he was able to break through 3 realms in one night was simply because his current realm was still low. It is estimated that the effect may not be as good the next time it is used, but Wu Hao is still very satisfied with the bodybuilding liquid. Even if the effect will be worse when used again, it can definitely allow him to break through to the martial artist level. Wu Hao wiped his body contentedly, then got up, wrapped himself in a bath towel and walked out of the bathroom. At this time, Mu Xiaoxiao was no longer in the room. After Wu Hao got dressed and went downstairs, he saw Mu Xiaoxiao making breakfast in the kitchen. Tianhu was standing next to her, teaching her something. Wife, I didn't expect you could make breakfast. I wonder what kind of breakfast you make. No. Didn't I ask Sister Tianhu to teach me? I'm making Italian stewed noodles now. Brother Hao, please go out and wait for a moment. It will be ready soon. So it's for me to eat from below. I like it. Wu Hao said this with a smile and then walked out of the kitchen, went to the living room and turned on the TV. As a result, when he turned on the TV, all he saw was news reporting about the Jiang family and the fight against gangs. Wu Hao learned from the news that all members of the Tianlong gang, one of the 3 largest gangs in Jianghuai City, were arrested. Even some of the small fry were not spared. This also caused all the police stations in Jianghuai City to be crowded with people, and the Zhang family, one of the 5 major families in Jianghuai City, was also caught. All members of the Zhang family were also arrested. Even some relatives of the Zhang family and some companies that had cooperated with the Zhang family were implicated, and dozens of officials of all ranks in Jianghuai City were also arrested. Jianghuai City's move this time shocked the entire Tianyuan province, and even the Shenyuan family far away in Tenfu City was alarmed. After knowing that this was Wu Hao's intention, the Shenyuan family issued a death order to severely punish all officials, and anyone involved would be doubly punished. Ding, congratulations to the host for binding the system for the 9th day. The reward is 100% equity of Tianhe Hotel Chain. All documents and procedures have been stored in the system space. Just as Wu Hao was watching the news on TV, the time came to 8 o'clock in the morning and the system's reward for today arrived. Wu Hao had heard of the Tianhe Hotel Chain. It was a hotel chain with its head office in Tianhe City in Tianfu Country. It was said that the chain hotel already had more than 100 rooms. Since the Tianhe hotel chain is not listed, the outside world does not know the market value of the Tianhe hotel chain, but the market value of the Tianhe hotel chain will definitely not be less than 10 billion. Wu Hao never thought that he had just asked Li Yuan to open a hotel, and the system rewarded him with a chain hotel. Wu Hao planned to wait for Li Yuan to manage the hotel for a while to see how it goes. If Li Yuan loses money, then he will be allowed to manage all the Tianhe hotel chain, but if the hotels managed by Li Yuan make money, then forget it. Brother Hao, try it and see how it tastes. At this time, Mu Xiaoxiao came out with 2 bowls of braised noodles. A fragrance instantly drifted into Wu Hao's nose, which made Wu Hao's eyes light up. Let me try how it tastes. Wu Hao couldn't wait to pick up a bowl and started eating. The noodles felt chewy in his mouth. They were not too mushy but not too hard either. The texture was just right. Delicious, honey. I didn't expect you to taste so good down there. I want to eat the noodles you make every day. Go slowly. If that's not enough, there's another bowl here. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at Wu Hao eating so happily and a smile appeared on her face. She could finally do something small for Wu Hao. 1 bowl is enough for me, you should eat quickly too. While Wu Hao was eating, he asked Mu Xiaoxiao to eat with him. He only needed to eat 1 bowl. It was just breakfast and there was no need to eat so much. Seeing Wu Hao eating so happily, Mu Xiaoxiao also smiled and picked up another bowl and started eating. After about 10 minutes, they both put down the big bowls in their hands and smiled at each other. Honey, do you want to go somewhere today? How about I take you to the company to have a look? Brother Hao, what kind of company do you run? There are hotels, entertainment companies, and security companies, but there is only one building in Jianghuai City. How about I take you to the building to have a look? Wu Hao thought for a while and said that although he had a lot of properties under his name, he only had one building in Jianghuai City, and the other one was a hotel that Li Yuan had just acquired. Brother Hao, you also have an entertainment company? Mu Xiaoxiao asked with some surprise. Although Mu Xiaoxiao studied aviation and worked in an airline company after graduation, she also aspired to become a star. But Mu Xiaoxiao also knew that the entertainment industry was a complicated place, and a beautiful girl like her with no background might be eaten up by someone the next day. So Mu Xiaoxiao chose to be a flight attendant. Now that Mu Xiaoxiao is no longer a flight attendant, she doesn't know what job is suitable for her. Now that she heard that Wu Hao actually had an entertainment company, Mu Xiaoxiao's mind began to become active again. Chapter 76 Wu Luo is attacked, Wu Hao comes to Qingyan company. Well, I do have an entertainment company under my name, but it's in Longjiang City. Are you interested in the entertainment industry? Brother Hao, actually I have always wanted to be a star, but I have no background and no acquaintances. You also know that the entertainment industry is a very chaotic place, so I finally chose to be a flight attendant. I see. So you want to be a star now? Brother Hao, can I? Silly boy, I can satisfy you with everything except the stars and the moon in the sky. Don't you just want to be a star? I can let Qingyan Entertainment Company train you with all its strength, give you the best resources and connections, and ensure that you become a popular top star. Come on, I'll take you to Longjiang City now. Qingyan Entertainment Company is the #1 in Tianyuan province. Even without Wu Hao's identity, it would be easy to cultivate a popular star. Without saying a word, Wu Hao pulled Mu Xiaoxiao outside, but just when they reached the door, Feng Jiejie came to Wu Hao and whispered something in his ear, which instantly made Wu Hao's face turn ugly. My parents are all right. Boss, the master, and his wife are fine. With Li Bin and Gu Yu's protection, there won't be any problems. However, 2 of the other 5 bodyguards suffered some minor injuries. Send someone to bring the person back to me. I want to see who is so bold as to attack my family. Wu Hao was very angry and scared now. He couldn't imagine that there would be a warrior who would attack his parents. Even the bodyguards from Dadi Security were injured. Such strength is at least that of a 5th level warrior, because the 5 bodyguards from the Earth Security that he sent to his home are all at the 4th level. Wu Hao was also glad that he sent 2 cyborgs back, otherwise his parents would be in danger. But what Wu Hao couldn't figure out was which warrior would target him. He asked himself whether he had ever offended any family. The Zhang family in Jianghuai City was a thing of the past, and it was impossible for the Zhang family to have a warrior above level 5. Suddenly, Wu Hao thought of what happened on the plane before. Could it be that his identity was exposed and those robbers were taking revenge on him? Okay, boss. I'll ask Zhang Bo to go back and bring the person over. Etc. Take this back to those bodyguards and let them improve their strength. This will be a reward for them. Wu Hao quickly bought 10 small Peiyuan pills from the system mall, handed them to Feng Jia, and took them back to the 5 bodyguards. This time they have made great contributions in protecting their families, so Wu Hao will naturally not treat them unfairly. Besides, Wu Hao feels that the strength of the 5 of them is a bit low, so it is a good opportunity to improve their strength. There are 10 Xiaopei Yuan Dan pills, and each of the 5 people can get 2. According to the efficacy of Xiaopei Yuan Dan, the strength of the 5 people should be able to break through to the 6th level warrior. Okay. Feng Jia took the jade bottle and left. He wanted to arrange for someone to go back to Wujiang village to bring back the murderer. As for what was in the jade bottle, Feng Jia didn't know. Brother Hao, what happened? It's okay, it's just a small matter, let's go. Just now Feng Jia said that a warrior wanted to harm his father, but he was discovered and stopped by the bodyguards early, and was later injured and captured by a cyborg. This incident did not have any impact on his father, who thought it was just an ordinary fight and did not take it seriously. It was precisely because of this that Wu Hao did not go back, otherwise he would definitely go back to take a look. Wu Hao was too lazy to talk about this matter with Mu Xiaoxiao. When Mu Xiaoxiao heard Wu Hao say this, she did not ask any more questions and quickly followed Wu Hao to the underground garage. Longjiang City and Jianghuai City are not far apart, only about 100 kilometers. Wu Hao chose to drive the Shadow Dragon today. He only drove this sports car once and then left it here gathering dust. Boom boom boom. As the roar of a sports car came, the Shadow Dragon rushed out of the garage like an awakened beast and sped away towards the outside of the community. There was a Land Rover following behind the Shadow Dragon. The 2 cars drove out of Tianlong one after the other and headed towards the highway. An hour later, they arrived at the Qingyan Company building in Longjiang City. There was already a group of people waiting at the door of the building, led by General Manager Lu Xiaodong. Just now, Wu Hao called Lu Xiaodong when he got off the highway. When Lu Xiaodong learned that the chairman was coming, he hurriedly organized the senior executives of Qingyan Entertainment to wait at the entrance of the building. Welcome the chairman to visit the company to give us guidance. Welcome the chairman to visit the company to give us guidance. Wu Hao's car had just stopped when Lu Xiaodong hurried forward to help open the door and bowed respectfully to Wu Hao. The senior executives at the entrance of the building were no exception. They all bowed respectfully. This was the chairman of their company, so they had no choice but to be respectful. In the past, Qingyan Company was controlled by several shareholders, but now it is controlled by Wu Hao alone, which shows how powerful Wu Hao is. Okay, show me around the company first, and everyone else go to work. This was also Wu Hao's first time at Qingyan Entertainment Company, so naturally he had to take a tour first. Besides, Wu Hao was not used to being surrounded by a group of people, especially some middle-aged uncles and aunts. Chairman, please follow me. I will take you on a tour. Lu Xiaodong waved to those people and said something, then made a gesture to Wu Hao to invite them in. Wu Hao then took Mu Xiaoxiao and walked into Qingyan Entertainment Company with 5 bodyguards behind them. How could it be Master Wu? After Wu Hao entered the company, there was a woman standing among the group of senior executives. The woman looked at the direction Wu Hao left and murmured in surprise. Sister Ranran, what are you talking about? There was also a woman standing next to Lin Ranran. She looked at Lin Ranran with some confusion and asked a question. She seemed to have heard Lin Ranran say something about young master just now. Nothing, let's go back to rehearsal. I worked so hard to get you this female number 5 position, you have to perform well and not embarrass me. Lin Ranran did not tell anyone that she knew Wu Hao. After all, she was just an artist in the company, but Wu Hao was the chairman of the company, and their identities were too different. The woman next to Lin Ranran is Lan Jiling, the daughter of her aunt. Lin Ranran brought her into the company with great difficulty. After a series of competitions, she finally helped her get the 5th female role in a movie that was being filmed. Don't worry, Sister Ranran. I will definitely not embarrass you. But the chairman of our company is so young. Sister Ranran, you've been in the company for so long, what kind of person is our chairman? Is he fierce and hard to get along with? Jiling, you forgot what I told you again. Don't talk about your boss in the company. Chapter 77 Visiting Qingyan Entertainment Company. Sister Ranran, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Lan Jiling stuck out her tongue and apologized awkwardly. She asked the question because she was too curious. That's good. You must always pay attention to your words and actions. Otherwise, it's easy to make mistakes and offend people. If we make a mistake once, it will affect our future. Let's go. Lin Ran was serious with her only for the sake of her cousin's own good. Even though they usually look very glorious, if they offend the capital, they will die without knowing how. On the other side, Wu Hao, led by Lu Xiaodong, visited the entire company and finally appeared in Wu Hao's office on the top floor. Chairman, based on our current business, our company can make a profit of 800 million to 1.5 billion yuan for you every year. Here are the company's financial statements for this year. Lu Xiaodong briefly reported to Wu Hao, and then handed Wu Hao a document containing the financial situation of Qingyan Company this year. I don't care how you manage the company, as long as you can ensure that my interests are not harmed. But if you let me know that you have done something detrimental to the company, the consequences will not be something you can bear. Please take a look at this document first. Wu Hao did not take the document handed over by Lu Xiaodong. It can also be said that Wu Hao did not care about the hundreds of millions of funds a year. As long as Lu Xiaodong transferred the money to his card every year, it would be enough. The document Wu Hao handed to Lu Xiaodong was Lu Xiaodong's personal information, which clearly stated what Lu Xiaodong had done from the time he was born to the present. Although Lu Xiaodong was a little confused, he still took the document and started reading it. However, as Lu Xiaodong looked at the contents of the document, the expression on his face became very serious. Lu Xiaodong even felt a palpitation and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, because he himself couldn't remember many of the things above, but they were written clearly on the document. I can find out anything I want to know in this world. Since you haven't made any serious mistakes, you can continue to be the general manager. Do you understand what I mean? Chairman, rest assured, I know what to do. Lu Xiaodong wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly replied respectfully. How could he not understand Wu Hao's obvious meaning? At this time, Lu Xiaodong was full of awe for Wu Hao, and his awe was mixed with a hint of fear. Wu Hao's methods were really too sophisticated. Lu Xiaodong was also glad that he did not make any big mistake. He only embezzled the company's funds once, but he made up for it later. In addition, he had sexual relations with female celebrities in the company twice, but both times, those celebrities wanted to get promoted voluntarily and Lu Xiaodong did not force them. That's good to know. This is my girlfriend, Mu Xiaoxiao. She wants to be a singer and will work in the company in the future. Mu Xiaoxiao actually wanted to be an all-round star, but Wu Hao didn't want Mu Xiaoxiao to act in movies, so he let Mu Xiaoxiao become a singer. Even if Mu Xiaoxiao is protected by bodyguards and will not be in danger, if she is filming, she will have some contact with men, which is something Wu Hao does not want to see. Please rest assured, Chairman. I will definitely find the best resources to train my wife and make her a popular singer in the shortest possible time. Li Mingxue, from now on you will stay by Xiaoxiao's side and be her manager and bodyguard. Yes, boss. Li Mingxue was the cyborg bodyguard who had protected Mu Xiaoxiao before. Since he was an almighty cyborg bodyguard, there would naturally be no problem for him to be Mu Xiaoxiao's agent. Xiaoxiao, do you want to stay here or come back with me another day? Brother Hao, I'm not going back. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want to trouble Wu Hao again. She didn't have anything at Tianlong anyway, just some clothes and cosmetics. Okay, I'll go back first. Don't work too hard on yourself. Come back to me if you feel tired. Wu Hao stood up, hugged Mu Xiaoxiao into his arms and kissed her. Mu Xiaoxiao seemed to have relaxed a lot at this time and kissed Wu Hao passionately. Protect Xiaoxiao. It was not until a few minutes later when Mu Xiaoxiao was almost out of breath that she pushed Wu Hao away. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. There were still many people here. Although everyone turned around, Mu Xiaoxiao still felt embarrassed. After the two of them separated, Wu Hao spoke to Li Mingxue again. Then he left with his bodyguard under Mu Xiaoxiao's reluctant gaze. Lu Xiaodong did not see Wu Hao off but took Mu Xiaoxiao to handle the formalities. It was Lu Xiaodong's secretary who took Wu Hao away. What's going on over there? I seem to hear a quarrel. When Wu Hao got out of the elevator and was about to go back, he suddenly heard someone cursing in a room not far away. Wu Hao asked Li Qingqing beside him with some confusion. Chairman, that's our company's scene shooting studio. Most of the scenes for movies and TV series are shot there. Go and take a look. Wu Hao had never seen how a movie was filmed, and he just heard some swearing, so he decided to go and take a look. After seeing Wu Hao walking over, Li Qingqing hurriedly followed. When Wu Hao pushed open the door and walked in, he saw a fat and big-eared middle-aged man scolding a little girl. There were traces of tears on the little girl's face and her eyes were red, but she gritted her teeth and refused to let herself cry. There were many people standing nearby, but no one dared to speak. What surprised Wu Hao was that he also saw an acquaintance. When Wu Hao was about to say hello to Lin Ranran, the fat and big-eared middle-aged man spoke. "Which department are you from? Why did you come in without knocking? Don't you know this is where a filming is taking place? Get out right now, knock on the door and come back in." Lin Ranran. Li Qingqing. Wu Hao. Lin Ranran and Li Qingqing both knew Wu Hao's identity. Both women looked at the middle-aged man with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. Wu Hao's expression was not much better either. As the chairman of the board, he was actually scolded in his own company. Wu Hao found it a bit ridiculous. Although this was his first time in the company's middle and senior management should have seen him at the reception ceremony at the door before. These people here are obviously afraid of the middle-aged man's identity. So the middle-aged man's status in the company should be not low, so how could he not know who he is? Presumptuous. By Quan, Mr. Wu is the chairman of our company. How dare you speak to him like that? Why don't you apologize to him quickly? Li Qingqing's face turned pale and she quickly stepped forward and scolded the middle-aged man. Just now, she was standing behind Wu Hao and the bodyguard, and Bai Jianquan did not see Li Qingqing. When Bai Jianquan saw that it was Li Qingqing and heard what Li Qingqing said, his face turned pale and he began to tremble with fear. Chapter 78 Unlucky Bai Quan. I'm sorry, Chairman. I didn't know how much I offended you. I hope you will forgive me once for all. Bai Jianquan quickly lowered his head and began to apologize. He was a director trained by Qingyan Entertainment Company. He did not attend the welcoming ceremony at the door because he had diarrhea just now. Therefore, I didn't see what Wu Hao looked like. After he came back, he came here to prepare for the filming. Naturally, I didn't know what Wu Hao looked like. Bai Jianquan was already used to giving orders to those stars, and he thought Wu Hao was a star in the company, so his tone was naturally not very friendly. Who is he and what position does he hold in the company? Wu Hao ignored Bai Chuanchuan's apology and asked about Li Qingqing instead. It was obvious that Bai Chuanchuan's tone had been the same for a long time. Although these are stars trained by the company and their status in the company is indeed not very high, the last thing Wu Hao wants to see is people with such personalities appearing in the company's senior management. If you yell at others all the time, people will naturally dislike you over time, and this will directly affect the company's interests. Chairman, his name is Bai Jianquan. He is the director of the company and is mainly responsible for the filming of movies and TV shows. Li Qingqing did not dare to hide anything and revealed Bai Chuanchuan's identity. Wu Hao nodded after hearing it. No wonder he could scold people here. It turned out that he was a director. Your name is Lin Ranran, right? Tell me what's going on here. Wu Hao asked Lin Ranran next to him again. When they went out to see before, Wu Hao remembered that her name was Lin Ranran, and she was also his sister's favorite star. Wu Hao estimated that if his sister knew about this, she would definitely be very happy. Wu Hao also didn't expect that Lin Ranran would be an artist in his company. The funniest thing is that Qin Tian said he would introduce Lin Ranran to him, and said that Lin Ranran was a star who had never been touched by anyone. At that time, Wu Hao didn't quite believe it. The possibility of a popular first-class star being a virgin was too small, and Lin Ranran didn't have any background. Out of curiosity, Wu Hao couldn't help but use his spiritual eyes on Lin Ranran, and a transparent message that only Wu Hao could see appeared in front of Wu Hao. Name, Lin Ranran. Identity, a popular star of Qingyan Entertainment Company. Age, 24. Height, 172 centimeters. Appearance favorability, 92/85. Number of driving times, 0. When Wu Hao saw that the favorability column had reached 85, he was a little surprised, because Wu Hao had asked the system before, 60 for liking, 80 for true love, and 100 for everlasting love. But he and Lin Ranran had only met once, and Lin Ranran's favorability towards him had reached 85, which meant that this girl had already fallen in love with him. The information displayed by the spiritual pupil cannot be false. There is no such thing as materialism. In other words, Lin Ranran really likes me. Chairman, we are currently filming a movie for our company. Lan Xiling plays the fifth female role in the movie. During the filming just now, perhaps because of her physical discomfort, Lan Xiling made 2 mistakes, which made the director angry. Lin Ranran briefly explained the situation, but Wu Hao saw a hint of concern in the depths of Lin Ranran's eyes. Wu Hao guessed that there must be something else Lin Ranran didn't say. Wu Hao understood what was going on after a little thought. Although he was the chairman of the company, it was impossible for him to stay in the company for a long time. Bai Jianquan is the director of the company. If you offend him, you might be targeted afterwards. It is normal for Lin Ranran to have concerns. Firefox, I want all his information in 3 minutes. Okay, boss. Firefox responded and immediately came to a table, took out his computer, and began typing quickly on the computer with his hands. Firefox's hands left a series of afterimages on the computer, just like the 1,000 armed guanyin. Bai Jianquan was relieved after Lin Ranran finished her talk just now, but after hearing Wu Hao's instructions and Firefox's actions, Bai Jianquan finally became scared. He knows what he has done. If the chairman really finds out, his fate will definitely not be good. Lu Xiaodong's secretary Li Qingqing was also worried. Li Qingqing found that Wu Hao seemed to be determined to pursue the matter, so she secretly sent a message to Lu Xiaodong. Boss, all his information is here. In less than 3 minutes, Firefox came to Wu Hao with the computer and handed him the information he found. For a top hacker, this was just a small matter. What a good trick! Do you need to come and see for yourself? Don't say that I have wronged you. Wu Hao's face was a little cold. Bai Jianquan was a cancer in the company. Not only did he rely on his status to oppress the company's celebrities and extract benefits, he also often used his status to impose hidden rules on the company's celebrities. This situation is actually very normal in the entertainment industry, but Wu Hao will not allow it to happen. If the stars are willing, it's fine, but forcing them is tantamount to raping women and doing it. The reason why Bai Jianquan scolded Lan Jiling for such a trivial matter was that he was attracted by Lan Jiling's beauty and wanted to take advantage of her, but Lan Jiling never agreed. And because Lan Jiling is Lin Ranran's cousin, Bai Jianquan didn't dare to do it too obviously and could only cause trouble for Lan Jiling from time to time. Chairman, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I promise I won't dare to do it again. Bai Jianquan suddenly knelt in front of Wu Hao. This matter could be a big deal or a small one. If it happened to an ordinary person, it would be fine, but if the capital wanted to send him to operate a sewing machine, it would be easy. And Wu Hao is the chairman of Qingyan Company. If he is unwilling to let him go, he will definitely not have a good life. Chairman, what happened here? Just at this moment Lu Xiaodong rushed in. He rushed in after receiving the message from the secretary and had no idea what had happened. Old Lu, you came at the right time. How can such a person stay in the company? You take care of it. And deal with that director Wang in the company as well. Seeing Lu Xiaodong coming, Wu Hao handed over everything Bai Jianquan had done in the company to Lu Xiaodong. He told Lu Xiaodong to handle the matter and he was too lazy to pay attention to these annoying things. Please rest assured, Chairman. I will handle this matter according to the procedures. I also have an unshirkable responsibility in this matter. It's good that you understand. I don't want such talents to appear in the company again. Otherwise, you'd better pack up and leave. Yes. Lu Xiaodong responded quickly with a reassurance. He felt that in less than a minute, his back was actually wet with sweat. Chairman, wait. When Wu Hao was about to leave the company, an anxious voice sounded behind him. Wu Hao stopped and looked back with some confusion. Chapter 79 Lin Ranran sacrifices herself. Chairman, I can only invite you to a hotel of this level for dinner. Please don't be weird. Lin Ranran said somewhat embarrassedly that although she was a popular first-class star, most of the money she earned was given back to her family because there was a bottomless pit at home that needed to be filled. So even though she looks so glamorous, she actually doesn't have much savings and can only invite Wu Hao to dinner at a mid-range hotel like this one. It's okay. I'm very casual about food. But from your tone, it seems like you're short of money. Is it because the company's treatment is not good? Wu Hao smiled and took a sip of red wine and said that he had not learned about the treatment of the stars in the company before, but he thought it would not be too bad. As for what level of hotel to eat at, Wu Hao really didn't care. Moreover, Lin Ranran invited him to dinner at her own chain hotel, so Wu Hao would mind even less. The chairman has misunderstood. The company's treatment has always been very good. Compared with other entertainment companies, it is much better. It is actually my own personal reason. Chairman, thank you for what you did just now. Lan Jiling is my cousin, but Bai Jianquan is the director of the company, and I didn't dare to offend him, so I didn't tell the truth. Lin Ranran said a little embarrassedly that she was the one who called Wu Hao at the door just now. She felt very sorry for Wu Hao for what happened just now, so she wanted to treat Wu Hao to a meal to make amends. Wu Hao naturally would not refuse the beautiful woman's request, not to mention that the beautiful woman liked him. Anyway, Wu Hao was not in a hurry to go back. I understand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have checked his background. This kind of thing will only affect the development of our company, so I naturally have to find out. If anyone is to apologize, it should be me. After all, I am the boss of the company and I cannot provide you with a safe working environment. This is my fault. The two of them chatted while eating, and perhaps because of the alcohol, Lin Ranran also told him about the situation at home. Lin Ranran was born in a small family in Huainan City. She was the only daughter in the family. Before Lin Ranran entered the entertainment industry, her family lived a good life. But later on, for some unknown reason, Lin's father became addicted to gambling. Not only did he lose all the family savings, he also often beat and scolded Lin Ranran and her daughter. Lin's mother couldn't stand the beatings and scoldings from Lin's father and was also worried about her daughter's safety. After all, those loan sharks were capable of doing anything. So Lin's mother took Lin Ranran to Longjiang City to seek refuge with her sister, Lan Jiling's home. By chance, Lin Ranran joined Qingyan Entertainment Company. With her good looks and willingness to work hard, she finally became a popular star. Only Lin Ranran knew the hardships and sufferings she had endured. After knowing that Lin Ranran had become a star, her father would ask her for money every now and then. If she didn't give him money, her father would threaten to sue her for not supporting his parents. Lin Ranran had no choice but to keep sending money to her father, because if her father really sued her, it would have a great impact on her path to stardom. It is precisely because of this that Lin Ranran has never had any savings, and when she invites Wu Hao to dinner, she can only invite him to a decent hotel. Chairman, do you think I'm stupid? I know it's a bottomless pit, but I still give him money every time. Don't drink anymore, you're already drunk, let me take you home. Seeing that Lin Ranran wanted to drink more, Wu Hao quickly snatched the wine glass from Lin Ranran's hand. Lin Ranran was obviously drunk now. In fact, this matter is also Lin Ranran's fault for being soft-hearted. If she had been tougher, the current situation would never have been possible, because even if Lin's father really sued Lin Ranran, it would not have caused much impact on Lin Ranran. If handled properly, it will be of many benefits to Lin Ranran and can make Lin Ranran more famous than she is now. I'm not drunk, Chairman, do you know that? Because of my family situation, I have never dared to find a boyfriend. I'm 24 years old this year, and in a few years I will become an older leftover woman. By then, you will not only be penniless but also old and ugly. Why does gambling exist in this society? Lin Ranran lay on the table and sobbed, which made Wu Hao not know how to comfort her for a moment. Gambling has existed since ancient times. It is inevitable and impossible to prohibit. In some places, gambling is even legal. Wu Hao just wants to say that 9 out of 10 times you will lose in gambling, so if you don't have the ability, don't touch it. Stay away from gambling and cherish your family. Hey, what do you think this is? Wu Hao suddenly stopped hearing Lin Ranran's crying, and then he realized that Lin Ranran had fallen asleep. Wu Hao couldn't help but sigh. In the end, Wu Hao could only ask Firefox to book a suite. He helped Lin Ranran into the suite. Wu Hao put Lin Ranran on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and was about to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Lin Ranran. I'll give you 2 days off. Just take a good rest and you'll be fine. Wu Hao didn't expect Lin Ranran to wake up. He patted Lin Ranran's hand and said that this was Lin Ranran's family affair and it was not appropriate for him to interfere. Mr. Wu, do you like me? Maybe Lin Ranran was too sad, or maybe Lin Ranran was under the influence of alcohol and actually asked such a question. Who doesn't like beautiful women? But I'm a scumbag and can't give you the love you want. Have a good rest. Mr. Wu, I don't need you to marry me. I just want a passionate love affair. In Lin Ranran's eyes, Wu Hao is the heir of a big family. After all, how could his identity be simple when even the eldest son of the Qin family in Magic City wants to curry favor with him? That kind of big family pays attention to matching the social status. Lin Ranran knows that she is not worthy of Wu Hao, but she has already fallen in love with Wu Hao. Lin Ranran confessed her true feelings to Wu Hao today. She only wanted a passionate love. Nothing else was within her consideration. Why are you doing this? Wu Hao looked at Lin Ranran, whose face was flushed, and said something. He had made it clear that Lin Ranran still wanted to insist, and Wu Hao didn't want to make the beautiful woman sad. Lin Ranran demonstrated her determination with her actions. She threw herself into Wu Hao's arms and gave him her first kiss. Wu Hao had little resistance to beautiful women, and since Lin Ranran was so proactive, Wu Hao naturally fulfilled Lin Ranran's wish. The battle lasted for more than an hour. By this time, Lin Ranran was so tired that she fell asleep. Wu Hao got up, took a shower, and called Firefox. Firefox, go to Huainan City to check for a man named Lin Boyan. I will go to Huainan City tomorrow. I want to know all the information about Lin Boyan. Yes, boss. Before, Wu Hao was reluctant to interfere because it was Lin Ranran's family affair, but now that Lin Ranran is his woman, Wu Hao naturally has to help her solve family problems. Chapter 80 Reward Dark Knight, Lottery for 1 trillion. Have you rested well? If you have, get up and eat. Wu Hao didn't go anywhere in the afternoon. He stayed in the hotel with Lin Ranran until the evening when Lin Ranran woke up from her deep sleep. Mr. Wu. Thinking about what happened at noon, Lin Ranran's face turned red. She looked at Wu Hao shyly. She actually slept with her boss while drunk. Are you still Mr. Wu? Wu Hao looked at Lin Ranran with some amusement. Now she felt shy. Where did all that enthusiasm she had at noon go? Then, what should I call? You are my woman, Wu Hao, so of course I call you husband. Mr. Wu, I. Don't worry. Although I can't give you a name, but since you are my woman, you will have everything you deserve. As long as you don't leave me, I will never abandon you. Wu Hao had already made up his mind not to get married, so it was naturally impossible for him to give anyone a status, unless polygamy was allowed in Tianfu country. However, Wu Hao will not abandon any of his women. Unless they don't want to follow him anymore, Wu Hao will love them 100%. Husband. What did you say? Speak louder. I couldn't hear you clearly. You are so bad. I will ignore you. Lin Ranran's face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. Although she was so enthusiastic at noon, she was still a newbie who had never been in a relationship. Besides, since she had just lost her virginity, she could not withstand Wu Hao's teasing. After patting Wu Hao, she got into bed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and get up to eat. After all, you must be hungry after exercising for so long at noon. You go out first. I need to take a shower before I go out. A shy voice came from under the quilt. She was not wearing anything now, how could she have the nerve to get up like this? Okay, I'll order and wait for you. Wu Hao did not force Lin Ranran anymore. He went out after saying one sentence and waited for half an hour before Lin Ranran came out. After having a candlelight dinner with Lin Ranran, Wu Hao took Lin Ranran out for a night stroll and bought a lot of things for her. The two of them had another big fight in the evening, and Wu Hao didn't get up until Lin Ranran was so tired that she fell asleep. Wu Hao went to the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water, then took out the bodybuilding liquid and dripped a drop into the bathtub. Wu Hao practiced in the bathtub until dawn. This time the practice was not as painful as the last time, and Wu Hao's strength also reached that of an 8th level warrior. Ding, congratulations to the host for binding the system for the 10th day, and the reward is the Dark Knight of the Black Force. It is the 10th day of the host's experience of the system. In order to better experience the system, the host is rewarded with a free lottery opportunity. After Wu Hao and Lin Ranran finished their breakfast, the system reward arrived. What surprised Wu Hao was that there was even a chance for a free lottery. But when Wu Hao checked Dark Knight, the expression on his face became a little strange, because according to the system's introduction, Dark Knight was a gang organization. It's just that this organization is a little special. Dark Knight is an organization that has been passed down for hundreds of years. It used to be a killer organization, and it is still doing assassinations until now. It is the most powerful assassination organization in the dark world. All of its elite members are warriors. There are branches of Dark Knight in many cities in Tianfu country, but they appear in the form of gangs. It is considered to be one of the top 10 gangs in the entire Tianfu kingdom. That is why Wu Hao felt a little strange. He did not expect that the system would reward him with a gang. Did it want him to be a gang boss? Wu Hao soon stopped worrying about this matter. It is not bad to have a gang. Moreover, this gang is just a cover in Tianfu country. The real Dark Knight is actually a killer organization that is feared by people all over the world. System, use the free lottery. The host successfully used the free lottery, congratulations to the host for winning 1 trillion renminbi. Phew. Brother Hao, are you okay? When Wu Hao heard that he had won 1 trillion, he spat out the tea he had just drunk. This made Lin Ranran, who was standing next to him, nervous, and she quickly patted Wu Hao on the back. It's okay. Looks like someone is going to treat me to a big dinner today. Wu Hao said this jokingly. Even though Wu Hao didn't have much idea about money, he was still stunned for a while after hearing that he had won 1 trillion. This is not just the company's fixed assets, but a real cash flow of 1 trillion. Wu Hao believes that no one in the world is as rich as he is. He deserves the title of the world's richest man. It's only the 10th day since he linked the system and he has trillions of assets. What about in a year or 10 years? What Wu Hao is thinking about now is no longer how much assets he has. What he is thinking about is how to exchange these money for supreme points. Only supreme points are what Wu Hao wants now. Ran, let's go. Wu Hao had just told Lin Ran that he wanted to help her father. It just so happened that he got a gangster today, which made it convenient for him to act. Lin Ranran's hometown is in Huainan City, and there just happens to be a dark night branch in Huainan City. If they want to deal with pornography, gambling, and drugs, the best way is naturally for the gang to step in. After Wu Hao and Lin Ranran left the hotel, they got on Wu Hao's shadow dragon and set off, followed by a group of bodyguards led by Feng Jia. Longjiang City is not far from Huainan City. Even if you don't take the highway, it's only half an hour's drive. Wu Hao's car stopped in front of a nightclub in Huainan City. Brother Hao, what are we doing here? You'll know in a moment, let's go. Wu Hao smiled but didn't tell the reason. After Wu Hao got off the car, the door of the nightclub, which was originally closed, suddenly opened. 2 rows of burly men in black suits and sunglasses walked out of the nightclub, and in a blink of an eye they stood in 2 rows in front of the door. Then 3 more figures walked out of the nightclub. The one in the middle was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was wearing a black leather jacket and her curvy figure looked very tempting. On the left of the woman was a little girl who was eating a lollipop in her hand. She had 2 ponytails on her head that swayed from side to side as she walked, looking very cute. On the right side of the woman was a thin young man who looked evil and was playing with a butterfly knife in his hand. Yi Meigui, the head of the 8th Hall of the Dark Knight branch, has seen the dragon head. I've seen the dragon head. After Yi Meigui saluted Wu Hao, the 2 rows of men in black also shouted in unison. This sudden scene scared Lin Ranran. Her hands couldn't help but tighten Wu Hao's arms, and Wu Hao also noticed Lin Ranran's nervousness. He patted Lin Ranran's arm gently, signaling Lin Ranran not to be nervous. Let's go in first. Chapter 81, Lin Xuanli, a gambling man. Yi Meigui, how strong is your 8th hall in Huainan City? In an office in the nightclub, Wu Hao was sitting on the sofa with his arms around Lin Ranran, crossing his legs. Standing behind him were Feng Jia and several bodyguards. The person standing in front of Wu Hao at this time was Yi Meigui, and not far away were the minions and the thin young man. Wu Hao asked Yi Meigui a question. Reporting to Long Tu, we, Dark Knight, are the strongest among the gangs in Huainan City, and we have our own people in the government and the military. No matter what Long Tu asks, we will do our best to complete it. A hint of pride appeared on Night Rose's face. As a dark force with a long history, Dark Knight has been operating for hundreds of years. Naturally, its strength is not comparable to that of ordinary gangs. Not only did Dark Knight cultivate his own strength, he also had an understanding of the government and the military region. It can be said that he was extremely powerful. Wu Hao was also shocked after hearing what Yi Meigui said. A gang organization could actually infiltrate the government and the military. It shows how terrifying its strength is. However, what makes Wu Hao feel more at ease is that now he has such a force under his control. Otherwise, if Yi wants to rebel, Tianfu Kingdom will definitely usher in a major change. Send the news back to the headquarters. I will not interfere with other matters of Dark Knight. I just want Tianfu country to develop smoothly. Do you understand? Clear. Yi Meigui nodded heavily. She naturally understood what Wu Hao meant. In fact, even if Wu Hao didn't say it, Yi would not have the intention of rebelling. The reason why he has insight into both the government and the military region is just because he wants to help when needed. Tianfu country is guarded by powerful warriors. Although there are also powerful warriors in the Dark Knight, it is just a force and cannot challenge a country. Otherwise, Dark Knight's headquarters would not be located overseas, and their branches would only appear in the form of gangs in the country. Firefox, when can Kuei Snake come over? Boss, Quiche is already leading his men here. They should be almost there by now. Do you need me to go out and meet them? The 10 bodyguards from Dottie Security following Wu Hao are Firefox, Shadowfox, Skyfox, Kuei Snake, and Black Tortoise. Their code names are all based on animals. The remaining 5 were led by Captain Baihu, whose main task was to protect the safety of Wu Hao's hometown. Before this, Wu Hao asked Firefox to send someone to investigate the matter of Lin's father. After Firefox went out for a while, he came in with 3 people. In addition to Xuanwu, there were 2 middle-aged men. However, one of the 2 middle-aged men had a bruised face and nose. Obviously he had been taught a lesson. The other one looked terrified as if he was frightened by something, but as they walked in, when the terrified middle-aged man saw Lin Ranran beside Wu Hao, a hint of surprise flashed across his face, and then he quickly ran to Lin Ranran. Ranran, why are you here? Who are they? Dad. Lin Ranran looked very reluctant, but she still called him Father Lin. After all, he was her father. Please sit down first. Who are you? I'm Lin Ranran's boyfriend. I heard that you owed a lot of money to others. Today I'm here to help you solve this problem. Real? When Lin Xuanli heard that Wu Hao was Lin Ranran's boyfriend and was willing to help him pay off his gambling debts, his face was so smiling that he couldn't even see his eyes. He. Good son-in-law, I don't owe much money, you just need to give me 5 million, and I will agree to Ranran's affairs with you in the future. Dad, are you crazy? Didn't you say that you had almost paid off the debt? I give you 30,000 yuan every month to pay off the debt. How dare you ask brother Hao for 5 million? You haven't paid your debts yet, and you used the money to gamble, right? How could you do this? Do you really want to kill me and mom to make yourself at ease? Lin Ranran got angry instantly when she heard what her father said. How dare she ask Wu Hao for 5 million? Did she really think that Wu Hao's money came from the wind? Ranran, what you said is not right. Just think about how much money I spent raising you with great difficulty, and now you earn at least hundreds of thousands a month. But how much did you give me? Only 30,000 yuan a month. I don't have to pay for food, drink, defecation, urination, and sleep. What can I do with 30,000 yuan? You have found such a rich boyfriend now, and he said he would help me pay off my debts. The remaining 5 million yuan will be used as your betrothal gift after paying off the debts. Is there any problem with this? Good son-in-law, my daughter is a popular first-class star, 5 million is not too much as a betrothal gift. Lin Xuanli didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If he didn't know how much Wu Hao was worth, he would have asked Wu Hao for 10 million. In fact, the debt he owed from gambling was less than 500,000. The casino was not stupid. They knew that Lin Xuanli had no money but still let him borrow so much. If Lin Xuanli hadn't said that his daughter was a star and would send him money every month, people would have cut Lin Xuanli into pieces long ago. It's unreasonable. You are simply crazy. Brother Hao, you must not listen to him. I will slowly pay back the money he owes me. Even if you give him more money, he will still gamble it all away. Lin Ranran looked at her father in disbelief. She couldn't understand why her father, who used to love his family so much, had become like this. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Wu Hao pulled Lin Ranran to sit down again, then looked at Xuanwu and asked, Xuanwu, is he the one who runs the casino? Boss, Mr. Lin owes him money, a total of 473,800 yuan. He opened an underground casino in Huainan City. When I found Mr. Lin, he was still gambling in the casino. Rose, go get him 500,000. I dare not, sir, forget about that little money, I will never ask Lin Xuanli to pay it back again, this matter is written off. When Su Qin heard Wu Hao's words, he waved his hands repeatedly to indicate that it was not necessary. Su Qin was also a gangster in Huainan City, but his main industry was gambling. Naturally, he knew Yi Meiguei. Yi Meiguei has never been close to anyone, and she is even more ruthless in her actions. Su Qin has never seen Yi Meiguei being so respectful to anyone. But now Yi Meiguei is like a subordinate in front of Wu Hao, so what terrifying identity does Wu Hao have? Su Qin wanted to live a few more years, so how could he dare to ask Wu Hao for money? Maybe if he took the money now, he would not wake up tomorrow. However, Yi Meiguei ignored Su Qin's words. She directly took out 500,000 yuan from the safe in the private room and put the money on the table in front of Su Qin. One thing is one thing. It is only natural to pay back debts. This 500,000 yuan is to help Uncle Lin pay back. However, my money is not so easy to take. I don't want him to appear in any gambling-related places anymore. If he does, even if it's not in your territory, I will hold you responsible. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 82. Wu Hao returns to Zhenghuai City. Understood, understood. Sir, please rest assured that from now on, as long as it is within the territory of Huainan City, nothing related to gambling will happen to Mr. Lin. Su Qin quickly made an assurance and said that although he was also a gangster, he also knew that there were some people he could not offend, and the young man in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend. He remembered the fear that Xuan Wu had given him before. Hundreds of people in his casino were all knocked down in less than 3 minutes, but these people still wanted to call the young boss in front of them. Su Qin didn't want to die in obscurity, so he naturally didn't dare to disobey Wu Hao's wishes. Besides, whether there was one less Su Qin or one more Su Qin coming to the casino would have no effect on him at all. That's good to know. Take the money and get out. Yes, I'll leave right now. I'll leave right now. Su Qin nodded repeatedly, took the money on the table and walked out quickly, fearing that Wu Hao would change his mind again in the next second. Uncle Lin, I can give you the 5 million you want, but you have to earn it based on your own ability. If you can find a job and work hard in the next 10 years, the 5 million will be given to you in 10 years. At the same time, during these 10 years, Ran will not give you a penny. It depends on you whether you can survive. Rose, send someone to keep an eye on him from now on. Don't let him leave Huainan City, and don't let him come into contact with anything bad. After watching Su Qin leave, Wu Hao said to Lin Xuanli that if Lin Xuanli could stop gambling and live a good life in the future, Wu Hao would be willing to give him 50 million, let alone 5 million. After Wu Hao finished speaking to Lin Xuanli, he instructed Yi Meiguei again. He just wanted Lin Xuanli to mend his ways. As long as Lin Xuanli could behave well in these 10 years, he would naturally get the 5 million. Yes, Dragon Head. Uncle Lin, I hope you won't let me down. Otherwise, I will give the 5 million to my aunt. You, how can you do this to me? I am Ran's father. If you do this, I will not marry my daughter to you. Lin Xuanli was completely dumbfounded. He saw that Wu Hao helped him pay off his gambling debt of 500,000 yuan. If Wu Hao gave him another 5 million yuan, all of it would be his. Although he might not be able to gamble anymore in the future, he would have lived a life of luxury with the 5 million. But now everything has disappeared like a bubble. He can't gamble anymore, can't leave Huainan City, and has to work by himself. Even his own daughter doesn't give him money. Isn't that like being in prison? Even the gangs are so afraid of Wu Hao. Lin Xuanli has reason to believe that everything Wu Hao said is true, and that he really cannot leave Huainan City in the future. It's not up to you to decide whether Ran will marry me or not. If you want to live a good life in the future, just do as I say. Otherwise, you will be a beggar in Huainan City for the rest of your life. Uncle Lin, please believe me. I definitely have the ability to do this. Lin Xuanli cannot get Wu Hao's respect now. Unless Lin Xuanli can change back, Lin Xuanli will definitely have a hard time in the future. After saying the last sentence, Wu Hao gave Yi Meiguei a look. Yi Meiguei understood and asked 2 burly men to take Lin Xuanli out. Wife, remember not to send money to your father anymore. Only in this way can he change. Otherwise, the more money you send him, the less he will appreciate it. After he suffers for a while, he will realize his mistakes and will gradually get better. Do you understand? Lin Ran had been helpless with her father for a long time. Now that Wu Hao had helped her solve the problem, she naturally would not give her father any more money. Just like Wu Hao said, the more money she gave her father, the more harm he would suffer. Okay, now that everything is settled, let's go back. Wu Hao got up and walked outside. After returning to Longjiang City, Wu Hao accompanied Lin Ran for another afternoon. After having dinner with Lin Ran, Wu Hao returned to Zhenghuai City. Boss, what instructions do you have? Xiao Zhan, can you come to Zhenghuai City before noon tomorrow? Wu Hao asked Xiao Zhan on the other end of the phone. As more and more women surrounded him, Wu Hao suddenly found that his bodyguards seemed not enough. That's why Wu Hao thought of calling Xiao Zhan and wanted Xiao Zhan to bring a group of bodyguards over in person. Wu Hao was also planning to improve Xiao Zhan's strength. No problem. We can arrive tomorrow morning at the earliest. Does the boss have any other instructions? If not, I will leave for Zhenghuai City now. Pick 20 loyal female bodyguards to come with you. They must be at least level 2 warriors. Is that a problem? No problem. Are there any nationality requirements? The best are the people of Tianfu. There are no others. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away and try to get to your place in the morning. After Wu Hao made all the arrangements, he stood up and walked towards the basement. It was time to deal with the killer. Wu Hao wanted to see who was going to attack his parents. It's you! When Wu Hao arrived at the basement, he saw a familiar face. It was the warrior who wanted to deal with him before, and who was later a first-level warrior whose cultivation was destroyed by Baihu and others. Quiche, who is this old man? Does he want to harm my father and the others? In addition to Ming Gongsheng, there is also an old man here. Ming Gongsheng has no more cultivation and it is impossible for him to cause any harm to his family. The remaining one was an old man in his 60s, but this time his hands and feet were broken, and he was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Boss, this person is Jin Bingyu, a level 6 warrior from Heiha City, and he is his master. The reason why it's bad for the master is because Jin Bingyu wants to avenge his apprentice and wants to capture the master to threaten you. Quiche had already found out all about Jin Bingyu's background. When Quiche and others knew Jin Bingyu's strength, they were also shocked. A level 6 warrior is already as strong as their Dragon King. If Wu Hao had not sent other people to protect them in secret, the 5 white tigers would not have been able to protect Wu Luo and the others. Your apprentice was the one who caused trouble for me first, and you actually wanted to help him get revenge. Why don't you just come to me directly? Why did you hit my dad? How can I let you go if you do this? Family is Wu Hao's Achilles heel. If Jin Bingyu comes to deal with him directly, Wu Hao may just teach Jin Bingyu a lesson. But now Jin Bingyu attacked his father, which made Wu Hao very angry. Wu Hao didn't want to let this insidious villain go. Snort! Jin Bingyu just snorted coldly and said nothing. He knew he would not have a good ending when he was captured. Now when he heard Wu Hao say this, Jin Bingyu knew that his life would end here. Since everyone knew that Wu Hao would not let him go, Jin Bingyu would naturally not give Wu Hao a good face. In addition, the tendons in his hands and feet were broken, so even if he didn't die, he would become a disabled person. Quiche, please clean up the matter. Chapter 83 Gu Xinxin's phone call. Wu Hao himself is not an indecisive person. If someone is his enemy, he must hate him. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? Being kind to the enemy is hurting yourself. Wu Hao would naturally not keep an enemy who wants to seek revenge on him, especially this enemy is a level 6 warrior. If you let such an enemy go, what if he wants to take revenge on you and secretly harms your loved ones? It will be too late to regret then. After Wu Hao gave instructions to Quiche, he left the basement. For the time being, he had nothing else to do, as tomorrow would be the Tianyuan Province Warrior Conference. Wu Hao has already promised Lin Zian that he would go with her. Wu Hao plans to practice hard tonight and strive to break through to the martial artist level tomorrow. Wu Hao returned to his room, put some water in it, and took out the bodybuilding liquid from the system space. However, when Wu Hao was about to drop the bodybuilding liquid, the cell phone next to him rang. Hey, why is this girl calling me? Wu Hao looked at the fairy marked on the caller ID on his phone, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face, but Wu Hao quickly answered the call. Old classmate, why are you calling me so late? Are you missing me? After answering the phone, Wu Hao made a joke that if Gu Xinxin was not counted as having been seen in the live broadcast room, Wu Hao had not seen Gu Xinxin for several years. Wu Hao, can you come out and keep me company? Xinxin, what's wrong with you? What happened? Where are you now? Why are you making so much noise? When Wu Hao heard that Gu Xinxin's tone was a little strange, he suddenly became a little nervous. In fact, if it weren't for Gu Xinxin's sudden disappearance that year, perhaps the two of them would have gotten together. Wu Hao still has an inseparable feeling for Gu Xinxin, which is often called the first love complex. Now that he hears Gu Xinxin's somewhat different tone, Wu Hao is so nervous. I'm at the dark bar on University Road. Can you come over and drink with me? I'll be there soon, just be careful. When Wu Hao heard that Gu Xinxin was in the bar, he became nervous, because places like bars are very chaotic at night, and it is even more unsafe since Gu Xinxin is a girl. Wu Hao quickly put on his clothes and walked out. At the same time, Wu Hao also found the person in charge of Yi in Jianghuai City on his mobile phone. There are 3 major gangs in Jianghuai City. One of them, the Tianlong gang, no longer exists. There is another gang that seems to be called Tianyu, and the remaining one is Anya. Just now, Gu Xinqin said that she was in the Dark Knight bar on University Road. I guess it should be the territory of the Dark Knight gang. Wu Hao has the phone numbers of all the 9 Dark Knight Hall masters of Tianfu Kingdom, but he has only met the master of the 8th hall, Yi Mei Gue, and has never met the masters of the other halls. Dragon Head, I am Su Jun, the head of the 9th hall. Please give me your instructions. Su Jun, right? Is the Dark Knight bar on University Road your territory? Yes. Okay, I'll send you a photo later. Please protect someone secretly. Make sure she's safe before I get here. Wu Hao was temporarily relieved. As long as the Dark Knight bar on University Road belonged to Dark Knight and there were people from Dark Knight protecting her in secret, nothing would happen to Gu Xinqin. While driving, Wu Hao sent the photo of Gu Xinqin to Su Jun. University Road is in the eastern part of Jianghuai City, whereas the number 1 university in Jianghuai City, which is also Wu Hao's alma mater. At this time, Gu Xinqin was sitting in a booth in the Dark Knight bar with a hint of sadness on her face. There were quite a few wine bottles on the booth. After hanging up the phone with Wu Hao, Gu Xinqin picked up another bottle of beer and took a sip, with a trace of crystal liquid flowing from the corner of her mouth. This scene made the people around the bar drool. Gu Xinqin was the school belle when she was in school, so her appearance was naturally outstanding. Now, after a few years, Gu Xinqin seems more mature. Coupled with the faint sadness on Gu Xinqin's expression at this moment, it is 100% lethal to men. Boss Lu, it's rare to see a girl like this, and judging from her expression, she's obviously heartbroken. Boss Lu, do you want to give it a try? Maybe Mr. Lu can spend some time alone tonight. This kind of opportunity is rare. There were 2 middle-aged men sitting in a booth not far to the left of Gu Xinqin. One of them looked at Gu Xinqin and said to his companion next to him, I think we should just forget it. Didn't you see she just made a phone call? Her boyfriend might be here soon, so it's better not to spoil her fun. The man called Mr. Lu took a sip of beer and said, Gu Xinqin did make a phone call just now. Who knows if she called her boyfriend over? It would be fine if he succeeded in chatting her up, but it would be embarrassing if he failed and was caught by someone else's boyfriend. Boss Lu, what if she's calling her best friend? Maybe we can have a threesome. Are you really not going to do it? He. Why don't you give it a try? Mr. Lu laughed and said that this possibility was not impossible, but he still felt that something was wrong. Okay, then I'll help Mr. Lu to find out. The other person agreed immediately, then stood up and walked towards Gu Xinqin with a glass of wine. Beauty, it's too boring to drink alone. Can I sit down and have a drink with you? Zhang Bo came to Gu Xinqin and said something, but although his words were questioning, he had already sat down next to Gu Xinqin. Go away, don't bother me. Gu Xinqin naturally knew that the man in front of her had bad intentions, so she would naturally not be nice to Zhang Bo. Didn't she know what a bar was? Otherwise, Gu Xinqin would not have called Wu Hao. Besides wanting to find someone to drink with, it was also for her own safety. Beauty, why are you so unkind? It's just a glass of wine. You don't understand what I'm saying, right? Get away from me, my boyfriend will be here soon. After cursing, Gu Xinqin ignored Zhang Bo and looked towards the door of the bar to see if Wu Hao had arrived. Zhang Bo, who was standing next to her, was scolded twice in a row by Gu Xinqin and the expression on his face became a little ugly. Seeing Gu Xinqin looking towards the door, an inexplicable look flashed across Zhang Bo's face. Then he quickly took out a packet of powder from his pocket and quickly poured it into Gu Xinqin's bottle of beer. After doing all this, Zhang Bo got up and left as if nothing had happened, and Gu Xinqin also breathed a sigh of relief after Zhang Bo left. In fact, she was very nervous just now. After all, it was her first time to come to the bar alone. She had heard about many girls getting into trouble in bars. It would be strange if Gu Xinqin was not nervous. While breathing a sigh of relief, Gu Xinqin picked up the bottle of wine on the table and took a sip, which made Gu Xinqin feel less scared. Zhang Bo, who was watching Gu Xinqin drinking from a distance, had an inexplicable smile on his face. He often hung out in bars, so naturally he did this kind of thing quite a lot. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he would encounter a piece of titanium alloy tonight, which doomed him to bad luck.